Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 122, Chapter 52, The Ambush. Yuki Kagurazaka. Yuki sighed as he relaxed into the comfortable seat in the carriage Mariable had supplied him with. As annoying as Tempest and Rimuru could be, he had to thank them for renovating the design of the carriages. Adding suspension was a small yet quite impacting change to the average carriage. He thought back on the events that happened in the recent days. He knew Rimuru had suspected him of something that was likely the reason he took custody of the children. He wished to keep them safe in Tempest, something Yuki did not care much for. Sure, the kids had potential, each was bound to a greater elemental, but he'd rather Rimuru get off his back. He was not lying when he said he was not 100% confident that he could defeat Rimuru head-on. He had grown far more powerful after his ascension into a demon lord. The festival itself was rather enjoyable. The food was amazing. He enjoyed the tournament as well. It allowed him to get a general understanding of the strength of some of Rimuru's subordinates. The concert was also enjoyable. He did not think he would ever get to listen to those nostalgic anime openings again, but Rimuru proved him wrong once again. It was also fairly amusing to watch Hinata navigate conversations with Demon Lord Felix. Yuki thought she may have even had a crush on him, something he originally did not think was possible, at least not the Hinata from before. Hinata had changed. She was far more understanding and casual. Yuki could not pinpoint exactly what happened or how exactly she changed, but he felt it had something to do with Demon Lord Felix. And then there was the attack on Tempest. He was surprised that the Divine Empress Elmesia had offered to help Rimuru defend Tempest. It seems he underestimated how close their relationship was, not to mention the Dwarven King Gazel also assisted along with Hinata's Holy Knight captains. With all of those powerful individuals assisting, the attack was not as effective as it could have been. In fact, Rimuru had delivered a speech that seemed to gather more people in support of Tempest. He spoke about how the terrorist attack was a clear sign that they were doing something right, that there was someone out there fearful about the cooperation of humanity and monsters. Yuki thought that Rimuru had far too much charisma. Even those nobles that always sat on their asses were in support of Rimuru, though that was likely due to all the luxuries Tempest offered. The slime could deliver one hell of a speech, even he was almost convinced by Rimuru. At least Laplace's ambush on Hinata seemed to have been successful. He had neither seen nor heard anyone mention Hinata's whereabouts since the night of the attack on Tempest. He had asked Rimuru about Hinata as he was leaving, but Rimuru diverted the topic away from Hinata, which was enough to confirm his suspicions that Hinata was finally dead. He was glad that finally, one potential enemy was taken care of. The attack wasn't a complete failure. He was surprised at how easily Rimuru's forces were able to deal with the hordes of otherworlders that had attacked, not to mention he heard that Demon Lord Felix's subordinates were no slouches either. He did lose the Chaos Dragon, though, and he had no idea what had happened to it. He wanted to gain control of it after dealing with Mariable, but no plan survives contact with the enemy. He could only assume that either Demon Lord Felix or Demon Lord Malim took care of it, seeing as Rimuru was busy dealing with the nobles that night. If Demon Lord Felix had been responsible, then his threat level would have increased by multiple margins. Even now, he still shivered when remembering the sheer draconic aura the Chaos Dragon unleashed. It was not called the Ancestor of Dragons for nothing. Though Yuki was fairly confident that the destroyer was responsible for dealing with the Chaos Dragons, Malim Nava had been spotted flying towards the draconic aura at the beginning of the attack. Still, he could plan for all of these new threats once he is back on one of his bases with Kigali by his side. Her unique skill was useful for such things. He would feel much more confident once all their forces were together rather than how they were currently split up. There was Kigali, Tyr, Laplace, and then the three heads of Cerberus, Misha, Damrata and Vega. Damrata was always a good ally and a good friend to have. He had sworn loyalty to him, and he had given no reason to doubt him so far. He did give him that artifact that was capable of teleporting through almost any kind of barrier and space lock, the artifact he gave to Laplace to teleport Hinata out of Tempest so that Laplace could deal with her uninterrupted should his initial assassination attempt fail. Yuki had no idea where Damrata got such a seemingly powerful artifact from, but Yuki just chalked it up to some of Damrata's connections from the Eastern Empire. Misha was also a useful subordinate. She was a cunning woman who took advantage of her looks to accomplish what he ordered her. Misha was born in the capital of the Eastern Empire and raised on the streets. Now she specializes in the Echidna division of Cerberus. She was responsible for taming monsters. Vega was perhaps one of Yuki's most successful experiments. He had inherited the blood of one of the experiments of the Rosso, the Magic Inquisitors. He is both a monster and a human at once, a true oddity. Yuki had modified Vega to mimic the properties of a slime, an imitation slime of sorts. It was thanks to that modification that Vega had such an absurd regeneration. They had conducted multiple experiments on him. Vega would revive even should his head be missing. Even the body parts that were already cut off would regenerate, creating a physical body with no soul. They were practically monsters with no sense of self. They were hollow bodies that could be used to successfully incarnate demons theoretically. Indeed, Vega was a truly interesting being with untapped potential. His mind then wandered back to Mariable, the greedy. Or should he call her the fool? He was quite surprised when she told him that he would be accompanying her back to the Western nations. Seeing as she believed he was still under her control, he decided to comply. It's not like any of the guards Mariable brought with him could actually threaten him, and he was not ready to reveal his hand yet and get rid of her. He was hoping to meet up with Laplace, but it seems he will have to wait. Kigali should already be at their new hidden base, which was where he was going to be headed after Rimuru dropped him off back at the Free Guild, but instead, he was tagging along with Mariable. Still, he was quite curious as to what Mariable wished to discuss. It must be something important, seeing as she seemed to be in a bit of a hurry. Through one of his spies, he had learned that Mariable had sent word back to invite Tempest to the Council of the West. He assumed that since this scheme of hers wasn't as successful as she hoped, she had come up with a new one. A scheme that involved Tempest joining the Council of the West. It wouldn't surprise him if that was what she wished to discuss with him. In fact, he was fairly confident that was the reason for her ordering him to accompany her back to the Western nations once he deduced that he was able to relax in the carriage far easier. It seemed Mariabelle's plan to take control of Demon Lord Felix had failed. It seems she was not found, though, or else he imagined Demon Lord Felix would not have allowed Mariable to escape in the first place. No, she must have noticed the attack was not going as planned and decided to abort the plan, a decision Yuki thought was wise. Though he did have a bad feeling for some reason, he decided to just ignore it and assumed he was just feeling under the weather. He was a genius, after all. He had accounted for everything possible. Perhaps he will take a nap. Felix. I spread my demonic wings and ascended to the sky. My wings were unnecessary to fly, but they did add more maneuverability, and they also added a whole lot to the presence. My demonic wings are fairly similar to Diablo's in appearance, according to Diablo. I flew over the branch of the Western Holy Church located in Tempest as I prepared to ambush Yuki. Luminous had sent Lewis to calm Hinata's subordinates down, but they were quite antsy due to her disappearance. However, the appearance of the Pope of Luminism seemed to have calmed them down. I sensed that Mariable and Yuki were now far enough away. No one else was on that road at the moment but them. Of course, Mariable still had her escorts. Yuki had come to Tempest with Rimuru's help through teleportation. The current carriage Yuki was in was one Mariable had loaned him. I sent out a thought communication, letting everyone know I was going to be out. I didn't know how long this was going to take. I might decide to toy with my prey a bit after all and test the limits of Yuki's anti-skill. I'll be out for a little while taking care of a bug, yes a bug. I see. If someone has displeased you, my lord, it would be my honor to take care of them for you. Said Arcuade. I would be much more suitable for such a task, my lord. Protested Megumin. Feel free to make use of my body, master. It does not matter if it is to sake your lusts on me or to use me as your tool. Said Lalatina. Stop it, you three. If Felix-sama wished for us to do something for him, of course, he would tell us. I'm sure there is a reason he is going himself, right Felix-sama? That's right, Siko, I didn't expect that from you. Humph. As Felix-sama's first secretary, I must always know what you wish for. Said Siko. I don't think that's how it works, but okay then. But you guys all heard what Siko said. I need to take care of this personally. I apologize for overstepping my bounds, my lord. Apologized Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina soon followed. It's fine. I know you were just trying your best. Anyways, I'm off. Everyone wished me luck. I suppressed my presence completely and snapped my fingers, appearing above two very fancy carriages being pulled by horses. There were guards stationed on all sides of the two carriages. I'll have to bring everyone with us so as to not cause suspicion. If these guards blab too much and say that Yuki and Mariable were teleported right outside Tempest, that could paint a pretty bad picture. I'll just dominate them with spiritual domination. I can use them to point fingers further towards a monster attack being the cause of death. According to Mariable, there would be various monsters and magic beasts at the location she told me of. I can just use them to frame the attack. Odin, dominate them. Affirmative. It didn't take even a moment for me to gain complete control over the guards. I'll try my best to make sure they don't die. They are just doing their jobs, after all. Actually, I have a better idea. I quickly teleported behind each and every guard, as well as the two humans driving the carriage, and immediately stored them in my infinity space. That would be the best way to make sure they remain protected. Once that was done, I snapped my fingers and bent space itself to transport us to the coordinates Mariable had relayed to me. I could sense that Yuki had come along, which I hadn't doubted. "Come out, Mariable," I voiced out. The door of the lead carriage opened, and out came Mariable. "Lord Felix," she greeted. I walked towards Mariable. "Well done, Mariable, you got the job done." "Everything was as you willed, Lord Felix." As Mariable and I were conversing, I heard the door to the second carriage open behind me. "Demon Lord Felix, huh?" I had hoped that my gut feeling was wrong, but of course, it wasn't. Said a lanky-looking Japanese man. I turned around to face him. "Yuki Kagerizaka, just the man I wanted to meet." Yuki nervously rubbed the back of his head. His act was almost perfect, acting as if he was genuinely confused. "If you wanted to meet me that bad, you could have just scheduled an appointment with my secretary." Yuki joked. "Your secretary? That's Kigali, or rather Kazalim, right?" Yuki's eyes widened slightly, hearing me before he sighed. His awkward body language instantly vanished, leaving him standing in what appeared to be a confident stance. "So you got Laplace then, huh?" I raised my brow. "Or I could have found out from another source." Yuki shook his head. "That is not possible. I made sure that no information about Kigali's true identity would be revealed. No, you must have somehow learned that information from Laplace. That's quite arrogant of you to believe that you have everything covered. The only reason that I'm acting as relaxed as I am is due to Odin helping me create it." "Arrogant? Perhaps, but I am not wrong, am I?" "You must know quite a bit then," responded Yuki. He was probably secretly trying to pry for more information. "Nope. Laplace is as good as gone," I said cheerfully. An expression of rage appeared on Yuki's face before he quickly regained himself. "I've taken out 3 of your friends now, huh? Footman, Clayman, and now Laplace," I said with a smirk. Yuki's eye twitched, but his control over his own body was good enough that he didn't let the rage show. Just a pure poker face. I had to hand it to him, Yuki could bullshit like no one else. "I assume you managed to get Laplace to spill everything somehow." I didn't bother answering. Seeing that, Yuki sighed and asked his next question. At this point, I was just humoring him, curious to see what he was up to. I had already placed multiple barriers, one that was meant to block off all communication from the inside. I smirked when I sensed Yuki sending out a signal through some artifact. It seems he was attempting to call someone for assistance, little did he know his little message wouldn't be reaching anybody. The artifact was powerful and is capable of penetrating through practically all signal-blocking barriers. Unfortunately, this was a barrier Odin designed. One would need to be at least at the ultimate level to bypass it. Yuki was strong due to his anti-skill, but he was not at the ultimate level. Yuki's gaze then shifted to Mariable, trying to win some time for reinforcements by making conversation. "I am surprised that you managed to get her on your side. I have never seen her acting so submissive to anyone else before." I shrugged my shoulders. "What can I say? It seems she can understand my greatness, isn't that right, Mariable?" Mariable nodded with a deadpan expression, her eyes hollow as she answered. "Of course, Lord Felix." Yuki looked at Mariable oddly. "How fascinating. Have you managed to control her? How amusing for one such as her to fall to her own games." "Oh. So you do know about her ability as expected then?" Yuki nodded while looking down at Mariable. She truly was far too arrogant. Her greed was far less than mine. How foolish of her to attempt to dominate one such as me. Her greed was less than Yuki's. What does that mean? Notice. It is theoretically possible to resist and slightly reverse the effects of greed back onto the user should the person greed is being used on have a greater level of greed than the original user of greed. Of course. It doesn't surprise me that a Sin series skill would be treacherous to its own master, allowing itself to be used against its master. What kind of reversal effects are we talking about? Could he be capable of accessing all of Mariabelle's memories? In that case, this plan might already be compromised, and I'll have to act quickly. Negative. It only allows one to slightly guide the actions of the host of greed. I see, Yuki must have nudged Mariable in certain directions then. I assume that you have placed a barrier up to prevent me from escaping. Casually asked Yuki. I rolled my eyes. Why would I tell you? I'm not some comic book villain. I had indeed placed multiple barriers around the area. Of course, anti-skill should be capable of getting through them, but that didn't matter much as, from what I know, Yuki is not capable of long-distance teleportation, and he would need to directly touch the barrier to negate it. With my speed it was practically impossible for him to arrive at the edge of the barrier I had placed before I interrupted him. I also do not sense any sort of artifacts that are capable of interfering with space, so he should not be capable of teleporting away from here. The artifact that was given to Laplace by Yuki was a one-time spatial interference artifact that allowed Laplace to teleport Hinata and him a good distance away from Tempest. Laplace said he had no idea where Yuki had gotten such an artifact from, but that Yuki likely did not have such an artifact readily available, or he would have made use of it far more. From what I could understand, it was a powerful artifact, one that allowed one to ignore Tempest's barriers is bound to be. Odin thought that the person who created it likely had at least spatial domination. Even I did not have spatial domination until my harvest festival, so whoever Yuki got it from was strong or had connections with someone strong. Still, as far as I know, Yuki was just a cornered rat now. Comic book villain. I see. Are you an otherworlder too, then? Asked Yuki. Seeing no harm, I nodded. An otherworlder that became a demon then. How odd. I have not heard of such a thing before. Yuki mused out loud. It was fairly amusing to me that Yuki was still acting confident and prying me for information. He likely thought anti-skill was enough to take me on. Oh, how wrong he was. Now that you've asked your questions, I'll ask you some of mine. What was your reason for all this? Pushing Falmouth to invade Tempest, having Hinata killed, assisting Mariable, what was the point? I knew Laplace said he wished for world domination, but perhaps he would give me a different answer. For peace, of course. Yuki answered as if I was asking a simple question. Peace. Yuki sighed. Look at the world around us, Felix. He pointed to Mariable. This little girl is capable of deciding the fate of millions. A girl who does not care for the common man, who is only out for her own selfish gain. Even then, there are so many tyrants out there that can do what they wish for, that can destroy families without any consequences. He did make a good point. Indeed, the current state of this world is not ideal, but it's the world we have. Yuki nodded. Indeed, it is the world we have. But I am not going to stand by and watch as people are torn about by their so-called betters. So what? You're going to change the world by destroying even more families. You must be aware of all the lives the Falmouth invasion claimed, even if they were revived due to a fortunate series of events. I'm not some goody-goody guy, but I can at least admit that to myself. I wasn't the gold standard for a perfectly moral person, but I like to believe that I wasn't hypocritical and lying to myself. Yuki shrugged his shoulders. Sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. Oh God, he is the type to say he is doing bad things for the greater good. Maybe his title should be Yuki, we live in a society, Kagurazaka. And who are you to decide who gets to be sacrificed? I asked, mostly out of curiosity. In this world whoever is strong is right, if Yuki was the strongest then theoretically he could accomplish his plan. I was curious what his reasoning would be. By this point my hate for him had mellowed out. He would die, no matter what. What was the use in hating a dead man? In fact, the only reason I enjoyed bullying Yuki was because he made it personal, otherwise I likely wouldn't have interfered with him until his plan started to cause me trouble. I normally wasn't one to bully others unnecessarily. I didn't get my rocks off by holding my power over the weak. I didn't need the fear and awe of others to feel good about myself, but fuck Yuki in particular. I'm the only one who is pushing to change things. It is up to me to decide the best way to achieve my goals. Seriously? That's your excuse? I wouldn't be put off by Yuki if he admitted he was doing what he was doing for his own selfish gain. I could understand being selfish. I was selfish. People had their own goals and desires. Some wanted power, some wanted freedom, and some wanted adventure and everything else in between. But framing it as him doing the noble thing, as him saving humanity. That was just bullshit. Your logic is horrible. I admitted. You may think so, but I know I am doing what is right. I am doing what I must to create a world where my friends and I can laugh without worries. Yuki responded, a small smile on his face. I scoffed. Your friends? Who do you even have left anyway? I've already killed 3 of your so-called friends. Yuki's fists clenched, the facade he was putting on cracking for a moment. Yes, suffer more Yuki. They knew what they were getting into, but the blame does lie with me. Perhaps I could have tried to convince Rimura to my way of thinking, but it is too late for that now. Yuki sighed. Indeed, it's too late. I think I will be toying with Yuki. I want to crush his hopes. That is the very least he deserves for causing Siko's and Hinata's death. I'm sure he's ruined other lives, and while I wasn't doing this for them, I'm sure those whose lives he has ruined would be grateful. Yuki's death will not be peaceful. Yuki Kagurazaka. Yuki knew he was having a bit of a problem. When he imagined demon lords, he imagined a being that radiated a fearsome aura, but the being in front of him was radiating absolutely nothing. Every single being radiates some aura passively. It was just not possible, to his knowledge, to completely suppress one's aura to 0. Sure, it was possible to minimize leakage and make yourself undetectable until someone manages to physically play eyes on you. But Yuki was looking the Demon Lord dead in the eye, and yet he was having trouble believing the Demon Lord was actually in front of him, and that scared him. Even analytical appraisal failed to detect him. In fact, it reminded him of something from a manga he had read. In Bleach Transcendent, existences are unable to be sensed by inferior existences, but such a thing is not possible. This was no manga world, no, Yuki just assumed that the Demon Lord had some skill that allowed him to completely suppress his presence. Rimuru also did not release any aura, but Yuki knew that was an effect of the anti-magic mask Shizu passed onto him, even he managed to replicate the mask's effects to a limited extent. He observed the Demon Lord in front of him closely. His whitish silver hair and his piercing blue eyes that seemed as if they could see through the soul itself gazed down at Yuki arrogantly. As if he was below his notice, something that angered him. He suppressed the overwhelming rage he was feeling. Hearing about Laplace's death was not fun. But there was no other explanation as to why Demon Lord Felix managed to find out so much about him. Kigali would not be happy. Laplace was one of them. He was the rock everyone could lean on in their troubles. Still, he could worry about that later. He had to worry about successfully making it out of this situation first, as survival was his current priority. He was planning to stall, that was the reason he was asking the Demon Lord in front of him so many questions. He had sent out a signal with his location asking for help, a signal that was designed to penetrate through all barriers. Kigali should already be on her way. He just needed to stall. Once Kigali brought enough reinforcements, they should be able to, at the very least escape, if not stall. Vega, Tyr, Misha, and her tamed monsters would all be a formidable force to deal with at once. Kigali herself could only exert an amount of power equal to that of a greater Magians, but even that would be helpful. Yuki believed himself to be unbeatable. He was confident in his strength. Even to those demon lords at the top of the world, he felt he would be capable of challenging, and reinforcements were just his insurance. He had defeated Laplace, after all, and Laplace was no slouch. His status as a former hero could attest to that. Indeed, it's too late, said the demon lord. Yuki knew he had to do something to stall further. Now, why don't we team up instead? I'm willing to give half the world to you. A demon lord that owns half the world would be pretty sweet, right? Offered Yuki. Yuki tried to put on a friendly tone. That's how he negotiated. This was his style of negotiating. He would usually throw out a wild statement to get a reaction, in an attempt to gauge his enemy's true intentions, and it would usually work. Demon Lord Felix seemed to be here for something important. He would not have ambushed him with Maribel's assistance otherwise. Yuki assumes he was here to get some form of revenge, perhaps for Hinata's death. The demon lord did seem awfully attached to her. Yuki assumed it was his past as a human that allowed an evil demon to grow attached to someone. He was a demon now, and it was in a demon's nature to be evil, but he supposed that being a former human was able to temper Demon Lord Felix's more destructive impulses. Negotiating, huh? Unfortunately, I'm not interested in half the world. It sounds like a lot of work to manage all of that. Yuki supposed that the demon lord was right. If one wished to effectively rule half the world while guaranteeing prosperity, it would be an incredible amount of work. Still, it did give Yuki some insight into Felix's character that he would even bother considering the responsibilities a good ruler has. With that kind of thinking, he can reassure Kigali that her former citizens are likely not being treated terribly. That's fair enough. May I ask why exactly you have done this? Knowing his exact intentions would help. Yuki could tell the demon lord was not taking him seriously. If he was, he would have finished him off before Yuki could even call for reinforcements. The demon lord looked at him with amusement, still looking down on him. Oh. You don't know, huh? Well, there was you causing the death of my Siko, then there was the fact you attacked my best friend's nation, then there is the fact that you killed Hinata. I see. All of a sudden, a storm started gathering around him. The wind was picking up, clouds were forming above them, and rain was beginning to fall. Yuki did not think it was possible to manipulate the weather to this extent without any difficulty. He had no doubt that Felix was behind this sudden shift in weather. Yuki did not think there was a way to peacefully resolve this conflict. If Demon Lord Felix knew about his activities, then it would be safe to assume that Rimura did as well. Once he escaped, he would likely have to abandon his position as the guildmaster of the Free Guild and flee to the Eastern Empire. Cerberus already had a base of operations in the Eastern Empire, and he already had a plan ready. Yuki planned to join the military and rise through the ranks. He had many resources in the East. He had helped funnel many other worlders there, after all, many who were in high-ranking military positions and were still loyal to him. He would use all those resources to stage a coup and become emperor of the Eastern Empire, giving him a foothold in a large portion of the main continent. The demon lord looked to Mariable. Why don't you go wait in the carriage? Try not to die, don't expect me to save you. You no longer have any use for me, Mariable. How cruel. Mariable nodded. It seems the Demon Lord had some sort of domination over Mariable. Yuki could not see how the normal Mariable would casually ignore someone, proclaiming that if she died he would not care. The blatant disregard Demon Lord Felix has shown for Mariable would be enough to set her off. A mind control ability then, perhaps something similar to Clayman's. But it seems negotiations broke down then. His gaze focused on Mariable. He eventually planned to kill Mariable. He even had an idea as to how to acquire her unique skill. It seems he would be testing that idea now. She was far enough away from the Demon Lord that Yuki felt he could safely get to her before the Demon Lord could do anything. It seems our conflict is inevitable then. Don't mind me. I wish to see how strong one of the Demon Lords is, said Yuki with an arrogant smirk. He quickly dashed at his top speed, leaving an after trail, and dirt kicked up behind him. He pierced Mariabelle's chest with his fighting spirit-coated fist. He laughed as he finally dealt with Mariable. He had a lot of grievances to work off for her. Your greed was strong, Mariable, but mine was stronger. Yuki laughed smugly. He noticed Felix was curiously watching their interaction. He truly did not care for Mariabelle's death then. Good, that gave him some time to enact his plan. He looked back down at Mariable with pure disregard. I did not even need to use my anti-skill to defeat you. How pathetic. Mariable did not react to any of his comments. How annoying. He quickly dealt the final blow and began absorbing greed by showing that his greed was the greatest in the world. Mariabelle's power began leaking out. Yuki greedily absorbed it all. Ooh. Is this your shonen power-up, Yuki? He heard the Demon Lord question in a mocking tone. Yuki ignored him. If he was aware of the shonen trope, he should have dealt with him before he received his so-called shonen power-up. He clearly was not cultured enough. Pathetic. After a few moments, Mariabelle's eyes finally closed. She was dead. Had she been born even a decade earlier, she probably would have been dominating the world, commented the Demon Lord. Yuki found it difficult to disagree. Back then, he wouldn't have had the resources in the Western nations to counter her. Indeed. He then tore his hand out of Mariabelle's chest, blood splashing against him. He ignored the blood and flexed his newly gained power. He had more desire than Mariable. The Sin series' unique skills were among the most powerful in the world, as he had just learned. He had more desire, and so greed chose him. It seems you absorbed Mariabelle's power. Do you have greed now? Well, either way, that is far from enough to defeat me. We'll see about that, responded Yuki. Still, it is quite interesting that you were able to tear greed away from Mariable. Perhaps your unique skill allows you to steal skills. How interesting. Yuki did not bother responding to the Demon Lord and quickly got into his combat position. He was a master at martial arts. Even Shizu-sensei had to admit defeat against him when it came to pure martial prowess. The Demon Lord then cracked his neck. Well, not like that is going to be enough to beat me, but let's see what you got. Yuki was confident he could beat anyone in a one-on-one fight, so he made the first move. Lightning was beginning to strike all around him, but conveniently did not touch him. He quickly set the area around Felix on fire with but a look with his inborn ability, psychokinesis, hoping that on the off chance the Demon Lord may be wounded by the fire. The rain was not capable of subduing the fire he had created. Then, he launched a kick at Felix, one that Felix easily avoided. His plan was to make physical contact with Felix and then suppress the demon's skills, if possible, with anti-skill. Unfortunately, it seems his goal will not be as easy as he expected. Felix took a step backward and somehow appeared 20 feet away, seemingly unaffected by the flames. What an odd ability of yours. You used it to set the area around me on fire, right? It didn't seem like a skill. Oh well, not like it matters, said Felix. The Demon Lord snapped his fingers and created spheres made out of space itself all around him, and then sent them towards Yuki. Yuki sensed an incredible amount of power in each of the spheres, but thankfully anti-skill was easily able to nullify the spatial spheres. Your anti-skill negates almost all magic and skills, right? Before Yuki could prepare himself, Felix clapped his hands together in front of him so hard that it released a shock wave. The shock wave disrupted the earth beneath him, sending fractured pieces of the earth to fly towards him at speeds no normal human could avoid. Yuki, however, was no normal human. He poured his fighting spirit into his legs and jumped, easily avoiding the aftereffects of Felix's clap. Yuki safely landed 10 feet away from his previous location. He exaggeratedly sighed. Man, what kind of physical strength do you have? Even if Yuki had exaggerated his surprise, he was still shocked at how much physical power was contained in Felix's body. An incredible amount of force was needed to create a shockwave from a mere clap. Are you going to ask questions or fight? Come on, I'm getting bored here, said Felix, putting one of his hands in his pockets and yawning. You're really looking down on me, aren't you? Well, I'll show you why that's not a good idea. Yuki grunted as he dashed towards Felix, breaking the sound barrier once again whilst simultaneously using his psychokinesis to attack Felix's mind. What he didn't expect was for Felix to appear right beside him and trip him before he had a chance to react, sending him flying into a grove of trees. He could feel some of his bones shatter from the impact, but he pushed the pain aside. He hadn't even seen him move. The wind hadn't even rustled, and no dirt was kicked up behind him. It was as if the Demon Lord had just appeared next to him, which, for all Yuki knew, he might have. Yuki felt humiliated but quickly recovered. He had long since given himself a healing factor with his unique skill, Creator, so he quickly healed from his injuries. Though I was not aware you were capable of performing mental attacks, they were even somewhat strong. I imagine you would have destroyed a normal human's mind easily, commented Felix. But, you know, if I wanted you dead, I would have sent one of my primordial subordinates. Perhaps you could have served as a good stepping stone for one of them, but I didn't. I wanted to deal with you myself. I wanted to see you attempt to fight for your life and fail. The demon mocked cruelly as red lightning began flashing around him. Yuki had not seen this side of Felix before. Even when they had met for that meal with Hinata and Rimuru, back then Felix had acted very human. He was friendly and amicable, but now he was acting like a true demon. Yuki wondered which side was his true face. All of a sudden, Felix raised two of his fingers and swiped down in a cutting motion. Yuki felt all of his senses warn him of an incoming danger, but before he could react, he felt his left arm be cut off. Gah! Yuki groaned as a geyser of blood erupted from his arm. He immediately began suppressing the wound in order to make sure he did not die due to blood loss. He was quickly able to suppress the pain he was feeling and focus on the Demon Lord in front of him. Anti-skill is not capable of nullifying an attack that has come from two different sources, like a skill and soul magic. Felix spoke out loud as if he were educating him. Damn it. He had hoped Felix would not catch on to anti-skill's one weakness. When one used an attack with two different sources, like a skill and battle will, he could not nullify both at once with anti-skill. And what did he mean by soul magic? Yuki had not heard of that kind of magic. Anti-skill is useful to tear through one's defenses, but it is not very good on the defense itself, huh? Commented Felix. Yuki hated to admit it, but he was right. Anti-skill was incredibly versatile when facing skills, magics, or battle will separately. However, when one merged them, it proved to be ineffective. Thankfully, not many people seemed to know how to combine multiple systems, or so Yuki thought. But it seems Demon Lord Felix was capable of such a thing. Yuki was feeling his chances of making it out were becoming slimmer and slimmer. He could only hope Kigali made it here in time. He began analyzing the situation, desperately hoping to discover a way out of this predicament. The only plus side he could think of was that Felix was looking down on him. He was underestimating Yuki, which could be used to gain the advantage at some point. He began going through his abilities, hoping to find a way out. He had his newest unique skill, Greed, and then the unique skill he received upon crossing into this world, Creator. He had various other abilities he was able to acquire through Creator over the years, but they would be useless in this type of fight. Thanks to thought acceleration, he was able to acquire a moment to think. He focused on Greed and came up with an idea, a last-ditch attempt before his true last-ditch attempt. He raised his palm in the direction of the Demon Lord. Take this. Death Wish. A wave of darkness was released from his palm and quickly made its way towards Felix. This was his fastest attack so far. If Felix could dodge this, then none of his future attacks would be capable of reaching the Demon Lord. Death Wish was an art he had just invented using Greed. No one could deny that he was a genius, creating an art for a skill he had for only a few minutes. Death Wish converted the user's will to live into the will to die. In front of Yuki's eyes, his hopes were crushed, not because the Demon Lord had moved out of the way, but because he stood there uncaringly and watched as the attack completely circled around him. However, Death Wish did not do what it was meant to, as the Demon Lord was still standing in front of him, seemingly perfectly okay. That is an interesting way to use Greed. Now, do you have anything more to show me? I'd like to crush your hopes and dreams some more. The Demon Lord said with a happy smile, causing Yuki to shiver. He could only hope and pray that Kigali was almost here, but perhaps that was cruel. He was not sure if even all his forces would be able to take on this demon. I bet you're hoping your allies are on their way, huh? Well, unfortunately for you, I prepared for that ahead of time. I created a barrier around the area that blocked the signal you sent entirely. As impressive as the artifact you used was, it isn't enough to break through a barrier I set up. Yuki felt his blood turn cold after hearing that statement. He was truly on his own, wasn't he? Perhaps he could attempt to run away and use anti-skill to tear through the barriers that the Demon Lord placed. But he quickly discarded that idea. He was incapable of teleportation without making preparations beforehand, not to mention the demon won't allow him to get far enough away from him to even use anti-skill to break through the barriers. From the feats that Felix has shown so far, he was almost certain that Felix was faster than him. I still have one more move. Yuki grit out. His only hope was that this gamble of his would work. The Demon Lord was foolish for allowing him to do what he was about to do. Oh. Well, show me then. Ordered Felix. He concentrated all his power on his one desire, on his desire to rebuild his body, to create a body that would allow him to defeat this demon. Through Creator, such a thing was possible. He absorbed all the surrounding energy and felt himself evolve from a human into an enlightened, and as he began evolving into a saint, Yuki closed his eyes and ventured deep into his heart. He reaffirmed his desire to conquer the world, to create a world where he and his friends could truly laugh. He felt someone or something offer him power. Take my hand, I will give you the power to defeat the demon. Somehow, Yuki knew that if he accepted that offer, he would lose himself. He refused to let such a thing happen. Who was this being to offer him power? Since when had Yuki ever been given anything? He had worked himself to the bone for the power he had now, and it was still not enough. If it was not enough, he would just have to snatch more. His wish was brought to the forefront of his mind. He refused to die here, he would win. Come. Give me your power. He began stealing power from the mysterious entity inside of him. An entity he had discovered was his newly acquired skill. Stop. All of a sudden, he felt a voice resound in his head. Confirmed. Condition satisfied. The unique skill, greed, will evolve into the ultimate skill, ma'am. All of a sudden, Yuki felt a hand pierce his heart. His blood went cold, feeling all of his instincts screaming at him to run. What? Why, you said. Yuki whispered, trying to speak through his destroyed lungs. Well, I lied. Like hell am I going to let you get your real shonen power up? I mean, what the fuck even was that? You almost instantly became an enlightened and began becoming a saint, and then on top of that, you began evolving one of your unique skills into an ultimate skill. I mean, what the fuck, dude? An ultimate skill? Was that the power he was going to acquire? He felt his hatred for the demon rise. This demon prevented him from receiving his rightfully earned power. The world itself agreed with him. And yet this demon took it all away. He couldn't even activate anti-skill in the hopes of getting out of this predicament. His physical body was in the midst of being reconstructed, making anti-skill temporarily inaccessible. He felt a mysterious energy seep into his body, rapidly invading his spiritual and astral body. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Are you done with your tantrum now? Mocked the Demon Lord, who still had his fist in his chest. He attempted to extract himself, to free himself and flee somehow, but Felix had somehow prevented him from moving. All of a sudden, he felt a soul-agonizing pain. Gah! The pain only grew stronger and stronger as he felt someone squeeze down on his very soul. This continued for a few minutes before Yuki gave in. Stop. He felt the pressure on his being loosen, allowing him to sigh in relief. Who knew squeezing one's core, to the point of almost bursting, could cause that much pain? Good to know. Commented the demon uncaringly, as if he was not the one who had tortured him. Perhaps I should have allowed you to send that signal. I could have taken care of Kigali and all of your friends all at once. Doesn't that sound nice? You could all die together. Stay away from them. Yuki grit out. Oh. And who are you to ask me anything? You guys have committed many deplorable deeds, slavery, murder, kidnapping, otherworlder summonings, and many, many other things. Like hell you deserve mercy. I'm not some enforcer of justice, but one thing I hate is hypocrites, and you, Yuki, are a hypocrite. Yuki closed his eyes and sighed. He knew this was his end. He had failed. His dream would not come true. He thought back to Kigali, his ally from the start. He may have taken pity on the wandering spirit at first, but he had grown to genuinely care for the woman. Then there was Clayman, the friend whose death he caused. He would never free himself from that sin. Then there was Footman, who died completing Clayman's orders, and Tyr, who barely made it out alive. He thought back to Damrata. He wished he had taken that artifact of his, perhaps it would have allowed him to escape unharmed. He thought back to all his friends and felt his eyes begin to tear up. He could only pray that they would stay away, that they would stay out of this monster's path. He wanted them to live a long life after all. And then he thought back to a certain slime. He had never hated Rimuru, even after all this. This demon's actions were solely his own, he knew he was in the wrong after all. I'm sorry, Rimuru. Maybe in another world, we could have worked together. We could have built a world in which we could smile. Clayman. I should have stopped you. I saw you losing yourself, and I let you. Footman, you always protected everyone, and I failed to protect you. Tyr, you are gonna cry, aren't you? I'm sorry. I really wanted to make things better for you. Laplace, you always were the most reasonable one out of us, always hiding your strength, you really took our burden. You always made sure to take the blame when things went wrong. I'm sorry, Kigali. I should have been more careful. I should have. Before he could even finish his thoughts, he felt his mind going dark. So with the last of his strength he sent one final message. Take care of Tyr, won't you? Make a world where the two of you can smile. Well, I've wasted enough time here. Don't expect to be reincarnated. I'll be eating your soul. Nighty-night. Chapter 123, Chapter 53, Framing. Felix. Well, I've wasted enough time here. Don't expect to be reincarnated. I'll be eating your soul. Nighty-night. After saying that, I sliced upwards. My hand was held vertically, almost as if it were a blade of some kind. It may as well be a blade with how much force I could bring to bear. I quickly cut through Yuki's body, even his head, leaving his upper body cut in half vertically. Blood splattered everywhere, though my infinity protected me from getting dirty. The deaths of both Hinata and Siko have been avenged. It didn't matter to me that both were technically alive. Yuki had crossed me, so he suffered for it. I was a tyrant, and I accepted that part of myself. But hey, just because I usually was too lazy to act out didn't mean I wasn't a demon. Since Yuki was still in the process of becoming a true spiritual being, his body had not completely turned into energy, leaving him still filled with lifeblood. Still, just to be sure he stayed dead, I infused my hand with some divinity, shredding apart Yuki's spiritual and astral body. Yuki may have been able to nullify my divinity with anti-skill if he tried, but his evolution worked against him in this case as his spiritual body was also changing, not to mention he was far too drained for such a thing. I cleared up the storm I had generated with a wave of my hand. All in all, Yuki was an easy threat to deal with, easier than I thought he would be. He was skilled, that was for sure. But no amount of skill is enough when you aren't even in the same dimension as your opponent, figuratively, of course. I didn't even need to use any weapons against the guy. Hell, I barely tried at all. I honestly expected more from him. It seems I was making him out to be a big threat in my head when, in reality, he was just Yuki. So much for that. I was able to easily cut his arm off using Infinity Soul magic in combination with Ouroboros, easily bypassing anti-skill due to being from two sources. Not that the attack was weak, it was capable of slicing through even dimensions after all. Hell, I could have easily killed him with that one move by cutting his body apart. That was enough to prove to me that anti-skill would not be all that useful in high-level fights. Perhaps it may have its uses when attacking someone. I could see it being useful if the enemy does not expect it. I can use it to bypass barriers my enemies are confident in, and various other things, but it did a piss-poor job at defense if the enemy was aware of it, that was for sure. I know that, for certain, Guy would easily be able to dismantle it and find out its weaknesses. Though I did want to test some more stuff on Yuki, but I didn't expect the fight to be so easy, ignoring the sudden power-up Yuki was about to get. Laplace seriously hyped Yuki up way too much. I was getting a little bit excited for the battle. I looked down at Yuki's body. His upper body was split in half, while his lower body remained as is. Perhaps I was cruel, perhaps I was lenient, who knows, but I finally got my revenge. Though I gave the body one final kick for good measure. I noticed his left arm, which I had cut off, had almost completely regenerated, likely due to almost becoming a saint, a complete saint too, unlike even Hinata, who was known as a prodigy among prodigies. As a complete saint, he likely would have been capable of exerting far more power than he previously was, likely over 30 times more strength than a normal human, and that was just base physical strength, not mentioning aura reinforcement or any reinforcement spells. There was no way I would allow him to get that kind of power up. Sure, I still believed that he wouldn't be a challenge to take care of. In fact, I was planning to allow him to become a complete saint at first. I could get a bit of a power up from consuming his soul that way, after all. It was when I noticed an ultimate skill forming in his soul that I decided to kill him before he could become an ultimate awakened. I was easily able to notice the ultimate skill forming due to seeing an ultimate skill form in Luminous' own soul. Perhaps I wouldn't have recognized what was occurring if it wasn't for that, though I doubt it. An ultimate skill was too much of a wild card for me to allow. He could have received any kind of ability for all I know. I did want to see if I could get any more information out of Yuki, but it is what it is. I'd rather him be dead than awaken an ultimate skill. I wasn't going to let that happen on the off chance he got an ultimate skill that allowed him to get out of this situation. I was not going to act like a shitty anime villain. And even if I was going to be a villain, I was going to be a damn good one, not one that let the shonen protagonist completely power up in the hopes for a good fight or anything equally asinine. I'm looking at you, Aizen Sosuke. The man was a genius, far smarter than anyone I know except Odin, and yet he created the very same being that would defeat him. Some of these villains, man. Sometimes they get so carried away with all their plans and crap that they end up overlooking the fact that they are about to get whomped. One thing I did notice was that I had acted far more demon-like today, more than I ever have. But, I didn't really care. At the end of the day, I was a demon now. I like to think my true nature hasn't changed, and I still believe that. I never advertised myself as a good person, after all. I'm just some lucky bastard who got his hands on a ton of power. But seriously, what kind of bullshit is this guy? He almost became a saint on command. When I killed him, he was in the midst of awakening, he was a pseudo-saint of sorts, and then, on top of that he began evolving his skill into an ultimate skill. People don't just do that. Honestly, the thought of it made me want to give him another kick. Though I was also bullshit like that. When I killed him, his soul was in the midst of growing stronger. I imagine that is the only reason he was able to even possibly acquire an ultimate skill. His soul had grown powerful enough to contain one. I sighed, well at least he didn't get his shonen power up. After I pierced his heart, Odin was able to easily interfere with his soul, preventing the ultimate skill from taking form. Odin's masterful manipulation of information particles has come in handy once again. That's also how I was able to pressure his heart core as well. Earlier, I was curious as to what his goals were with Mariable, so I allowed him to kill her. Even when he took her skill, I wasn't worried, I was just curious, and then he goes and pulls some bullshit. How did he take greed from Mariable anyway, Odin? It is likely that the unique skill, greed, chose him all on its own. Sin series skills are capable of leaving their hosts if they find a more suitable one. Yuki was simply more compatible than Mariable. I see. I looked at Mariabelle's body. There was a hole in her chest left from Yuki piercing her. Well, she deserved it. I wasn't lying when I said I didn't care for her anymore. Perhaps I could have used her to gain power in the West, but I don't care all that much about that. I already helped Rimuru by getting her to invite Tempest to the Council of the West. He can handle things from there. I did make sure to quickly grab and consume Mariabelle's soul, though. Her soul was torn up due to greed being ripped out of her, but I wasn't going to deny a free boost to my power, no matter how minuscule it was. I sensed the surrounding area outside my barriers. I decided to make sure no one was coming in this direction, and thankfully, no one was, though I did sense plenty of monsters and magic beasts nearby. I imagine they would have all run away fearfully if I hadn't put the barriers up. Thanks to my barriers, the fight was kept contained, and even the environmental damage was kept to a minimum. This fight hadn't even lasted 10 minutes, and most of that was my conversation with Yuki, a disappointing conversation, too. But I'm not sure what I expected in the first place. I still had to take care of taming some monsters in order to frame this incident as a monster attack. I also still had those guards stored in my infinity space. Afterwards, I'll teleport to Ruberius. Luminous did offer to send some members of the Western Holy Church here in order to confirm the monster attack after all. The Western Holy Church saying such a thing will give the incident a lot more credibility. Not to mention, I can tease her some more. Hopefully, she isn't still mad at me, though. But before all that, I aimed my palm in the direction of Yuki's corpse. Beelzebub. A swirl of darkness appeared in front of me, consuming Yuki's physical body and soul. I intend to keep my promise, after all, that Yuki will not reincarnate. Once Odin analyzes anti-skill some more, perhaps I can directly create some anti-skill weapons to hand out. I'm sure Rimuru will find them useful, as will my own people. Ultimate skill, Mammon, Lord of Greed, has been analyzed. Unique skill, Creator, has been acquired. I don't even know what to think. I know consuming beings with Beelzebub basically gives me all their skills as well as a portion of their power, so I'm not as surprised that I got Yuki's unique skill, no matter how busted it seems to be. But Mammon. How did you manage that, Odin? Answer. The information for the ultimate skill, Mammon, Lord of Greed, was still engraved onto Yuki Kagurazaka's soul. Odin was able to decipher the information and obtain enough data to recreate the ultimate skill, Mammon, Lord of Greed. Well, damn. Good work, Odin. It is Odin's duty. That's another Sin series ultimate skill for me. I have Saturnal, Lord of Wrath, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, and then I have the data for Asmodeus, Lord of Lust, and now Mammon, Lord of Greed. That's 4 out of the 7 sins. That leaves sloth, pride, and envy, and I'm sure they'll turn up eventually. I have the data for a good amount of Virtue series skills as well. Uriel, Lord of Vows, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, Metatron, Lord of Purity, and Gabriel, Lord of Patience. That's also 4 out of the 7 virtues. Each virtue skill is a piece of Veldanava's divine authority. I wonder what would happen if I gathered all of them. I focused on my newest acquisition, Mammon, Lord of Greed. Yuki was not developing a game-changing ultimate skill like I had feared. It was powerful as hell, as all ultimate skills are, but it would not allow him to escape this situation. Mammon's essence is that of taking things from others, and this can be shown in its sub-skills. The first sub-skill, Absorb Life, allows the user to suck out the various energies of a target and make them the user's own. When someone uses any of the various energies stored in the body, they are reducing their existence points, as existence points are based upon how much energy is in your body. With Absorb Life you can basically forcefully reduce the existence points of someone else while increasing your own, which I thought was fairly interesting. Then there is Control Heart, which is basically the mind control aspect of greed, except that it is strengthened by an extreme amount. Even I would be wary of being mind controlled by this if I didn't have Odin to protect me from those types of external influences. Then there is Multi-Layer Barrier, which might be considered basic to me now, but is still a very powerful ability. Multi-Layer Barrier can protect its users fairly well. After all, it can even block physical attacks, and at my level, practically nothing will be capable of piercing a multi-layer barrier I place with the express purpose of physically protecting me. Then there was Thought Acceleration, but the main ability I was interested in was the last sub-skill, Skill Steal. Skill Steal allows the user to steal the skills of their opponent. Of course, this has a limit. Skills engraved into the heart core, like ultimate skills and certain unique skills, are off limits, but other than that, the sky's the limit. Mammon would be very effective for stealing unique skills alone. Most unique skills are engraved in the spirit or the physical body, allowing them to be stolen. Only a very small portion of unique skills are stored in the heart core, like the Sin series skills. Though it seems unstable, ultimate skills can be stolen, like those that have been given rather than earned. Still, Mammon is an incredibly powerful skill. It just wouldn't have helped Yuki out of his situation. Then there was the unique skill, Creator, which I gained. Now this, in my opinion, is more valuable than even Mammon due to the sheer potential it possesses. It is only a unique skill, but Creator is quite literally bullshit. It allows the user to freely manipulate their soul energy and change its form into various different energies, and that is one of its most basic uses. It had analytical appraisal, which allowed Yuki to get a detailed analysis of any target, a useful ability for anyone to have. But that wasn't all. It could also create skills. Nothing too powerful, of course. Unique skills were impossible, and the resulting skill would be based on the user's desires, but that's still absolutely bullshit. I have come to find that Yuki is bullshit. Still, this skill could not be used all the time. Soul energy is not easily recovered. Creating a skill uses a vast amount of soul energy and will often take years for even an enhanced human like Yuki to recover it to its former state. It was quite similar to traditionally naming monsters, as if one was not prepared, one would lose a portion of one's magicals permanently. Still, the sheer potential Creator had was absurd. If it evolved into an ultimate skill, who knows what its limits could be. Of course, it wouldn't be anything super broken like omnipotence, it would still be limited by the user, but an ultimate skill version of Creator could possibly allow one to reach and surpass the levels of the true dragons if the user plays things right. I'm almost completely certain that this skill is what allowed Yuki to spontaneously begin evolving into a saint. I just don't see how he could have done what he did otherwise. To become an enlightened, one needs to break a mental barrier and ascend into a half-spiritual state. And then, to become a saint, one needs to awaken and become a true spiritual life form. Yuki managed to instantly become an enlightened and begin the process of becoming a saint in less than a second. Creator is the only answer as to how he did that. He may have even granted himself anti-skill with it. In fact, he likely did exactly that. This skill is just hacks. If Yuki had managed to evolve this in our fight, I'd have actually been worried. Query. Would the master like for Odin to begin the process of evolving the unique skill, Creator, into an ultimate skill? My non-existent heart almost stopped beating when I heard what Odin had just said. You can do that. Yes. Well, damn. What would the costs be? Manifesting an ultimate skill results in a significant portion of one's magicule capacity being reduced. Manifesting any type of skill reduces overall magicule capacity. It is likely that the master would lose over 6 million existence points. Ouch. I did gain some existence points from consuming the Chaos Dragon, but even still, 6 million EP is a lot. That's more than double the EP that Megumin possesses, and she has the most EP among all my subordinates. Is there any other way, Odin? I doubted it. There is always a cost to power, and trying to circumvent that might as well be considered taboo, but it couldn't hurt to ask. It is possible, however it will take some time. Using Yuki Kagarizaka's awakened soul as fuel, it is possible to evolve the unique skill, Creator, into its ultimate form. This method will decrease the amount of energy lost to fuel the evolution of the skill. Do that then. I don't mind waiting if I can avoid losing some of my power that way. How long will it be? Due to Odin making some modifications to the skill, as well as fully processing the soul, it may take up to 3 months. Great, start that then. Affirmative. 3 months was not long at all, especially when considering I'll be getting a new ultimate skill at the end of it. Still, that would give me 5 ultimate skills. I imagine that is my limit. Correct. Any more than 5 ultimate skills will cause the master's soul to begin collapsing. Well, giving that last slot to Creator is probably the best move, anyway. I am quite curious about what kind of abilities the ultimate skill version of Creator would have. Creator was a skill with an essence focused on creation, after all. It would no doubt be able to create skills, but I didn't think that was as big a boon as it seemed to be. I highly doubted it would be capable of creating ultimate skills, even unique skills may be a stretch, and besides, Odin can already create new skills with all the data she has acquired over time. So sure, the ability is broken, but Odin is already more broken. What I'm interested in is its ability to create other things. I had already experimented in the past with creating an entirely new dimension, with oxygen, and various other things. However, I could not change the laws that the dimension functioned on, since, by default, it was still linked to the dimension it was created in. Sort of like a secondary dimension within another dimension. But with the ultimate skill version of Creator, perhaps it would be possible to create a new dimension entirely separate, one with its own unique laws. That's practically creating an entirely new universe. Not to mention I can likely create matter. I may be able to mass-produce my Deathman body, not that I need to, but having the option to create a physical body that is at the peak of power, one that can be possessed by spiritual beings like demons and elementals may come in handy at some point. I could likely gain the ability to create even stars, a cosmic phenomenon. I was incredibly adept at causing destruction, but creating something of my own sounded incredible to me. Then, there was the last thing that I considered. Creating souls. If I could create souls, that would be an absolute game changer. Of course, even if I could create souls from scratch, I still wouldn't use it to power up my subordinates through a harvest festival. Since for a soul to be used as fuel in a harvest festival it needs to have a solid ego, they need to be considered a person. I wasn't all that comfortable with creating a living being with its own ego and then just killing it right after. Literal spawn killing. Sure, I could program them to be happy about being used as fuel, but I had another idea. If I could create souls, that means I could create soul energy. Soul energy is what is used to fuel the harvest festival. Souls are just the mediums in which soul energy is harvested for the harvest festival. Notice. That is unlikely but possible, from the data Odin has gathered. Creating a brand new soul is a level higher than what the Master is capable of as of right now. Odin has hypothesized that it is theoretically possible to create a soul and, by extension, soul power in the future after more data is gathered, but as of right now, Odin does not possess the processing power required for such a feat. Well, that sucks. Creating true life is beyond me for now, huh? It is impossible to predict exactly how Creator will develop as an ultimate skill. It may provide Odin with sufficient data to create souls. Hope is not lost. Well, even if creating true life is impossible, I'd like to think of evolving Creator into an ultimate skill as the first step to something much more grand. It may as well be the first step to truly creating something that is completely my own. Perhaps one day I can create my own universe, with its own unique laws and its own unique living beings. Who would stop me anyway? Veldanava is long gone, and I don't think he would mind one of his creations experimenting with creation itself. Creating a universe would be a fun experiment. I probably shouldn't think of something like that as just an experiment, huh? Still, that means I'll need to come up with a different way to get the souls in order to trigger the harvest festivals of my subordinates. I had no intention of forcefully holding them back after all. I trusted each of them enough, to the point I didn't think for a moment that any of them would betray me. Well, I'll think of something eventually. What about anti-skill? Could you recreate the spiritual constitution in my body? The spiritual constitution has been thoroughly analyzed when the Master consumed Yuki Kagarazaka with Beelzebub, and it is theoretically possible to currently recreate it with Creator at some cost. However, it is recommended that the Master waits until Odin has finished evolving Creator for the best and safest results. I'll leave the decision to you. I'm not in desperate need of anti-skill. The Master's safety is Odin's priority. Modifying the spiritual body to that extent must be done with caution. You're the boss, I'll wait then. I imagine that modifying my spiritual body to give it the anti-skill attribute is a lot like surgery on a spiritual level, so it was probably best to do such a thing with a healthy amount of caution. I could have probably used anti-skill to break Cronoa's seal completely, but it isn't a big deal. Luminous is already working on the unsealing anyway. Waiting a little while isn't a problem. Unfortunately, I couldn't access Yuki's memories. His core was damaged quite a bit from having the formation of an ultimate skill interrupted, so that's rather unfortunate. Welp, it's cleanup time now. Rimuru Tempest. He sat back in his chair and thought back to the words he heard earlier. I'm sorry, Rimuru. He knew without a doubt that Yuki was the one who had said those words. Rimuru had no idea about how Yuki's words reached him, but it was still more than enough to confirm one thing to Rimuru. Yuki was dead, and Felix killed him. He knew he shouldn't feel sad. With all the misery Yuki had caused, his death was practically deserved. He would have more than earned the death sentence back on Earth. But still, Rimuru couldn't help but feel sad. He thought back to the past, when he and Yuki would talk about manga, talk about Shizu, and talk about their experiences in this world. He wished things could have turned out differently, but he knew Felix would not take his protest well. He couldn't even fault Felix for that. Any normal person with the information they had could see that Yuki was a threat that needed to be taken care of. Even Raphael had agreed that killing Yuki was the optimal course of action and that allowing him to live would likely only bring more hardship to Tempest. At least this attack on Tempest exposed a flaw in Tempest's defense. Due to so many guests being around, most human royalty and human nobles, so they had to take down the always-running anti-magic area in order to make the guests feel a bit more comfortable, as the anti-magic area would restrict their subordinates heavily should this be a planned ambush by Tempest. He had ordered his subordinates to increase the defense, but it seemed that was not enough. He would need to find a better way of scouting out threats to Tempest, and he knew just how to go about doing that. Sui had been very hard on himself, blaming himself for the breach in security, but if even he, an actual demon lord, didn't see the attack coming, he wasn't going to blame Sui for it. Still, Sui had been training his subordinates far harder, so that such a situation would not happen again. He sighed again. He needed a drink. Before he could go to Trainee's bar, he was interrupted. Lord Rimuru. He heard the person knocking call out. He sighed. Come in, Diablo. The door opened, and in came Diablo, who quickly bowed. Did you need something, Diablo? Diablo nodded. Yes, my lord. I had a request. A request from Diablo. Diablo had never asked him for anything before. He would be a bad boss if he refused him now. Sure, what is it? Diablo nodded. Would you allow me to temporarily return to the demon realm and recruit some subordinates to handle my more miscellaneous tasks? This way I can spend more time directly doing as you wish. Rimuru did always think that having Diablo take care of his more basic needs was a waste. He nodded. Yeah, sure, someone of your station shouldn't be making tea for me in the first place. You deserve more than that. All of a sudden, a profound look of loss appeared on Diablo's face. No, my lord. Personally, serving you has been the most enjoyable thing I have taken part in ever since my birth. Please do not take this away from me, my lord. I beg you. Did he misunderstand? Then what did you want to recruit subordinates for? That was so they could take care of the trivial tasks, like subjugating nations, destroying nations that go against your will, not to mention they will assist in protecting Tempest from external threats. If they can take care of that, then I can afford to be by your side more often. Said Diablo. Hold on a second. Destroying nations. Where did that come from? There will be no destroying of nations, Diablo. Diablo nodded. I see. It seems I had misunderstood. But still, you can go recruit those demons you were talking about. Felix said that they were useful and were good assistants to his own subordinates, so I'm sure they can be of use to you. Diablo nodded. One thing I may have trouble with is preparing enough bodies for them to incarnate in without going on a massacre. Yeah, you won't be going on a massacre anytime soon, Diablo. Would a body like the one I gave to Beretta work? Diablo nodded. Yes, that will work perfectly. I will be recruiting demons from primarily my own lineage as Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina's subordinates will be more loyal to their progenitors. He nodded. Sounds good to me. How many bodies did you need? He tilted his head. A couple hundred should do. He could feel his eyes widen. That's a lot of demons, but I guess I can make it work. Thank you, I will return soon, my lord. And with that, Diablo vanished. Now he can go get his drink. Felix. I looked down at the scene of the crime. Monsters and magic beasts were now littered around the area. I had even gone out of the way to kill a few of them to show some signs of battle. I used a combination of my spiritual domination and Kurumi's beast domination to get them to do what I wanted. It wasn't all that hard to do. Since Yuki's entire body was consumed by me, I didn't need to arrange anything for his body except for shifting around some of the blood marks to make it look like he was eaten by a monster. However, I didn't consume Maribel's physical body since I had no real reason to. It wouldn't add to my power at all, so I ordered the monsters to eat her body. It wouldn't make sense for them to eat Yuki's body but leave Maribel's alone now, would it? I was being very careful about this, even if I likely didn't need to be. Better safe than sorry, after all. The death of the guildmaster of the Free Guild was a big thing to the public after all. Mariable was also important, but that would be due to being a princess since her vast political power remains mostly unknown to the public. Yuki had made many changes to this world. He created a new adventurer system that drastically reduced the death rate of adventurers. He was a student of the Conqueror of Flames and an associate of Hinata. He basically had all the adventurers registered with the Free Guild basically under his command. He may as well have been considered a king with no territory. The public will definitely be surprised by his death. I'm sure there will be all sorts of theories out there about how he died, so I need to make sure his death does not lead to Rimuru or me. Yuki was considered to be fairly strong, but he was never known to be a champion. It would make sense if he was overwhelmed by a large horde of monsters. As to why he is in this area. Well, he could be looking to create a branch of the Free Guild in the kingdom of Siltrasso, which is why he is with that kingdom's princess. I'm sure some people won't buy this, like Granbell Rosso and Kigali, but I don't need to worry about them now. Granbell is in hiding, while Kigali is restricted to the strength of a mere greater magen. I looked down one last time before snapping my fingers and appearing in Luminous Palace in Night Garden. I had transported myself to the lounge in Luminous Palace. I flared my aura slightly to inform her that I was there and then took a seat on one of the love seats. Gunther appeared in front of me. Lord Felix, Lady Luminous was not expecting you today. Now that I know he was one of the true ancestors of the vampires, I respected him a bit more, if only for his sheer history. Yeah, I'm just here to discuss something with her if you could call her. Gunther nodded. Lady Luminous will meet you shortly. She is getting ready. Getting ready? Getting ready for what? Would you like tea and snacks in the meantime? Asked Gunther. I nodded. Yeah, bring me whatever you think is good, thanks Gunther. He gave me a short bow and then vanished into the shadows. Shadow motion is a neat skill. Now that I think about it, Luminous is kind of similar to Arcuade from Tsukiheim. Arcuade is considered the true ancestor of vampires, a terminal of Gaia, but is inherently different from dead apostles. Luminous is similar, she can be said to be a true ancestor of vampires but is also inherently different from them. It didn't take long for Gunther to return with tea and pastries. Oh, this is actually quite good. Thank you for the praise, Lord Felix. Responded Gunther. So you are one of the vampire true ancestors. Why did you decide to serve Luminous? Some of your fellow true ancestors became rulers on their own, why didn't you? Gunther took a moment to respond. I simply wish to serve Lady Luminous from the bottom of my heart from the moment I laid eyes on her. She is truly the perfect being, and it would be my honor to serve perfection. Luminous. Perfect. Well, to each own. I commented. Oh. Did you have a problem with what Gunther said, Felix? Ah, there she is. I turned to look at Luminous and froze. Well, you look different today. I commented with a raised brow. I gave Luminous a once-over. She was dressed in a revealing black dress, one that showed off plenty of cleavage, yum. I gave her a thumbs up. Looking good. Humph. I am always looking good. Haha, well, that's true. For some reason, my comment made Luminous blush, weird. So what's the occasion? You usually wear your black frilled dress. I asked. I am free to change how I dress whenever I wish, Felix. She replied, acting slightly annoyed. I shrugged my shoulders. That's true, I was just curious if there was any reason for the sudden wardrobe change. Luminous glared at me and then turned away. If she wasn't a divine and spiritual life form, I would be wondering if she was on her period. Women. Well then, what are you here for? Asked Luminous, giving me a bit of a side-eye. Ah, right. I killed Yuki, while Mariable ended up dying due to an unfortunate series of events. Earlier, you said that you were willing to send some holy knights to the location and confirm it as a monster attack, right? Luminous nodded with a vicious smirk. It is good that you took care of that cretin. If being in my presence was not a reward on its own, I would have rewarded you. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, right. Being in my presence is a reward, Luminous. I extended my hand outwards. Pay up. If you don't, I'll spank you. I must get in my teasing. Luminous is just too fun to bully, cough tease. Really, it's her own fault. Thankfully, Gunther had left once Luminous had shown up. Otherwise, I imagine he would have been extremely offended on behalf of his mistress. Though contrary to what I expected, Luminous didn't seem to be getting angry. No, she simply blushed and looked away. Now I'm confused. Maybe she's having an off day. Luminous coughed lightly. Moving on. I had an idea about how to go about framing the deaths of Yuki and Mariable. Oh. Let me hear it then. Luminous nodded. You are aware that Laplace had attempted to invade my palace in Night Garden after the Valpurgis, correct? I nodded. Yeah, that's when Roy died. What about it? Well, I was considering the possibility that I would send some holy knights loyal to me and Louis to the scene, and have them coincidentally find some sort of evidence linking the deaths of Yuki and Mariable to a certain group of clown mercenaries. Said Luminous, who now had a devilish smirk. Hey, that would be pretty funny. I wonder how Kigali and the rest of Yuki's allies would react to that. But would the public believe it? Luminous rolled her eyes but nodded. You underestimate the kind of bias humans have against non-humans, most likely wouldn't even question it if the Western Holy Church declared it was a group of Magian responsible for it. It would be even more believable than a monster attack, at the very least. That's true. I did already make it look like a monster attack, though. Both the bodies are gone. That is no problem. I told you that it would be holy knights loyal to Lewis and I. They will not question anything and will do what they are ordered to, even if that means making an announcement to the public confirming the death of Yuki Kagerizaka and the princess of a small kingdom. Luminous said haughtily. Well, if you're sure about this. I hope you realize how important it is to make sure this isn't traced back to us, Luminous. Of course I do. Luminous scoffed. I nodded. Good then, all right, I'll trust you. Luminous smiled at me. Good. Luminous bent forward slightly to pick up one of the pastries Gunther left on the table, giving me an ample view of Luminous' cleavage. She may not have the largest breasts I've seen, but I can see why there is a cult formed around her. I looked up slightly and met Luminous' gaze. She had a smug smirk on her face for some reason. Ah, she must have caught me staring, oops. Enjoying the view, Felix? Luminous teased. I nodded unashamed. Of course. I can see why a cult has formed around you now. In fact, I am willing to convert now. What? She blurted out, clearly caught off guard by my comment. For all her experience, she really was just a hag that was weak on the defense. Though it would be pretty funny if I became one of Luminous' cultists. The people's reactions would be something. Luminous was looking at me with a blush. Hey, don't tease me if you can't handle being teased back. Luminous nibbled on the pastry to hide her embarrassment. For some reason, she reminded me of a squirrel. Cute. Huh. Ah, I said that out loud. Nothing, ignore that. Luminous nodded slightly. We sat in silence while we ate our respective pastries. After some time, I broke the silence. Have you been practicing your new skill? When one acquires a new skill, they generally need to practice it and learn the ins and outs of it. Only when a skill is truly mastered is it a threat. Thanks to Odin, I don't have to bother with that, but Luminous doesn't have some supercomputer in her head that has perfect control over her abilities. So if she wishes to effectively wield Asmodeus, she is going to need to train. Luminous blushed and looked away. Oh, of course I have. I sighed. You haven't trained once, have you? I do not know what you are talking about. Luminous continued to deny it. Come on, Luminous. You should know that you need to learn how to best use your new skill. Asmodeus is similar to Lust but just cranked up to 100. With Asmodeus, many new abilities are now available to Luminous. Actually, Mammon and Asmodeus do seem to be relatively compatible. I wonder what kind of skill would come out of the merging of those two. Or perhaps even Metatron merged with Asmodeus, two opposing aspects. Luminous already had Asmodeus, and she is a master of holy magic, so she can likely manipulate spiritrons at a very high level, which is what Metatron focuses on. Perhaps I can do Luminous the favor of upgrading her skill at some point if she proves worthy enough. Ugh, you should have gotten Sloth, not Lust, with how lazy you are. Lazy. I am not lazy. Defended Luminous. I stared her dead in the eyes. Seriously. Hinata has told me about how many times she has found you laying on the couch doing literally nothing. In fact, that's how you primarily spend your days. Luminous grit her teeth. Grr, that traitor. When was the last time you even went out? I asked. Luminous looked thoughtful before shrugging. Before the Tempest Founding Festival, I had not gone out for decades, perhaps. I groaned. Ugh, you are seriously a NEET. How have you not done anything for decades? I can never understand how you long-lived beings just do nothing. Luminous shrugged her shoulders. You are young, Felix. You will come to understand the boredom that comes with immortality in a few centuries. And by NEET, do you mean the term you referred to Velzard as in the past? I nodded. Yeah, it seems she was listening in on our conversation. Thankfully, she didn't seem too upset. Luminous pouted. I am no NEET. Being a goddess is not easy, you know. Sure it is. I am surprised that the Frost Dragon did not attack you for such a thing. She does not seem like one to be very understanding. I shrugged my shoulders. Who knows, maybe Guy was tempering her. Perhaps. Luminous finished her pastry and then laid down on the couch she was sitting on. Seriously. Luminous huffed. I can act however I wish in my own home. Ugh, I always thought you were some sophisticated noble. But then that image was shattered when I got to know you. Luminous is just a lazy brat. I cannot be convinced otherwise. Luminous rolled her eyes. I am a demon lord, and I act as befitting of my station when I am with others, but if I cannot act how I wish with a friend, then what is the point? I guess that's true. But seriously, you're too lazy. I am taking it upon myself to take you out today. Oh. You will take me out. I nodded. Yeah, we can go out to eat and go around your territory. Luminous sighed, though I could tell she was concealing a smile. Very well then, I shall humor you. I rolled my eyes. Luminous was still acting prideful even after all this. Sure, whatever you say. Now, let's have fun on our date. Luminous' eyes widened. D-date. I nodded with a smirk. Of course. What else could this be? Luminous froze for a moment before nodding. I suppose this does fit the qualification to be considered a date, according to Hinata. Seriously. Just what has Hinata been telling Luminous? And I was joking, too. Perhaps Hinata didn't explain the full meaning of what going on a date means in modern society on Earth. Luminous may just think it is a friendly outing between friends. Yeah, that's probably it. No way that Luminous Valentine would knowingly go on a date with me, no matter how attractive and sexy I am. Even I would have trouble believing that. I got up off the love seat and extended my hand. All right, now let's go. Luminous rolled her eyes but took my hand nonetheless. I pulled her up and put my hand on her waist as an experiment. Luminous blushed slightly but didn't say anything, so I guess she was fine with it. Do you know anywhere good to eat in Rubrius or Night Garden? Luminous nodded. Exploring Night Garden will be far more enjoyable than Rubrius. I nodded. This was her territory, and I'm sure she knew it best. All right then, I'll leave what we do up to you then since you probably know this area best. Fufu, I recall Hinata mentioning that it was the person who asked for the date who is supposed to plan things out. Hinata. Keep your mouth shut. That is how it traditionally goes, but I don't really know this area. We can go to my territory or Tempest if you want me to take the lead. Luminous rolled her eyes. I was simply teasing you. I could feel a blush creep up on my face. Ah, well. Can you just teleport us? I sighed. Luminous giggled lightly before we were engulfed in a wave of light. Chapter 124, Chapter 54, Hanging Out. Felix. I looked to the side in embarrassment. Ah, well. Can you just teleport us? I sighed. Luminous giggled lightly. Cute. Before I could respond, we were engulfed in a wave of light. I felt that I could interfere with Luminous' spatial motion and sort of hijack it and take us to a different set of coordinates. Interesting. Usually, I'm the one who teleports everyone around, so I haven't been in the kind of situation where I can experiment with that. I'll have to leave it for another time. I'll just enjoy being a passenger princess for now. I looked around the area that Luminous had teleported us to. Night Garden was located directly under the capital of the Holy Empire Rubrius, so it was an underground city. Through various magics that have been employed, you can't even tell that you are underground. If I looked up, I could see the sun and clouds. Luminous subjects were basically living the good life thanks to her efforts. If I remember things correctly, thanks to Veldora and the previous Great Tenma War, the vampire numbers had dwindled a lot, so Luminous had to do something to further prevent the decline of the vampires. She created a way for humans to live in relative peace and harmony. Even with their freedom being restricted, they lived a decent life. They didn't have to worry about dying to a random monster attack, or dying of starvation. They had everything they ever needed, except for freedom. She used the willingly given blood of her human subjects to feed her vampire subjects without any kind of death, basically allowing the vampires to live in relative peace. As an added bonus, since the humans, in their perception, were living happily and willingly giving their blood to the goddess Luminous, the blood tasted better than normal. I looked around where exactly Luminous had teleported us. We seemed to be in some kind of fancy restaurant now. Though we did not appear in the waiting area, we seemed to have directly appeared in a hidden booth. Luminous separated from me and took a seat on one of the couches. I sat opposite to her. This is the restaurant that I most regularly go to when I wish to dine out. They know to keep my identity hidden and always serve quality meals. I did not wish to wait with the common vampires for a seat. Said Luminous. I nodded. I imagine that if she appeared in the normal waiting area, there is a chance some people may recognize her, causing word to get out about the location of one of the true ancestors, which could be annoying. Though I doubt any would overextend, power was worshipped in this world, so no one would bother Luminous if they thought there might be consequences for such an action. I imagine if Roy was still known as the ruler of vampires, then Luminous would have to put even more effort into remaining hidden. After all, if she appeared in public, word would soon get out about her. Vampires were a long-lived race, and there were bound to be many who would recognize her. Before I could think further, I was interrupted by the curtain to the booth opening, and in came a well-dressed older gentleman. He bowed towards Luminous and then to me. My lady, I was not expecting you today. Luminous nodded. Indeed, a friend of mine wished to dine out today, and so I brought him here. It is an honor that you would think so highly of us, Lady Luminous. Luminous waved the man off. Think nothing of it, Ethan. The vampire I now knew was named Ethan nodded. Now, what would you like today, Lady Luminous? Get me some blood wine and fire dragon steak, said Luminous. Dragon steak was seriously the regular wagyu steak of this world, very fatty and tender, and only the rich could afford it. Ethan nodded and then turned to me. What did you wish for, my lord? Give me what she got, but instead of blood wine I'd like red wine. Ethan nodded. Very well, it will be ready shortly. And with that, Ethan left. He was pretty strong. What's he doing working as a waiter? He had all the basic skills of a vampire: blood raise, charm, coercion, paralyze, self-regeneration, shadow motion, steal strength, transform, and then he had some less common skills as well. He had no unique skills, but he was still quite strong, easily at the Special A rank. Vampires would really be the ultimate race if they did not have their weakness to sunlight and need for blood. The sheer amount of intrinsic skills they had was absurd, and each of them was useful too, not to mention their immortality and power. Luminous smiled smugly. He is one of Lewis's direct subordinates, one of the 7 great nobles. 7 great nobles? Luminous nodded. The 7 great nobles are a group of vampires that have evolved past the standard vampire and are capable of ignoring the sun and no longer require blood to function. Each of them are direct descendants of Lewis and Roy. I see, so Ethan is one of these 7 great nobles. Indeed, he wished to work as a waiter and Lewis saw no reason to reject his desire, and so here he is. I guess every being of sufficient age has a bit of a weird character. Wanting to work as a waiter isn't the oddest characteristic I know of. He must be quite the interesting character. Luminous nodded. Indeed, I have known him for quite a long time now. He is far more likable than Prelix. Prelix? Ah, I think Ramaris mentioned him once. He was also a creation of Twilight's Right. While Ramaris knew a lot about the world, I had come to find out that a lot of her memories were pretty hazy due to not being in full maturity yet. So, while she did remember a significant amount, she had also forgotten plenty, so there are things she is not aware of. Luminous nodded to my question. Indeed, he was one of the pupils of the ancestors, and one of the few who did not take my murder of Twilight well. Oh. How come? He seemed to want Twilight's approval and was always jealous of me for being the so-called perfect creation. I nodded in understanding. So he had daddy issues then. Luminous laughed lightly. Indeed, that is one way to say it. I imagine he would be infuriated if he heard you say that though. Before I could respond, the curtains opened, revealing Ethan holding a silver platter. Here is your blood wine, Lady Luminous, and here is your red wine, my lord, said Ethan as he placed the drinks in front of us. Thank you, Ethan, said Luminous. It was my pleasure, my lady. The food will be ready soon. Please excuse me. I took a sip of the red wine. This is quite good. I do prefer Azeroth's own wine, but this is a close second. Luminous nodded as she took a sip of her own blood wine. I wonder how blood wine is made. Answer. It is a fairly simple process. Blood is simply added in during the fermentation. The stronger the being the blood comes from, the better it tastes to vampires. I see. Thanks, Odin. Back to Prelix, what species is descended from him? A variant of vampires is descended from him, the Night Stalkers. They are more powerful than regular vampires in general. However, they suffer from severe side effects from being exposed to sunlight as well as extreme withdrawal if they do not indulge in blood for some time. Informed Luminous. I see. He and 2 others used to reside with me before leaving due to wanting to experiment further with humans, said Luminous. Oh. I didn't know that. Luminous nodded. Indeed, alongside Prelix, one of the true ancestors of the current humanity stayed with me, Pippin, and then the true ancestor of Anakind, Ashley, also stayed with me. Huh, I had no idea that so many true ancestors still lived, or did they die after they left your care? Luminous shook her head. Last I checked they had taken over some small kingdom by the coast and had founded a magic tower meant to further advance magic. Though I'm sure they have many dubious dealings going on in the background. None of them care much for humanity, and Prelix thought them to be bugs to be stomped on. Huh, sounds interesting. Maybe I'll visit sometime. Feel free, though I will warn you that they will likely try to capture and experiment on you. Warned Luminous. Well, they can try. I'm sure their attempts will be amusing. It didn't take long for Ethan to arrive with both of our fire dragon steaks. He set both of our plates in front of us. I do hope the 2 of you enjoy. And with that, he left. Very professional, would rate as a 9 out of 10, I'd give him a 10 out of 10, but that is reserved only for Raiden. I took a bite of the steak, which practically melted in my mouth. It wasn't necessarily spicy, but it did warm my mouth the more I chewed it. It was surprisingly pleasant. It has a bit of a kick to it. I guess it gets that from the fire dragon. Luminous took a bite of her own and nodded. Indeed, it is part of why I prefer the meat of fire dragons to any other dragons. I took a sip of my wine as Luminous asked, now, why don't you explain to me what this Naruto that you called Rimuru is? Ah, right, I did tell you I'd tell you about Naruto, didn't I? Well, I'll give you a summary, then I can give you the manga to read on your own time. Manga. Manga is a method of telling a story. It primarily uses drawings and chat bubbles to get the story moving forward. It comes in all kinds of genres and has varying art styles as well. If you want, I can leave a couple of different series for you to go through. Luminous nodded. I would like that. Perhaps, in the future, we could try reading a few of them together. Ah, she would probably get bored if she read it all by herself. I sure as hell remember it being way more fun to talk about the different stories I read than just mindlessly reading them and moving on. I have a feeling if I told Luminous that Veldora loves manga, she would purposefully not read it. She was extremely petty when it came to Veldora. Alright, I'll leave some manga for you then, but only if you promise to train your new ultimate skill. Luminous pouted but relented. I shouldn't even have to get you to do that. A skill is only useful when it is truly mastered. Luminous glared at me. TSK. Just because I consider you a friend does not give you the authority to nag me. I have agreed, and I am not one to break my promises. Plus, I would have gotten around to training the skill eventually. Ah, Luminous still has her pride. That's good. She's been acting pretty weird today, maybe I'm just being delusional. I nodded. I see. I'll leave it to you then. The stronger you are, the stronger our alliance becomes. We made small talk while we ate, it didn't take long for us to finish. Luminous chugged the rest of her blood wine before looking at me. Now, do you still have time to accompany me? I nodded. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to do. I never told anyone when I'd be back, so I should be fine. Luminous nodded with a satisfied smile. She offered me her elbow, which I gracefully took, and then we vanished. After a long day, Luminous and I appeared back in the lounge of her inner sanctum. Well, that was fun. I voiced out. Luminous nodded beside me. Indeed, I did not think you would make for pleasant company, Felix. Hey. I make for the best company. Luminous smirked. I do not wish to crush you, so I shall not argue about the truthfulness of that statement. I'll take that as a win. Of course you would. Sighed Luminous. Before Luminous and I could continue our conversation, we were interrupted. My lady. We both turned to the voice. It was a short white-haired male. I don't recognize him, but he must be somewhat important if he was allowed access to the inner sanctum. Sir. Luminous greeted with a hint of annoyance. Ah, Sir, I think that is the name of one of the 10 great saints. Sir kneeled. My lady, I apologize for arriving unannounced. Luminous sighed. I am most displeased, however, I will excuse your actions for now. Thank you, my lady. This guy is an incomplete saint just like Hinata, and he also has a unique skill. Most impressive. Unique skill, all-rounder has been analyzed. Unique skill, all-rounder has been absorbed into Odin, Lord of Curse Knowledge. This is actually an incredibly powerful unique skill. It allows the user to copy all the arts of an opponent once the opponent has been analyzed. Of course, the user of this skill still needs to master the arts, they just copy the knowledge, but that alone is still incredibly powerful. Arts have no true limit as to how powerful they can get. Melt Slash is an art, Dimension Fault is an art, and even Time Stop is an art, though I doubt that is nearly as easy to copy. Still, if this Sir is smart, he will go far. I thought only Hinata knew about your true identity, Luminous. I responded. Luminous nodded. That was how it was previously. However, I have disclosed my identity to a few people Hinata approved of. The times are changing, so it is best that things change around the Western Holy Church as well. I nodded. Well, I'm surprised that I haven't heard of an uprising. Luminous rolled her eyes. As if I would be so careless, no, those who were informed were intelligent enough to understand the significance of what I have done for humanity. I see. Well, I'll leave you to your business. It was a fun date, Luminous. Luminous' face twitched for a moment, but before she could respond I teleported back to Tempest. Kigali. It had been far too long since Laplace had checked in, it should not have taken him too long to get out of the Great Jura Forest and arrive at one of their secret bases. But for some reason, Laplace's message had yet to come, something that worried Kigali greatly, a worry that only turned into resignation and despair after she felt the artifact that notified her of Yuki's status break into pieces. It was fairly common for such artifacts to be used by various nobles and royals, it was an easy way of finding out if one of their kin had suddenly passed away, and it was not difficult at all for Yuki to get his hands on one for each of their members. Yuki's artifact breaking could only mean two things. It may have malfunctioned, which was not impossible. Such a thing has happened previously. But the far more likely one was that Yuki was dead. Kigali had no idea how such a thing could happen so suddenly. As far as she knew, Yuki would be going to attend the Tempest Founding Festival as a friend of Rimuru's, while Laplace would be taking out Hinata Sakaguchi. They had everything planned out. The anti-magic area covering Tempest was disabled thanks to Maribel's influence, then the planned Chaos Dragon attack which was bound to cause enough chaos for Laplace to be able to take advantage of. Laplace had all the resources he needed to successfully take out Hinata Sakaguchi, and yet he had not contacted her about the success or failure of his mission. The artifact connecting to Laplace had not shattered, meaning that he was alive. There were two possible reasons why he had not contacted her yet. One was that he was in a precarious situation and could not afford to make contact, or two was that he was captured by the enemy. Kigali was leaning towards the latter, which would explain the attack on Yuki in that case. Kigali did not doubt Laplace's loyalty, so she would assume that they had some method to access the information he possessed, and Laplace knew everything. It would make sense for Demon Lord Rimuru or Demon Lord Felix to come after Yuki. He was involved in the Falmouth invasion and partially involved in this attack on the Founding Festival. Kigali could feel her fists clenching. She had lost almost everybody dear to her thanks to that blasted demon and slime. She needed revenge. This hatred inside of her was greater than even the hatred she held for Demon Lord Leon. No, she would do anything to see Demon Lord Rimuru dead, and she would do far more to see Demon Lord Felix dead. She still had access to her vast resources, and she could not control the three heads of Cerberus the same way Yuki could, but they were each loyal to Yuki in their own way. Damrata had even sworn loyalty to Yuki, so she knew she could rely on him and his vast connections for her plan. He would want revenge for Yuki. Misha and her tamed magic beasts would have their own resources, and she was grateful to Yuki for taking her out of the slums in the Eastern Empire. The only one she was not completely certain about was Vega, but Vega was a man who reveled in trampling on the weak and growing stronger. She would find a way to tempt him to her side. Ter she knew would remain by her side no matter what. Even in her new life, her former maid was always with her. That thought brought back fond memories, back when she was a little girl, back before her father. She shook her head. She shouldn't be dwelling on the past now. President. She turned to where the voice was coming from and was met with Tyr, who was standing in the doorway to her room. Her head was low, and she clearly looked like she had lost her spirit. The usual playfulness in her voice was gone. Kigali nodded. Tyr. She had already informed Tyr about the fate of Yuki and the likely fate of Laplace, and Tyr did not take it well. First, they lost Footman, then Clayman, and now possibly Laplace. It was far too much loss in such a short period of time. They had promised not to lose anyone else. But that promise had been broken, again. Their family was being torn apart by the Demon Lords. But she knew that while she could blame Demon Lord Felix for their deaths, he was not in the wrong. This was a world where strength mattered most. Those with power could do whatever they wished. There is a reason Guy Crimson ruled an entire continent uncontested because humans were too afraid to make a move on him. The true dragons are feared and allowed to do whatever they wish due to their strength. Even Veldora's rampages were only stopped by the other true dragons or the occasional hero. When it comes to the deaths of her loved ones, Kigali knew that Demon Lord Felix was not exactly in the wrong. They made the first move all 3 times. They were the ones who originally released Charybdis to attack Tempest, they were the ones who gave Clayman permission to continue with his plan, and it was under Yuki's direct order that Laplace ambushed Hinata Sakaguchi. The deaths of Footman and Clayman were justified, same with the likely capture of Laplace. That didn't mean Kigali couldn't be angry about it, though. No, she was infuriated, and then Yuki died. Without Yuki, what was the point of their dream? He was the one who was meant to lead them to their paradise. Kigali sighed. She could think about all of that after she got her revenge. In the end, no matter what, both Demon Lords will likely get in her way, if only due to her participation in 3 of the attacks on Tempest. What did you need, Tyr? She asked softly. It had only been some hours since Yuki's death. Perhaps they could release their version of the story, and spread rumors that the 2 Demon Lords were behind the death of Yuki. While Kigali doubted it would cause a significant amount of harm, if the rumor gets traction it will damage Demon Lord Rimuru's popularity, something that may halt Tempest's rapid expansion. She always had trouble planning around the 2 Demon Lords. Her skill always acted oddly when it came to them. Kigali did not think Demon Lord Felix cared much for his reputation. If anything, he seemed to just be assisting Demon Lord Rimuru with his goals while doing whatever else he wished. The life of a Demon Lord was one filled with extravagance and hedonism, with all the Demon Lords being free to pursue whatever desires they wished for. While an alliance of Demon Lords like the one between Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Rimuru was unheard of, both Demon Lords were free to pursue such an alliance. The status of a Demon Lord made one practically untouchable in the Western nations. President. Tyr muttered again. She shook her head, she was getting lost in her thoughts again. Sorry Tyr, go ahead. Tyr nodded, hesitating for a moment before pushing the words out. The Western Holy Church has made an announcement. On the way back, one of the squadrons came across an attack. Kigali suddenly got a bad feeling. They said they were too late to prevent the attack but were able to identify who exactly was killed in the attack. The princess of the kingdom of Silt Raso, Mariable Raso, and the guild master of the Free Guild, Yuki Kagarazaka. They had said they found evidence of the attack being due to a mercenary group called the. Tyr stopped for a moment, clenching her fists in a mixture of anger and sadness. She struggled for a few moments, and after lifting her mask to wipe her eyes, she finally spoke up. A mercenary group called the Moderate Harlequin Alliance, a group that had attacked the Holy Empire Ruberius in the past. Kigali paled. That should not be possible. According to a theory Yuki had, he believed that the demon Lord Valentine was the god Luminous. After all, Laplace had said he had killed bloody Lord Roy Valentine, someone who could rival her at the peak of her power. And yet there was now another demon Lord Valentine on the Demon Lord's Council. Yuki believed that Demon Lord to be the true Demon Lord as well as the goddess Luminous of the Western Holy Church. The only reason the Western Holy Church would make such a false statement was if they were ordered from up top, or it was indeed just a coincidence, which was highly unlikely. The Emperor of the Holy Empire, Louis, may have been responsible, but Kigali felt the order could have come from even higher up on the hierarchy, from the goddess of the Western Holy Church herself, Luminous. The only reason that Demon Lord would make such an announcement was if she was in league with whoever killed Yuki, and as she had now found out, Mariable as well. Seeing as it was likely that Demon Lord Felix or Demon Lord Remura were responsible, then that means that there is likely an alliance between 3 Demon Lords, 2 of which hold a massive amount of political power. This was not good. The death of Yuki Kagarazaka would shake the world. He may not have publicly shown it, but he held a vast amount of influence over the world. With his death, there would be no guildmaster of the Free Guild, and while Yuki had built the Free Guild up to survive his absence, Kigali did not think anything like this would happen. She could not afford to take the helm of guildmaster no matter how much she wished to. Such a position would put her in the public's eyes too much, not to mention Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Remura may know of her true identity and come after her. Kigali could not take the risk. Do they know our identities? Tyr nodded slowly, clearly exhausted. They announced that a few of us had already died, but they revealed our existence. Currently, the world knows who we are and what we look like due to an artist rendering. Kigali banged her fist on the table. Damn it. There is more, though this might be good news. Tyr added, forcing herself to smile behind her mask after seeing how angry Kigali was. What? She shouted out. Tyr didn't call her out on her sudden aggression, something that made her take a deep breath. Tyr did not deserve this aggression. I'm sorry, Tyr. Kigali whispered, taking another deep breath. What is it? Ruberius had also announced that the leader of the Holy Knight Order, Hinata Sakaguchi, has taken a leave of absence. Announced Tyr, trying to lift Kigali's mood. Finally, some good news. Kigali exclaimed. That likely means that Laplace's attack was at least partially successful. Whether she is truly dead or simply injured remains to be seen. Tyr nodded along, finally regaining some of her usual energy. Laplace is the strongest. I can't imagine him failing at anything. Tyr shook her head and focused back on the matter at hand. What do we do now, President? The entire Western nations is out for us now. Kigali took a deep breath. She began using her unique skill, Planner to the fullest. It allowed her to come up with a plan based on the information she possessed that would always be profitable. Of course, it hasn't been very helpful in her most recent plans, but she had no other choice but to rely on it at this point. She was far too used to Planner's plans being successful that when the skill's plans failed, she was panicking. Something she would have to correct in the future. If her skill was proving to be unreliable, then she would have to find a way to make up for that flaw. She considered how she could go about getting her revenge and freeing Laplace when her mind went back to something Tyr had said. You said that the death of Mariable Raso was confirmed. Tyr nodded. Part of Kigali wanted to rejoice at that. Mariable had always been a thorn in the side and always thought so highly of herself, but Kigali was focused on something else now, her revenge and freeing Laplace. Before she went further, she looked at Tyr. Tyr, I want to get revenge for the deaths of Clayman, Footman, and Yuki. I want to free Laplace. Will you help me? Tyr nodded, temporarily regaining her determination. Of course, President. You don't even need to ask. Kigali found a smile growing on her face. Thank you, Tyr. Now you said that the death of Mariable Raso was confirmed. Tyr nodded. Yup. Kigali nodded. Mariable Raso, to the public's eye, was just some princess from some small kingdom in the Western nations, so her death wouldn't cause too many ripples. But she could use that. From what she knew, thanks to Yuki, Grand Bell Raso was seemingly attached to his granddaughter. Perhaps they could collaborate if he also wished to get revenge. He likely didn't have as much information about the circumstances as she did, so she could use that information to get Granbell to the table. Granbell had vast resources available to him. Even the Guardian of the West was likely his subordinate. Publicly, it was well known that the Count of the Cider Border had a very powerful subordinate, one that was single-handedly keeping the demons of the ice continent out of the western nations. The Cider Border was located just north of the Kingdom of Ingracia. It is the border directly facing the ice continent. The Count was responsible for keeping the western nations protected from the demons of Guy Crimson, and there was a Guardian who had been assisting with this duty for generations. The Guardian wore a mask and armor that covered him from head to toe. No one knew about his true identity, but Yuki was able to find out so much thanks to Damrata and his contacts. Thanks to all the information he acquired, Yuki was able to deduce that the Guardian of the West likely only answered Granbell Rosso. This Guardian was extremely powerful as well. Even Damrata admitted that he was a powerful foe, and Damrata had only recognized Hinata Sakaguchi, Rimuru Tempest, and Felix White as threats in the western nations in the past. The Guardian was apparently named Razzle by Granbell himself. The armor he wore was his true body. Kigali was incredibly surprised that one such as Granbell would ally with non-humans, but she supposed that even he had to accept Razzle due to the sheer power he offered. However, since no one knew when the demons would attack, the Guardian of the West was seemingly always protecting the borders in case of a demon attack, so they may not be able to count on the Guardian much. Still, perhaps Granbell could pull some strings. With his help, they may just be able to deal with Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Rimuru, and if not that, then at least free Laplace. Kigali did not care what Granbell did after that. She smiled as she finally had the foundation of a plan. Now all she needed to do was get in contact with Granbell, which was fairly easy as Damrata seemed to have some kind of personal relationship with Granbell. With Yuki gone, Damrata was proving his weight in gold. Felix. So he's dead then? Asked Rimuru. I nodded with a cheerful grin on my face. Yup, soul and all. Rimuru sighed but nodded. At least that's one threat taken care of. I could tell he was conflicted on how to feel about Yuki's death, but I didn't say anything. That was for him to sort through on his own. Yeah, anyways, I'm off. I looked at all the papers on Rimuru's desk. Have fun with all that. Ugh, alright, see you later. Bye. Now that everything that I wanted to do was taken care of and the festival is over, I should be heading back to my territory soon. After everything has calmed down a bit, I think I'll go and visit another world, perhaps after Chloe and Hinata are unsealed and all taken care of. And I already knew just what world to visit. You still can't find the world of DXD Odin. Negative. The coordinates that were deciphered from Ingvild's soul lead to a section of the multiverse that does not yet exist. So you're saying DXD just doesn't exist then? That is the most probable outcome. But how? Ingvild is clearly here, and with my information, I know the world she comes from. How is it possible that her world just doesn't exist? The most highly likely reason is due to the individual Ingvild was summoned from the future. At this moment, the universe of DXD does not exist, however, that may change in the future. Summoned from the future? Correct. That's just crazy. The fact that the Otherworlder summoning ritual can pull from different points in time. So the universe of DXD hasn't been born yet, I'd need to time travel if I want to get Ingvild back to her home. I've traveled to other universes, time travels differently in each of those universes, but in the end they are all still linked to this multiverse, so it isn't quite time travel, more like time dilation. Traveling straight up to the future, though. That's something completely new. I have no idea just how safe that is and if the voice of the world will even allow something like that. The coordinates Odin was able to pull from Ingvild's soul clearly aren't enough to lock onto a universe that is born in the future. There are only a few options. One, I have to wait until the universe of DXD is born, which is likely an uncountable number of years away, or two, I can learn how to time travel. Could you get to work analyzing the feasibility of traveling to the future? Affirmative. It has already begun. Great, thanks. I'll come up with a plan after I have more information. Well, that ruins the plan of going to DXD at this point entirely. Now, how am I going to break this up with Ingvild? I know she has been looking forward to going back to her home world. Though there may be a positive side to this, since we have time to prepare, we can save Ingvild's mother from the fate she suffered in canon, so everything isn't hopeless. Well, I'll have to come up with a good way to explain things to Ingvild soon. It's best not to delay with these kinds of things. Ingvild has put her trust in me. I owe it to her to at least properly explain everything. I'm not a total dickhead. Guy Crimson. He sighed as he looked down at Dino, who was lying on the floor as if the chilling temperatures meant nothing to him. He hadn't even bothered to bring a pillow and was just resting his head on the cold floor without a care in the world. At least despite his laziness, Dino's strength hasn't decreased. In fact, it only seemed to have increased for some odd reason. Perhaps some sort of skill. Guy had long since suspected Dino of being the bearer of one of the Sin series skills, specifically the unique skill, Sloth. After all, Guy did not know anyone else who would qualify for such a skill other than Dino. The fallen angel was practically always sleeping. Perhaps an aspect of sloth was that it made the user stronger the more slothful they were. It wouldn't be the first time Guy had seen a skill like that. Malim's skill came to mind. So you're saying Degrul kicked you out, and now you have nowhere to stay? Dino desperately nodded. Yes. So can I stay with you? Pretty please. He really didn't want to deal with Dino long term. That sounded like a pain. In fact, he would likely end up killing Dino out of sheer annoyance. Perhaps he can have his new friend Felix deal with Dino. Though he did hear about the recent attack on Tempest, the humans must be forgetting the majesty of a demon lord if they thought such an attack would be successful. Rain had said it was a large group of otherworlders that were quickly taken care of, something Guy did not doubt. Mere otherworlders are incapable of standing up to the might of a single primordial unless they were truly extraordinary. Not to mention there was not just a single primordial present, but 4 that were present in Tempest at that moment. The thing that he was interested in was the apparent release of the Chaos Dragon. He hadn't felt a thing, but that was due to him not focusing his senses in on Jura. He wasn't one to micromanage the 9 sovereigns, after all. Rain did not have much information. She said Felix was being tight-lipped, but Guy just thought she had forgotten to ask about the Chaos Dragon and was pushing the blame away. It wouldn't be the first time. But apparently, the Chaos Dragon was dealt with. Seeing as Malim was present, Guy wondered how that went. Had she decided after all this time to put the beast down? Or did she seal it with Felix's help? He'll have to ask next time they see each other. Tempest huh? Perhaps he can throw Dino to Rimuru? He has been hearing a lot of interesting things about Tempest. Rain had explained a bit about the dungeon, and he was quite interested. It was a good way to make use of Small World. It was reliant on Veldora's Magicules, of course, but if Ramaris was in her true form, then Guy had no doubt that she could maintain a 100-floor dungeon single-handedly. Ramaris, in her prime, was just that powerful. Even the true dragons would have to be wary of her. Tempest was really making a huge mess of things. Sending Dino to spy on Tempest will be useful. He wouldn't expect much from Dino. This was primarily to get Dino out of his hair, after all. How about you go to the Monster Nation Tempest and give me some information about how everything is going over there? Dino groaned. But that sounds like a lot of work. Guy appeared above Dino and looked down at him. Unfortunately, I'm not giving you a choice, Dino. Dino began kicking his feet up like a child. Seriously? Couldn't you send like, Rain or something to do that? Of course not. You know how she is. Then send Misery, Dino began before feeling Guy pressure him. Sighing out, he brought an arm to cover his eyes from the light. Fine, it's not like I have a choice in the first place. Guy smiled happily at Dino. Great. See, this is why I like you, Dino. You like me enough not to make me do this? Dino asked hopefully. No. Ugh, fine. First, Degrul kicks me out, and then you make me work. This is not my decade. I swear, what happened to hospitality? A couple thousand years ago, you let me stay here for a few years. I liked that guy more. Remember the good old days? I would sleep in the corner and you would do your thing, whatever that was. Guy rolled his eyes at Dino's whining. He wondered just how Dino ended up developing the ego he had now. Did Veldanava order him to lie on the floor often when he had no ego? And his current personality is just a side effect of that. He wouldn't put it past Velda. Get up and leave, and take this. He created a letter in his hand imbued with his aura, which should be enough for Rimuru to take in Dino. It is under the request of Guy Crimson, after all. No other explanation was needed. Dino sagged his shoulders but accepted the letter, giving Guy one final begging look. Yet after getting nothing but a glare he finally left. Guy looked to his side where Rain was standing. You said Felix had another unknown demon duke under him. Rain nodded. Yes, she wasn't nearly as strong as us, but she was powerful. Guy nodded. How interesting. According to Rain, Felix had a few direct subordinates who were a cut above the rest, subordinates who were easily capable of dispatching saints. There was Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina, who he already knew of, each extremely powerful now that they were named and incarnated. Not to mention their lieutenants, Arcuade had the sole Archduke of the demon realm under her, a demon undefeated by all who had challenged him. That demon was unmatched in the demon realm as long as no primordial fought him. He may have even evolved into a demon duke if he was named and incarnated. There is a reason why subordinating a primordial will mess up the balance so much. Each primordial had such a vast force under them that, if used to its fullest extent, could burn the world to ashes. Before Felix's existence, there were only 3 beings who had ever reached the rank of Demon Duke in the Cardinal World, Rain, Misery, and him, and only one who had reached the rank of Devil Lord, him. Now, there was another Devil Lord, and many new Demon Dukes. The world was changing quickly. Truly, a single being is capable of turning the world upside down. It reminded him of when he and Rudra began their game in earnest. The world had gone through many changes back then. Demons weren't the only formidable forces under Felix either. Rain informed him of the Oni serving under Felix, one who had energy reserves surpassing even saints. Something quite impressive for a degraded race like the Oni. From what Rain saw, it seems that rather than restoring her lost ancestral power, this Oni under Felix was evolving in a never-before-seen direction that had even Rain confused. According to Rain, this Oni was named Siko and had impressive battle instincts. Should she grow, she would be a formidable foe, which was high praise coming from Rain. Rain may be useless herself, but she was a primordial. She did not give recognition lightly, not to mention Rain had said that this Oni had certain outcome, a skill that could even reach the ultimate levels if properly trained. Then there was Felix's maid, who was named Raiden. According to Rain, she was a dragon lord, and according to Rain, Raiden was approaching the level of reserves that Rain herself had. For a dragon lord to be capable of approaching the reserves of a demon duke primordial was quite astonishing. She may just be the strongest dragon descended from the original elemental dragon to exist in the current era, though the dragon lord that Sylvia's dynasty had was also formidable. The dragon and the Oni hadn't even acquired divinity yet. She still had room to grow, just like Rain and Misery. Though he was doubtful that they would reach that level, even Rain and Misery had not become devil lords after thousands of years incarnated in the Cardinal World. Guy had tried to get around the restriction they had, but it seemed they were incapable of undergoing the Harvest Festival. They should be capable of reaching the status of Devil Lord on their own. However, they would need to train for that as well as enter conflict often, something both Rain and Misery did not do, so Guy believed it would be a long time before those two acquired divinity, if they ever did. Then, apparently, there was another new demon under Felix's employ named Sukuna. Rain did not get to see his abilities, but she had said she disliked him acting similar to Diablo. According to Rain, he was also as powerful as a demon duke, although he was not quite at Rain's level, but he was still powerful. Though he seemed to be some variant demon similar to Beretta, if Beretta could even be considered a demon anymore after the changes it went through. That's 2 demon duke subordinates under Felix who aren't primordials. Guy found himself wondering just how Felix managed to get the demons under him to that level. If it were so easy, then the incarnated archdemons under him would have reached that level long ago. Perhaps he will have to ask him the next time they meet. Then there was Clayman's former fox, who now serves under Felix. The fox also grew astronomically stronger when compared to how she was under Clayman. It was quite interesting that everyone under Felix had grown in strength so drastically. Naming, of course, had a part to play, but that alone was not enough. His subordinates must be training an incredible amount. If naming and incarnating was enough, Misery and Rain would both be far stronger than they are now, rather than merely being around the same level as the primordials under Felix. Their Deathman host bodies are made up of the corpses of 1,000,000 humans each. He glared at Rain and Misery. These two could serve to learn something from Felix's subordinates. While he didn't doubt that their physical bodies were more powerful than the ones the Demonist trio incarnated in, demons were never physical fighters, and the magicule bonus that they gained from their host bodies could be made up for with training, which the primordials under Felix were clearly doing, unlike his own. "Did you need something, Lord Guy?" asked the clueless Misery. He sighed. No. Misery turned to Rain. "He must be mad at you again." She whispered. "Huh. Why would he be mad at me?" Guy sighed and ignored those 2 hopeless idiots. Then there was Carrion, who had submitted to Felix. Carrion still had the potential to awaken into a true demon lord as well. Those were just Felix's subordinates, and the slime also seemed to have a rather significant force under him. Truly, it seemed like the game between him and Rudra would be ending soon. Why else would it seem like everything was coming to a climax? Hopefully, Felix will visit soon. He was getting quite bored. If he takes too long, he might just visit Felix himself. It has been a long time since someone so entertaining has shown up. Chapter 125, Chapter 55, Mansion Relocation. Felix. I sighed as I relaxed back on my throne. It's been a few days since we returned from Tempest. The founding festival is officially over, and it ended up consuming a lot more of my mental energy than I thought it would. At least I got to have a bit of fun in the end. Master. I looked to where the voice had come from and was met with my beautiful maid standing at attention. Yes, Raiden. I have completed the training of 100 more maids. Said Raiden. Huh, really? Well, that was faster than I thought. Take me to them then, I'll name them. Raiden nodded. The naming process was pretty simple. It seems Raiden had already briefed them ahead of time. Watched as Raiden walked back and forth in front of the 100 recently named Dark Elves. You will be expected to serve your master with complete dedication, no slacking will be accepted, and treachery will be rewarded with death. The maids all nodded seriously. Yes. Raiden nodded with a satisfied smile. There will be a group training session in 1 hour. You must learn to control your newly gained power quickly. You may rest until then, leave. With Raiden's dismissal, all the maids left. She seriously looked like a drill instructor. She was very intense. Raiden. I called out. Yes, master. Can you tell Sasha to get ready? I'm going to move her mansion here today. Raiden nodded. It will be done. And with that, she vanished in a trail of lightning. When I brought Sasha here and introduced her to everyone, something I had not expected had happened. Flashback. I am ready, Lord Felix. I looked at Sasha, who had 3 suitcases next to her. She really didn't have much, huh? Is everything else at your mansion? Sasha nodded. Yes. All right, we can go to your mansion in a few days then, perhaps after you settle in a bit and I introduce you to everyone. Sasha nodded. Thank you for moving my mansion for me. It's no problem. It's just me and you here at the moment as everyone else already went to follow on my orders. It's best if we don't leave my territory without any of its powerhouses for long periods of time. Ah. Sasha bowed. I apologize for wasting your time, Lord Felix. I waved her off. It's fine. I didn't mind waiting for you. I don't have much else to do in the first place. I looked back at the table where I was working. I picked up the drawing I made with a potential design for a golem. Somehow, it seems Sasha got a peek at it. Whoa. Is that a golem design? Sasha asked with excitement. I looked at her oddly but nodded. Yeah, while I was waiting, I just came up with a quick design. Sasha asked if she could get a closer look at it, and she examined it in detail before she began making some adjustments. This is a great design, Lord Felix. Where did you get it from? My mind flashed back to the Cell saga of Dragon Ball Z. I had blatantly ripped off Cell and designed him as a Magi Steel golem due to boredom. Ah, I guess the idea just appeared in my mind. I said, slightly unsure of myself. It looked as if stars had appeared in Sasha's eyes. Whoa. As expected of a demon lord. I coughed lightly. Well, you can have the design if you want. Really? Thank you, Lord Felix. Hee hee, so many modifications I can make. I ignored Sasha's mad rambling and just snapped my fingers, teleporting us back to Azeroth. That seemed to bring Sasha back to sanity. Her gaze snapped to me. Instant teleportation. Such a thing has only been theorized but thought to be impossible due to the sheer amount of power and understanding over space and time necessary to achieve such a feat. Even Master Gadra couldn't wrap his head around it. Or maybe not. You have proven that instant teleportation is indeed possible, Lord Felix. Said Sasha with zeal in her eyes. All of a sudden, Sasha's dilated eyes shrunk in realization. Ah, I apologize for getting distracted. Sasha said as she coughed lightly. Well, at least she can regain control over herself quickly. I guess I asked for this when I recruited a mad scientist type. It's fine. I guess you're just very enthusiastic about your craft. Sasha nodded. Master Gadra was always very interested in the art of creating golems, and some of that enthusiasm has passed on to me. And spatial magic has always been a bit of a side hobby of mine. Well, perhaps you will have fun exploring the ruins that lay beneath this castle. I also have a reward center that my military has access to, allowing them to exchange points they receive for various things for magic, arts, sword arts, and everything else in between. You can exchange for things in it for points. Ruins. Reward center. She exclaimed, the excitement returning to her eyes, almost making them sparkle. I nodded. The reward center is a way to motivate those under me to work hard in the hopes of receiving points, and with those points, they can increase their individual combat power. There are some pretty powerful art stored there. Distortion Field is available, that's an art that is capable of influencing a battle at the ultimate level. If one can master Distortion Field, they are practically invincible against any under disaster class. When I was an archdemon, I think only Hollow Purple could have possibly gotten through a Distortion Field, and even then, that's a bit iffy. Distortion Field is that broken, only the top levels of this world could hope to bypass it, and that's not even considering its far more overpowered version, Dimension Fault. I'm sure as hell not going to include that in the reward center. Distortion Field is more than enough. Of course, the instructions for such an art are not freely available. In order to learn it, one must have the points necessary, and then I will personally transfer the data over to Odin while also placing a seal on the person, restricting them from sharing the knowledge. I didn't want ultimate arts just floating around after all. Sasha brought her hand to her chin and thought as she nodded. All Majin are interested in power. It is understandable that applying such a reward system will increase overall work efficiency and work happiness. She muttered. I nodded. Yeah, that was why I wanted such a thing to be created. Happy subordinates are more likely to be loyal and work harder. Then there are ruins that remain from the time when Kazalim ruled these lands. From the brief investigation I've done, there is some advanced technology down below, I just don't care enough to explore it. Perhaps you can get something out of the ruins. I continued. How exciting. Underground ruins can be home to ancient technology that hasn't been seen for centuries. Well, perhaps you can use the stuff you find down there to help advance my kingdom. Sasha nodded with a determined glint in her eyes. Of course. Good. Now let me show you your temporary room. I'll give you some territory near my capital city and set up a teleportation circle so you can teleport here freely. Ah. Territory. Like a noble. I shrugged my shoulders. You can look at it that way, but without the political power. Am me a noble? My kingdom has no nobles like that of the human kingdoms. Of course I could easily establish such a system, but why would I distribute my power to others when I can just have my subordinates manage this kingdom and the various territories? In the first place, most of the inhabitants of my kingdom are focused in the capital city, Amrita. There are only some villages out and about and the demons under me carefully monitor those. Originally, the residents of Gistav resided beneath the castle. There are multiple levels underneath my castle. There is the top level, which is where the majority of the residents used to stay, and below that were the middle and bottom levels, which were sealed off. I only briefly explored the middle level. There were various golems down there, each with unique grade equipment, likely due to evolving over a long period of time. I had planned to explore the underground ruins at some point, but I'll just leave that to Sasha. I don't care much for the ancient technology beneath my castle. All of it belonged to Kigali in the past, and look what happened to her, so while I'm sure there is some advanced stuff down there, I doubt there is anything game-changing. I've also had the capital city expanded since I took over. Clayman originally never built a city around his castle, likely due to the surrounding environment being a pain to build around. I, however, wanted a city built around my castle, so with the help of Rimuru's orcs and my own newly trained workers, a barebones city was quickly built. Some terraforming was necessary, but that wasn't difficult for me to do. Since then, the city has been developing more and more. We are completely self-sufficient due to the vast fertile grounds that I created with nature magic. Some of the dark elves residing in the top level had moved out and into the capital city, while some chose to remain in the area they were familiar with. It wasn't a big deal to me. The capital city was already occupied by hundreds of thousands of Majin, most that had come from the outskirts of my own territory. I'd like to think I've done right by my new citizens. They were practically trapped in the top level by Clayman after all. He hadn't seen them for centuries. According to one of the elders, they were just left to rot. That's likely a large part of the reason there was no resistance to me taking over this territory. I looked at Sasha, who was still freaking out about being handed a territory. Don't freak out so much. The territory won't be large at all. Rather, just think of it as some land I'm giving you as a signing bonus. There won't be any citizens or anything you'll have to take care of either. Sasha nodded. Got it. Thanks. No problem, now let's go. I showed Sasha to her room and had her leave her luggage there. Now, let me introduce you to some of my subordinates. You already met most of them at the festival, but I do have some more that it would be useful to get to know. I said as I led Sasha toward where I sensed Fiel. Fiel and Shera were both basically Raiden's second-in-command. According to Raiden, they took to her maid training well and were loyal. They were the best of the bunch in Raiden's own words. In the first place, I had named them, so loyalty wasn't even a question. Though it's good that Raiden is making more friends, if Fiel and Shera could be considered friends. The only people Raiden is close to are Siko and Kurumi. She wasn't as close to the Demonist trio, but she had a healthy amount of respect for them and them for her. In the end, before I named Raiden, she had the intelligence of a dog, so it would take time for her to develop her own being further. My naming of her is what gave a boost to her soul and allowed her to develop an ego, which has continuously grown over time. In order to get an ultimate skill she will need to develop further, and making more friends and connections is a step in the right direction. It didn't take me long to find Fiel cleaning up one of the hallways. Fiel immediately noticed me and bowed. Lord Felix. I gave her a nod. Fiel, I'm here to introduce you to a new co-worker of yours. This is Sasha. She will be leading the science department. Fiel bowed lightly to Sasha. It is nice to meet you, Miss Sasha. Aha, no need to call me Miss, just Sasha is fine. Fiel nodded. As you wish, Sasha. Well, that's all. See you around, Fiel. I waved. Fiel is one of Raiden's lieutenants, Sasha, so she knows this castle pretty well. If you need anything, you can go to her. Now, I'll introduce you to Raiden's other lieutenant. Miss Raiden has some crazy strong subordinates, huh? I was feeling pressured just by being near Fiel. Commented Sasha. I nodded. Well, I did name them, and it seems they have been training as well. Raiden is not known to go easy when it comes to training her underlings. The Dark Elf Fiel Nervalin's existence points have been recorded at 371,125. Got it, thanks, Odin. Odin has a pretty easy time getting someone's existence points, thanks to the data she got from Small World as well as Malim I. While Odin hasn't analyzed Small World enough to recreate it due to its complexity, she has analyzed it enough to figure out how some parts of the skill worked. But damn, that's pretty strong. Stronger than most Enlightened, and approaching Frey's own EP, which is at around 400,000. Enlightened starts at 100,000 EP, and Raiden is really training up some monsters. As expected of my maid. It didn't take me long to find Shera, who was cleaning up one of the many rooms in my castle. Lord Felix. Bowed Shera. Shera, this is Sasha, one of my new subordinates. It's nice to meet you, Sasha. Responded Shera as she approached Sasha and grabbed her hand. While Fiel was a bit more serious, Shera was a lot more bubbly and outgoing. Nice to meet you too, Shera. Sasha seemed to have trouble dealing with outgoing people like Shera. Are you one of Master's new subordinates then? Asked Shera. Sasha nodded. Yes, Lord Felix gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. When she says it like that, it makes it seem like I pressured her into working with me, which I didn't. But Shera, being her usual self, just nodded with a happy smile. I'm sure you'll like working here. Now I need to get back to work before Miss Raiden gets upset at me. No one likes it when she is upset. Sasha nodded. Okay, I'll see you around, I guess. Shera nodded. Yup. Now that introductions are done, let's go. I still have one more person to introduce you to. Sasha nodded. Goodbye, Lord Felix. Waved Shera. See ya. Shera has also grown powerful, too, from what I'm sensing. Raiden really didn't go easy on them. The Dark Elf Shera Greenwood's existence points has been recorded at 357,923. So, she is slightly below Fiel then, though she is still very powerful. You seriously have some scary subordinates, boss. Do you mind if I call you boss? I nodded. Boss is fine. Sasha nodded. First, there were all the subordinates you brought to the festival. I almost had a heart attack when I met them. Just the faint aura they were releasing felt terrifying. Now, while those maids don't feel as powerful, they are still super scary. It almost felt like I was in the presence of Master Gadra again. The majority of beings in this world aren't capable of perfectly controlling their aura like me. Among my subordinates, only Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina are capable of completely concealing their aura. The rest give off an aura, though it is very faint. It's a damn good thing that I have such good control over my own aura, thanks to Odin. If I fully released my entire aura, every single being in my territory and likely beyond would die, except perhaps beings on the level of my direct subordinates. Spiritual pressure is a very real threat when dealing with powerful beings in this world. If I were to go to a material world with no supernatural energy, then releasing my entire aura would easily destroy the entire planet and beyond. The Cardinal World really is scary when looked at from an outside point of view. I wonder how Sasha has dealt with those three demonists. They are primordials, after all, and Sasha freaked out quite a bit once she learned that Rain was a primordial before outright passing out when I told her I had 3 primordials of my own under me. I'm sure everything went fine. Who are we meeting next, boss? Asked Sasha. We are going to meet the undead White King, who is basically the first line of defense. He and his undead patrol the area around my capital city and make sure to deal with any invaders and the like. I wanted you to meet him since if you want to explore the underground ruins, you'll have to go through him since he has some of his undead stationed at the entrance to the ruins. Adelman is, of course, incapable of completely monitoring my entire territory, but he and his undead still do a good job. Thanks to Arcuade's recruitment efforts, the military has grown by leaps and bounds, giving us the numbers to have squadrons regularly patrolling various areas in my territory and giving Azeroth a pretty secure defense. An undead, huh? And a White King, too. That species of undead is known to generally be in the disaster class range. Said Sasha. I nodded. Yeah, Adelman is pretty powerful. Adelman. Whispered Sasha. Weird. Before Sasha could ask anything, I snapped my fingers, teleporting us to where I sensed Adelman. My lord. I looked down to find Adelman kneeling with Hel and Albert kneeling behind him. Hello, Adelman, no need to kneel. Adelman nodded and rose up along with Hel and Albert. It is wonderful to see you in good health, Lord Felix. Said Albert. I nodded. It's good to see you as well, Albert. I see you've gotten your new power under control. Albert nodded. Yes. After being granted a name, I trained myself to better make use of this new power you have granted me. I nodded. That's good. I then turned to Hel. And what about you, Hel? After naming Hel, she evolved into a Dragon Lord class dragon, a Gehenna dragon, and a being imbued with death. Hel looked at me with devotion shining in her eyes. I am well, Lord Felix. I am making use of the power you have granted me to protect your territory. I nodded. Thanks for that. I appreciate the hard work you three have been putting in. Adelman waved his hands frantically. There is no need for thanks, my lord. We are simply doing our duty as your faithful worshippers. I internally cringed hearing that. I see. Well, I just came here to introduce you to a new subordinate of mine. I gestured to her. Adelman gave Sasha a bony smile. Why hello there, young lady, it's nice to meet you. What is your name? Ah, I'm Sasha. She introduced herself, fiddling with her fingers slightly as she looked at Adelman. Adelman looked at Sasha oddly. Sasha, huh? What a coincidence. I used to know a girl named Sasha. She was my good friend Gadra's student. Ah. Mr. Adelman. Is that really you? Yelled Sasha. Oh. Is that you, Sasha? Ho ho, I remember you used to be such a tomboy. Look at you all grown up. I'm sure Gadra is proud. Wah. You're really that Adelman. Master Gadra's closest friend. You aren't lying, are you? Ah, so they know each other. Gadra is the court mage of the Eastern Empire, according to Sasha. That's something to think about. That could be either a potential risk or a potential gain. Indeed, that is me. How is old Gadra doing now? Asked Adelman. Oh, he is the court mage for the Eastern Empire now. Sasha said excitedly. Adelman nodded. I see, I see. Ah. I apologize for getting distracted, Lord Felix. Punish me as you see fit. I sighed. It's fine, I don't mind watching a reunion. Dealing with so many yes-men is getting to be a pain. I can see why Rimuru encourages his subordinates to treat him as a friend rather than a master. Being surrounded by only yes-men can be exhausting. I'm fine with my direct subordinates as they don't go overboard, but Adelman literally sees me as his god and makes no attempts to hide that fact. Ah, your generosity knows no bounds, my lord. Said Adelman, placing his hands on his chest where his heart would be. Even Sasha was looking at Adelman weirdly. Adelman then turned to Sasha. Ho ho, you've grown so much. Remember those times you said you'd marry me when you would grow up, ho ho ho. Adelman teased Sasha. Adelman even laughs like an old man. Gah. Don't bring up stuff like that. It doesn't count. Sasha shouted, blushing slightly in embarrassment. Well, since you two are getting along, I'll leave you to be, later. I said as I teleported back to my castle. Sasha. Ah, boss totally forgot that she didn't know how to teleport without preparation, didn't he? How was she supposed to get back? Flashback end. Felix. Ever since I learned of Adelman and Sasha's connection to the court mage of the Eastern Empire, I've been considering what to do with that connection. The Eastern Empire hasn't made its intention for world conquest subtle. They even had a failed invasion on the Great Jura Forest a century or so ago. Of course, they couldn't even touch Veldora, as if numbers would be enough to take on a true dragon. That's part of the reason I'm so interested in meeting this new version of Chloe and Hinata. Veldora may have been weaker than his current self back then, but they still managed to seal a true dragon, a never-before-seen feat. Still, if the Eastern Empire's goals remain the same, then perhaps I can use Adelman to acquire more information. I don't doubt Adelman's loyalties, we have a soul connection that allows Odin to monitor them carefully. And then I have a demon with the shadow motion skill residing in Sasha's shadow as well, just in case. Having a greater demon in her shadow at all times is as good a way as any to have her monitored 24/7. Perhaps it isn't very moral, but since when did that matter? Morals are for people that can fulfill their responsibilities without resorting to more dubious means. I was a demon now, my morals were more flexible. Whether I was always like this or it was my nature as a demon didn't matter, it was just how I was now. Trust is earned, not given, and while Sasha does seem trustworthy, you can never know in this world. Even with great sage, Rimuru didn't realize the shady stuff Yuki was into until some time later. Some people really are just that good at acting. Before I could get lost in thought, I heard Raiden appear behind me. Master, she is on her way here. I nodded. Thanks, Raiden. It is my duty. I simply nodded as we waited in silence. It didn't take long for the double door to my throne room to open. The double door itself was guarded by two archdemons that met the standards of Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina, so I'm sure they were more than sufficient. I watched as the doors closed behind Sasha. I am ready, boss. I nodded. Good. I stood up and approached her. Do you know the spatial coordinates of your mansion? Sasha nodded. I do, but there may be an issue. It is located within the territory of the Kingdom of Farmenas. Ah, Yum's kingdom. That's fine. I doubt he'll mind my visit. Sasha nodded. If you're sure. Once Sasha gave me the coordinates, I placed my hand on Sasha's shoulder. I looked at Raiden. I'll be back soon. Raiden nodded. I will await your return, master. And with that, I teleported us. I looked around the area that we appeared in. Sasha seemed to have given me the coordinates of the courtyard of her mansion. I noticed Sasha was looking at me in shock. That was impressive, boss. I don't think I've seen or heard of anyone teleporting such a vast distance, and that too without any prep time. I tilted my head. Thanks for the compliment, I guess. It was quite weird to be complimented repeatedly on something I considered incredibly basic. Ripping, bending, and manipulating space was fairly easy for most powerful beings in this world, doubly so for me. Sasha really was sheltered, huh? TSK TSK TSK. Kids these days don't go out and experience the world. It seems you have a guest. I voiced out. Huh? I do. I nodded. I sent someone at the front of the mansion waiting outside the gate. That's weird. I don't think I had any appointments. Do you mind if I go check it out? I nodded. Go for it. I'll be wandering around. Got it, I won't be long, boss. Once Sasha was gone, I went inside the mansion and made my way to where I sensed her lab was. I attempted to open the door but found it was locked, so I simply teleported through the door and into Sasha's lab. I went through the various artifacts that Sasha had left lying around, and after 10 minutes of that, Sasha came back. Ah. I was looking for you, boss. Sasha said. I was just looking around. Who was at the gate? Ah, that was just Raisin. Responded Sasha. I tilted my head. Raisin. The court mage of Farmenas. Why was he here? Oh, well, we were both students of Master Gadra, so we have kept in contact. In fact, it's because of him that I got this fancy mansion to stay in. I nodded. I see. Did you tell him you were going to be leaving? Sasha nodded. Yeah, he seemed fine with it. I nodded. Good. All right, are you ready to move this plot of land? Sasha nodded with interest shining in her eyes. Yes, I'd like to see how you will go about doing something like this. I don't think it's going to be as flashy as you are expecting. This will still be a momentous occasion that I would like to observe. I shrugged my shoulders. Go for it. I snapped my fingers, teleporting both Sasha and me outside of the mansion. I extended my demonic wings and took to the skies. I looked down at the mansion from above before bending space, connecting the mansion to the plot of land I had given to Sasha. In front of our eyes, the entire mansion vanished, leaving behind the foundation. I had the foundation already prepared beforehand. I'll have some of my workers make sure to connect all the utilities. Even in the Cardinal World, toiletries and whatnot are fairly popular with the wealthy. So, of course, I would have access to the proper equipment to set all that up. With the help of magic, none of that should be difficult, though. I flew down towards Sasha, who was standing next to where her mansion used to be. Well, that's a new one. I heard her mutter. She quickly noticed my descent. I'm just going to assume that you can do anything, boss. It's better for my health that way. She sighed. I nodded. I'll have some workers get your mansion fully set up. It shouldn't take long. Sasha nodded and gave me a thumbs up. Thanks, boss. No problem. Do you have anything else to do while you are here? Sasha shook her head. Nope. I've already informed all my customers about my move. I nodded. All right then. And with that, we left. Leon Cromwell. Leon sighed as he leaned back on his throne. Looking up at the grand ceiling above him, he took a moment to himself. Ruling an entire continent was not easy if one wished to be an effective ruler. Every decision he made affected the lives of everyone around him. If he took a break, then he wouldn't be able to forgive himself if something happened. Did you wish for tea, my lord? He turned to his Black Knight, one of the few people he could trust with his entire heart, and shook his head. No. Claude nodded and then continued to silently stand guard in front of him. He didn't need any guards, but it was about the image he gave off. If any random muck could challenge him, then his reputation would be damaged. And though he didn't care for his reputation much anymore, a bad reputation would mean inviting more trouble his way. At least that annoying John is finally gone, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Dealing with John was a constant source of irritation, stretching his already thin patience. Every moment dealing with John was a moment lost. It was time that could be better spent managing his territory. Or, more importantly, pursuing the thing that mattered the most to him. His search for her. His search for Chloe. His search for his childhood friend was his motivation for many things he had done in this new world. He knew he had committed a sin by spreading the method for incomplete summonings, something which practically guaranteed the summoning of children. He had created an inbuilt mechanism that required the permission of the other worlder in question to be summoned, yet it was still abused by others throughout the world. But he did what he could to lessen the burden of his sin. He always made sure to provide all the summoned children he purchased from that shady organization a good life. He had them trained in magic and various arts, everything they would need to live a decent life in this world. Some chose to settle for a regular citizen's life, while some like Ulrose and Claude wished to serve him. He didn't deserve their loyalty, not truly, but he accepted it. The ones under his command were generally otherworlders he saved just before death, they tended to accept his offers and he saw no reason to not help them after the ritual had already been used. Yet throughout all that, he still hadn't summoned Chloe. Back in their old world he was the heir to a prestigious noble house in Europe, and Chloe was the daughter of his father's guard captain. They quickly got along and would do everything together. He did not take it well when they appeared in this world and Chloe vanished right in front of him. From the moment he realized what had happened he made it his life's goal to reunite with Chloe. She was stuck in this world somewhere alone. He met the elemental queen Ramaris and gained her blessing as well as a contract with an elemental of light. Through various trials he became a true hero, until eventually turning into a demonoid due to it being more beneficial for his goals. When the time came for him to take on the path of becoming a demon lord, his elemental of light abandoned him, even through their countless years of battle and partnership. Though, at the very least, he was able to keep the abilities and power he had gained when he awakened as a true hero. That betrayal did somewhat sting. He and his elemental had fought together for decades at that point after all, but he had to move on, he had a goal he wished to achieve. After that he declared himself a demon lord, something which caught the attention of Demon Lord Kazalim, the Curse Lord himself. The Curse Lord quickly attacked him with his army, something that annoyed Leon as the Curse Lord had not even bothered to converse with him beforehand, and so he single-handedly killed the Curse Lord and his entire army while also taking over his territory. Shortly after that he summoned perhaps one of his greatest regrets, Shizu Izawa. He had her contract with the greater elemental of fire, Ifrit, to save her life from the wounds and burns she had suffered before her summoning. With her strained relationship with Ifrit, she was not suited to a regular life. She was bound to erupt and be consumed at any moment, so he decided to train her as his personal guard to keep an eye on her. However, even then, he quickly noticed that she was not suited to be a guard. She had so much potential that he didn't want to keep her trapped. In a way, he could see a fragment of himself when he used to be a hero in her. She deserved to see the world and enjoy herself. And so when the hero Cronoa attacked, he had left her behind in the hopes that the hero would take her in, to let her experience the life he thought she deserved. Thankfully, Cronoa took her in and personally trained her, giving her a way to keep Ifrit under her control for good. After that he fled to his new territory, a continent across the sea that was far larger than his previous territory. A place where he could make a home for himself and his subordinates. The volcano located at the center of the continent was also a resource that he made use of, many valuable ores laid around it, and the ash was not an issue due to the various barriers they had placed. He had access to a vast amount of gold thanks to this, and thanks to his close relationship with Sarian he could easily gather all the supplies he needed when he first began creating El Dorado. He had created an utopia where all his citizens were happy. He was glad he was still capable of doing some good. Leon's thoughts wandered back to Shizu. Since the hero took Shizu in, Leon had kept an eye on her. He recalled how proud he felt when he heard about the moniker she had been granted, the Conqueror of Flames. A gaudy title, but one that was well deserved. He did not know what relationship that slime had with Shizu. At first he had thought the slime had killed her, but he quickly realized that likely was not true. Why would the slime have been glaring at him in anger at the Valpurgis if he had killed Shizu? It did not make sense, and so Leon assumed that the slime and Shizu had some sort of intimate relationship, and the slime was upset at him on her behalf. Something Leon could not blame him, or Shizu, for. Then there was that shady organization, Cerberus. They were an extremely suspicious organization, but Leon still made use of them as it would be bothersome to erase them. Though he was quite unhappy with the so-called merchants that visited him last. That elf and the clown were both incredibly suspicious. Leon preferred the previous merchant, Demrata. He took his role much more seriously. Still, Leon's suspicion wasn't enough for him to stop exploiting them. They were the easiest way to acquire otherworlder children after all. His hope was that eventually Chloe would be summoned as he had analyzed the phenomena that had occurred back when he first appeared in this world. It was his hypothesis that the moment he and Chloe appeared in this world she was summoned elsewhere. It was quite sad to him that the humans in the West were so willing to sacrifice their own for mere material wealth. As a former hero, Leon still felt saddened by humanity's choices, but he was no longer a hero, and so he would not cast judgment on them as he previously would have. If anything, he was the main reason the problem had spiraled so far. So, even if he were a hero, he would not be able to judge them. Then there was that demon. He did not think any being would tame John, but the demon had proved him wrong. Leon's territory was somewhat connected to the demon realm, due to that one could always sense a heavy demonic aura and intense magicals radiating in the surroundings. Sometimes some demons even passed through the Hell Gate and attempted to disrupt the Order of El Dorado. Of course, since the demons remained unincarnated, his knights were capable of handling them, even the occasional archdemon that invaded. John, however, was another beast altogether. The most he could hope for was to hold her off until she got bored. Sure, he could have eliminated her completely, but the amount of collateral damage would destroy everything he had created on El Dorado, something he would not allow. And as a primordial, she would be reborn eventually and come back to El Dorado with a vengeance the common populace would not survive. And so he was forced to simply bear the brunt of John's attention. Since John was not incarnated, she was somewhat limited in what she could do, however her mere existence was enough to limit him from going anywhere unless absolutely necessary. He had no idea when John would come out and rampage after all, and if he was not there to quell her, then he feared what John would get up to in his territory. If he was not around and John decided to come out to play, Leon knew she could single-handedly destroy the entirety of El Dorado. Haha, indeed, Lord Leon. Her disappearance has been a blessing. I would have preferred to deal with that rebellious demon myself. She did reject your offers for peace after all, but I am much too weak to do such a thing," said Claude. Leon sighed, hearing his knight. Indeed, she was a troublesome opponent. She would fire off extremely destructive nuclear magic without a care for the consequences. I can only pity Demon Lord Felix for taking in such an unruly subordinate. Leon did not think that John of all people would be a very good subordinate. She was far too wild, too untamed. She would ignore orders and just do whatever she wished. She would cause as much destruction as possible and laugh everything off. The usurper of Black even went ahead and named John on top of properly incarnating her for some stupid reason. Leon did not understand what Demon Lord Felix was thinking. Going by Guy's own words, the other demon that was Felix's other attendant was also another primordial, the primordial of White, Blanc. She was also named and incarnated. That demon had two such beings under him, something that made Leon extremely wary of him. From the power John had radiated after being named, she had grown far, far stronger than before. To the point that he may even need to get a little serious to deal with her, something he never needed to do in the past. Oh, I do wonder what kind of character is necessary to tame such a vile demon. I do not think she would bow down to just anyone. Leon nodded. He was powerful, that is for sure. Felix White did not bother concealing his power at the Walpurgis. It was as if he was declaring that he would take on any who disagreed with his attendance. Arrogant, but understandable. So the Hell Gate is finally closed, huh? Claude voiced out. Leon nodded. Indeed. I went to check on the area once I sensed the demonic aura suddenly disappear. Such a thing has never happened before. The gate was somehow dimensionally modified, resulting in the gate closing in on itself. I do not think it is possible to fix it unless one has an incredibly high mastery over spatial manipulation. He had sent his men to attempt to seal the Hell Gate in the past, but they were quickly rebuffed by the hordes of demons residing within. He didn't think someone like John would ever do such a thing, but he didn't think she would serve under anybody either. According to Guy, John was one of the primordial demons that could not be reasoned with. It was best to just never interact with her if possible. He shook his head. He wouldn't think further about John now that she was out of his hair. Tell me about what is going on in the main continent, Claude. Leon ordered. Claude nodded. We have discovered that an alliance between Ruberius, Tempest and Azeroth has been formed. With Dworgen and Sarian also being allied with Tempest and Azeroth. Sarian, huh? Muttered Leon. Perhaps I will go and visit Elmesia and see what she is thinking. Now that John was gone and the Hell Gate closed, he could actually afford to leave his territory without fear of returning to a massive crater. As you will, Lord Leon. I have also learned from our sources in the west that Demon Lord Rimuru has acquired 5 Otherworlder children from the Free Guild. Leon tilted his head. 5 Otherworlders, huh? That was interesting information, but nothing Leon would concern himself with further. While he did wish to show up in Tempest and verify who exactly those children were, he knew that interfering with another demon lord's business was taboo. It wasn't like Chloe was likely to be one of those children in the first place. He had been looking for her for centuries. Leon doubted she conveniently showed up somewhere that his eyes could not reach, and then conveniently ended up in the custody of another demon lord. No, such a thing was far too unlikely to occur. Still, he wished to meet with Elmesia at some point and learn what exactly she saw in Tempest to ally with them. Elmesia rarely made moves like this. He would have to finish everything urgent in his territory and then visit her. Elmesia El Rusarian. Gerald. She called out. The head of her Magus guards appeared in front of her. Yes. Did you send out the message to Mother? Gerald nodded. I did, but you know how she is. Who knows where she currently is, who knows when the message will even get to her. Elmesia sighed but nodded. Indeed, I'm expecting to have to wait for some time. Her mother was many things, punctual was not one of them. So is it true then? Elmesia tilted her head and looked at her uncle curiously. Is what true then? Is brother truly still alive? Elmesia did not miss the small hint of longing in Erald's tone. Erald and her had both grown up hearing about the legendary Sarian, the true hero of the elves, doubly so for his daughter and his brother. His reputation was a lot to live up to. Both Erald and her were looking forward to meeting him, though that's if they could manage to restore him to his former self. When Elmesia thought of the Deathman, all she felt was sadness. The man may wear a father's face, but he did not have his memories, he did not remember their people, his wife, his unborn daughter. He might as well have been considered a different person. Hopefully her mother will be able to come up with a solution to his lost memories. Elmesia herself was fairly knowledgeable when it came to magic, but she couldn't even hold a candle when compared to her mother. Her mother was quite literally the strongest four sorcerers dynasty Sarian had access to. An ultimate awakened was such a fearsome being that they would instantly become the trump card of even a highly developed dynasty like Sarian, and even if she was also an ultimate awakened, she knew her mother was more powerful. She focused back on Erald's question. Indeed, as far as I am able to tell, that being used to be my father. Erald sighed. To think that brother suffered such a fate. Elmesia shrugged her shoulders. We have heard of worse fates. At least he is alive with the hopes that we may be able to restore him to how he was previously. Erald nodded. That's true. Still, for that demon lord to have taken brother down is quite incredible. She nodded. When I met him my instincts were warning him of the threat he possessed, even when he was completely bound by some mysterious holy magic he still felt threatening. Haha, it seems the stories weren't exaggerated then, huh? Erald joked. Elmesia nodded as she relaxed back into the couch she was sitting on. Indeed, now we can only wait for Mother's return. Chapter 126, Chapter 56, The Dungeon Dominators. Felix. I yawned as I got out of bed. I gave Siko's ass a pat, causing her to moan out slightly. I chuckled before getting dressed for the day. It had been a few weeks since I was last in Tempest, and I'm already going back today. Though I don't really mind that, hanging out in Tempest was fun. I could cause as many issues as I wanted and have Rimuru deal with the fallout. Muhahaha. Was it my fault for taking advantage of him? Or was it his fault for letting me? The world would never know. Rimuru had said he figured out how exactly to get our idea from some time back working. Our idea to go into the dungeon as monsters and terrorize the adventurers inside. I imagine that it wasn't all that hard to figure out how to create an avatar with the emulated souls, but I'm also sure that Rimuru has been busy. He's had to get everything from the attack on Tempest repaired, as well as soothe any of the nobles and royals' bruised egos. I am somewhat excited to be one of the monsters in the dungeon. It sounds fun. Terrorizing innocent adventurers looking to make a quick buck sounds like a good way to spend my day. I snapped my fingers cleaning the room up as well as equipping some casual clothing. I gave a fond smile to Siko, who was still sleeping, and left my room. No reason to wake her up. The moment I stepped out, I found my maid waiting for me. Master. Good morning, Raiden. Good morning, Master. Did you wish to eat anything before you went to visit Lord Rimuru? I shook my head. Nah, if I want anything I'll just get something from one of the food stands. It's not like I can feel hungry in the first place. Raiden pouted hearing my words but nodded. Very well. I will inform everyone who wishes to meet you that you will be unavailable today. I nodded. Thanks for that. It is my duty, Master. Haha, I know. Anyways, I'm off now, see ya. With a wave, I vanished and appeared in the central plaza where I had my confrontation with Mariable. Practically all the damage I caused from that fight has already been fixed, even the collapsed buildings. Lord Felix. I wasn't surprised when I heard a voice come from behind me. Sauka. I nodded. Lord Rimuru has sent me to inform you that he is in the control room of the dungeon. Sauka informed. I nodded. All right, thanks, Sauka. Sauka gave me a bow before sinking into the shadows below her, using her shadow motion skill to return to her post. Then, with a snap of my fingers, I teleported to the control room of the dungeon. I saw Rimuru was already waiting there with his legs kicked up on the table, eating some small cupcakes while appearing lost in thought. I don't think Shuna would approve of that. Rimuru jumped in surprise. Gah. Felix. That is my name, yes. Rimuru coughed lightly. Ah, I didn't think you would be here so soon. Communicating in and out of the dungeon can be a bit tough, something I'll have to fix. I shrugged my shoulders. We are technically in another dimension, so it does make sense. My gaze then wandered to the control panel next to Rimuru, which seemed to be displaying one of the streets in Tempest. I didn't know you recreated cameras. Rimuru looked at where I was looking. Ah, it's not exactly a camera, but it does the same thing but better. I tilted my head. Oh. What is it then? I used some spirit magic to recreate large water lenses shaped by water elementals all the way in the stratosphere. Then I sent out tiny slime body doubles that are connected to me through spatial domination and have them transmit everything to the control room. With those lenses, a magnified view can be displayed here in the control room, basically mimicking a camera. Huh, you can basically look all over the world then, huh? Rimuru nodded. Well, some barriers can block it, but it's still great. I can even deploy a supercharged Megiddo through the lenses from the control room. Hey, I imagine everyone would freak out if they knew you could send a death beam to their kingdom whenever you want. Rimuru looked to the side nervously. Ah, yeah, they probably would. Keep it a secret, please. Keep what a secret? I don't know anything. I said with a smile, causing Rimuru to let out a sigh of relief. Anyways, you said you got the whole dungeon avatar thing working. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, but before I explain, let me call Veldora and Ramiris over. Could you grab Malim? Yeah, sure. I snapped my fingers, creating a portal to the exact spatial coordinates I knew Malim was at. Thanks to the soul corridor we now had, I could basically always know where she was, as well as various other benefits. Through the portal, I could see that Malim was sitting at her desk working on paperwork. It was quite weird to see Malim actually being productive. Really weird. Malim's territory has slowly been growing. Frey's territory, by default, is now considered part of Malim's territory. And thanks to Rimuru's help, Malim is having a fairly large palace built while the Harpy nation is being practically entirely rebuilt. Malim's gaze snapped to the portal I had created. Ah, Felix. I knew you'd come to save me. Malim yelled as she skipped through the portal. I closed the portal and sighed. Fry is probably going to be upset with you. Fry was practically Malim's minder at this point, but she signed up for it. Malim pouted. I can deal with that later. For now, let's have some fun. I nodded. That's why I brought you here. As Malim and I were talking, Veldora, Rimuru, and Ramiris all showed up. Sup, Veldora? I greeted. My friend. Veldora yelled as he approached me. Gaha, I have heard from Rimuru that we will be exploring my domain today. Your domain? Ramiris protested. Veldora coughed lightly. I mean our domain. Ramiris nodded with a satisfied smile. That's right. You may be the king of the dungeon, but I created the dungeon. Rimuru sighed. Yes, we all know you are amazing, Ramiris. He said in a monotone voice, but that was enough to earn a wide grin from the small fairy queen. It seems Rimuru has mastered the art of dealing with Ramiris, impressive. Let me take you to the laboratory. I'll explain everything once we are there. Rimuru said as he stood up. All four of us nodded as we followed along behind Rimuru. It didn't take us long to arrive at the laboratory. I spotted Vesta working with some of his lab assistants, and it was the second person I spotted who caused me to pause for a moment. Dino. Hearing me, Dino looked at me. For a moment, he pretended not to have heard me before sighing. He began to sluggishly approach us, scratching the back of his head. He gave me a nod. Felix. His gaze then wandered to Malim. I spotted a substantial amount of reverence and even hope in his eyes when he looked at Malim. He dipped his head slightly. Lady Malim. Malim tilted her head. I thought I told you to drop the lady every single time we interact, Dino. Dino laughed nervously. Aha, well, sorry about that. I guess his reverence for Malim is not unfounded. She is the daughter of his deceased lord, after all. I could tell he had a unique skill as well as an ultimate skill, very impressive. As expected for one of the angels of origin, he's probably been around for billions of years at this point. I'm sure he has a vast amount of knowledge, and unlike Ramiris, he hasn't forgotten any of it. Am I sensing things right, Odin? Correct. The fallen Dino has 400,000 EP. There is no way that can be true. He is one of the primordial angels. I refuse to believe his EP is below that of an awakened being. In that case, Dino may have a way to hide his true EP somehow. Interesting. I gave Dino a once-over. The guy was practically dead on his feet. He doesn't seem to be the type to seal his power to just look cool. Why were you here, Dino? Malim asked in her usual bubbly tone. Ah, well, I was kicked out by de Grol, so I went to Guy to see if I could stay with him. Dino sighed. But like the evil demon he is, he rejected me and told me to come here. Dino continued. And then even Rimuru is making me work now. Well, if you want to stay here, you have to work. Everyone in Tempest contributes something. Rimuru argued. Yeah. I'm even putting the work in Dino. Ramiris boasted. Dino's shoulders slumped. Ugh, but I don't wanna. If you want to make me work, make me a bed tester or a food critic. Melim patted Dino on the shoulder. Don't worry. You can do it, Dino. Dino groaned. Fine, fine. With that, Dino went to Vesta and began working. Phew, thanks for that, Melim. I was worried he wasn't going to get anything done. Melim nodded with a smile. Dino may seem unreliable, but he comes through when it counts. Ahaha, is that so? Said Rimuru. Anyways, let me show you something. We followed Rimuru to his private portion of the laboratory. I noticed quite a few vessels made of magi steel being kept in an isolation chamber. What are those for, Rimuru? I asked while pointing to the magi steel skeletons. Rimuru looked at where I was pointing. Ah, Diablo said he wanted to recruit some demons, so I let him. Those are just the vessels I prepared to properly incarnate them. I nodded. Hey, he's copying me. Rimuru shrugged his shoulders. I don't know what goes on in that guy's head half the time, so maybe. Yeah, that guy can be pretty mysterious. I nod along. Even with Diablo being the primordial of my lineage, he is quite the oddity. I don't think I'll ever understand that guy. We made our way into Rimuru's lab, and he closed the door behind us, locking us in his lab. Rimuru then took out the emulated souls from his stomach. This is basically a soul container. It can act as a temporary vessel for us to mess around in the dungeon. Said Rimuru. Eh? That doesn't sound fun. Everything in the dungeon is weak except for Veldora. Melim whined. Rimuru nodded. I have a solution for that, too. This can act in a similar way to the elven homunculus. The elves were able to transfer their consciousness to the homunculus and still retain most of their power. Of course, I will do the reverse. I'll have it so our power is restricted when we possess these. Just when I was thinking about people sealing off their power to look cool, Rimuru does this. Well, I guess this is different. I am quite curious how well I'd fare in the dungeon, which has far less power available to me. I like to think I have a fair amount of technique in everything I utilize, swordsmanship, magic, and hand-to-hand combat. I primarily rely on hand-to-hand combat since it is what I enjoy the most. Why use a weapon when I can just use my hands? These hands are rated E for everyone, and they haven't had their chance to shine in a long time. Of course, that doesn't mean I am hesitant to use swordsmanship. I didn't train my ass off as well as copy others' techniques for nothing. I'll just reserve swordsmanship for the truly powerful, like a true anime character. Besides, most of my sword arts are incredibly powerful and not suitable for just messing around. The only person I regularly use my katana against is Melim, who herself is a very accomplished swordswoman and can handle it. Rimuru then took out a black orb and handed it to each of us. This feels familiar. Is this a piece of Charybdis core? I used something similar to reincarnate Gaia. Rimuru nodded. Yup. I isolated it in my stomach and extracted the negative energy, turning it into basically a shell. Just imagine your favorite monster while focusing your aura onto the black orb. Ooh. Anything I want? Asked Veldora. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, it should be able to turn into any kind of monster. But don't go overboard. Veldora smirked and then nodded. Melim, Veldora, Ramiris, and I all focused on the orb. What kind of monster do I want my avatar to be? I should base that around what abilities I want to use when incarnating my avatar. I think I'll go with Sukuna's abilities. Dismantle, cleave, fire manipulation and all of Sukuna's other abilities. Part of his technique should be good enough. I'll leave out his world system skill. I haven't had the chance to mess around with dismantle and cleave, two abilities I think are really fun to use, so I'll base my monster around those two abilities. Something agile and flexible. Perhaps I can create a brand new monster. Something with the combined traits of multiple different races. Well, it couldn't hurt to try. I focused on the image of what I wanted, and before long, my avatar was born. Huh? What's that, Felix? Rimuru asked. I noticed that he had created a ghost. I tried to see if I could create something with the traits from multiple different races, and it looks like I was successful. I said as I stared down at my avatar. You can do that. Rimuru yelled before coughing slightly and nodding. Ah, of course, I knew you could do that. I rolled my eyes. Aha. I took a look at what everyone else made. Veldora had created a skeleton of sorts, a skeleton warrior. Ramiris made a knight out of armor, basically a golem knight. And then, finally, Malim had created an imp? It's not just a normal imp but a bright pink imp, one with 2 wings, very subtle. Hee hee, what do you think, Felix? I thought of my favorite monster race, a demon. But then I realized that this couldn't turn into a demon, so I turned it into a demon offshoot. An imp. I clapped my hands. Very impressive. I then tilted my head. Though, since when has your favorite race been demon? Ah, well, of course, it's because you're a demon, Felix. Gah. Critical hit. Arc is 1, 2. Though what is yours? I don't think I have ever seen a monster like that before. Malim asked. Ah, I think I'll call it a shadow dancer. A creature that lives in the shadows itself, using them as cover to strike. I informed everyone while keeping a straight face. Puffed. You made such a chunny avatar? Asked Rimuru, barely holding back his laughter. Hey. It's not chunny. It's a very powerful and adaptable monster. I rebuked. Don't worry, Felix. I understand. Veldora shot me a thumbs up. I sighed. I don't know if that is good or bad, Veldora. Veldora looked confused. Good, of course. I don't know about that. I whispered. All right, enough of that, let's focus now. Rimuru said. These avatars are what we are going to use to defeat challengers of the dungeon. Kaha, you are right, Rimuru. These monsters are incredibly weak. They would be incapable of beating even the weak challengers of the dungeon. Veldora said. Ramaris nodded along. Yeah. What's the meaning of this, Rimuru? Yeah, they are pretty weak to start out, but they can grow by sucking up more magicules from the dungeon. But currently, they are pretty weak, so I got us some unique grade equipment to choose from. They were right about one thing, these avatars were weak, not even at the level of a greater magein. We wouldn't be able to bring 1% of our power to bear with these as vessels. How fun. I already feel like I'm playing an MMORPG. Starting with a fresh character, I'll have to grind my way higher in strength and get better equipment. I can enjoy the weak to strong experience without actually losing my true strength. No matter what anyone tells you, being super overpowered can get boring. There is barely anyone to have a fun spar with. And I always have to hold back my true power. This way, I can technically go all out with my avatar without accidentally destroying everything around me, though the going all out thing is debatable since I would only be able to use whatever power the avatar can handle. Rimuru took out a bunch of armor and weapons from his stomach and laid them all out on the table. Alright, grab what you want. Rimuru said grandly. I quickly grabbed a dagger with a piercing enchantment, giving it a lot more penetrating power than normal, and then a black coat that concealed my presence. When using my avatar, I plan to go for an assassin build. All of these will help in that. I saw that Rimuru had picked a staff and a robe, and Veldora had picked a bastard sword, some armor, and a shield. Ramaris picked a giant axe and some armor, while Malim picked some gauntlets and a cape. Now that we all have our weapons, grab an emulated soul and aim it at your avatar. Rimuru explained. Then just release your magicules into the emulated soul to bind yourself to it, and then it will automatically merge with the master core. Finished Rimuru. We all nodded and set our equipment to the side. I grabbed an emulated soul, and moments later, I felt my vision change completely. Wow, this is trippy. I voiced out. I was shorter than I was previously, my vision was a bit different, and I could feel the difference in power in this avatar. It would take some getting used to. I turned around to look at my original body, which was just standing in place. I could choose to abandon this avatar and return to my main body at any point. Looking at myself from an outside point of view, I could say one thing for certain. I was damn handsome. Hee hee, this is so cool. Malim shouted as she jumped around in her avatar. Veldora, in his skeleton form, nodded. Indeed. I shall be the mightiest skeleton to grace this dungeon. Ooh. That sounds cool. Then I'll be the strongest golem. Ramaris shouted. Eh? Doesn't Beretta count as a golem? I asked. Ramaris stilled for a moment. Muhahaha, well, as my minion, of course, I'll be stronger than her. Of course, I will. Cope harder. Ramaris' gaze snapped to me. Eh? What does that mean? I shook my head. Nothing, it's nothing. Ah, this is a bracelet in which you guys conceal your avatars so you can deploy them whenever you want. Rimuru said as he handed each of us our respective bracelets. You can also store your main body in them too. He's right. I can sense the entrance to a miniature dimension located at the jewel of the bracelet. I quickly stored my main body in the bracelet and began to jump and move around to get used to this body further. While I couldn't make use of my ultimate skills or even the unique skills I had due to not having the power to use them, as well as the fact that those skills would make this entire thing pretty boring. That would be way too unfair, more unfair than it already is with the adventurers up against 4 demon lords and a true dragon. Anyways, now that we have our avatars ready and we have our equipment, let's go. Rimuru announced. Yeah. Underscore 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 underscore. I laughed as I sent off another dismantle towards the panicking adventurer. Gah. He screamed as his arm was cut off. It was nice not to have to worry about injuring anybody too much since they would just be revived and fully healed. I saw a pink blur run past me and into another adventurer, killing the adventurer. Melim was seriously focusing on a speed build. It was pretty difficult for most adventurers to even see her coming. I watched as Ramiris bulldozed her way through the group of adventurers, knocking them on their backs, something I took advantage of as I sent 4 dismantles, one aimed for each of their heads, quickly decapitating them. I sighed. Man, that took a lot out of me. Not having my former levels of energy available to me is such a pain. This vessel could only handle so much energy inside of it, so only a fraction of my magical capacity was accessible to me in this avatar. As I am now, I couldn't fight for very long if I wanted to use the abilities I had available to me to the fullest. Dismantle and cleave may be relatively simple, but they were powerful, and so the magical cost to use them was fairly intense. Along with that, various other abilities from my main body were reflected in my avatar, such as thought acceleration, future attack prediction, ultra instinct. All of those were useful when I was in a far weaker body than before. We had been messing around in the dungeon for a couple of hours now, soaking up the magicules and strengthening our avatars while also being a nuisance to various adventure groups. So far, only the 30th floor has been cleared. Various groups are still attempting to slay the Tempest Serpent, but I'm sure that will take some time. I smirked as I healed up from the injuries I acquired during this battle. Rimuru was able to use various elemental and holy magic as a ghost, so he basically just stuck to the support role while occasionally terrorizing others with elemental magic. It was pretty funny. He was using holy magic by praying to his original body. He was basically his own god. How egotistical. Good job, guys. Rimuru clapped. Ramiris puffed up her armor plate. Did you see what I did? Hee hee, those adventurers didn't know what was coming. Indeed, good job, Ramiris. Veldora said. I wish I was able to finish one of them off, but I am glad that we were successful. I flexed my arm a bit. I feel a good bit more powerful than when we started. It seems our avatars have gained some strength. I sensed Rimuru use analyze and assess on me and made no effort to block it. He then nodded. Yeah, all of us are at the A rank range now. Kahaha, as expected of us. We are already fearsome monsters in the dungeon. Veldora boasted. Well, only on the lower level floors. I corrected. Zijin would absolutely destroy us. No amount of teamwork can make up for such a large difference in raw power. I didn't know exactly how strong Zijin was, but according to Sukuna, Zijin was almost able to go toe-to-toe with him. So he was at least on Sukuna's own level, someone far beyond our avatars. Zijin is my student, so his strength is my strength. Veldora agreed. Yeah. In that case I am already the strongest golem since Beretta's strength also counts for me. Ramiris said with a smug tone. I sighed. I don't think that's how it works. Nonsense. Of course, that's how it works. Veldora fought back. I'm not going to argue about this. Good. Because you would lose that argument. Veldora said with a cocky smirk on his bony face. Is that so? Before I could continue, Rimuru interrupted. Stop messing with him, Veldora. He will actually argue with you for hours. Kahaha, that was funny though. Ramiris laughed. I squinted my eyes at her. You wanna go, Pixie? Ramiris may be taller than me and more bulky in our current forms, but I could run circles around her before she could do anything. Ramiris came up to me and began shadowboxing, which looked fairly odd, seeing as she was basically just sentient armor. Though unlike when she was in her pixie form, her current punches actually had some power behind them. The air in front of her fists was getting displaced, and with a bit more power, she may be able to cause a shockwave. She was a powerful metal golem now, after all. Huh. I'm not a pixie right now. I'm the unbeatable golem knight. She boasted. Heh, I bet your armor can't even withstand my cleave. I taunted. I was fairly certain I could cause Ramaris some damage with a well-placed cleave or dismantle. It would only just cost me almost all the Magicools I had available to me in this weak avatar. Ramaris was basically made out of unique grade armor. After all, unique grade equipment was considered an ancestral treasure for a reason. It was damn powerful. Foo-foo as if. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you because you're my friend, Ramaris said. Before we could continue, Rimuru got in between us. If you guys want to fight, do it later. It was pretty funny seeing a ghost get in between me and a massive golem knight. Ramaris crossed her arms. Humph. Well, I don't want to fight anymore. I rolled my eyes. Rimuru paused for a moment before groaning. Well, it seems I have something to handle, so I'm going to go. You guys can set your avatars to free roam, basically making it so that they will follow a set series of actions, in this case being monsters of the dungeon. Rimuru took out his slime body from his bracelet. I watched as his spirit exited his avatar and went back into his main body. He hopped around for a few seconds. That feels a lot better. He sighed. Anyways, see ya. And with that, he teleported out. Rimuru's avatar looked at us for a moment before scuttling off. I shook my head. I'll be leaving too, I said as I swapped bodies. That feels a lot better, I said as I clenched my fists. Going from my current level of power to the level of power my avatar had available was definitely an experience. Wait for me, Felix. Melim yelled as she stopped possessing her avatar and returned to her main body. Did you want me to teleport you back? Melim should be capable of teleportation, but for some reason, she disliked doing it. Yup. I don't want Fry to get more angry at me, Melim said nervously. It's kinda funny how well Fry has Melim tamed. I snapped my fingers, creating a portal to Melim's office in front of her. Looking through the portal, I could see Fry standing on the other side with her hands crossed. F Fry. Melim stuttered. Fry sighed and gestured for Melim to come through the portal. Melim sighed and waved us goodbye as she walked to her execution platform. You won't be forgotten, Melim. Melim just slouched further, hearing me. Once she was through, I closed the portal behind her, dooming her eternally. I saw Ramaris holding her hands together. Oh, fallen Lord Veldanava, please have mercy on her. Amen. I looked at her weirdly. Where did you learn that, Ramaris? From one of the manga I borrowed from Veldora. She responded. What? Which manga did you borrow? You never asked me, Veldora demanded. Oops. And with a reaction time, I could only dream of Ramaris immediately abandoning her avatar and returning to her main body. She quickly began to fly away. Get back here, Ramaris. Which one of the sacred texts did you take? Veldora yelled as he chased after her. Things never get old here, huh? I shook my head and snapped my fingers, returning back to Azeroth. Gran Bel Rosso. He clenched his fists under the table as he processed what the homunculus had said. You said that Mariable was killed by either the slime or the demon, he asked. His voice was calm, too calm. He had long since known of Mariabelle's death. She was the trump card of the Rosso, and his granddaughter, of course, knew. Anything she did, he knew, even the things she tried to keep hidden from him. Gran Bel assumed that her death had something to do with her attack on Tempest. The timing was too coincidental to be otherwise. From what his resources have said, the attack did minimal damage, and Tempest's rapid expansion has not been halted whatsoever. In fact, Mariable had even had an invitation to the Western Council sent out, something he made no moves to block as he was not aware of her situation at that time. Now it was too late, all of his plans he had carefully weaved. All of them were thrown out the window. Mariable was dead, so he no longer cared about the council. All of his original plans were based on Mariable. Without her and her skill their plan would not work. Her death had put a massive dent in his plan, but even more painful was the dent it had left in his heart. He had not thought he would get attached to someone after Maria, but Mariable had proved him wrong. Her death had woken him up from his power-hungry haze, from his controlling ways. He knew he had betrayed his teacher originally. The plan was for him to gain control over the Western nations and then hand the West over to his teacher, Emperor Rudranamal Nazca. But somewhere along the line, his plans changed. Somewhere along the way, he began thinking he would be more suitable as the ruler of the world. Somewhere along the way, he was corrupted by all the power. He looked around the room. Kigali had made quite a lot of effort to get into contact with him. He was quite suspicious, but he decided to hear her out, at least for Mariabelle's sake. His gaze wandered to Damrata, someone he had known from his time in the Eastern Empire. His camaraderie with Damrata had long since faded. Now, they were just bitter rivals. He truly wondered where everything began to go wrong. Indeed, Princess Mariable and Guildmaster Yuki had come up with a plan to weaken the Jura Tempest Federation's rapid expansion. Kigali informed. He nodded. Yes, I am aware of this, continue. Kigali nodded. They had even planned to use the Chaos Dragon that we had located. Mariable managed to control it somehow and used it to attack Tempest. Grand Bell rolled his eyes. He was aware of the finer details of the plan, no matter how much Mariable wished to keep it secret. One could not make use of the shadow force of the Rosso without his approval. Mariable had planned to use the Chaos Dragon as a distraction and take control of Demon Lord Felix. Of course, something clearly went wrong in this plan of hers, something drastic that had resulted in her very death. Originally, he had assumed that Demon Lord Felix had not completed his awakening, and so he was not much of a threat. Now, however, he was beginning to doubt that assumption. In the past, before he had left his teacher's care, he would have been far more cautious when dealing with Demon Lord Felix. He likely would have assumed the Demon Lord had awakened and had a vast amount of power available to him. It was always best to assume the worst when making plans to counteract an enemy. His teacher used to say something, plan for the worst so that should things go horribly wrong, you are still prepared. He had grown arrogant with his domination of the Western Council. He had forgotten the reality of this world, the reality that when compared to his teacher, or his teacher's rival, Guy Crimson, he was nothing. His granddaughter paid the price. The Rosso paid the price. He knew Mariabelle's plan did not have a very high chance of success, and so he wished to teach Mariable a lesson. That even with all their political influence, they can still fail, but it seems like he needed that lesson as well, only he was learning it far too late. There is a reason he had been intricately navigating the Western nations for centuries rather than just taking over with sheer power. Lady Luminous would not allow such a thing. Their cooperation began due to their shared goals. Now, however, the Demon Lords have grown to be a threat. Lady Luminous, no Luminous, had betrayed their goals when she decided to ally with Tempest, and that is when she became an enemy. It seems somewhere along the way, Princess Mariable and Guildmaster Yuki were caught. I am not sure how they killed both of them away from prying eyes, but they managed to do so and pin the blame on others. Kigali informed. Grand Bell rolled his eyes. Do not think you and Yuki hid your activities from me. I know you have been using our resources through Mariable to summon and sell otherworlder children. I am aware that the clowns that have been accused of killing Mariable and Yuki are your underlings. He said as he eyed Kigali. Kigali seemed to be looking at him in a renewed light. I see, I apologize for underestimating you then. But in the end, that changes nothing. We had nothing to do with Yuki's or Mariabelle's death. It would be foolish to kill Mariable as that would get your attention, something we are better off not having. He had long since suspected that Yuki had a way to get around Mariabelle's control. While he was not certain, he still believed that Yuki was not completely under Mariabelle's control, and yet he still seemingly died with her. He did suspect Yuki to be partially responsible for Mariabelle's death, but there was nothing he could do to confirm that. His attention was better used focused on other things, like the fact that something was going on in the background, something he was not aware of. If his plan is to be successful, then he needs as much information as possible. His plan was a very risky one and one that would make Luminous an unapproachable enemy. She would want his head for it, completely ignoring their past relationship. Luminous had a certain hero hidden inside Night Garden, located deep within her palace, and no matter how much Luminous tried to hide her, he found out. He still remembered witnessing that hero in action for the first time during a Tenma war. She had saved his life. She was like an unbeatable Valkyrie, easily cutting down hordes of angels without much effort. To him, she seemed to be the peak of power. And Luminous had her. He did not know the relationship the two possessed, but in the end, a demon lord had possession of a hero. That was a threat to all of humanity. The demon lords were at a point where they were the most powerful they have ever been. The general public only believed there to be two awakened demon lords, the Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson, and the Destroyer, Milim Nava. However, he knew that there were more. There was the Queen of Nightmares, Luminous Valentine, the Sleeping Ruler, Dino, and now likely Rimuru Tempest after his massacre of the Falmouth army and possibly Felix White. He knew he stood no chance against the Destroyer and the Lord of Darkness. His teacher had warned him enough about those two. They were clearly off limits to him. And for once, he would heed his teacher's advice. In ancient history, it was known that his teacher and Guy Crimson were rivals, and even now, as experienced as he is, his teacher still seemed to be an insurmountable mountain. He could feel it in his bones. The gap between him and his teacher was as large as the gap between heaven and earth. But he was done underestimating those two demon lords. Felix White and Rimuru Tempest had clearly proven themselves to be threats to humanity. That's what his instincts as a former hero were telling him. Mariabelle's death had lit a fire under him. He knew he was not capable enough to lead humanity to a new light, and so he would entrust that duty to one of humanity's heroes, the one who was strong enough to seal away the storm dragon. The hero Cronoa. He would free her from Luminous clutches. That was the first step in his plan. He carefully eyed Damrata and Kigali. They could prove useful in his plan, if only as bait. He knew it would be harder to manipulate Damrata. The man was incredibly old, and no matter how much Granbell hated to admit it, his old rival was at the very least an equal of his. The man was hailed as a fist saint and a bitter rival of an Archduke of Hell. He had skill, knowledge, and power to back up his status as a fist saint. Granbell would not underestimate him. Granbell did not know why Damrata had left the service of his teacher, and their relationship was far too strained for him to inquire as to why. He did not think Damrata betrayed his teacher. The man was incredibly loyal to Emperor Rudra and would gladly die for him. Damrata had been navigating in the Western nations for centuries, so he was likely ordered to do so by the Emperor himself for some reason. Granbell had no idea why his teacher would let go of someone so powerful, and someone with so much wisdom. Damrata did not become the Prime Minister of the Nazca Kingdom through being an idiot. No, he was incredibly intelligent and powerful, as befitting of the leader of the single digits, number 01. He had heard that Damrata was replaced as the leader of the single digit some time back, which only increased the threat of the Eastern Empire in Granbell's mind. Kigali, however, was a different case entirely. No matter how much Kigali tried to hide it, she was angry. She was furious at Yuki's death. He could use that. Seeing as we have established that I already know of all your hidden activities, what is it you called this meeting for? He asked. Kigali looked at Damrata, who nodded. We are proposing an alliance to take down Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Rimuru. He raised his brow in curiosity. And how do you propose we manage that? Kigali nodded as if she was expecting that question. We have a significant force under us, and while it will take quite a lot of planning, not to mention the masked Magian that is protecting the West from the demons of Guy Crimson. With our combined forces, as long as we play it smart, we can take one of the two demon lords' values hostage, and from there make our demands. Granbell nodded. It was simple yet efficient plan, all things considered. However, the plan was reliant on two things: finding someone one of those two demon lords care for, and learning if they would be willing to truly compromise should said person be taken hostage. The slime, Rimuru, was one thing. Mariable had gathered enough information to know that he was emotionally weak, but he was often surrounded by the people he cared for. Taking them from under his nose would just be foolish. But a demon like Felix would be too unpredictable and likely too heartless to care. It would be cataclysmic if, rather than give in to their demands, the demon lord just rampaged across the Western nations. And knowing their relationship, if one snapped, the other would probably follow. Seeing as Hinata was for some reason disabled, he could not count on her to handle one of the demon lords, if she was even capable of such a thing. Not to mention all the trust he had with Hinata had likely dried up long ago. Razel was extremely powerful. Even he would be wary of Razel in his prime. He had full faith that his friend was capable of taking on an awakened demon lord. However, what he feared was the demons of Guy Crimson taking advantage of the situation to invade the Western nations, so he was hesitant to have Razel deployed elsewhere. He would only do that in a last-ditch effort, an all-or-nothing plan, which is what the plan he had come up with was looking to be. No, the more he thought about it, Kigali's plan was far too risky. He expected better from Yuki's second-in-command. Yuki, from what he had noticed, was an incredibly bright young man with a vast amount of potential. He could see why a man like Damrata was backing him. It was quite unfortunate that he had met his demise along with Mariable. Perhaps in better circumstances they could have cooperated. I am not willing to take part in your plan. While my heart desires revenge for Mariabelle's demise, I am not blinded enough to see the sheer amount of risks present in your plan. I expected better from you. TCH, fine then. If you agree to cooperation in general, then do you have a plan that can work? Kigali questioned. Granbell tilted his head and then nodded. I do in fact have the basics of a plan down. With Mariable dead, the Rosso have no hope. In that case I might as well use her treasure for vengeance. Her treasure? Kigali asked. Indeed, the most precious treasure of the god Luminous, and the demon lord Valentine. He responded. He noticed neither Kigali or Damrata seemed to be surprised by the revelation of who the true deity of Luminism is. Ah, so it seems you are already aware of that secret then. He concluded. Kigali nodded. Yes, Yuki had hypothesized such a thing, and after being framed by the Western Holy Church, that is the only answer. Demon Lord Valentine, Demon Lord Felix, and Demon Lord Rimuru have entered an alliance, and with all their combined resources they were able to easily frame us for the act of killing Yuki and Mariable. Granbell nodded. Indeed, that is the likely scenario. I can think of various reasons as to why they would do such a thing. Granbell said, eyeing Kigali. But such a thing has no point. What matters is that it happened, and now we must deal with the issue. Kigali nodded. Well said. Granbell rolled his eyes at Kigali's flattery. She was likely trying to steer the conversation away from Yuki's and her own involvement in Mariabelle's death. Kigali would not be getting away from her just punishment. He would simply make use of her and then discard her. After the hero is freed, he would entrust humanity and the safety of the Western nations to her. He did not know if or how Luminous had her under control, but he would free her, no matter what. Luminous' secret treasure is the ultimate weapon, a being that was used to seal the storm dragon Veldora. Hearing him, both Damrata and Kigali's eyes widened. Luminous had Cronoa. Damrata yelled. He sighed as he relaxed back in his seat. I see, it seems I've become blind in my old age. Damrata laughed out. Kigali nodded with a growing smile on her face. How did she gain possession of the hero? Granbell shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? What I do know is that currently the hero is sealed in the Holy Ark, located in the most secure place in Rubrius. Getting to the seal is nigh impossible, let alone unsealing the hero. What Granbell said was not a lie. He had no idea how he would go about unsealing the hero. He simply wished to gain control of the seal itself first, he could then work on unsealing it over time. The hero was likely sealed for a reason, she was likely restricted by something, whether it was her natural lifespan or something else he did not know. I will lead an attack on the Grand Cathedral alongside some of your forces as well as my own. This should be a suitable enough distraction for you to sneak into Night Garden and steal the seal Cronoa has been left in. Kigali nodded. Very well. It will be done. Afterwards we shall use the hero to get revenge on the two demon lords. If Demon Lord Valentine can control the hero, then we can as well. Granbell sighed inwardly at Kigali's foolishness. Even Damrata seemed to be disappointed, he likely had his own reasons for assisting her. It seems we have a deal then, Grand Elder Rosso. Kigali smiled. He nodded. Indeed, to a fruitful cooperation. He said as he raised his glass. Chapter 127, Chapter 57, Amrita. Granbell. He relaxed back in his chair as Kigali and Damrata left. He met Damrata's eyes for a moment before Damrata turned away and left. He sighed as he thought back to his old friend. Time truly was a powerful force and unforgiving to turn two close friends into bitter rivals. Part of Granbell wished he could return to the good old days, with him and Damrata by his teacher's side, laughing and making jokes. But time waited for no one. Now, things had changed. He needed to eliminate Demon Lord Rimuru, Demon Lord Felix, and even Demon Lord Luminous, who had proven herself to be a threat to his goals. He had spent over 1,000 years dedicated to humanity to make sure humanity thrived in this challenging world. While his goal had seemingly changed into wanting to rule and dominate humanity, he still wished for humanity to thrive, and that had never changed. If Demon Lord Rimuru has his way, then humanity will be incapable of thriving on its own, they will always be under the whims of a Demon Lord, and anyone who wants to help Demon Lord Rimuru in his goals will be his enemy. His resolve was unquestionable. He had faced many setbacks over the years, lost trusted friends, and faced betrayal, but he was unyielding. After planning with Mariable, he knew his plans were one step away from coming to fruition, he would have finally been successful. But then everything fell apart, and now he was practically hopeless, all his dreams riding on a single course of action that many could call suicidal. If Mariable had been born even a decade earlier, then everything would have been different. The Western nations would be under his rule, and humanity would be at true peace and prosperity. But no, the world was just that cruel. And now, the 9 sovereigns, that group of demon lords, had practical domination over the Western nations. Almost all the land on the main continent that did not belong to the Eastern Empire belonged to the demon lords. The barren lands, though that area is not habitable for normal humans, there is the Holy Empire Rubrius, the Great Jura Forest, Azeroth, the Beast Kingdom Eurazania, the Harpy Kingdom Fulbrosia, and the City of the Forgotten Dragon. Humanity was cattle, restricted to a small portion of the world. Even the land humanity had claimed wasn't even fully used. Even Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian, and the armed nation Dworgen could not strictly be considered part of humanity. Not to mention, kingdoms were small, the vast majority of a kingdom's territory was filled with mountains and forests, large-scale terraforming was a very difficult thing to do, and so cities, towns, and the like were only built on somewhat even ground. Kingdoms claimed the territory around them because if they did not, then another kingdom would. However, that did not change the fact that humans were very restricted when it came to creating toes. Things were incredibly dire, and he knew he needed to do something. Even though the 10 great demon lords were no more and their numbers were reduced, they had still grown stronger than ever before. The demons in the north, let loose by the Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson, rampaged all around as if this entire world was their playground. The continents Wrath de Gruul and Queen of Nightmares, Luminous Valentine, were always at each other's throats. Against all these threats, humanity was practically hopeless. He was getting old. Eventually, he would pass on, and humanity would have no one to take the reins, and when that happens, humanity would show its true nature. They would slaughter each other for personal gain, ignoring the threats right at their borders. He refused to allow all his hardship to be for nothing. No, he would either free Cronoa and give humanity its hope, or he would die trying. That was his promise as a former hero. Damrata. Thank you for your assistance in gaining Granbell's cooperation, Damrata. He sighed as he turned to Yuki, second in command. They had just finished fine-tuning the plan with Granbell and had just returned to their current primary base. It is no problem, Kigali. It is the least I could do for Yuki. Hearing Yuki's name, Kigali grit her teeth. Indeed. He was disappointed in Kigali's short-sightedness. Her rage blinded her to the fact that Granbell was using them for his own ends. Or perhaps Kigali was deliberately ignoring such a fact and hoped to make use of Granbell in return, but he could not say so. To think that Luminous had that hero in her possession. Now he understood why Yuki had him sacrifice his relationship with Hinata, all for the chance of gaining possession of the coffin Cronoa was sealed in. Any sacrifice would be worth it to gain someone of her power on their side. He was quite upset and even sad at Yuki's death. Yuki had incredible charisma and desire. He truly believed that Yuki would be the one to finally end Emperor Rudra's suffering. He had even sworn loyalty to the young man, something he had done to only one other. But he was wrong, and now he would have to continue to look for someone who was capable of neutralizing his best friend's suffering. He had a promise to fulfill. He still remembered that day very clearly. "Hey, Damrata, can I ask you for a favor?" Rudra asked with his usual smile, though it seemed more distant than before. Sure. Just don't involve me in your marital issues. Lady Velgrind is scary. I don't want her to come to me looking for answers. He had joked, trying to bring his friend out of his thoughts. Rudra laughed at hearing that. No, it's nothing like that, my friend. No, it's something else. Damrata could tell that things were getting serious, and so he sat up in his seat. Then what do you need? Well, the thing is, you know I've been reincarnating, right? Due to the strain my skill puts on my soul. Damrata nodded. Well, it turns out that according to Guy, my soul wears down, little by little, even with my reincarnations. There will come a point where I won't be me anymore. Rudra explained, his eyes regaining their focus as he spoke. Damrata's eyes widened upon hearing his friend. What? Rudra still had his normal happy smile on his face, as if none of this was his issue. Yeah, so I'm going to need you to do me a favor. What is it? I am willing to do anything to help you. Haha, you're always like this, huh? Rudra chuckled. Well, I think that's my strong suit. Rudra nodded. Yeah, even Velgrind says she respects you for that, though please don't tell her I said that. She'll skin me alive. He rolled his eyes at the Emperor's antics. Anyways, it seems every time I'm reborn, I lose a piece of myself. So in the case that I lose myself completely, I order you this Damrata, kill me or find someone else capable of killing me. His eyes widened at hearing his Emperor's unreasonable order. Rudra. Rudra laughed sheepishly. I can't ask Velgrind such a thing, you know. He didn't want to promise his best friend such a thing, but seeing the look in his eyes, he had no choice. He sighed. Very well, I will make sure you are taken care of should you lose yourself. Hearing him, Rudra smiled. Great. I knew I could count on you. Ever since that day, he has felt a burden in his heart. Time passed, and eventually, he spoke with Rudra about the same thing again. I think I'm going to reach my limit soon, Damrata. Controlling Michael, Lord of Justice, is just too much. Perhaps my ideals were wrong from the start. What is absolute justice? Is it not as evil as tyranny and injustice? Rudra sighed. He clenched his fists, hearing his friend. He had never sounded so broken before. That promise from some time ago, will you keep it? Rudra asked. He nodded, no matter how much it pained him to do so. Rudra sighed in relief hearing him. Good, good, I can leave it to you then. I am sorry for asking you such a thing, my friend, but while I am still in control of myself, I must make sure the appropriate countermeasures are taken. I do not know what will happen after I truly lose myself. I wish to prepare for the worst. Rudra looked to the sky. It seems the skill entrusted to me by my friend was too much for me. No matter how this game with Guy and I goes, I know I will not be able to continue to use Michael. Heh, I wonder how far I would have gone if I had kept Uriel. That day, the burden in his heart grew manyfold, and he had been suffering ever since, trying to find someone capable of defeating his emperor should the worst happen. He had even left the Eastern Empire and wandered the Western nations as a merchant in order to pursue this goal. It had been centuries since he had left his home. And while he was still technically part of the active military as the number 002 of the single digits, with command over all of the digits below him in ranking, he was nowhere near as active back in the Eastern Empire as he used to be. The excuse that was given to the higher-ups of the military in the Eastern Empire was that he was in the West selling weapons and causing chaos, prepping everything for when the Eastern Empire would invade the Western nations. While that was true, his primary goal was still to keep his promise to Rudra. Rudra was a great man, a man who wished for peace, a man who would unite the world in everlasting peace. He wanted humans to understand each other and cooperate with each other for the good of mankind. He wished to create a better world with the help of everyone, and even became a hero for humanity to one day see the world he envisioned. Even the mighty Star King Veldanava saw the allure of such a dream. He was infuriated that Yuki's arrogance had gotten him killed. Yuki's foolishness had made Emperor Rudra's fate more uncertain than it was before, and just when he finally found a hope. Yuki's anti-skill was the solution to his problem. He believed that with it, Yuki would be able to defeat Emperor Rudra should the worst happen. An ability that was capable of suppressing skills, even ultimate skills, was just the kind of unpredictable ability that would allow Yuki to take out Emperor Rudra. But it seems his vision would always remain a dream. If only Yuki had used the artifact that he had given to him. Long ago, in ancient times, he had gotten the scorched dragon Velgrind to imbue an artifact with her vast amount of power. She was a master of spatial manipulation, capable of connecting 2 points in space from a vast distance. It was child's play for her to imbue an artifact with the power to teleport anywhere within a reasonable distance, even ignoring barriers and space locks. He had asked Kigali why Yuki had not used it. To say he was angry was an understatement when he heard that Yuki had given the artifact to Laplace due to his own arrogance. He truly believed he was unbeatable. A misunderstanding he paid for with his life, a foolish misunderstanding at that. As the men he pledged his loyalty to, he should have done better to explain the true ins and outs of their world, but his hands were tied, his loyalty to Emperor Rudra conflicting with his loyalty to Yuki, and in the end, his loyalty to Emperor Rudra would always win out. He sighed. At the very least, Yuki seemed to have had Hinata Sakaguchi properly dealt with. Laplace had ambushed her, and Rubrius had recently announced that Hinata Sakaguchi would be taking a leave of absence. That could either mean she was injured and needed time to recover or that she was dead. Damrata was betting on the latter. Laplace was a powerful man. In the Eastern Empire, he would have easily been a part of the single digits. He looked to Kigali, who was walking deeper into the compound. He only decided to help Kigali one last time by arranging her meeting with Granbell, but the things talked about in the meeting gained his interest. Since Yuki was no longer able to assist him in fulfilling his promise, he needed to find someone else powerful and with potential. Enough potential to be capable of eventually at least matching Emperor Rudra. There were some individuals he had considered, including the 2 newest demon lords, Rimuru Tempest and Felix White, but in the end, he did not know enough about those 2, nor did he think it would be a wise decision to meet them in person. The masked hero Cronoa did fit the bill. Even with his resources from the Eastern Empire, he was unable to learn of her origins when she first showed up. Though eventually he had seen her in action, during one of Emperor Rudra's regular Tenma wars, he had watched her massacre angel after angel. She radiated an incredible amount of power, which seemed as endless as that of Emperor Rudra's. Perhaps she wasn't as strong as Emperor Rudra, perhaps both Emperor Rudra and Cronoa were so far beyond him that they both seemed almost infinite to his perception, but one did not seal the storm dragon by being a slouch. No, only true monsters were capable of such a thing. Even he, with all his experience and power, would struggle to even survive against the storm dragon, let alone seal him. Velgrind had made it very clear how powerful the true dragons truly were. When in her presence, Damrata felt like an ant in front of a tiger. The true dragons were the unbeatable monsters of this world, no being could stand up against them. Only exceptions, such as Demon Lord Guy Crimson, Emperor Rudra, and Princess Malim, were capable of matching them, and those 3 were truly the insane ones. Even a truly awakened being could not hope to understand the sheer power those beings possessed. Even Damrata, who was a saint, couldn't begin to understand the mindset and willpower of beings at that level. It was not normal for there to be beings that were capable of matching the might of the supreme true dragons, and yet there were. And if Cronoa was capable of sealing Veldora, then perhaps she would be capable of defeating Emperor Rudra. If, at the very least, she could seal him, then he would get even more time to search for someone who could defeat him. While Veldora was beaten by his sisters many times in the past, he was still a powerful figure that almost none could hope to defeat. He would need to meet Cronoa to find out if she was capable of assisting him with his goal, but it was as good a lead as any. That was his reason for his continued cooperation with Kigali at this point. If Kigali did manage to extract Cronoa, then he could make contact with her and begin to understand her. If Kigali failed, then no harm done. He would cut her loose and figure out how to gain Cronoa's cooperation on his own. Just like Granbell, he would use Kigali to accomplish his goals, no matter what his previous relationship with her was. One did not become a saint without having willpower, and he was willing to do anything to fulfill his promise to Emperor Rudra. "Come, let us hold a meeting and inform the others of the plan," Kigali said. He nodded and followed her to the meeting room in their secret base. He took his seat and looked around the room. There was Kigali, Tyr, Misha, and Vega. Of course there were others lower in the chain of command, but Kigali felt it wise to keep the amount of people in the know small, something Damrata agreed with. Kigali folded her hands on the table. "I have just returned from a meeting with Granbell Rosso," Kigali announced. Vega looked disinterested. The only thing that would interest that beast was fighting and suppressing those weaker than him. Vega was a pathetic and warped creature. However, he had potential, something Yuki only increased with his experiments on Vega. What happened in the meeting, President? Tyr asked excitedly. Kigali sighed. Calm down, Tyr, I will explain everything. Is it about the boss? Misha asked as she sanded down her nails. Kigali nodded. It does relate to Yuki. As you all know, he has passed away, and I refuse to allow those responsible to be let go scot-free. Misha nodded. The boss helped me when I was at my worst. At the very least, I'll try and help avenge him since he's gone. Misha replied. Ha ha ha, who knew a man as powerful as the boss would kick the bucket? Vega laughed out. Kigali glared at Vega. If you have nothing else to add, then keep quiet. Vega mockingly saluted Kigali. You got it, boss lady. Damrata sighed, seeing what was happening in front of him. Vega was a man who only seemed to respect the powerful. Without Yuki or Laplace to keep him in check, he was a loose cannon, a powerful loose cannon, but a loose cannon nonetheless. Vega was testing what he could get away with now that the true powerhouses of their group were gone. He would consider what to do with Vega. One answer was neutralizing him, but that would possibly announce his own true strength to his colleagues. They would then question why they hadn't been informed of his power beforehand. Saints are fearsome figures in their own right. That line of questioning would be bothersome at this point in time. It was best if he laid low until he made contact with Cronoa. He considered ambushing Vega in secret, but their forces were already very low. They now lacked high-level fighters. Before they had Footman and Laplace amongst them, both were powerful, Laplace especially. Now it was down to just Tyr as their main fighting force, as well as Vega. Both, while powerful, would not be a match for an awakened being. Still, for Kigali's and Granbel's insane plans to work, they would need all the high-level fighters they could get. Eliminating Vega would be a waste. For all his faults, he was a useful grunt. So what's your plan to avenge the boss, huh? Vega asked. All of a sudden, an aura pressed down on Vega. Did you not hear the president? Keep quiet and just listen. While Vega was strong, he was not yet capable of resisting Tyr. Gah. Fine, fine. He grunted. He noticed Tyr Kigali, who nodded slightly. It seems they had planned to kick Vega down a peg or two. To make a show of power to get him to submit. Kigali likely had the same concerns as him. With Yuki and Laplace gone, Vega may attempt to rebel against them, reminding him that Tyr was still clearly above him in the power hierarchy should be enough to get him to cooperate. If there was one thing that could make Vega follow orders, it was strength. The men craved strength and venerated it in equal measure. As long as someone was more powerful than him, he would follow them like a lost puppy. It's what made Vega so easy and difficult to control at the same time. He was a simple man, but he was by no means loyal. Damrata wouldn't be surprised if Vega jumped ships the moment someone more powerful than Tyr appeared. Thank you, Tyr. Now, Granbel and I have formed a temporary alliance of sorts. As you all now know, the goddess of the Western Holy Church is the Demon Lord Valentine. Granbel was once one of her most elite subordinates, the leader of the 7 luminaries, who were said to train heroes. Thanks to his position in the Western Holy Church, he was able to find out that Demon Lord Valentine has possession of the sealed hero, Cronoa. Kigali said. You mean that hero that was active all over the Western nations? Misha asked. Kigali nodded. The very same. With that information, we came up with a plan to gain ownership over the sealed Cronoa. Granbel will serve as the distraction while we sneak into Demon Lord Valentine's palace, which is hidden in the underground city of Night Garden, the home of the vampires. I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty difficult to me. How will we even enter Night Garden, not to mention find the palace of Demon Lord Luminous? Misha asked. Misha, while arrogant in her abilities, was fairly cautious. She did grow up on the streets, after all. One does not survive the black market of the Eastern Empire by being a fool. Granbel informed us of one of the hidden passageways he had created that leads into Demon Lord Valentine's inner sanctum. Kigali responded. Misha nodded in understanding. Granbel hypothesized that Demon Lord Valentine was somehow controlling Cronoa. If we can manage to do the same, then Cronoa can be our weapon against Demon Lord Rimuru and Demon Lord Felix. She managed to seal the Storm Dragon, a true dragon. With Cronoa on our side, it will be easy for us to negotiate for Laplace back at a minimum. Ideally, we can use Cronoa to get rid of those 2 demon lords, once and for all. Kigali finished with a predatory grin on her face. So the plan is to basically invade a demon lord's most private place, gain possession of the hero, and then leave? Misha questioned. Kigali nodded. Indeed, we do still have some time to prepare. In order to aid Granbel with his distraction, we will have some of your tamed monsters assist him, as well as some of Yuki's failed experiments. Misha nodded in understanding. The majority of the monsters and magic beasts Misha managed to charm were fairly insignificant. On average, they were on the lower end of the A rank, with the strongest among them barely reaching the special A rank. Strong for the majority of humanity, but fodder for the exceptional. Damrata assumed that her tamed beasts would be useful for dealing with the Western Holy Church's combatants. The Temple Knights and Crusaders would have a tough time with them. There were tens of thousands of Temple Knights stationed in Ruberius, though the majority of them couldn't hope to even reach a rank. Misha's beasts would be sufficient to kill them and keep the stronger ones occupied. Then, there were many experiments that Yuki had sponsored. Some were similar to the Magic Inquisitor program of Ingracia. By incorporating a monster factor in a human, they can grow in strength drastically. However, Yuki took it a step further by having lesser and greater demons summoned and then incarnating them into the Magic Inquisitors. It was a fusion of beings with a strong spirit and the strong body of Magic Inquisitors, leading to beings that were easily in the Special A range. They were by no means a failed experiment. It was just that not many could handle the process of becoming a Magic Inquisitor. Having a monster factor forcefully imbued into your being was an incredibly painful process, let alone the process of incarnating a demon. Thanks to that, they only had 6 successful improved Magic Inquisitors, as Yuki called them. Each of them had basically been programmed to obey Yuki and Kigali, so betrayal was not possible for them. Damrata eyed Vega and sighed. If only Yuki had the foresight to do something similar to Vega. Do any of you have any questions? Kigali asked. Will Damrata be joining us in the attack? Vega questioned. Kigali looked at him oddly and shook her head. No, while he does have vast connections and has helped us quite a lot, he has no combat power. Vega nodded with an off-putting smile on his face. No combat power? I see. The way Vega said that made Damrata somewhat suspicious. Was Vega able to see through his disguise? Was he able to tell that he was suppressing his strength and presence to the absolute limit? With all the experiments done on Vega, he may have gained and honed some combat instincts of his own. Instincts that may have been reacting around him, confusing Vega. If that is all, then this meeting is finished. I will inform you all of when exactly we will enact our plan later. Kigali announced. He left the meeting room and began to make plans of his own. Perhaps he should discreetly follow behind Kigali when she conducts this operation. He had managed to replicate a fraction of the power Emperor Rudra gave Jiwoo, who is number 009 of the single digits. Each of the single digits is rewarded with god-grade equipment as well as alternative, an ultimate class ability. The single digits were Emperor Rudra's personal guard and attack force. They needed to be strong and well-equipped to fulfill such a duty. Emperor Rudra, of course, had no need for guards, but if a ruler had to make a move himself, it would shame them and their territory. Each member has a different ability, like superiority over magic and unique skills, enemy identification. He had Soul Protect, which granted him protection against any kind of spiritual attack with an impenetrable psychological barrier. Complete concealment of own powers is the ultimate power Emperor Rudra bestowed upon Jiwoo, which, through time and effort, he managed to somewhat replicate, allowing him to hide his presence. Though Damrata did not believe it would work on Ultimate Awakened, even Vega was able to see through his disguise slightly, though that was likely only Vega's instincts warning him of the threat he was. It should still be more than enough to follow Kigali, and if she fails, then he could take advantage of the opportunity to secure Cronoa himself or retreat if he felt it too risky. There was no real downside to tailing Kigali. He knew he was getting desperate. Normally, he would almost never take action himself, but he could feel that his time was running out. He needed Cronoa in order to have insurance against Emperor Rudra should the worst happen. Vega. He stared at Damrata's back as he left. He could feel the craving to consume Damrata, to eat his entire being and take his power for his own. His unique skill, Scavenger, which he acquired after his time on the streets of Ingracia, allowed him to gain the strength and properties of any prey he consumed. He could even consume equipment and absorb their power and properties. However, his instincts were warning him that it was a bad idea, that he would die if he tried to absorb Damrata. Damrata was not the merchant he played as. He was strong, so Vega left Damrata to do his business, and he had no right to question him. The strong could do whatever they wished. Tyr was also out of his range. He would be incapable of taking Tyr down on his own, so while he wanted to consume her, he held off. He smirked as he walked out of the meeting room. He now knew exactly what he had to do. With Laplace and the boss gone, there was no reason for him to stay in Cerberus. Yuki was the one who staged his death back in Ingracia and experimented on him, but he did not hate the men for it. After all, everything led back to his core ideology, which was that the strong could do whatever they wished to the weak. He was the weaker party, and so he was at Yuki's mercy, as was right. The boss was apparently killed by one of those 2 demon lords, or at least his death was related to them, Rimuru or Felix. Even Laplace hadn't been heard from ever since he entered Tempest. Laplace was someone he was unable to see through. He was so powerful that Vega couldn't see through him at all. And the boss had beaten Laplace. There was a reason he had completely submitted to Yuki. After all, he was powerful. And if Yuki was somehow beaten by those two demon lords, then that means those two demon lords are probably strong, right? He would see what Demon Lord Felix was made of. If he was strong, he would beg to join his service as one of his subordinates. According to Kigali, Azeroth, Demon Lord Felix's territory, and the Holy Empire Rubrius were allied. If he had to, he would use the information he gained from this meeting to win Demon Lord Felix over and serve under him. He guessed that if Demon Lord Felix was allied with Demon Lord Valentine, then this information would be useful to him. Perhaps he can use it as leverage against Demon Lord Valentine, or maybe he will attack Demon Lord Valentine himself, causing even more chaos. The Demon Lords were never known to be a peaceful bunch. While there was not much infighting amongst them, there were no rules against it either, as far as he knew. After all, they still planned against each other and attempted to undermine each other. There was no other explanation for the very visible rivalry between Demon Lord Valentine and Demon Lord de Grol. Perhaps Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Valentine aren't as close as they seem. They may be allied for now, but it may be an alliance of convenience. While Vega could not think of something that could cause two demon lords to ally, he could fully admit that he wasn't the most intelligent man out there. He was best at just listening to his superior's orders. Vega hoped Demon Lord Felix would use the information he offered to attack Demon Lord Valentine. It sounded very enjoyable to slaughter his way through Rubrius. Those fanatics always annoyed him. If there was one thing that Vega knew, it was that to survive, he needed the protection of the strong. At least until he was the strong. Yuki used to be the strong, but he was dethroned, and so Vega needed to look out for his own interest, and find someone new to serve under. If Demon Lord Felix was weak, he would kill him and devour him, taking the Demon Lord's power for his own, and then move on to Demon Lord Rimuru to repeat the cycle. He was Vega of power, and he would become the strong. Felix. I made my way to Sasha's laboratory. She was planning to explore the lower floors of my castle today, and I wanted to tag along for the early bits. I also still had to give her access to teleport around my castle as well, and it was best to do that in person. I knocked on the door to Sasha's laboratory, and after a moment of not hearing a response, I walked in. I spotted Sasha working on a golem in the back of the lab. Huh, has she already begun working on that golem design I gave her? She works quickly. Sasha, are you ready to go? I called out. Ah. She shouted, jumping back and almost dropping one of her tools. Boss. I didn't know you were here. I rolled my eyes. I knocked on the door. You were probably just too focused on your work. Sasha sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. That's probably true. Sorry for ignoring you, boss. It's no problem. I forgot to ask earlier, but how are you settling in? Everything's perfect. Those workers of yours were able to connect everything from my mansion to the land really fast. Well, they were trained to do that. It would be a shame if they still failed. Ah. I forgot to hand you this. Arcuade thought it was best if you signed a magic contract. Sasha nodded as if she was expecting this. No problem, boss. I thought you would have had me sign one way earlier. Most similar jobs have very strict magic contracts that are signed before anything else. I shrugged my shoulders. To be honest, I didn't really care for it, but Arcuade suggested it, I said as I handed Sasha the contract. This is pretty basic stuff, keep everything I've learned secret, do not help an enemy nation, yada yada. Don't break any laws without consulting Miss Arcuade. I nodded. Yeah, if you want to do anything less than legal, just double-check with her, and she'll give you the go-ahead if she thinks it's fine. Huh. Well, that's a new one. Well, alright then. Sasha quickly took out a magic pen from her breast pocket and signed the contract. She handed it back to me. Excellent, now are you ready to go? Sasha nodded. Let me just grab a few things. I don't plan to do any deep excavations today, so I'll be traveling light. I watched as Sasha got a headband with an inbuilt flashlight and placed it on her head. She grabbed her backpack, which seemed to be filled with the essentials. I'm ready. I nodded. Great. And with that, I snapped my fingers, teleporting the both of us to a gate located at the side of my castle. Ugh, I still need to get used to that. Sasha groaned. She then focused on the large double-door gate in front of us. It's kinda weird that there is just a gate located at the side of your castle, you know. I shrugged my shoulders. Don't ask me why it's located here. It's probably just some remnants of when Demon Lord Kazalim ran the place. She didn't seem to be the smartest cookie of the bunch. Sasha looked at me curiously. She. I thought Demon Lord Kazalim was male. I shook my head. She was originally female. Anyways, let's not focus on that right now. Sasha seemed unwilling but nodded nonetheless. You always keep the best secrets, boss. Sasha whined. Maybe I'll tell you some stuff another time as long as you do good work. Sasha gave me a salute. Don't worry, boss. I'll work harder than I ever have before. I just gave her a nod. I then gestured to the gate in front of us. Beyond this gate lie some of my territory citizens. Originally, this was the primary residence of the majority of my people, but once I got a capital city built around here, they began moving out, though there are still some people who wish to stay here. Sasha nodded. Ah, that's right. I remember hearing that Demon Lord Clayman's territory didn't have many cities or towns. I nodded. Yeah, it really killed the vibe around here, so with Rimura's help, I had the entire surrounding area terraformed and got rid of the curses that Demon Lord Kazalim left behind. Kigali was playing no games. She had a deadly fog surrounding the entire perimeter of the castle, which made it nigh impossible for most to navigate. I'm beginning to become desensitized to all these crazy things you're sharing with me, boss. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Sasha sighed. That's a good thing. I think. I turned towards the gate. Anyways, in order to get through this gate, you need to be pre-approved. I took out a bracelet from my infinity space and handed it to Sasha. That will allow you to freely pass through all the gates down below. Sasha put the bracelet on her wrist and nodded. I snapped my fingers, causing the gates to open in front of us. I gestured to the gate. Ladies first. It didn't take us long to reach the main settlement on the top level. Whoa. This is beautiful. I nodded. Yeah, the Dark Elves really made something great here. Anyways, welcome to Amrita, the home of the Dark Elves. I gestured out grandly. This entire floor is powered by an older magic core that keeps everything running. I continued. There are even day and night cycles. Sasha said with excitement. I nodded. Yeah, it seems Kazalim set up some permanently active magic that syncs with the day and night from outside. She was pretty damn good at magic. Can I go investigate? Sasha asked with what almost seemed to be stars in her eyes. I shrugged my shoulders. Do what you want. And with that, Sasha ran off. Lord Felix. I turned to the voice and smiled as one of the Dark Elves approached me. Hello, Sina. I greeted. Sina bowed to me. Welcome back, Lord Felix. Did you wish for my assistance with anything? I shook my head. No, I was just showing one of my newer subordinates around. I'll introduce her to everyone later since she'll probably be down here somewhat regularly. Sina nodded in understanding. Sina was the Dark Elf, the mayor of sorts of this underground portion assigned her to me. Her job was basically to keep me happy and fulfill all of my desires, no matter what they may be. I couldn't blame the mayor for what he did. Keeping me happy was the best way to keep his people safe. He was practical about it. It was quite sad how Clayman stifled the potential of the Dark Elves under him. According to the mayor, under Kigali, they were the primary military force she relied on. They were pretty damn powerful. The majority of them were easily in the A rank, a good chunk were in the special A rank, and one or two could qualify for disaster class. And Clayman tucked them all away under his palace, filling his army up with random Magian and demi-humans instead. If the original Dark Elves were part of Clayman's main force, then perhaps things would have gone differently. I doubt he would have lived, but who knows? Sometimes a butterfly is all it takes to cause massive changes. It doesn't matter now, anyway. Under Clayman's rule, as the Dark Elves were slowly phased out of the main military, they were posted more towards the rear forces of the military, like being in charge of supplies. Thanks to this, less and less powerful Dark Elves appeared, leading to the current era, where the Dark Elves under Clayman were a shell of their former selves. Of course, I couldn't have that, so I had those who were willing to join the military and told Megumin to begin training them. Raiden also trained some Dark Elves as part of my maid corps, and slowly, the Dark Elves began to shine once more. If you need anything, Lord Felix, just call for me, and I will be there. Sina said. I nodded. I got it. Do you mind if I ask you something, Lord Felix? I looked curiously at Sina. Go for it. Thank you. How are the Dark Elves settling up on the surface world? We have lived down here for so long that it may be a bit of a stress to switch all of a sudden. Ah, right, Sina is one of the Dark Elf elders. It's only right that she is worried about her people. From what I've seen, they've been thriving. Some have even opened shops where they sell their wares. Quite a few of them opened up enchantment shops. It seems enchanting is something you lot are good at. Sina nodded. Enchantment does come easy to us Dark Elves for some reason. Thank you for answering my question, Lord Felix. I waved her off. It's no problem. I sensed Sasha was messing around with the lenses that helped transfer the sunlight down here. Anyways, I'll see you around Sina. I appeared next to her and grabbed her shoulder. You can check that out a bit more later. Let me show you around first, then, you are free to do what you wish. Sasha jumped slightly. You scared me there, boss. But fine, I'll listen to you. I nodded. Good. I transported us to the second gate that led to the middle level. The gate opened in front of us. I led Sasha deeper down the corridor until we came across multiple possible ways to go. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of traps along the place, and I don't want you to die while exploring, so I'll make you a map of the place. Sasha's eyes widened. You can do that. I nodded. Yeah, it should be easy. Odin. It has been done. An image of the middle level and lower level appeared in my mind. Kigali had placed some spells to counteract anyone's attempts to map out this entire floor, but her spells stood no chance against Odin. All right, it's done. Now come here. Sasha nodded and came towards me. I placed my hand on her head and transferred the necessary information. Whoa. That felt really weird. Oh wow, Demon Lord Kazalim really placed a lot of traps. Sasha pointed to the right down one of the corridors. There is a poison dart trap down there, a pitfall trap over there. Oh man, it would have taken a long time to navigate this on my own. Thanks, boss. No problem. Anyway, that's all I wanted to show you. If you need some men to help you with this, then just ask Arcuade. She'll assign suitable people. Sasha nodded. Got it. I gave Sasha one final nod and then teleported back to my office. Hopefully, Sasha can discover some interesting stuff down there. I could probably single-handedly loot the middle level and bottom level on my own, but I'd rather not. I'll leave all that work to my minio, cough to my subordinates. Chapter 128, Chapter 58, Magicule Circulation. Felix. How is the rebuilding of the Beast Kingdom Eurasania going? It is going well, Master. Everything is being built to your and Carrion's specifications. Raiden responded. It's being rebuilt by some of the lycanthropes who wanted to learn how to build as well as a portion of our own workers, right? That is correct. Carrion and Albiz are supervising the project. The lycanthropes likely hope that by assisting with the rebuilding of Carrion's kingdom, they may be noticed by either Albiz or Carrion. I nodded. The Beast Kingdom Eurasania practiced the standard beastman macho bullshit. They technically had slaves, but it was a bit different from how human kingdoms had slaves. In the Beast Kingdom Eurasania, basically whoever was stronger could order those weaker than them around. So it wasn't really slavery, more like the weak were forced to do what the strong told them. I didn't like this culture all that much, but I wasn't willing to change their entire way of life, nor did I care. They had been living like that for centuries, if not thousands of years, and were accepting of that way of life. It was literally coded into them to worship and obey the strong. They were designed to be that way. Still, I ordered Carrion to begin having free training sessions that anyone could join. During those training sessions, there would be no bullying of the weak, and one could not stop someone from attending the training sessions. Hopefully, this gives the weak a chance to rise up and become one of the strong. That was the most I was willing to do to help those less fortunate. The Beast Kingdom Eurasania had its own culture, and it has been working fine until now. Even Carrion had to suffer under the current system before he inherited the mantle of Beast King from his father. I never claimed to be an enforcer of justice and freedom, after all. This world sucked, but I felt no desire to change it. Call me a cruel monarch, but I had made my choice. Things will turn out alright with the Beast Kingdom Eurasania, probably. I leaned back on my throne and lost myself to my thoughts. My thought acceleration was at a factor of 10 million. That makes it so a single second feels like 2,778 hours, or about 116 days. Something even I knew was absurd, but it gave me more than enough time to just close my eyes and relax, so there was no way I was going to complain. After some time, I called Raiden. Could you call Ingvild, Raiden? Very well, Master. Responded Raiden. I saw a blitz of lightning run past me as I lounged back on my throne. I wanted to get the conversation I wanted to have with Ingvild out of the way. The universe of DXD, or rather, what should be its universe, doesn't actually exist yet. The nature of the multiverse is that it's always growing, always dying. Universes are constantly being born and extinguished. Veldanava might have kickstarted everything at the beginning, but creation and destruction continue, even in his absence. According to Odin, the universe of DXD hasn't even been born yet. Theoretically, using the space-time coordinates embedded in Ingvild's soul, it should still be possible to travel there, but we'd be journeying into the future of the multiverse, not the present that I live in. Even if time can function differently from world to world, we are still in one time period of this multiverse. Traveling to DXD would put me into the far future time period of this multiverse. Time is confusing like that. Messing with time does make me wary. There are many risks. For one, I do not know what rules Veldanava set. I know for a fact he did set rules on reality. For all I know, traveling to the future may be one of them. I was immortal. I had a practically infinite lifespan due to my divine nature as well as being a demon. The only way I can die is if I am killed, which will get harder and harder to do as time goes on. Even if I do die, after a couple of centuries, I'll be reborn in the demon realm, though I'd rather that it doesn't happen. I don't know if I will keep the same personality or if I will lose all of my skills, so I might as well consider that as death. A new Felix may be born, but he might not be the current me. I'd rather I just never die at all. I'll eventually learn to handle the boredom that comes with true immortality. I doubt I'll be all that bored, though. I have many worlds to mess around in. Ingvild is also immortal with an almost infinite lifespan, though she is easier to kill than I am. Any true spiritual beings are, at the very least, nigh ageless. The only way to kill them is to destroy their core. Kigali was able to wander around for centuries with just her astral body, and that was just due to her nature as a deathman. I don't see either Ingvild or me dying anytime soon. In that case, would it not be better to wait until DXD is naturally born and save Ingvild's mother from her early demise while we're at it as well? While that may not have happened in the universe Ingvild came from, in the so-called canon of that universe, Ingvild's mother died while Ingvild was in her eternal sleep. Ingvild awoke due to basically a miracle and was left stranded in a time she knew nothing about. To the point that she latched onto Issei Hayadu, of all people. If we go to DXD at some point after her death, I do not think I will be capable of reviving her, while DXD does have its own natural cycle of souls. If I recall correctly, the souls of devils are just erased at the moment of their death. It would be impossible to revive her if her soul just straight up does not exist anymore. Since I am not yet capable of straight up time travel, I won't be able to travel to the past of DXD, pluck her mother's soul, and bring it to the present. Such a thing is beyond me for now. All Ouroboros allows me to do is travel to the precise spacetime coordinates of the various dimensions out there. Odin can also manually scour the multiverse for various dimensions, which is how I can gain access to the magma dimension, the ice dimension, and all of those other various dimensions. However, Odin can only manually locate dimensions that currently exist, so she wouldn't find the DXD Ingvild was from like that. It was a very caveman-like way of finding other dimensions, but it worked. I have found a few dimensions I want to visit already. Not to mention, there was another reason I was hesitant to travel to the future of this multiverse. I had no idea if the voice of the world would punish something like that. If Veldanava set a rule against time traveling to the future, I don't doubt that the voice of the world would enforce that rule. A knock on the door broke me from my thoughts. "Come in, Ingvild," I called out. The door opened, and in came Ingvild. I was currently sitting in my study behind my desk. I gestured to the seat on the other side of my desk. "Take a seat." I noticed that Ingvild seemed nervous as she sat down. "No need to worry. You aren't in trouble or anything. I just wanted to talk about returning to your original world." I noticed a light of hope enter Ingvild's eyes. It pained me somewhat to pour cold water over the poor girl. "So there are some issues. Basically, you were summoned from the far future. Your universe has not been born yet. Best to rip the band-aid off immediately." Ingvild blinked. "Ah. I was summoned from the future." I nodded. "That is correct. Theoretically, I can time travel to the future, to your world in particular, however, that does come with some risks. The only reason I can't time travel is that the coordinates are not simple. It's not as simple as subtracting a 1 from the coordinates to go 1 year or 1 day back. No, the coordinates would be completely different. It would be impossible to come up with those coordinates without incredibly detailed analysis. The only reason I was able to appear a bit in the future of the world I was summoned from was due to time moving a bit differently in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen than it did here in the Cardinal World. I'm sure the same is true for many other worlds out there. I just chalked it up to time bullshit and left it at that. Time was way too confusing for me to attempt to truly understand now. The main risk is that the voice of the world may not like such a thing as traveling to the future. Ingvild's eyes widened upon hearing me. She knew what the voice of the world was. She nervously bit her lips. "I don't want to put you or anyone else at risk." I smiled at Ingvild's pure-hearted wish. There is another benefit to waiting until I have a better understanding of everything. If my suspicions are right, the moment we travel to, your mother will already have passed on. Ingvild froze for a moment. I gave her a moment to process everything before continuing. In that scenario, from what I know about the devils of that world, your mother's soul will basically be gone. I will not be able to revive her. However, both of us are ageless beings. We can afford to wait until the universe is born and then intervene at the perfect moment so that you can meet and prevent the death of your mother. You can even meet your father again and bring him over here if you want. Ingvild nodded, her eyes lighting up with hope again. Now, I'm not saying I am 100% right. I could be wrong. Ingvild bit her lip. I think I want to wait. I do not want to risk the chance of losing my old family even if I made a new one. Ingvild said as she looked away from me. How cute. Haha, I think everyone will be happy to hear that, Ingvild. I sighed. I'm sorry for not being able to keep my promise to you. I did genuinely feel bad for that. I did not like breaking my word. However, my word was not as important to me as my safety and the safety of those close to me. I simply was not willing to risk crossing the voice of the world, even if the chances were low. Ingvild hurriedly waved her hands. You didn't break anything. You are still going to be taking me to my home world, right? I nodded. Ingvild smiled. Then you didn't break your promise. It's just going to be a bit delayed. Ah, an angel. Ingvild is an angel, Umo. It's not like I mind waiting. I've already been without my mother for a long time. I'm okay waiting a little bit longer. I can have even more stories to tell her now. Ingvild said with a happy smile. I smiled hearing her. Now the plan was to wait for Odin to decipher the coordinates for the past of Ingvild's world, or for her universe to naturally be born, yoink her parents' souls and bring them to the future of DXD when I go visit that boob-infested world. You don't have anyone else you want to see and perhaps bring over? Ingvild shook her head. No. I didn't have many friends. That's depressing. But not that weird. Ingvild did not come from the modern era, the world was different back then. Women didn't really have any rights, not to mention that Ingvild's mother likely kept her fairly hidden. A half-devil descendant of Leviathan would attract a lot of unwanted attention after all. I see. Well, thanks for understanding, Ingvild. If you're not busy, why don't we play some music together? I'm not the best, but I used to play the piano. Hearing me, a giddy smile appeared on Ingvild's face. Yes. Sasagio. Sasagio. Shinzu wa Sasagio. Sabit no jisei wa ima kono toki no tame and I continued to lightly sing one of the best anime openings of all time as I made my way to Lalatina's room. It's about time I ask what reward she wants for her hard work, though I have a feeling I know what she is going to ask for. Ingvild and I had messed around with quite a few anime openings I knew of. With Odin I could easily recreate the sheet music. It was even possible to become an absolute master at any instrument with Odin, though I didn't do that. Playing the piano was something I learned through my own hard work. I didn't want to taint that by just cheating my way to the top, at least when it came to that. Combat power was different. I'd cheat when it came to power in an instant with zero hesitation, but playing the piano was just a fun hobby. It didn't take me long to reach Lalatina's room. By now, she should be done with all her duties for the day. Lalatina herself didn't do all that much work, she just told her subordinates what to do, and they followed her orders. Lalatina's job, in general, was to keep me informed about everything going on in my territory, the Western nations, and the other demon lords' territories. She has had time to develop her agents and has them spread all over, developing a solid information network. Guess being eons old has to count for something. Lalatina is quite capable and very competent. I'm not sure how Rain is just so pathetic at her job. Whenever I think about her, I feel bad for Guy. Truly, I have all the luck. I don't know what I would have done if I summoned Rain instead of either Arcuade, Megumin, or Lalatina. I think I'd cry. I knocked on Lalatina's door. Master. Come in. From Lalatina's suggestive tone of voice, I already knew what was going to happen, and I was sure as hell that I wasn't going to complain. I opened the door and spotted Lalatina laying on her bed in a suggestive pose. She was clothed in just her lingerie as well as the collar I had gifted her and was staring at me with a seductive smirk. I'm guessing the moment she sensed me approaching, she instantly began making preparations. Magic was useful like that. I rolled my eyes. I just wanted to ask what you wanted as a reward for performing your duty so well. I chuckled. At first, I wasn't actually certain if Lalatina would be capable of doing everything I asked of her, but my first impression of her was that she was a hopeless degenerate. But she can put her degeneracy aside and fulfill my orders, so I had no complaints. But I guess I don't need to ask to know what you want. This was more of a reward for me though, so I'd still have to get Lalatina something on the side. Yes, master. I snapped my fingers, placing a barrier around the room, and approached Lalatina. Lalatina sat up from her position and gave me a seductive smile. What did you wish for me to start with, master? Purred Lalatina. I sat on her bed, snapped my fingers, causing my bottoms to disappear and spread my legs. Start with the usual. Hee hee, of course. Lalatina quickly stripped herself of her bra, sending it across the room. Her twin peaks were capped with two pink nipples that looked to already be hard. As I was observing her tits, Lalatina got between my legs, her breasts bouncing slightly as she did so. She quickly began stroking my cock, as well as peppering it with light kisses. There was a healthy red blush decorating Lalatina's face as she sniffed and licked my cock from bottom to top before enveloping the tip in her soft pillowy lips. Lalatina whimpered slightly as she squeezed her thighs together, rubbing them slightly, something that caused me to smirk. I reached out, my hand finding its place on her head as I pushed Lalatina further down my cock, and forced her to stay there, much to her verbal enjoyment. Kook. Lalatina's masochistic desires made themselves very well known when having sexy times. Lalatina's piercing half-lidded yellow eyes stared up into my own. HNNG. Gook. I continued to enjoy Lalatina's service for some time before I eventually allowed Lalatina's head to rise back up. She pulled far enough back that only her lips were kissing the tip of my dick, before she gave the tip a quick lick and shifted slightly to give me a tit job, resulting in just the tip of my shaft peeking out. I groaned out as Lalatina's soft tit flesh enveloped my shaft. I may enjoy asses, but I'll always be a boob guy. Good job. I didn't even need to tell you what to do. It looks like you can learn. MMM. Thank you for the compliment, master. Moaned out Lalatina before she enveloped the tip of my cock with her lips, seemingly eager to get back to her treat. Such a good girl. I groaned out. My comment seemed to somehow make Lalatina more eager, something I didn't think was possible. I continued to praise and talk down to Lalatina as I enjoyed Lalatina's affectionate and self-satisfying blowjob. After all, Lalatina is my little masochistic slut. Of course, she enjoyed serving me in this way. Sometimes, I seriously wonder if I messed something up in Lalatina when I used that attack on her during our first meeting. It was an attack that attacked Lalatina on a soul deep level, an attack amplified by Odin, which amplified it to the ultimate level. Perhaps that broke something in her, or perhaps Lalatina was always a sadomasochist, just waiting for someone to bring out her submissive side. I'm sure not many could do that back in the demon realm. I was distracted from my thoughts as I felt Lalatina suction on the tip of my cock, seemingly sensing my imminent release. Seeing no reason to hold myself back, I allowed myself to naturally release all of my semen straight down Lalatina's throat. Ma. Lalatina let out an orgasmic moan as her eyes rolled up, her panties now soaked thoroughly. Lalatina seemed to be completely out of it. She was lightly licking the tip of my cock, cleaning off the remains of my orgasm. Of course, my little slut would orgasm from drinking down my cum. I purred as I patted the side of Lalatina's cheek. My action and comment seemed to bring Lalatina back to awareness as she moaned out an affirmative of sorts. No matter how I talked down to her or what I said, I knew the degradation excited her. Did I do well, master? Lalatina slurred out. I gave her a cheeky smile and a thumbs up. Yup. I didn't even have to tell you to swallow. Hee hee. Lalatina got lost in her own delirious world. Now, why don't we move on to the next part? I voiced out. That seemed to spark Lalatina's attention. She began panting wildly and nodded. Yes, please. She quickly got up and laid down on the bed. She ripped her panties off, giving me a full view of her gushing mound. Her pussy opened slightly in arousal as some of her juices dripped down her meaty thighs. She spread her legs fully, something I took advantage of as I quickly positioned cock above her mound and gripped her hips. Without warning, I bottomed out completely inside Lalatina, much to her vocal enjoyment. Yes. More please. Begged Lalatina. I felt Lalatina's legs lock behind me, pulling me closer and deeper inside of her. I thrust into her with wild abandon, making sure to target the sweet spots that were present in the physical body of hers. It was made to mimic a standard material body, after all. One of my hands trailed up and gently squeezed her magnificent tits. They weren't the largest I'd seen, but they were in no way small either. They were large enough that I couldn't squeeze her entire breast. Some of the tit flesh got away from me. Yesh yesh yesh. Lalatina squealed out as I continued my assault on her pussy. I felt her tighten up as some more of her juices wet my thighs. I gave one of her breasts a slap. Who said you could come without my permission? I demanded. I'm sorry. I ignored her apologies and pinched one of her nipples tightly. Normally that would cause pain in a woman, but Lalatina was Lalatina. She even purposely lowered her pain nullification during these moments. What a degenerate slut, lowering one of your defenses to get yourself off. I'm showy. It fwees so good. Heh, I didn't ask you to change. I like you how you are now. My personal masochistic pet. I groaned out. Why yesh. Please adore me more, master. The silky inner walls of her womanhood clung to my cock tightly, as if unwilling to let me leave the depths of her folds. Coming again. Before Lalatina could orgasm, I locked her orgasm, causing her to whine out. You come when I say you come. My domination over her only seemed to arouse her further. Even with her orgasm sealed off at the last moment, she didn't ask for any release. Content to let me do what I want with her. Her slightly flush breasts shook with my thrusts, a very appetizing sight. Why yes, master. Lalatina panted out. I leaned down as I continued thrusting into her and took one of her pretty pink nipples into my mouth. My tongue ran along her areola before I lightly bit on the nub. I felt Lalatina's hands brush through my hair and pull me deeper into her tit flesh. They were so soft that I could probably fall asleep on them. I eventually pulled back, even with Lalatina's incoherent speech. I pulled my cock out of her twat, and just rubbed it against her pussy lips until Lalatina looked to me with teary eyes. NNNGH. See, can I come now, master? Lalatina begged. Fine, fine, I am a merciful master, but first let's change positions. I grabbed Lalatina's legs and laid them flush against her breasts. Her knees were now beside her head in the classic position of a mating press. Oh. This position. It didn't surprise me that Lalatina knew what position this was. I thrust it into Lalatina without warning as I released my lock on her orgasms, causing her to tighten up to the point where any normal penis would immediately be crushed. Yesh. Thank you. Lalatina squealed. Lalatina. She squealed into her master's lips as he held her in the mating press position. She felt like she was melting. Her master was using some magic to cause her pleasure in her very soul, for those of weak will would have already gone insane from the pleasure. Her master pulled back from her lips, causing her to whine out. Such a good girl. He murmured next to her lips. She could feel herself tighten up on her master's shaft. She liked being called a good girl, her master's good girl. She wished she could stay in this moment forever, but she knew that would be too selfish. She would prioritize her master's desires over her own. She was his loyal bed slave, after all. Felix. I thrust it into Lalatina with wild abandon. Inside. Lalatina begged. I grunted as I bottomed out inside of Lalatina's drenched quim completely, and let loose inside of her. Yesh. Squealed Lalatina. Once my orgasm was finished, I pulled out, causing Lalatina to whine. We aren't done yet. I grunted as I flipped Lalatina around into doggy style. Truly, I was living the life. Underscore 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 underscore. I sighed as I finally laid in my bed. The last few days have been days of sex and gifting. I had gone to all my subordinates and asked what they wanted as a reward for all their hard work. I gave some gifts, had some sex, and made some promises, but it was still mentally draining. Maybe to relax I should visit Guy sometime. I'm not sure what will come of it, but I did promise Rain that I'd drop by sometime in the near future. It's not like hanging out with Guy was boring. He had plenty of stories to tell, and he was fun to fight. Yeah, I'll have to do that sometime. For now, I'll just be lazy. Notice. It is now possible to modify Magicule Breeder Reactor to become completely self-sufficient. Huh. Why do I feel like Odin is exasperated with me? It is Master's imagination. Magicule Breeder Reactor works by pulling in Magicules from the surrounding atmosphere, and then colliding them together with the Magicules already present in Master's body, resulting in the creation of more Magicules to refill Master's Magicule capacity. I am aware of how Magicule Breeder Reactor works, but thanks for the refresher. So what modification did you come up with? Rather than using the Magicules from the surrounding atmosphere, thanks to the data Odin has analyzed, Odin can modify Magicule Breeder Reactor with Master's permission to use Master's own personal Magicule capacity and collide them all together to create more Magicules. That basically completely gets rid of the need to be in a world with Magicules, then, huh? Correct. That would solve some issues down the line, if I go to a world without Magicules, or another world with another form of energy. While Odin might be able to do what she did with cursed energy and find a way to make use of it, there might be an energy that is so vastly different from Magicules that it just doesn't work. Being completely self-sufficient on that front would be great. Do it, Odin. Affirmative. I could feel my skill being reworked. I just relaxed and let Odin do her thing. It is done. Nice. I can feel the change already. Man, Odin really is a cheat. Good work, Odin. I didn't even know you were working on something like that. It is Odin's duty. Odin will always work to strengthen Master and in Master's best interests. Thanks to thought acceleration, it was possible to analyze Magicule Breeder Reactor in detail and come up with a solution to its one downside. I see. No new information on Stardust, though. Negative. Stardust works on multiple unknown laws. More data is needed for a thorough understanding of Stardust. Well, that's about what I expected. Stardust is no joke. I was able to manipulate it in a very limited capacity, like imbuing it into a weapon when creating them with material creation, which would instantly elevate it to God grade in most cases. I could also imbue little amounts of it into a spell that would magnify its power multiple times over. A simple nuclear cannon would likely become a continent-destroying beam. Not to mention that attacks empowered by Stardust cannot be blocked, only redirected or dodged. Who knows what I could do with it once Odin truly understood the essence of Stardust. Odin had theorized that Stardust may be the key to creating souls, at the very least. Melim really lucked out with her heritage, gaining access to Stardust likely on birth. She was a true Nepo baby, or well, maybe the Nepo baby, considering her father was God with a capital G. At least now I can confidently say I truly have infinite magicles. Of course this doesn't make me all-powerful, I am still limited by my energy output. Odin has also developed a new method to almost completely conserve magicles for the Master in case the Master did not wish for Odin to modify magicule breeder reactor. It is suggested to pass the technique onto the Master's subordinates. A new technique, huh? Well, tell me about it. Through analysis sped up by thought acceleration, Odin has developed a method to steadily circulate the magicules in one's body. Due to this, the amount of magicules required from the atmosphere is drastically lowered and can be combated by one's own natural magicule generation. What about when someone wants to use some sort of magic? That would still use magicules, no. Correct, but instead of releasing the energy to the outside world, the user can simply circulate the magicules in their body, constantly maintaining control of the magicules around them, and can quickly regain a portion of the magicules expelled. So when someone uses some spell, some of their magicules are expelled out of their body. Thanks to this, a good portion of the magicules are wasted. Your method is to reabsorb those wasted magicules into the body and make use of them again. Correct. Odin, you are seriously a genius. I wouldn't have thought of something like that. Thanks for working on all these things in the background for me. You're the best partner. Obviously, this isn't an infinite magicule generator cheat like magicule breeder reactor, but through this method, you can conserve a large number of your magicules. You are really just recycling the energy you can, allowing you to use it later. I'll have to share this method with all my direct subordinates soon. Underscore 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 underscore. I called all my direct subordinates to my office to share the magicule circulation technique with them. It would be foolish to keep such a thing secret. In the worst case, it would allow my subordinates to stall for time for a longer duration if necessary. Who knew you could basically recycle magicules? I have arrived, my lord. Sukuna called out from the other side of the door. Come in, and leave the door open on the way in. I responded. Sukuna came in and took his position beside me. Did you have fun sparring with Zijin? Sukuna has been going to the dungeon to fight pretty much every day when he can. He doesn't have all that many duties to do, so he is left with a lot of free time. It has been going well, my lord. Zijin has been progressing fairly quickly and, while having a lower EP than me, is able to give me a challenge due to his exoskeleton. I nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Demons like us are pretty naturally countered by that exoskeleton of his since we rely on magic so heavily. Sukuna nodded. Indeed, it is something I am beginning to find countermeasures for. Currently, our fights end due to exhaustion on Zijin's part. I see. Well, keep working hard. I can sense that your EP has grown since you first started this rivalry of yours with Zijin. Sukuna bowed. As you wish, my lord. Sukuna has been going to the dungeon so often that it has gotten to a point where I have set up a teleportation circle that will teleport him straight to a teleportation circle in Tempest. When I showed it to Sasha, it is safe to say her mind broke, not in the hentai kind of way, but she has been going crazy studying it and working on the combat golem I gave her the designs for. Apparently teleportation circles as powerful as the one I made aren't standard in the Western nations. The more I learn about the Western nations, the more I understand just how limited the average human kingdom is. Apparently, Raisin, the court mage of the kingdom of Falmouth, now Farmanas, is a pretty big deal in the West. And while he was pretty strong due to being a demonoid with his own magicule capacity, and numerous unique skills, he could at most defeat an incomplete saint. He just didn't have the energy for more. For Veldanava's favorite race, they are seriously limited by their natural bodies. They had short lifespans, a minuscule amount of magicules that flowed through their blood, a low aptitude for acquiring skills due to their low amount of magicules, and most didn't have the talent to even become an enlightened. But perhaps that is why Veldanava liked them so much. Maybe Veldanava got a small taste of the indomitable human spirit and got hooked. Humans had the tenacity to overcome their limits, just like in a shonen anime. Did Veldanava like shonen anime? I was distracted from my thoughts by Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina walking in. They all greeted me with a bow. I greeted them with a nod. Ladies. It didn't take long for all my direct subordinates to gather in the room. Even Ingvild was here. I pet Kurumi, who was settled on my lap as I spoke up. Now, I won't take long. I just wanted to share a technique I want you all to begin utilizing. It will require a lot of practice to get down and use efficiently, but I think it can increase all of your overall combat prowess significantly. A technique even you find useful, my lord. I am quite eager to learn about it now. Arcuade commented. I nodded. Yeah, it's pretty impressive, downright broken. I won't be putting this in the reward center, that's for sure. The military has more than enough magic and arts to choose from as is. Megumin nodded. I've been beating a lot of them up, and they have been growing stronger. Some of them have even exchanged some points for C and B ranked arts. Megumin said. I nodded. That's good. No matter how powerful I am, there may be times when I am not here to protect this territory. A powerful military is needed for those kinds of situations. Not to mention that human kingdoms classify national strength based on the amount of people in the military. Indeed. As I have learned, humans are incredibly foolish creatures. Classifying strength based on their own incomplete worldview. Lalatina commented. It was easy to forget sometimes that Lalatina has wandered the Western nations for quite a long time. She is aware of the intricacies of the Western nations and was pretty well informed about how humans worked. Fufu, of course, those kingdoms aren't capable of understanding your greatness, Felix-sama. Siko said while puffing her chest out. I rolled my eyes. No need to glaze me any more than you already do, Siko. It's going to get to my head. Glaze you? Siko asked curiously. I shook my head. Ignore it. It's a term from my old world. Siko nodded. However, she would probably ask me about what the term meant another time. Alright, let's not get too distracted. Now watch me. I lowered all my abilities, which stopped individuals from successfully analyzing me and made it blatantly clear what I was doing with the energy in my body. Normally, I wouldn't be capable of something like this, not so soon after learning it, but thanks to Odin, it wasn't difficult at all. Truly extraordinary. Sukuna commented as he gazed at me with awe. Indeed, as expected of you, my lord, to create such a revolutionary technique. Arcuade added. I didn't really create it. Odin did, but I will take the credit nonetheless. Did you all understand what I did? Most of those present in this room had some sort of analysis ability, or had a large amount of experience to make up for the lack of an analysis ability. Siko tilted her head. Are you not just circulating your magicules inside of your body, maintaining constant control over your own internal magicules? Siko may not look like it, but she did have some crazy battle instinct, also thanks to her experience with Cook she was able to notice some things most normally would ignore. When one bends the laws of the world over, they tend to become a bit more well-informed about how the world functions. I nodded. That's right, Siko. Thanks to constantly circulating your own magicules, you maintain control of them. When you use a spell, you increase the intensity of the magicules around you as a side effect, you then absorb those magicules and include them into the constant circulation of magicules you are doing in your own body. Heh. So you're basically shooting an arrow and picking it up? Megumin asked. I mean, yeah, that's a simple way to look at it, but it works. Leave it to Megumin to simplify something like that. I've got the most magicules out of everyone here except you, my lord. I don't think I need to worry about my energy, but if you think I should learn this, then I'll do it. Megumin said with a grin. I nodded. Good, you may have a significant amount of energy, but there are those out there with more. Yeah, I got it. Megumin sighed. I noticed that Arcuade was glaring at Megumin for her seemingly disrespectful attitude. I didn't bother saying anything. Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina would always have a rivalry. Alright, if you guys have any more questions, feel free to ask me, but for now, you are dismissed. Underscore 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 underscore. Boss. I turned to the voice and nodded. Hello, Sasha. Sasha ran up to me with an eager look in her eyes. I finished that golem you made a sketch of. You want to come see it? Maybe you can give me some advice. You're super good at magic after all, right? Sasha was in one of her mad scientist moods where she acted pretty unhinged. Yeah, sure, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm quite curious about this golem of yours. According to Malim, Clayman's primary form of combat was through golems he puppeted himself. Malim said Clayman refused to fight directly due to it being improper and not very elegant. Clayman was sufficiently fucked in the head. What kind of reasoning is that? I'm sure he just used puppets as mediums to fight because he was weaker than the other demon lords. And that's the truth, in direct combat, Fry and Carrion would win. The only demon lord that Clayman was more powerful than is Ramaris. Not a very high bar to cross at all. Even then, Malim said those puppets of Clayman were super weak, but her sense of strong and weak is incredibly skewed. Clayman was a demon lord seed, if a weak one magically, so maybe his puppets were actually somewhat impressive, enough to let him stand on even ground with Carrion and Fry as equal demon lord seeds. It's unfortunate that I'll never get to see his puppets. Maybe he was actually talented at crafting puppets, and I'll never know, though I don't really regret it at all. He got what was coming to him. It's nice that I finally managed to deal with everyone involved with that attack on that day. I don't care for Kigali and her Deathman's involvements as, in the end, they were just acting on orders and did not play a direct part in anything. Yuki was the mastermind behind it, with Clayman as his primary piece, and so they were dealt with, and hopefully, that's the end of it. I followed Sasha to her lab as she continued talking about the golem with glee. Sasha said she didn't specialize in golem magic, but I was beginning to doubt that. Oh. And thanks to those top-tier materials you provided me, this is by far the most powerful golem I have ever set my eyes on, let alone heard of. I tilted my head. What did I give you again? I kinda just threw a bunch of random things to Sasha when I showed her to her lab. Thankfully, the castle I inherited from Clayman already had a lab. Sasha sighed. Of course, you don't even realize the sheer rarity of what you had handed to me. The information you gave me alone was priceless. Who knew that combining Magi steel with gold and silver in such a specific way would result in an entirely new ore that is more powerful than even Magi steel? Sasha continued running over to a small chunk of metal and rubbing her face against it before holding it up to her heart. And then the Magi steel you gave me was so pure. You even gave me the scales of a dragon lord boss. That kind of stuff is literally priceless. Kingdoms would literally sell their princesses to you, and make you at least a marquis for the stuff you gave me. Is it? I just asked Raiden for some scales, and she quickly gave me some of hers. Raiden may not have been a spiritual life form yet, but she was still able to control her body to a very significant extent, forcing her scales to fall off and quickly regrow was child's play to her. I think I'm going to cry. Sasha mumbled. If anyone heard you, they'd begin to riot. Maybe my view of the world is beginning to become skewed. Once we got to Sasha's lab, she gestured towards the back, where I could see the golem. Regaining her usual energy, Sasha shouted. Behold. My magnum opus. I nodded. It does look pretty strong. I see you tampered with the design quite a bit. The golem still somewhat resembles Cell, but it was nowhere near as identical as the drawing I made. Sasha nodded. I made some changes to make it more combat efficient. The golem was made out of adamantite and Raiden scales, making the body alone on the level of legend-grade equipment. I see you used adamantite. I didn't give you very much, are you sure it was a good idea to use so much on this golem? Sasha nodded. Of course. I never do things half-heartedly. If I had the tools available to me, then I wanted to make this golem the best it could be. I shrugged my shoulders. Fair enough. I'm surprised you were able to mold the adamantite though. Even experienced blacksmiths would likely struggle and fail. Well, I made some contraptions that would mold the adamantite for me. It wouldn't work for forging a weapon due to how precise that craft is, but for the general shape of a golem, it was sufficient. I see. Work smarter, not harder, huh? I like that saying, work smarter, not harder. Sasha agreed. I observed the golem closely. There was a blade protruding out of the golem's elbow, the blade itself was at the unique grade. I had given Sasha a lot of things to play around with, some unique grade equipment was included. The general color scheme was the same as the one in my design, but the joints were a bit different, likely to make the golem more flexible and capable of turning 360 degrees, as well as rotating its upper body completely. Golems could be naturally born out of magicules like monsters are, but this was pretty rare. There were two general types of golems that people made, and they generally made these with pretty basic materials, clay, iron, stone, or wood, nothing fancy like magi steel generally, let alone adamantite. Once a golem is made, there are two possible routes to wielding it. One is controlling the golem as a puppet through arts with the user's own energy. This is what Clayman apparently did. The second option is to make the golem a vessel for a living spirit, like demons or elementals. This is what happened with Beretta. I'm assuming if you ever use this guy, you'll be controlling it yourself. I questioned. Sasha shrugged her shoulders. Both methods could work. I had magic circuits embedded inside the golem so that if I had a spirit possessing it, then I could still maintain control over the golem. Alright, well, do what you wish with it. Good work, Sasha. Thanks, boss. Chapter 129, Chapter 59, Storytime. Luminous Valentine. Luminous picked up her weapon that was stabbed into the ground, wiping the dirt off the gleaming blade. No matter what Felix thought, she did train herself. If anything, she wasn't the only demon lord who grew comfortable with their power. There had simply been no need to train as intensely as she had to before. Sure, she hadn't trained for centuries until Felix brought it up, but she was not doing this because of him. She was doing it solely for her own benefit, not for his praise. She nodded. Yes, this was all for herself. She looked down to her weapon, Night Rose, a god-grade weapon named after her former palace that was destroyed by the lizard. She had been practicing imbuing Asmodeus' power into it, and she had come up with an art thanks to all her efforts. Memory and Requiem, she would imbue her blade with Asmodeus' power, causing the blade to glow crimson and reap the life of whatever it touched. She would even gain the energy that was reaped from the target, but even with this, she knew it wasn't enough. Thanks to becoming an ultimate awakened being, she truly understood the gap between her and beings like Guy Crimson. She refused to fall behind, and so she would continue to pick up her sword until she grew stronger. She created some applications of Asmodeus, such as rewriting the infants of one's soul, effectively erasing them and creating a new being, a blank slate, or an obedient worshipper. However, this was limited due to rewriting the infants of more powerful beings being incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to do due to their own will. It was still a useful ability, nonetheless. She had recently been working on an art that combined the power of Asmodeus and her considerable prowess in holy magic. She would imbue her blade with disintegration, not unlike the art that Hinata had created, and then inject her target's soul directly with disintegration with Asmodeus' power. If the attack managed to truly penetrate, then there was no coming back from it. However, as all powerful techniques, this new art was incredibly difficult to put into practice, let alone master. She did not have any targets readily available that she could use it on. However, that did not mean she had 0 volunteers. She had been using it on prisoners of Ruberius, but so far, she had not managed to imbue the target's soul with disintegration successfully. She had more ideas of ways to utilize Asmodeus' power, for example, using it to suck out the very soul energy of her target, but that was even more advanced than what she was attempting, so she would leave it for later. She refused to ask Felix for help. Hinata had described his teaching abilities as sufficient, but she was far too prideful to ask for help from the arrogant demon. Even if the only reason he teased her so much was because of how obsessed he was with her. He truly was at Sundara as Hinata described it. My lady. She heard Gunther call out from outside the training grounds. She sighed. Yes, Gunther. Cardinal Nicolaus is here to see you. She raised her brow. Nicolaus was one of the highest members of the Western Holy Church, second only to Louis in fact. The man was powerful as well, and enlightened and capable of casting miracle-class holy magic. He, however, was primarily loyal to Hinata rather than the Pope and to her, something she did not particularly mind as long as he obeyed her orders. I see. Send him in. She called out. She had been in quite a few meetings recently, the first of which was with Serre, who had interrupted her outing with Felix. The nerve. She had long since informed some of the more important members of the Western Holy Church of the true nature of the Church. Serre and Nicolaus were among those who were informed. Serre had wished to know of Hinata's status, something she denied, causing him to storm off. She simply ignored his tantrum. He was powerful for his age, an incomplete saint, but he was far from special in that regard. She had multiple subordinates that could either defeat him or at least stall him, and she did not see Serre becoming a true complete saint for decades, if not centuries without some sort of stimulus. So, while he had potential, he could throw as many tantrums as he wanted, but he was too irrelevant to get anything from them. She already had Hinata, and Hinata was all she needed, though she would be foolish to merely throw an asset away out of annoyance. She would wait for Serre to come to her once again before informing him that Hinata would be back. Still, it wasn't like the forces of Ruberius hadn't been weakened. The public trusted and relied on Hinata, but with her gone, some were uneasy. Luminous thought that would go away with time, though. The military was as strong as ever. There were the holy knights of the church and then the common army, which was filled with simple foot soldiers, mere fodder meant to take care of the weaker threats or buy time. Not to mention, the bloody knights had recently had a fire lit under them. Immortal vampires generally did not have much motivation to truly progress. They had as long as they wanted to grow, after all. But it seems that even they can sense that the world is changing. The bloody knights are her special fighting force, filled with some of the most powerful vampires. The majority of them were also surmounters. They had conquered their weakness to the sun and had grown from it. Lady Luminous. She heard Nicolaus call out. She looked towards him as he bowed. Cardinal Nicolaus, what is it you need? I wish to know the state of Lady Hinata. I had gone to her mansion, and yet it remains uninhabited. I am aware that she has taken a leave of absence, but I am worried about her current status. Ah, yes, Nikolaus was almost obsessed with serving Hinata and making sure she was safe. She often wondered what Hinata had done to win such loyalty from Nikolaus. Perhaps Nikolaus just saw something in Hinata. Heroes did tend to have an odd charisma about them. She is perfectly fine. She is simply on a journey. The announcement made to the public was simply made to cover up the reason why she has not been seen by the public lately. Responded Luminous. The Cardinal nodded. I see. Where had she gone, if I may ask? I am sure that my services would aid her on her journey. If she required your assistance, she would have asked you herself, Cardinal. I cannot inform you of any more, but do know that Hinata is safe, and you will see her once again soon. She could tell that Nikolaus was not satisfied with her answer, yet he nodded and bowed nonetheless. He was aware of the clear power hierarchy between them. As long as Hinata was loyal to her, so too would Nikolaus. He likely would not leave to look for Hinata himself. Such a venture would be pointless even if Hinata was not in the past. The Western nations were vast. It would be practically impossible to locate someone without extraordinary senses or something similar. Once Nikolaus was gone, she called Gunther. No more interruptions for today, Gunther. She wished to remain uninterrupted during her training. She would show Felix that he did not need to chide her as if he was her father. As you wish, my lady. Responded Gunther. Felix's desire for her growth was heartwarming but ultimately unneeded. She ignored that familiar pang in her chest about Felix's almost parental attitude towards her when asking her to master her skill and resumed her training. Bring over another prisoner. She called out. Moments later, Gunther appeared in front of her while holding one of the many prisoners of Rubrius by the throat. The people of her kingdom may generally follow her rules, but there were always the outliers that attempted to disturb the order she had created, no matter how pointless their attempts were. Gunther threw the prisoner onto the ground in front of her before disappearing. The criminal snarled. You. He attempted to get up, but he was bound by his shackles, so he merely futilely wormed his way closer to her. This was a prisoner who had happened to the true nature of the Western Holy Church due to some careless vampires, who had now been thoroughly educated not to make a similar mistake again. She rolled her eyes. Yes, me, now stay quiet. She ordered as she snapped her fingers, stopping the prisoner in place with magic bindings. Why, you won't get away with this. With what you have done to the humans of this kingdom. She rolled her eyes. What I have done is give these humans peace, order as well as a purpose. Far more than what most of you rabble do outside the walls of my kingdom. Causing wars with each other, stealing, murdering, generally being bothersome little cretins. She did not personally hate humans, but they caused so many issues, seeing things in completely black and white. Monsters were evil, humans were good, and they certainly expressed their beliefs on what the correct way for evolution is. She would admit she had taken advantage of this mindset. As long as humans remained narrow-minded, the chances for cooperation were slim. Rimuru was slowly progressing towards that direction, but it was a slow process. Luminous supposed that she had distracted herself long enough. Now was the time to train. She drew on the combined faith of all the members of the Western Holy Church and imbued disintegration into Night Rose without any chanting involved. She could wield spirit wands without the assistance of her faith fairly easily. However, her disintegration was more powerful and potent with the combined power of her faith behind her. The prisoner seemingly recognized the magic circle that had appeared. She could see the light of panic enter his eyes. Before the prisoner could react, she pierced his chest with her blade and called upon the power of Asmodeus to forcefully focus the disintegration solely on the soul of the prisoner. With Asmodeus, she could feel that she could completely drain the prisoner of all the soul energy he possessed, or rewrite the information particles of his soul, turning him into a new person. The options she had were vast due to the prisoner's weakness, but she was not focused on that now. She maintained her concentration as she attempted to keep control over the disintegration. This move was impossible to heal from with even ultra-speed regeneration. If she could master this, then theoretically, as long as she was powerful enough, she could completely erase a true dragon from existence. Of course, they will still be reborn, but killing a true dragon was something she would have to use all her resources to do, and she would need the home field advantage to make use of sanctuary disintegration. Gah. She ignored the prisoner's cries of pain as she focused on controlling the rampaging power of the disintegration while focusing Asmodeus' power. While using skills came naturally, mastering them for more advanced purposes still needed to be learned. Damn it. She cried out as she lost control over the disintegration. She watched as the disintegration rampaged inside the prisoner's body, destroying him from the inside out. She sighed. At least she had made progress. She was able to directly imbue the power of disintegration into the prisoner's soul in a very minuscule amount before she lost control. It was not much, but it was progress. Gunther, come clean up this mess. She ordered. Yes, Lady Luminous. Gunther quickly appeared and cleaned up the remnants of the corpse as well as the blood. Having a capable butler was truly a godsend. She snorted at that thought. Perhaps Gunther was a literal godsend. He was created by Twilight, and Twilight was created by Veldanava. Thank you, Gunther. Hearing her, Gunther bowed. It is my duty, Lady Luminous. She had been training for some time now. She supposed that she deserved a reward for her efforts. Prepare my bath, I will be there shortly. As you wish, my lady. Responded Gunther before disappearing into the shadows. She stored night rose in her spatial storage and then made her way to her inner sanctum. It didn't take her long to appear in front of Cronoa. She laid her hand upon the holy ark, ignoring the burns as she whispered, soon you will be free. Gathering the supplies to unseal the holy ark had not been easy, but she was almost finished. Due to the intense spiritron concentration in the holy ark, specific items were needed to act as magnets for the spiritrons, slowly reducing the concentration of spiritrons on the holy ark, before the holy ark itself shatters, unsealing who was within. She had not gathered the items necessary centuries ago for one simple reason: in case someone managed to make their way into her vault and then steal them, there would be a very low chance that someone would learn about Cronoa. Luminous knew it was practically impossible to find out from the items alone, but she wished to make sure she would not risk her friend's life in her arrogance. Felix. I ducked under Megumin's katana as I jabbed towards her with my own katana. I haven't had many times that I'm actually able to use my blade due to just how powerful it is. When not in use, it sits in my infinity space, which is constantly being upgraded due to Odin's efforts. Going by the energy I could sense in it. Its EP was over 2 million, which is more than Megumin's total EP. And I haven't even given it an official name yet. Once I name it, its power should increase by a good amount. Hee hee, yes, this is fun. Megumin's laughter rang out, excitement clear in her voice. Her idea of a date was blowing shit up and fighting, exactly as I expected from Megumin. I blocked another one of her attacks before sending a barrage of my own at her. Megumin struggled to block them. A few of my slashes grazed her skin, drawing blood, but only just enough to nick her. I wasn't aiming to seriously harm her. Megumin paused for a moment and looked at the wound on her skin. Hee hee hee, ha 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 ha, it's been so long since I've been injured. Yes, let's keep going. Megumin exclaimed in rapture. Man, she was a serious battle maniac. We haven't even gotten into using any magic yet. When we do, I'm sure she will go crazy with nuclear magic. Though it is impressive just how much she has learned under Ajura's tutelage in such a short time. Megumin had a very obsessive personality when it came to these kinds of things. I had noticed her practicing the katas that Ajura taught her over and over again until she got it right, and now, Megumin could be considered a master of the sword, though still short of Ajura's skill level. I'm lucky I had Odin, and she was able to analyze Ajura's swordsmanship and mimic it, the same as what I did for Malim and Rimuru, creating an odd blend of the three. I was a master of the sword, though not in the traditional way like Ajura and Hakuru. No, I cheated my way to the top, and with a skill like Odin, that was actually a viable strategy. I knew very well that the true sword masters had put in immense effort to get to their stage. I was merely a fraud, which I was completely fine with. Cheaters are gonna cheat, and I'm a proud cheater. Once Megumin was done gushing about the blood leaking down her arm, she came at me with a new intensity, though her speed was far from the limits of what I was able to perceive, so I was easily able to block everything. Ah. This is so much fun. Megumin cried out, her face flushed with excitement. Sparring with you is different from sparring with Arcuade and Lalatina, my lord. It's as if I have to fight to even reach you with my blade. Kahaha, well, I can't make it too easy, can I? I have standards I need to hold up to. Our blades met in a fiery clash, the shockwave from the collision crackling with fighting spirit. The energy in our strikes was enough to obliterate an enlightened in an instant. Still, I hadn't even tapped into my katana's real power. Its ability to sever space, and damage my opponent by slicing through the very fabric of reality. That ability was far too much for a mere spar. If used properly, it could wound ultimate awakened beings without me adding any sort of reinforcement to it. Spatial attacks were just that powerful if used right. It may as well be as powerful as an ultimate skill on its own. If I used it, I may accidentally kill Megumin. When I used it against Veldora, he commented that it was similar to what Cronoa used on him way back when he was young, and it was one of the key things that allowed Cronoa to defeat Veldora. Megumin was strong but nowhere near as durable as a true dragon. Why don't we get a bit more serious? Megumin's eyes lit up as she laughed. Yes. Let's do that. The moment she finished talking, she held up her other hand in my direction. I saw a magic circle manifest, one keyed for nuclear magic. Ha ha ha, take this. Megumin yelled as she fired a nuclear cannon in my direction, the sheer potent power behind it enough to wipe out even saints if they didn't defend. I simply rolled my eyes and walked straight through it. You should know that isn't enough to even touch me, Megumin. I lightly chided. Multidimensional barrier is almost impossible to get through in normal circumstances. It is possible to do this by understanding the barrier thoroughly and countering its properties, but this requires a lot of power, and a lot of experience or a sage ability like Great Sage or Cursed Sage. Guy was able to bypass my multidimensional barrier due to his experience and power. Megumin, however, is a different story. She is not capable of piercing through my defenses. She lacks the raw power and the sheer mastery over space and time needed to do so. Maybe she could get through infinity if I hadn't lowered it, but she is out of her league trying to get through multidimensional barrier as she is now. I know. But I just wanted to try it out. Megumin announced like the nuclear magic enthusiast she is. Well, I gave you your turn. Now it's mine. I smirked as I created a miniature black hole in my palm. It took me a moment to create and fling it in Megumin's direction. Megumin's eyes widened. Oh shit. That was fun, said Megumin. I rolled my eyes and looked over her form. Her clothing was torn up, her midriff was visible, as well as a portion of her arms, and a large portion of her breasts were bare to see. I could even spot a hint of nipple peeking out. I guess you enjoy getting slapped around then, I commented. Megumin pouted. Hey. I may have been getting beat up, but it was fun to test all of my magics on you. Ajira always stops me before things can get fun back in the demon realm. I rolled my eyes. Gee, I wonder why. Megumin nodded obliviously. I know, right? Ugh, you are hopeless. That was mean, milord. Yeah, whatever. Well, that was as good an end as any to our date, right? Megumin gained a slight blush on our face. All right. I nodded. Good, well, I'll see you around then. I didn't think pushing too much with Megumin was a good idea. She seemed to prefer to take things slow, which I didn't mind. Megumin nodded and gave me a salute. Got it. Next time, I'll definitely reach you with my blade. We'll see about that. As I left the training ground, I picked up my katana that was stabbed into the ground. I looked down at it, slightly grazing my finger over the edge of the blade. It's about time I name you, huh? I could feel a sense of agreement coming from my katana. It seems the tool spirit inside of it was fairly developed. Well, it is a katana that can cut apart space and reality. I think I have the perfect name. All right, your name is Yamato, I declared with a nod of satisfaction. Chuni. Absolutely. Badass. Even more so, and no one could tell me otherwise. I felt as a portion of my magicules were drained and focused on my weapon. The blade trembled for a few moments as the magicules began to flow through it, so I stored it in my infinity space so that its energy could stabilize. Maybe I can go visit Guy now. I mused aloud. Yeah, I'll do that, might as well keep my promise to Rain. She helped me recruit Sasha, after all. And I'd rather pay that favor off before she comes and asks me for something else. I sent a thought communication to all my direct subordinates. I'll be going to the ice continent, I'll leave making sure everything goes well over here up to you guys. Once I heard all their agreements, I cut the thought communication. I willed for my wings to extend out from behind me. I smirked as I turned my head to look at them. They really were quite badass, even more badass than Diablos, in my totally unbiased opinion. I had gotten so used to teleporting everywhere that I hadn't had the chance to enjoy a good old-fashioned flight. So, to stretch out my wings, I decided to fly to the ice continent. With a single flap of my wings, I soared far past the clouds, forcing them to disperse, and just looked down at the world from above. After a moment, I flapped my wings once more and began flying towards the ice continent, breaking the sound barrier multiple times over and causing a booming sonic explosion. A single sonic shockwave alone would be enough to destroy entire cities at the speed I'm flying at. It's a good thing I'm high up in the air. However, I could always use law domination to make it so that there are no shockwaves. I really am busted, huh? Too OP, please don't nerf. I grinned as I felt the wind blast against my face. The air pressure and resistance alone would destroy a normal human's body. They just weren't built to move at speeds this high. I flew over the Great Jura Forest, straight up, ignoring the security measures Tempest had in place. I imagine if any of Rimuru's people were able to detect me they would be quite spooked by now. I passed over Dworgen and the Kennet Mountains. As I was flying over I noticed one of the Dragon Lords noticed me since I had slowed my speed. It roared to the heavens in defiance, insulted that I had completely ignored its presence. Ugh, why couldn't all dragons be like Raiden? Nice and reasonable while also not excessively prideful. I decided to humor it and allowed it to fly up to my level. It had piercing blue eyes, as well as blue scales. I smirked. This was a wind dragon with some control over the weather due to its mastery of its abilities. I could see a light of intelligence behind its eyes. To become a Dragon Lord, it is said that a dragon needs to live for centuries unless they are abnormally talented and have other benefits like Raiden. Raiden was named and got gifted from my harvest festival, boosting her evolution. It is said that dragon lords have intelligence and wisdom on the level of humans, but even among humans, there are smart and idiotic ones. It seems the same could be said for dragons. It seems this was one of the more idiotic ones. I was suppressing my aura to the absolute maximum, but beings like this dragon should have developed instincts. Either this one was a fool and was ignoring his instincts, or he just got to his current stage due to luck. I raised a brow as the dragon stared into my eyes, challengingly. What? It was almost cute how he got upset at my disrespect. I rolled my eyes. If you're just here to throw a temper tantrum about how you're a dragon and the most badass creature in existence, you can fuck off. I snorted. For some reason, it was not happy about what I said. Weird. Rueawer. Its roar boomed throughout the surroundings. The sheer force of the sound would have been enough to knock down trees if we weren't in the air. I simply rolled my eyes. I appeared above the dragon at speeds it couldn't hope to follow and simply kicked him downwards, creating a sonic boom. I watched as the dragon crashed back into the Cannet Mountain range, normally causing a significant amount of damage to both the Cannet Mountain range, as well as Dworgen, which laid beneath. However, I placed a barrier as hard as diamonds where it landed, causing no damage to the environment, no reason to make a mess for Gazel to clean up, though that can't be said for the dragon though. It would be in pain, for a while. Hopefully, it would learn its lesson. Just being a dragon did not, in fact, make you the coolest kid on the block, no matter what various fictional works of my past lives said. The dragon lords of the Cannet Mountains were far too used to being king of the hill it seems, and had not developed their combat prowess other than just simply using the raw power they possessed to overwhelm their opponents. Similar to Veldora before he met Rimuru, in fact. It's lucky I was in a good mood, or I would have cleaved its head off and hung its head up in my room. I rolled my eyes at the waste of time that turned out to be. I was expecting it, but I was also a bit curious about how the dragon would react to me. I hadn't explored the higher levels of the Cannet Mountains. The only dragons I've interacted with are Raiden and her draconic subordinates, who are very obedient, and the true dragons. Neither of those groups really gave me an accurate picture about how regular dragons acted. I shrugged my shoulders and stopped thinking about that insignificant dragon further. With another flap of my wings, I boomed forward, leaving behind multiple sonic explosions. Moments later, I appeared right above the ice continent. I could feel the chill in the air due to Velzard's aura. Thanks to being released to a true dragon, this casually released aura was capable of even getting through my thermal fluctuation nullification. Fucking true dragons, though I imagine many others are capable of doing something similar if they have an elemental ultimate skill. Perhaps Raiden will be able to branch out and be capable of burning me with lightning in the future. I released the tight leash I kept on my aura, allowing it to ravage the lands. That should be enough to signal my presence. As I approached the ice palace, I suppressed my aura again. I didn't want Velzard to get mad at me for destroying her precious palace. She ribbed at me a bit due to her palace being damaged from our hockey clash, though I could tell she was joking at that time. Still, it's best to be safe. I don't want to be on the other end of an angry true dragon for no reason. It didn't take long for Guy's green-haired maid, Misery, to come out and fly up to me. She gave me a respectful bow as she approached. Lord Felix, my master was not expecting you today. I shrugged, not particularly bothered. He said I could come by whenever. Misery nodded. Very well, if you would please follow me, I will guide you. I rolled my eyes but nodded. I don't know why Guy is adamant about maintaining these boring formalities. I flew down behind Misery. So, has anything interesting happened lately? I asked. Misery shook her head. No, nothing has been unusual, except perhaps the ongoing chaos in the Western nations. Word has reached us that the Guildmaster of the Free Guild has passed. Misery said, her eyes briefly scanning me as if gauging my reaction. I shrugged my shoulders. How tragic. We didn't talk any further as Misery led me through the icy halls. I saw the icy gates to the throne room up ahead, guarded by the same trolls as before. Misery walked straight through the now opened gates. Lord of Darkness, Demon Lord Guy Crimson, the Usurper of Black, Demon Lord Felix White has arrived. Declared Misery. Up ahead I could see Guy lounging on his throne with a carefree smirk. He was in his male form this time, and I didn't spot Velzard anywhere. I didn't bother sensing further for her, she'll show up if she wants to. Misery led me past the legion of demons standing by. Once I was standing in front of him, I gave Guy a nod. Guy. Felix, I didn't know you would be arriving today. Remarked Guy. I shrugged my shoulders in response. Well, you said to pop by whenever, and I had nothing else to do. Guy nodded. I did say that, didn't I? You've gotten more powerful it seems. I shrugged. I recently had some growth. There was consuming the body of the Chaos Dragon which increased my EP by a bit, then devouring Yuki's soul, though I didn't gain nearly as much from that due to Odin repurposing that energy in Yuki's soul. Guy nodded and got up off his seat and gestured to follow him. Well, come on now, no point in talking here. Guy then looked to Rain and Misery, who had taken her position behind him. Prepare some snacks for us, you two. Rain gave Guy a salute. Yes. Misery just sighed and bowed. As you wish, master. Rain tried to discreetly give me a thumbs up, but going by the look Guy was giving her, she wasn't very successful in keeping it discreet. Guy just sighed and gestured to me to walk next to him. So Misery told me that you noticed some interesting stuff happening in the West. I commented. Guy nodded. Yeah, looks like the order in the West is beginning to become disrupted. I didn't know you kept informed about the West. Guy shrugged his shoulders. Part of the job, if I want to stop things before they go out of hand, it's best to keep informed. I nodded. That's true. Even Luminous has gotten involved, it seems, going by the announcement her group of fanatics made. You talking about how the church announced the moderate Harlequin Alliance is responsible for the death of Yuki? Guy nodded. He then looked at me. You know anything about that? I debated on whether to give Guy a rough overview of everything, that way, I could at least control what he heard. If I don't give him anything, he may go digging on his own. And it's probably best if Guy doesn't dig too deep into things. I'm sure it would turn out fine, but it sounds like a pain in the ass. I might as well solve that future problem now. Sorta, I killed Yuki Kagerizaka. I admitted. Guy raised a brow. Oh. I didn't think you would have a reason to kill that guy. He seems to be revered as a saint back in the Western nations. By now, we had arrived at the lounge, so I took a seat with Guy sitting across from me. I leaned back in my seat. So much for that. Nah, all of that was an act. He wanted to conquer the world or something. Guy nodded. People like that turn up from time to time. So what made you personally interested in killing him? Guy asked with interest written across his face. Before I could answer, Misery showed up and served us both a glass of wine. I took a sip of the wine. He was involved in the death of someone close to me, and so I killed him. As simple a reason as any, but also as good a reason as any. Guy said as he raised the glass in cheers. I raised my own glass. Yeah, sometimes you don't need any complicated reason to kill. Said like a demon, Guy said with a smirk. Well, I am a demon, aren't I? I retorted. That you are. Guy nodded. We both sat in a comfortable silence for a few moments before I broke it. Well, I shared a bit of my story. Now it's your turn. Guy raised a brow. My story. I nodded. What about your story with the first true hero, the hero of the beginning, Rudra? You want to hear about that guy, huh? Sure, why not? Guy laughed out. Do you know the basics? I was born from the great spirit of darkness as one of the reflections of the primordial angels. I got summoned, became a demon lord, met Velda, fought Velzard, and then just did whatever I pleased. I nodded. Yeah, Ramaris gave me a good amount of background information on everything. Guy clicked his tongue. TCH. That pixie is always talking too much. Hey, well, don't blame her. You know how she is. Guy sighed. Indeed, her original incarnation was far less annoying, though. I tilted my head. Her original incarnation? You mean the original fairy queen? What was she like? Guy laughed. Well, she was mature for one, motherly, caring, and strong. She was damn strong. Well, at least that fits my image of what the fairy queen should be like. It's a shame what happened to her. Guy winced. Yeah, that incident was a pain in the ass. Fighting Malim for 7 days and 7 nights was enjoyable, but it was a pain to mitigate all the collateral damage. Yeah, I imagine. An out-of-control Malim does not sound fun to deal with. Even I'd likely be caught with my pants down, helpless to do anything but stall. If that happened, maybe, just maybe, I could eat her with Beelzebub and calm her down. It all depends on how much willpower Malim has left in her berserk state. The more willpower an individual has, the more they can resist Beelzebub's consumption. You can't even imagine how strong she was back then. You'd really have to be there to feel it. She did inherit a lot of Velda's power. Back then, she stopped suppressing her inherited power and went wild. I nodded. At first, I didn't even know Malim was suppressing her power even in our spars, but Odin was able to notify me about it after I had her do another scan of Malim. It turns out that the 10 million EP that Malim is showing isn't even her full power. No, her full power is comparable to that of a true dragon. Odin hypothesized that Malim had sealed the majority of her strength deep within her to prevent another incident like the one that happened in the past from happening again. Odin thought that Melim didn't want to lose control of her power again. Fucking true dragons. Anyways, it seems we have gotten off topic. Sometime after I settled down on the ice continent, Rudra showed up. I tilted my head. Ah yes, the age-old story of the hero confronting the Demon Lord. Guy snorted. Something like that. I still remember that day clearly. I remember I was extremely bored that day when 3 visitors showed up at the ice palace: Rudra, Lucia, and Velgrind. I raised a brow. Lucia. Guy nodded. Lucia is Rudra's sister, Velda's wife, and Melim's mother. Huh, well, I didn't know that. Guy shrugged his shoulders. Ramaris tends to forget a lot of things when her incarnation is as young as the current one is. It's not surprising that she didn't tell you everything. I nodded. And Velgrind? What is her relationship with Rudra? I know that she is the guardian of the Eastern Empire. Guy laughed. Their relationship, huh? Well, they're lovers. Oh. Veldora did say that Velgrind had a partner, though I didn't ask who. Heh, those two have been obsessed with each other for as long as I've seen them together. I nodded. Well, that's good to know. Back to my story now. Before Guy could continue, he was interrupted by the sound of wheels rolling across the icy floor. Guy sighed and looked at Rain, who was rolling a food cart. The food you have asked for has been prepared, Lord Guy. Guy sighed but nodded. Well, I don't need to tell you to serve us, do I? Gah. You don't have to be so mean about it. Responded Rain. Guy sighed. Just do your damn job. Rain quickly served us and then left. I took a bite of the mystic chicken she had served and gestured for Guy to continue. When Rudra first showed up, he demanded for all the treasures I had in my possession. I snorted. Seriously? That guy wanted your gold? That wasn't the image of him I had in mind. Heh, most wouldn't imagine him to be like that. He was a rather playful and goofy individual. Guy continued. Anyways, during our first fight, I introduced myself. I could remember his words exactly. Wait a minute. That's not a name. How is that a name? If I defeated a demon lord with such a funny name, it would be so uncool. It would be better to record the story of my bravery with a cooler name. Ha ha ha, he paused the fight because he did not like your name, huh? Guy nodded with a reminiscent smile. Indeed, he was a presumptuous one. After taking a good look at me, he added Crimson to my name, and from that day on, I became Guy Crimson. So that's how you got your second name, huh? Guy nodded. Indeed, Rudra used his spiritual energy rather than magicules after he selfishly named me. He ended up falling unconscious due to the strain of naming me. He was always a fool, but I had taken a liking to him. After that, we would battle many times, our battles being mostly even, but over time I began to overpower Rudra. Despite the tricks he used to weaken me, his skill just wasn't suited for him. Guy sighed. His skill. Part of me did wonder what kind of power the first true hero had. Guy nodded with a smirk. Indeed, Rudra was a student of Velda's. Once his training was complete, Velda bestowed upon him a weapon named Deva, and then traded for his ultimate skill. They traded ultimate skills. Well, I guess it makes sense that Veldanava of all people could do that. Guy nodded. The skill Velda bestowed upon him wasn't nearly as compatible as his original skill, and so he could only use it for seconds at a time. He only managed to fight against me with pure skill with the blade. Which skills did he have? Guy looked thoughtful for a moment before shrugging. Why not share? Who knows, this information may come in handy for you in the future. I raised a brow at the end of what Guy said. Why would knowing Rudra's skills come in handy in the future? The only explanation I can think of is if Guy expects there to be a confrontation between us, which, going by the Eastern Empire's clear desire to expand their territory further, may actually happen. My territory was on the borders of the Eastern Empire after all. Rudra's original skill doesn't matter much. It was Uriel, Lord of Vows. It was very compatible with him as it was the crystallization of his beliefs and the various promises he had made. I raised a brow at that. Uriel, Lord of Vows. Interesting. Oh. What's so interesting about that? Guy asked with interest. I didn't see any harm in sharing, and so I answered. I had manifested Uriel, Lord of Vows. Guy's eyes widened. Seriously? I nodded. Yup. Huh, it was always focused on spatial management, so that must be that spatial skill you have then. Guy declared with certainty. I waved my finger at him. Not quite. Uriel evolved into a new ultimate skill. I shared. Perhaps it was foolish to share something like this with the first demon lord, but for all I knew, he may have already further evolved his own ultimate skill. Plus, even if he knew, unless he had a sage-like skill, I don't think he would be able to evolve his skill at this point. It is possible to force it with information particles, but if Guy could do that, he already would have done it. Guy's eyes somehow widened even further. That is, very impressive, Felix. Velda had once said that it was theoretically possible to further evolve an ultimate skill if one has enough desire and willpower. To think he would be capable of that. I did cringe slightly since I'm pretty certain that the only reason I was able to evolve Uriel as effortlessly as it seemed was because of Odin. Correct. The voice of the world approved, and then Odin used data that was gathered to further improve the ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows. Well, thanks for that, Ouroboros is certifiably broken. Well, thanks, I guess. Guy was looking at me with a new light in his eyes, which I wasn't quite sure if it was good or not. Guy shook his head. Heh, I'll have to keep that in mind then. Do you mind sharing exactly how you did it? I do not mind owing you a favor for this. A favor from the legendary Guy Crimson, huh? Deal. I may not have evolved my ultimate skill solely on my own, but I still had a general idea based on how it works. There are a few ways to go about it, I think. One is to just have an overwhelming desire, to the point that the voice of the world assists with the evolution. Then the second method, which is what I did, is to do it by manipulating information particles. So you even know about infins, huh? I nodded and continued. It is possible to fuse and separate skills by manipulating infins. Through this you could theoretically merge other skills into an ultimate skill, evolving it, or even merge multiple ultimate skills into one. Guy nodded with a smile growing on his face. I see, I will have to train it seems then. I doubt such a high level of manipulating infants comes easy. It likely doesn't. You will need data to work with though. Guy nodded. I have a feeling that won't be much of a problem for me. I rolled my eyes. Yes, you can copy skills, how special. Guy smirked and raised his glass in toast to me. Well then, you now have a favor from Guy Crimson. I cringed slightly. Did you just refer to yourself in the third person? Guy smirked confidently. I did. Of course, this chinny guy thinks that's cool. Hopefully, I don't regret sharing this information with Guy, though I doubt it would have stayed hidden for long. The moment Guy caught wind of my ultimate skill, a skill he for some reason couldn't copy, he likely began theorizing how it was possible for such a thing to happen. Now want to share more about Rudra's skills like you were doing previously? I asked curiously. I was somewhat curious about the power of the first true hero, plus that very same true hero's empire may or may not become enemies in the future. Guy nodded. As I said earlier, Rudra traded his Uriel, Lord of Vows for Velda's personal skill, Michael, Lord of Justice. My eyes widened upon hearing that name. Michael, huh? Skills in this world are named after famous mythological figures. A skill named after the strongest archangel is bound to be seriously strong. Uriel's powers were based on the concepts of destroy and protect, and as it was formed from Rudra himself, its use came naturally to him. Michael, on the other hand, was focused on the concept of domination. It was a powerful skill that allowed Rudra to truly become a pain in the ass. Michael, Lord of Justice, huh? That was something I had to think about. Guy continued. But in the end, Rudra never managed to defeat me. Our competition shifted into something else. Something else. Guy smirked. It doesn't matter. Now, why don't we finish eating and then have another spar? I have been itching for another fight. I rolled my eyes at Guy's obvious change of topic, but I nodded nonetheless. Sure. Chapter 130, Chapter 60, The Other World. Felix. As Guy and I ate our meals, I thought back to everything I learned from this interaction and smiled. This was more than worth it. Knowing more about the Eastern Empire is always helpful. Those guys are sketchy as hell. Guy placed his knife and fork down and smirked at me. Now then. Let us fight. I rolled my eyes at the battle junkie. Yeah. Let me call Velzard to maintain the barriers. That way, we don't need to worry about the global effects of our fight. Said Guy. I nodded. Fine by me. A moment later, a portal appeared, and from it came Velzard. Era, I did not know you were here, Felix. You would have if you bothered keeping an eye on this palace of yours. I responded. She gave a dismissive wave. Why would I do such a thing? The only visitors that we get here are fools and those whom Guy approves of. Velzard then looked at Guy. Now, what did you need? Guy laughed out. Sorry for bothering you, would you mind maintaining a barrier so that the two of us can have some fun? Velzard sighed, though it was more out of habit than real annoyance. This is just like how it was with Rudra, I always have to maintain the barriers. Well, who else could do it? No one else is strong enough. Responded Guy. Guy's response brought a smirk and a light dusting of red to Velzard's face. Very well then, I will assist if I must. Hey, thanks Velzard. I watched their byplay with a smirk on my face. Velzard is seriously into Guy, huh? She's barely even hiding it. And either he is too dense to see it or just doesn't feel the same. None of my business either way. Guy then waved his hand in front of him, creating a portal. Come Felix. This leads to one of the edges of the ice continent. I nodded and followed Guy with Velzard right behind me. The icy winds blew all around us, and there was a vast expanse of frozen wilderness as far as the eye could see. A perfect place to let loose without worrying about the consequences. Once we were there, I snapped my fingers, creating a barrier that expanded the space within as well as kept any of our aura and power from leaving the barrier. Velzard placed her own barriers around my own, further reinforcing everything. Let us let loose a bit more than last time. What do you say to weapons? I nodded. Sure, I don't mind. Perhaps I can copy some of Guy's sword arts if I get the chance. I created a hole in my barriers allowing Velzard to maintain the barriers from the outside. I held my hand out, summoning my newly named katana. It was still slowly growing since more and more energy was being focused on it. Going by the amount of energy in it, its EP was easily over 3 million now. Heh, my weapon had more EP than Hinata did. I'll have to tease her about that. I gently gripped the handle of Yamato. There was a nascent tool spirit growing within it. I could feel the spirit nervously stretch its own power out into me as I gently coaxed it out. I tried to convey a feeling of reassurance and partnership. I may not use Yamato for all my fights, but it was still my weapon of choice. When wielding it, that was an additional 3 million EP on top of my already very high EP. Guy whistled. That's an impressive weapon. Guy then withdrew his own long sword from his spatial storage, and I could immediately feel the power it gave off. Huh, what's that made of? I asked. Oh, this is made of Starheart, one of the strongest materials in existence. I can tell, it feels incredibly powerful. I responded. Going by EP, it was greater than even my Yamato. I then got in my stance. I planned on taking Guy seriously from the start, something he reciprocated. Odin, I may need your help here. Affirmative. I wouldn't be surprised if Guy is more capable than me when it comes to swordsmanship. He's been around fighting for longer than I can even imagine. I wasn't against cheating when facing powerful opponents. I was a fraud, and I would act like it. Heh, I have a feeling that this is gonna be fun, said Guy. A moment later, he was already upon me, his long sword aimed for my neck. The sonic explosion left in his wake boomed outwards as I quickly reinforced my katana with an overwhelming amount of fighting spirit and blocked Guy's attack. I twisted space teleporting backward and sent an aura slash toward Guy, which he easily blocked. Continuing analysis on Guy Crimson's fighting style. I smirked as I coated my katana in a miniature gravitational field, an anomaly that defies the conventional laws of nature. This field simultaneously attracts and repels, creating a rather chaotic force around the blade. When I cut someone with it, the effect mimics that of a miniature black hole, causing their body to collapse in on itself. Law domination made it fairly easy to balance these two opposing forces of nature. Now that looks scary, Guy commented without worry. And yet you don't seem to be afraid at all. I shot back. Guy smirked. Well, you still need to hit me. Right after Guy spoke, he dashed forwards, breaking the sound barrier multiple times as he appeared behind me. I could sense the displacement of the air behind me as Guy prepared to hit me with a devastating blow. But before Guy could react, I expanded the space between us. I turned around to face Guy with a smirk. Guy himself looked rather disgruntled. That was annoying. I eyed his blade, which was now coated in pure spirit runes, likely meant to bypass my infinity, though I don't know what Guy's plan to get by my multidimensional barrier is. He'd probably brute force it. Enough power can bend reality itself after all. Well, the whole point in this fight was to see what I can learn from Guy. Odin, are you analyzing his swordsmanship style? Affirmative. Good. Guy and I stood across from each other, both of our outfits damaged due to the various cuts and slashes we had hit each other with. The wounds we left on each other had already healed up. Even my attack that mimicked the effects of a miniature black hole only caused Guy a little trouble before he adapted to my attacks and recovered. He was seriously a load of bullshit. Hey, Guy. I called out. Guy called out, pausing the nuclear magic he was forming in his hand. Mind if I try out something new that I'm trying to get the hang of? Guy's smirk widened hearing me. A new move, huh? Sure, let me see what you got. I smiled. Excellent. Hopefully I don't attract any attention by doing this. I snapped my fingers and evoked an authority I've never used before. The world around us froze as I stopped time. Instantly, I felt a massive drain on my energy, more than anything I had ever experienced. Notice. Using data from Metatron, Lord of Purity, to maintain efficient use of energy to time stop. Odin is assisting the Master with maintaining and applying the time stop. Great, thanks Odin. Then, I felt it. Guy's intent reached me even within the stop time. Buffed, ha ha ha, I didn't know you could do this, Felix. Why am I not surprised that you can move in the suspended world, Guy? I sighed. Well, that's good. I can get the hang of moving around in this world. I finished. Even talking in time stop was different. We were communicating by imbuing our intent into the information particles and then flinging them to each other, so we weren't even really verbally speaking. Information particles were the sole thing we used to perceive the world around us now. Time stop was definitely a game-ending move in most cases. Those who cannot move in time stop are helpless against those who can, and even more helpless against those who can activate time stop on their own. Theoretically, I could stop time and then go massacre an entire kingdom and then leave, and no one would know what happened. Everyone would be helpless to resist. Time stop is just that busted, at least if you ignored the absolutely outrageous amount of magicals needed to sustain it. To think you would be one of the few beings capable of moving in the suspended world, you truly are extraordinary, Felix. Guy transmitted with a slight hint of admiration. Well, I aim to please. I noticed Guy's sword approaching my neck. Even movement was done through the manipulation of information particles. I manipulated the information particles around me with Odin's help and managed to block Guy's attack. That's going to take some getting used to. Here, movement wasn't bound by speed, it was instantaneous. Information particles transcended the concepts of time and space, rendering the idea of speed meaningless. I wasn't just fast. I was beyond the very concept of speed itself. I am now being made up of information particles. Emission attacks would not work in the suspended world, but that didn't lock me out of all my abilities. Quite a few of my skills can still be useful like Ouroboros and Satinel, but I'll stick to swordsmanship for now. I willed the information particles around me, shifting my position in an instant, and appeared behind Guy, my blade poised to strike. Yet, Guy manipulated the information particles alongside me. His long sword met mine, blocking the attack. Battles in the suspended world were determined by who could manipulate information particles better, and who could enforce their will on the information particles better, and on this aspect Guy and I were evenly matched. I had Odin helping me, which just showed how monstrous Guy was. Just as I had willed for Guy's chest to be pierced, Guy willed to block my attack. For an incalculable amount of time, Guy and I continued to clash with our wills in the suspended world. Eventually, Guy backed off slightly. To think you could match me in the suspended world, you are becoming more and more of an anomaly, Felix. I felt Guy transmit. Well, in Guy's eyes I am matching him when it comes to information particle manipulation. Guy is a being that has likely practiced this for thousands of years. I guess it makes sense that I'd be seen as a monster for being able to match that in not even 1/100th of the time. But in reality, Odin is helping me keep up with Guy. Without her, I'd be having a much harder time. After speaking, Guy began counterattacking. Offense and defense were one and the same in the suspended world. Guy and I could mess with each other's information particles, allowing us to attack and defend at once. I could very easily see how beings who were not digital lifeforms would be instantly overwhelmed. Literally everything was stopped in the suspended world. The flow of oxygen, the light coming from the sun, even forces like the attraction of the stars and the expansion of the universe was paused. The molecules that bind everything together were also frozen. Because of this, anything that is given the slightest touch will instantly collapse, whether it be people, bedrock, magi steel, everything and anything would collapse as the atoms weren't bonded together. The laws of physics no longer applied in this world. The barrier between digital lifeforms and other lifeforms was not a simple barrier to overcome. Digital lifeforms might as well be considered transcendent, gods to those who could not move in the suspended world. Of course things like barriers and the like still applied as long as they were cast before the time stop, and so that can temporarily save someone's life. I could acutely feel my energy consistently being drained for maintaining this time stop. Maintaining time stop was a large drain on my reserve on its own, but Magicule Breeder Reactor quickly took care of that. Now, why don't I experiment a bit? I quickly froze Guy momentarily with fixation, which still applied in the suspended world due to its temporal nature as well as it not being an emission attack. I appeared in front of Guy a moment before he broke free from my fixation and kicked him to the other end of the barrier, which spanned the length of an entire continent due to the spatial expanding barrier. Oof. That hurt. I heard Guy transmit to me, though his tone was more amused than anything. Guy and I continued to clash once again for an incalculable amount of time due to the nature of the suspended world before I backed off. Well, I've gotten the hang of moving around in the suspended world. I'll unpause time now. I snapped my fingers for presentation and resumed time, something that once again drained a large amount of my energy. After resuming time, Guy and I decided to continue our fight. Kahaha. Alright, let's kick this up another notch. Guy yelled as he came at me with his long sword, which was now coated in a layer of minus energy and called forth from the abyss of the demon realm. I smirked, eager to meet his clash with my own. I held my palm out. I'd been thinking about recreating this move for some time, and there's no better chance to test it out than now. I condensed an extremely small amount of stardust into a singular point, mixing it with magicules and focusing it inwards. I continued to condense, and then once Guy was in front of me, I stopped condensing, releasing all of the built-up energy in a singular direction, in Guy's direction. All of that occurred in less than a nanosecond. Zero. I saw Guy's eyes widen with genuine surprise as he felt the strength of the attack. Shit. Guy managed to move out of the way of my Zero, much to my disappointment, but I expected as much. I just wanted to try flinging a Zero at him. Guy, on his own, wasn't the strongest based on the amount of energy he held in his body. He managed to maintain his combat superiority by stalling. His entire fighting style was based around stalling. He could keep up with superior foes by stalling them with his combat ability and waiting for them to get sloppy. So he was extremely adept at dodging, because once he is caught, it's game over for him. His fighting style is very annoying but very practical in this world of monsters. Guy quickly recovered and attempted to stop the Zero in its path, but it was too late. I watched as the Zero tore straight through everything in its path. My eyes widened when I saw even the barriers that Velzard had been maintaining were torn to shreds. The aura of my Zero was released to the open world. Shit! Guy yelled. I immediately reacted and created a portal in front of the Zero beam, a portal that aimed the Zero upwards. I sighed in relief when I saw that I was successful. Velzard appeared next to me with her hands on her hips. Now that was very risky. I ran my hand through my hair. I thought you'd be able to make the barriers strong enough to handle it. Foo, as if. Stardust is an energy my elder brother personally used. It cannot be blocked, redirected, or deflected in a traditional way. Those barriers were torn through due to that. It's a good thing you redirected it in a unique way. Responded Velzard. Yeah, I'll be more careful next time. I said, chuckling softly as I stored Yamato back into my infinity space. That was a good fight, Felix. Guy said. I nodded. Yeah, I learned a lot. I was able to analyze a lot of Guy's techniques and incorporate it into my own swordsmanship style, so that was a plus. Ha, man, Stardust is always scary to go up against. Commented Guy. Yeah, it really is a fearsome energy. I had only used a tiny amount of Stardust, and even then, I diluted its power by mixing it with magicules, and yet it still tore through everything in its path. Though, why don't you use Stardust? You do have access to it, right? I asked. Guy shrugged his shoulders. To use it properly, you need Velda's factor. I'm not quite sure how you've managed to control it so well. When I tried, it just blew up on my face. I guess I can properly use it, thanks to Odin. Affirmative. I see. Guy stored his long sword in his spatial storage as Velzard looked at me. It is quite intriguing how you managed to learn time stop, Felix. Velzard praised, though she had a suspicious smile as she did. Alright, Velzard is a digital life form and can probably use time stop herself due to Gabriel. I shrugged my shoulders. It's something I picked up. Velzard raised an eyebrow. Her smile spread as she closed her eyes, and though she appeared friendly, she looked slightly annoyed. Truly. However, I recognized one of the moves you used on Guy, my very own fixation. That's right. Guy voiced out. I was led to believe you had conditions that needed to be met to copy a skill, Felix. Oh, that's right, I made it seem as if I copied Satnal from Malim due to certain conditions being met, and that wasn't a lie. I did need to meet certain conditions. Odin needed to physically see an ultimate skill being used in this world and analyze it to a certain point before it could be copied. However, for unique skills and below, Odin can copy them straight from the soul as long as someone isn't at the ultimate level. Yeah, I met those conditions. I responded. Guy looked at me with suspicion in his eyes before shrugging his shoulders. Alright, whatever. I, however, have not been appeased, Felix. I do not recall giving you permission to copy my skill. Said Velzard, her voice frosty. Ugh, this is why I try to keep my skill copying ability hidden. I sighed. Would it be fine if I just said sorry? I'm afraid not. She answered with a chuckle. Alright, what do you want? I seriously don't want to fight Velzard seriously. Velzard tilted her head before smirking. How about a detailed explanation of what exactly my little brother has gotten up to since he has been unsealed? Every little thing you know he has done I want to know. Embarrassing things included. I apologized to Veldora internally. You got it, boss lady. I answered shamelessly. I'm guessing Velzard didn't care too much about my copying of her skill because she didn't expect me to be able to make proper use of it. To truly bring out the full power of an ultimate skill, you needed to be compatible with it, otherwise you would only be capable of using scraps of its power. Of course it was different for me due to Odin. Odin, could you help me out? Acknowledged. Compiling data. Scouring the master's memories. Completed. Creating an easy method to pass on the requested information. A short novel has been completed. Generating names for the short novel based on the master's past lives. Success. The short novel, A Day in the Life of Veldora Tempest, has been created. Modifying the text to hide Rimuru Tempest and the master's abilities. Using trees stored in infinity space as material, paper has been created. A paper book appeared in my hand, one titled, A Day in the Life of Veldora Tempest. Great work, Odin. Acknowledged. Appreciation. Whoa, I swear I could feel Odin's emotions for a moment there. Before I could dwell on that further, Velzard interrupted me. Era, is that a book containing the information I seek? I nodded and handed the book to her. Yeah, this is a compilation of everything Veldora has been up to that I am aware of. Enjoy. Velzard smirked and took the book out of my hands. I once again internally apologized to Veldora. I am sorry, my friend. But I did what I had to do. He'd understand. He knows the terror of his sister. Now, I have been waiting for your invitation to see my brother Felix, said Velzard as she stored the book in her spatial storage. Her eyes narrowed slightly in anticipation. Ah, yeah, right. Sorry about that. Some stuff happened, but it should be fine if you want to come back with me when I leave. Velzard nodded, her expression returning to her usual calm smile. I had heard about the attack on the Jura Tempest Foundation. That is why I have not shown up on my own already. Who knew a true dragon could be reasonable? I waved to Guy. All right, it's probably best if I don't stay too long. Thanks for the information on Michael, Guy. See you later. Guy smirked and waved back. Feel free to keep her for as long as you like. Hearing Guy, Velzard's lips twitched downward, and she glared at Guy, hoping he would combust and die from her glare alone. In an instant, the temperature around us seemed to drop a few degrees, impressive given how cold everything was already. Women are scary. I placed my hand on Velzard's shoulder. Right. And with that, I teleported the both of us to my territory. It's best if I give Rimuru some warning about Velzard's arrival, give him time to prepare. Luminous Valentine. Her brows raised as she looked in the direction of the ice continent. Just a moment ago, she felt an extraordinary amount of power emanating from there, far greater than that of Guy's rampaging demons. No, this was someone on her own level or beyond. She focused on the energy she sensed, and much to her shock, it felt familiar to the energy she sensed when Guy and Malim had fought all those years that time ago. Was Malim fighting Guy? She shook her head. No, this was different. It felt different, but the aura surrounding the mysterious energy felt unsettlingly familiar to her. Her eyes widened in surprise. Felix. Her heart almost froze in shock and fear as she contemplated the possibility that Felix and Guy were having a fight to the death. If that were to happen, she doubted she would be able to be of any help, at least not unless they were in Rubrius. And even then, if it was Guy who she had to go against. Shaking her head, she focused on the probable reality. If such a thing was happening, she would have felt it from the very beginning, and she would feel it even now. No barriers could easily contain a battle of that magnitude, not to mention Felix likely would have contacted his allies to ask for assistance. She herself did not have a soul corridor with him, but she knew that others close to Felix did. No barriers could prevent Felix from communicating through a soul corridor. She relaxed in her chair. Knowing Felix, he probably would have gone over to Guy to mess around, as he called it. He had a knack for causing trouble wherever he went, so she wouldn't be surprised if he got a bit carried away on their spar and damaged the barrier containing their magicules. Well, she should still contact him. Just to make sure he was all right. It wouldn't hurt. She nervously passed her magicules through her Demon Lord ring, though another worry did sprout in her mind. As the creator of the rings, Velzard would be able to manipulate them. She might interfere with their call or even pretend to be Felix. But she knew Felix well enough that she was sure she would know if she was speaking to the original or not. Luminous. What's up? Asked Felix in a casual tone. I had simply sensed your aura emanating from the ice continent. I wish to understand if you needed assistance. She answered, pretending to be as casual as him. Haha, no, sorry about that. The barriers broke during my spar with Guy. I don't need help, but thank you for asking. I really appreciate it. She could feel the blush on her face as she listened to Felix. Pay it no mind. I am simply doing my duty as an ally. She said, ready to cut the call when she heard Felix speak up again. Aha, Tsundere. He said with a chuckle. With that, Felix cut the connection before she had a chance to answer. I am not at Tsundere. She yelled in frustration, getting ready to throw the ring across the room. Mistress. Not now, Gunther. Felix. We appeared in my personal office. I had just finished talking to Luminous. Ah, what an adorable little tsundere she is. Velzard looked around with interest in her eyes. I do not believe this is where my foolish younger brother is residing, remarked Velzard, curiously looking out of one of the windows. I nodded. Yeah, I wanted to give Rimuru a bit of a heads up. How about I show you around? Velzard nodded without any real pushback. Judging by the way she continued to stare, she probably would have asked for the tour either way. Very well. I sighed in relief hearing Velzard's agreement. Though before I could forget, I sent a thought communication to Rimuru. Felix. Yeah, it's me. I responded. Ah, it's good to see you're fine. I sensed your aura coming from Guy's continent. Malim said you were fine and that you were just being a meanie, not inviting her to fight or something, so I assumed you were fine. Yeah, Guy and I were just messing around when the barriers broke. I see. Well, what did you need? Remember when some time ago I said Velzard wanted to pop by and meet Veldora? Well, that time has come. I'm about to give Velzard a tour of my palace, so use that time well. What? Feli, before Rimuru could continue, I cut the thought communication and nodded with a satisfied smile. There you go, Rimuru, I've done my duty. That was a good enough warning. Rimuru would be fine, probably. Worst case scenario, he had Raphael to figure out how to keep Velzard happy. I gestured to Velzard. Alright, come on, I'll show you around. I can sense quite a lot of demons here in your territory, Felix. I can see why Guy would be worried about what you had planned. The only being with more demons incarnated under them is Guy. Commented Velzard. Yeah, demons are strong and easy to make loyal, so you might as well use them. I'll probably end up recruiting even more sometime soon. They are the easiest fodder to get my hands on. And one can never have enough fodder. What else are you gonna throw at a bad guy to show how strong they are otherwise? I'll introduce you or reintroduce you to Arcuade, Lalatina, and Megumin. I'm not sure if you have interacted with them in the past. Velzard shook her head. No, those three resided in the demon realm, playing their games, at least until recently, and so I did not have the chance to meet them in the past. I nodded. Well, I can at least promise they aren't as disappointing as Rain. That girl is hopeless. Velzard laughed, hearing me. Indeed, Rain is one of the beings that Guy consistently complains about. Well, Rain and Misery. Though his complaints about Misery are mainly about her not keeping Rain in line. And Guy can't set Rain loose either, huh? No matter her personality, she is a valuable asset for her power alone. Velzard nodded. Indeed. Velzard and I made small talk as I led to Arcuade's office. Once there, I knocked on the door. Era, come in, my lord. Arcuade called out. I held the door open for Velzard, who flashed a seductive smile and a wink at me. Oh, what a gentleman. She commented as she walked in, though I simply rolled my eyes at her. She was just trying to fuck with Guy by fucking with me, figuratively in Guy's case, literally in mine. Once we were inside, I spotted Arcuade. She was standing in front of her desk, she seemed to be working on approving some projects. Arcuade bowed to me. My lord. I nodded to her, but Arcuade refused to act casually toward me when in an official situation. I gestured to Velzard. Sup, I was just showing our guest around, you were the first stop. Arcuade bowed slightly to Velzard. It is an honor to meet such an esteemed guest of my lord. Welcome to Azeroth, Frost Dragon Velzard. Velzard nodded to Arcuade as she turned to me with an impressed smile. She really is quite serious, isn't she? It is nice to meet you, Arcuade. Responded Velzard. Anyways, that was all, I'll leave you to your work now, Arcuade. Arcuade bowed to me once more. Very well, my lord. Once we had left, Velzard looked to me. She really is quite a bit more professional than Rain. Even Misery is lacking when compared to her. I smirked at her. Yup. My Arcuade is the best. Though the next stop, Megumin, is a bit more casual. I snapped my fingers and teleported us to the military training ground. Once we were there, I spotted Megumin beating up Paranga. So that is Johnham. She is quite powerful, she has more energy than Arcuade. Muttered Velzard. I nodded. Yeah, she has the most energy out of all my subordinates. Megumin paused her thrashing and looked at us with a smile. She appeared in front of me in a flash. Sup, my lord. Did you want to fight again? Megumin asked, eagerness in her tone as she clenched her fists a few times in preparation. I shook my head. Not right now, unfortunately, we just had a spar anyways. I wanted to introduce you to a friend. I saw Velzard nodding in my peripheral vision. Yeah, friend. Megumin finally deigned to look at Velzard. Whoa. A true dragon, huh? I sensed a super strong aura appear, but since you were with the boss I assumed you were friendly. Well, nice to meet ya. Velzard looked at Megumin with amusement in her eyes. I have heard much of you from Guy. He always said you were very enthusiastic about nuclear magic, something Leon only confirmed. Eh? Leon was such a bore. He never fought me while going all out, always trying to stop me from causing any more damage to his territory. Megumin said with a pout. I snorted. Yeah, if he fought you all out, your fight would probably sink his continent, leaving him with no territory and all his people dead. Megumin shrugged her shoulders as if that wasn't her problem. That doesn't change the fact that he's still boring. Velzard nodded with a smile. Indeed, Leon is a bore and a PE, she started before cutting herself off and clearing her throat. I do not understand what Guy sees in him. I have a feeling there is a backstory behind that, one I will not be asking about. Velzard eyed the surrounding soldiers who were looking at us with fear and wariness in their eyes, though when they looked at Megumin and me, there was some respect, too. So this is your military? It is quite varied. Velzard commented. Yup, there are Magian from all walks of life here, as well as demons and other races. As long as they are willing to train, I won't turn them away. Velzard nodded and looked to the dragon corps who bowed to Velzard in respect for her status as a true dragon. She briefly nodded at them. Even dragons have submitted to you, Some of them seem to be fairly powerful as well. I nodded. Yeah, I named them, so most of them are pretty damn strong. Purunga is a cut above the rest, though. Purunga. Is that the name of the elemental dragon? I nodded. Yup, that would be Purunga. I nodded towards Megumin. It's best if we leave and stop distracting everyone from their training. Megumin nodded with a pout. Don't worry, milord. I'll make sure to train that habit out of them. For some reason, the surrounding soldiers all looked away and began sparring. That's good, anyways. See ya. I said as I teleported Velzard and me to the intelligence building where Lalatina was located. Before we entered the building, I held out my arm in front of Velzard. Hold on, I forgot to give you something. I pulled out the takoyaki Veldora had made for the founding festival and handed it to Velzard. It was preserved in my infinity space, and so it was still fresh and warm. The takoyaki was even still steaming as if freshly made. Here, try this. Velzard didn't bother asking more and ate the takoyaki. Her brows rose in surprise. Era, this is quite delicious. I nodded. Yeah, Veldora is the one who made it. Truly. I was not aware that Veldora was interested in things like cooking. Velzard said with a tilt of her head. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, he had to keep himself entertained somehow, I guess. He probably just wanted to help Tempest out in his own way. From the stories I've heard about him, he is comparatively more tame. He's mellowed out and just enjoys chilling. Hey, chilling. Velzard is the frost dragon. The shitty pun wrote itself. Velzard nodded, oblivious to my pun. I shall question him about it further once I see him. Perhaps I will ask for some food to take back. Velgrind will be quite jealous that she did not get to try Veldora's food. Velgrind. What's she like? I asked, curious about the flaming hottie. Velgrind is fiery. She charges headfirst into things, and once she has decided on something, she will not go back. Velgrind and I would often clash due to our different views on how Veldora should be disciplined. She was far too soft on Veldora, she was adamant that the proper way to teach Veldora was with loving care, and perhaps she was right if Veldora is indeed as mellow as you are saying he is. Said Velzard. I shrugged my shoulders. Who knows, maybe spending centuries sealed made Veldora far more agreeable. Not to mention, he was able to see Rimuru's memories, the experience that likely changed him. It probably put things into perspective, as he saw how a normal Japanese human lived. Not to mention, why destroy kingdoms and rampage around when you can just hang out and read manga? I mean, how many kingdoms can you destroy before it starts getting a bit stale? That was quite the tour, Felix. Said Velzard. I had gone ahead and introduced all of my direct subordinates to Velzard. It seemed to be enough to keep Velzard entertained, at least. Velzard seemed to be somewhat interested in some of them. Raiden was, of course, a dragon which drew Velzard's interest. Siko was very Siko-like. She was brash and straight to the point with Velzard, which Velzard seemed to like. Ingvild seemed to get along with her well enough. Sukuna was very respectful, which seemed to make Velzard's opinion of him rise, though it was with Kurumi that Velzard said something odd. You said that Kurumi seemed to be a cryptid of some kind. Velzard nodded. Indeed, I was quite surprised to find one of them in this world. She was a fairly powerful one as well to have acquired a humanoid form. And what exactly is a cryptid? Era. Were you not aware, She asked with a teasing smile. Well, cryptids are beings that originate from another dimension, they are born from the Magicules released from the world-destroying dragon Evarage. The world destroying what now? I asked, focusing on the new information. Velzard sighed in exasperation. Everage is a being that was born through randomness. He was one of my brother's most hopeful projects. He is a mindless beast that seeks to destroy everything. He was sealed in the other world, and through the magicules he emanated, different races like the cryptids and the insectoids were born. Cryptids tend to have magic beast-like appearances. They are capable of acquiring a humanoid form and becoming true magians, and are capable of wielding world-shattering power. Velzard continued. I nodded. I see. Thank you for sharing. Though what is the other world? I'm not familiar with the term. Velzard thought for a moment before shrugging. As repayment for this tour and preserving Veldora's food, I suppose I can inform you about certain things. I doubt Guy would mind. I nodded in thanks. The other world is the dimension where Everage is sealed. His magicules have contaminated the entire dimension, and various species run rampant there. The dimension is also larger than a standard universe, according to my elder brother, and is adjacent to the demon realm. Explained Velzard. A dimension bigger than an entire universe, huh? And all of it is somewhat habitable. That is obscenely massive. And Everage managed to contaminate this universe-sized dimension. He must have been very powerful then. I nodded. I see, and what are insectoids? Insectoids are beings descended from one of Everage's direct descendants. They, along with the phantoms and the cryptids, dominate the other world. Insectoids tend to have bug-like appearances and have a very annoying exoskeleton. An annoying exoskeleton? That sounds familiar. I projected an image of Zegan to Velzard. Does this look like one of them? How interesting. An insectoid and a cryptid are both present in the Cardinal World, and not just any insectoid. This one seems to have evolved into an insector. Huh, so Zegan is one of them, huh? I voiced out. He even has a name? Asked Velzard. I nodded. Yeah, he is one of Rimuru's most loyal subordinates, and one of Veldora's students. That guy was zealous with his loyalty to Rimuru. Veldora has a student. Now I must see this. Velzard said with a smile creeping up on her face. Haha, yeah, I'll introduce you too. He has a lot of potential. Velzard nodded. Insectoids can become truly fearsome beings. The one my elder brother interacted with, the progenitor of them, is a monster in his own right. His exoskeleton is easily comparable to god-grade equipment and can shrug off most attacks. For Velzard to call someone a monster, they must be really strong. Is it uncommon for an insectoid to be in the Cardinal World? Velzard tilted her head. Not particularly. That race of beings has attempted to invade the Cardinal World for resources many times in the past. I'm sure some strays have been left behind. But without their colony, it is harder for them to evolve and reach their potential. Ah, that's bad, right? Not quite. In order for the stronger insectoids to invade, there needs to be an incredibly powerful portal to withstand all of their powers. The only ones that I can think of that can be repurposed for such a purpose are the Hell Gates that the Primordials guard. Responded Velzard. Ah, that's fine then. Arcuade already destroyed 3 of them, and the rest are already protected. I do wonder why Zegan is in the Cardinal World, though, but that's a question for later. After all, I doubt he has any bad intentions towards Rimuru. That guy practically worships the ground Rimuru walks on. I'm not going to judge Zegan by his race. That would be racist. Thanks for sharing all this information, but you mentioned another species that dominated the other world, the phantoms. Do you mind sharing more about them? I asked. Phantoms are angels that have been corrupted by Everage's magicules. Their current king is the Phantom King Feldway. Feldway, huh? I remember Ramaris saying that Feldway was the original angel. He was the first angel that Veldanava created from the Great Spirit of Light. I'm sure he is damn powerful. The phantoms also seem to be invading other dimensions for their own amusement, usually exterminating all life on those dimensions. Said Velzard with a nonchalant look. I winced hearing that. Exterminating entire dimensions. And that too for their own amusement. Man, that really goes to show how one can abuse the privilege to travel to other worlds. That must be quadrillions of lives lost, if not more. Even with my very limited morals, I can tell that that's fucked up. Some angels they are, though I guess they are corrupted for a reason. Well, all that's good to know. Thanks for sharing. Now, Rimuru should be ready for us by now. Are you ready? I asked. Velzard nodded. Yes, it is about time I learn what my wayward younger brother has been getting up to. I nodded and teleported us directly to the main plaza of the capital city, Rimuru. Velzard took a look around. There were various magians going about their days. A few recognized me and bowed before continuing on with their days. Quite the peaceful city. Velzard commented. Ah. Lord Felix, Lady Velzard. A voice called out from behind us. Both of us turned around. Diablo. I said with a nod. Era, so you are the primordial of Black Noir then. I recall Guy complaining about you quite a bit. Said Velzard. Diablo bowed towards Velzard. It is an honor to meet you, Frost Dragon Velzard, but I would prefer if you used the name my glorious master bestowed me, Diablo. So it is true then. All of the primordials have been incarnated and named. How intriguing. Commented Velzard. Diablo nodded. Indeed, my esteemed master saw fit to name me so I can be more useful to him. Responded Diablo. Before Diablo could continue his Rimuru glazing session, I intervened. When did you get back, Diablo? I heard you were off recruiting demons for Rimuru. Era. Rimuru too. I nodded to Velzard. Yeah, demons are useful, so why not? Velzard nodded. I had just returned earlier today. I had not even gotten the chance to give Lord Rimuru a detailed report about the Minio demons I recruited. Diablo responded. I nodded. Right, I guess he would be busy making preparations for Velzard. Anyways, are you here to guide us, Diablo? Diablo nodded. I am Lord Felix. If you would please follow me, I will be giving a brief tour of Tempest before taking you to meet Lord Rimuru and Lord Veldora. Velzard nodded. Very well. Diablo went on to show us the main attractions in Rimuru City, the Colosseum, where fights were still regularly taking place, some of the highly rated restaurants and food stalls. The adventure district of the city, which was filled with high-quality inns for cheap, hot springs, blacksmithing shops, potion shops, basically anything an adventurer may need. Thank you for the tour, Diablo, but I wish to see my little brother. These tours are beginning to bore me. Said Velzard. Diablo bowed. As you wish, Lady Velzard. I was just finishing up the tour. Next up is the dungeon. Lord Rimuru and Lord Veldora are both waiting within. Velzard nodded. Rimuru Tempest. Let me go, Rimuru. I need to hide. Run. Find somewhere safe. Do you think Felix will let me hide with him for a century or so? Veldora yelled in panic, throwing his things in the air as he looked for a good hiding place. He forcefully held Veldora back. No. Stay, Veldora. He seriously didn't want Velzard to go on a rampage in Tempest because the person she was coming to see wasn't here. Come on, just imagine showing her how much you have grown. Don't you want to look cool? He tried coercing him with his one weakness. But that only appeared to make him panic even more. When Felix had warned him about Velzard's imminent arrival, he had panicked a bit. He didn't know how one was supposed to receive a true dragon, and so he had a feast cooked up. However, one odd thing he noticed was that Veldora had somehow teleported when he wasn't looking, even though he felt no spatial manipulation, something practically impossible to hide from him since he had Uriel, Lord of Vows. But before he could ask, Veldora began panicking because he sensed Velzard in Felix's territory, and then Veldora further panicked after he told him what Felix said over the thought communication. Come on, Veldora. It will be fine. I'll even give you some more manga. He tried once again, dodging a bed that flew by his head. I've read all the manga, you know. Shouted Veldora. Perhaps, but this is one from Felix's world. Hearing him, Veldora froze, causing Rimuru to smirk. He had asked Felix for some ammunition to use against Veldora should he need it. Manga that Veldora had never heard of would do the trick. Do you promise you'll give me the entire manga? All the volumes you have? Veldora asked sheepishly. Finally calming down for a moment. Yes, yes. Just stop trying to get away from me. Rimuru muttered as he felt Veldora finally stop shaking. Fine. He whispered. He sighed in relief. I'll only give it to you once Velzard leaves, though. Veldora nodded and began hyping himself up. It's no big deal, just seeing my big sister, who I haven't seen in a long time. Plus, I have you by my side, and you won't abandon me, right? If Velzard starts to hurt me, you'll jump in and protect me, won't you? Yeah. Rimuru muttered, somewhat unsure, as he began to step back. Leaving Veldora to his personal glazing session as he went to receive Velzard. He sensed Felix and Velzard at the entrance to the dungeon with Diablo. Felix. And this has all been done using the authority of Ramiris? Asked Velzard. Diablo nodded. Correct. It is quite impressive what the pixie has done. She is far from her true self, and yet she is still capable of such wonders. Said Velzard. Yeah, her small world is quite overpowered. Velzard gave me a look. You even know what that is, Ramiris talks. Velzard nodded in understanding. We were currently at the main lobby where all the adventurers checked in, sold items, and bought items. Diablo was currently using his tempter to make it so no one would recognize us and bother us. He could use that skill to a fearsome degree. Welcome to Tempest, Miss Velzard. A voice called out. We all turned to the direction the voice came from. Rimuru gave me a nod. Diablo bowed. Lord Rimuru. Ah, thanks for escorting them, Diablo. Said Rimuru. It is my pleasure to serve at your whims, my lord. Diablo said reverently. Okay, now you're just making it weird. Rimuru said with a shake of his head. Rimuru looked at Velzard. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Velzard. Veldora has said a lot about you. Era, you may call me Velzard. You seem to have the blessing of Veldora, so it seems the tales of how close you two are true. It is nice to meet you as well, Demon Lord Rimuru. Said Velzard. Rimuru nodded. Well, let me escort you to Veldora. He's the whole reason you're here, right? Velzard eyed me for a moment before nodding. Among other things, yes. Weird. Rimuru gave me the stink eye before nodding. Alright, follow me then. Chapter 131, Chapter 61, Frost vs. Storm. Felix. Alright, follow me then. Rimuru paused for a moment. Ah, Diablo, you're dismissed now. Sorry for bugging you. It is my duty to serve you, my lord. It is no problem if you ask me to do anything. Responded Diablo. Ah, well then, could you go check on the demons who are in the midst of incarnating? Asked Rimuru. Diablo bowed once more and then vanished. Quite the interesting character, that Diablo. Commented Velzard. You tell me. Rimuru sighed. Velzard smirked, chuckling slightly to herself. Guy was quite irked when he heard that Diablo was serving someone. Rimuru looked to Velzard in surprise. Huh. Why? Diablo, or rather Noir as he was known back then, was the sole individual that Guy recognized as an equal. For him to submit to someone now rubbed Guy the wrong way. Don't mind it. He is just being his normal prideful self. Explained Velzard. Rimuru sighed in relief. So he isn't going to have it out for me? I rolled my eyes. He won't have it out for you solely for that reason. He isn't that petty, or is he? I finished, chuckling as I saw Rimuru shuddering to himself. Kidding. Velzard nodded. It is as Felix said, as long as you do not do something Guy disapproves of, he will not intervene in your matters. Rimuru nodded. Got it. Rimuru Tempest. He sighed in relief as he heard both Felix and Velzard's reassurance. He would only have to worry about Guy if Guy went too out of control. From what he had heard about him from Felix, Guy was not unreasonable, so Tempest should be safe. Guy was a powerful man that Rimuru could admit he was hesitant to face off against. It was best if he never antagonized him. He looked at Velzard and shivered slightly. She was letting off a frosty aura passively, one that even affected him despite his resist skills. She was incredibly powerful, which he could understand from Veldora's various tales of her beating the shit out of him. When compared to Veldora, she felt like she was an entirely different beast. Her aura was perfectly controlled other than the passive aura her mere presence released. None of her magicules were leaking out of her. She had more control over herself than even Veldora, who he was beginning to think was a master at controlling his aura. Velzard was not someone to be messed with. There is no need to be wary of me, Rimuru. Velzard called out with a soft smile, causing him to freeze up. I am not here to cause trouble. He nodded and continued to lead everyone through the dungeon. Felix. It didn't take us long to reach Veldora's floor. I can sense Veldora's magicules focused on this floor, the concentration is far higher than all the other floors. Commented Velzard. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, this is where Veldora primarily lives. Is that so? She mused, looking at the perfectly organized room, which had been destroyed moments ago, only for Diablo to come in before them to clean it back up. Velzard smirked as she made her way to where Veldora was. Oh, little brother. Velzard called off in a sing-song voice. Veldora appeared in front of his room, stiff as a board. See, sister. It seems you have assumed a humanoid form now, and it is nice to see that the effects of being sealed have not harmed you. Commented Velzard. Veldora firmly nodded. Yes, sister. I heard that you have changed since I last saw you. Have you rethought your destructive ways? Veldora nodded nervously. Yes, sister. Velzard sighed. No need to be so stiff, Veldora. Perhaps my approach to discipline you was wrong. If Demon Lord Rimuru's gentle care was what changed you, then I suppose his method was more efficient. It seems you required a different kind of love. Veldora froze up. Sister. I am apologizing for killing you in the past. It seems my method of discipline was not as effective as I hoped it would be. Muttered Velzard. Why yes, sister. Thank you, sister. Now, why don't you tell me a little about what you have been up to? Asked Velzard. Veldora nodded slightly, his eyes darting back and forth between Rimuru and Velzard in search of support. Rimuru offered a reassuring nod, after which Veldora let out a breath he hadn't even realized he was holding. His body relaxed slightly as he finally looked at Velzard in the eyes for the first time. While you two catch up, I'll have the food I had prepared for everyone brought to the dining room. Called out Rimuru. Veldora and Velzard nodded before Rimuru left to call on his subordinates. Well, that went well. Way better than I had imagined with how traumatized Veldora had acted. Though in hindsight, I had put in a good amount of effort to convince Velzard that he had changed. I take back my apologies. You owe me one, Veldora. Speaking of food. I had heard that you had a food stand for the festival in this kingdom. Said Velzard with a proud smile. Veldora nodded. I did, sister. But how did you know? Velzard gestured to me. Your friend there told me about it. He even preserved some of your food, which I tried. It was quite delicious, little brother. Would you mind cooking for me sometime? Yes, sister. Veldora said with a smile. Look at that, their sibling relationship has begun to repair. I could tell Veldora was still tense, but he had relaxed somewhat seeing that Velzard wasn't here to kill him again, not that we'd let her do that in the first place. Veldora led Velzard to a quiet corner, where they began catching up. I didn't interrupt them and began to wander around the floor. That was nice of you, Felix. I heard a voice from behind me say. I turned around. Ah, Ramiris. Indeed. It is I. Ramiris boldly proclaimed. Aha, what were you saying? Ah, just that it's nice that you helped repair their relationship. I may be missing some of my memories, but I do recall Velzard's so-called discipline and Veldora's terror of his sisters, even if deep inside, Veldora wished for his sisters to dote on him. He really is one big tsundere. Said Ramiris. Ah, well, it's nothing. Just helping a friend out. I responded. Ramiris began to circle around me like an annoying fly. Well, I'm sure Veldora appreciates it. Well, that's enough for me. You're a good friend, Felix. Teased Ramiris with a smile. Thanks, I guess. I wasn't particularly sure how to respond to that. I wasn't the best at communicating my own emotions. I knew myself well enough to realize that. Anyways, what have you been up to? What have I been up to? Well, I've been helping manage the dungeon. My adorable dryads have also been working super hard. Said a proud Ramiris. Is that so? Good job. Hee, praise me more. Said Ramiris, who had puffed up her small chest. I rolled my eyes. Yes, how amazing, if only I had a fraction of your greatness, Lady Ramiris. I responded dully. Ramiris nodded. Boom. Now you get it. Underscore 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 underscore. We all took our seats at the dining table located on Veldora's floor. Velzard sat next to me, and Veldora sat across from us. Rimuru was seated next to Veldora, and Ramiris went who knows where. I looked at Velzard. So, did you two manage to catch up? Velzard took a sip of the tea Shuna had served and nodded. Indeed, it seems my brother truly has changed. I nodded. Yeah, like I said, he isn't much of an evil dragon anymore, more like a NEET dragon. Hey. I'm not a NEET. I take my job of being king of the dungeon and Tempest's protector very seriously. Veldora argued. Yes, whatever you say, Veldora. Yufufu, it seems you have made some friends now, Veldora. Said Velzard with a proud smile. Wiping a fake tear from her eye, she muttered. They grow so fast. Before Veldora could retort, we sensed Shuna appear on this floor. Veldora's floor didn't have a kitchen, so she had to go back and forth to cook and present the meals. I apologize for the wait. Said Shuna. She then presented the first course. This was a meal meant to bribe and satisfy Velzard, so Shuna went all out. I'm sure it would be quite delicious. That was quite delicious. Even better than what Rain and Misery can prepare. Complimented Velzard. Thank you for the praise, Lady Velzard. Responded Shuna. Velzard nodded, and then a smirk appeared on her face. She looked at Veldora. I have heard quite a lot about your growth, including how you are a much more capable fighter now, Veldora. Why don't we see just how much you have grown? Gah. You well about that. I have some, responsibilities and things I gotta deal with. You don't get the title of, guardian of the dungeon without putting in the hard work, right? Veldora stuttered out. Come, Veldora, said Velzard as she stood up. She then looked to Rimuru. Is there a room we can use to spar? Rimuru nodded with a blank face. Yes, it's just on this floor, I'll show you there, said Rimuru with a smile plastered on his face. Veldora looked betrayed. Rimuru gave Veldora a thumbs up. Don't worry. I believe in you. Go get your shonen power up. Veldora took a deep breath to regain control of himself. You're right. I have gotten stronger since the last time we fought, sister. I have even acquired an ultimate skill. Hearing Veldora, Velzard's eyes widened ever so slightly. Era, now I did not expect for you to acquire an ultimate skill on your own, Veldora. Acquiring an ultimate skill is no easy feat. Well done, little brother. Velzard smiled proudly. Now I am even more eager to test you. She finished. Veldora smiled proudly. Yes, sister. Rimuru then led us all to the arena on Veldora's floor meant for him to face off against any challengers. Velzard took a good look around the arena with a raised eyebrow. This is quite gaudy. Veldora pouted, hearing her. Very well. Are you ready, Veldora? Asked Velzard. One moment, sister. I have one thing I need to do. Veldora began slowly taking off his coat, and we all looked on in confusion. Once his coat was bunched up in his hand, he threw it at the other side of the room, causing a loud bang to reverberate throughout the room. The dungeon was reinforced, so for his clothing to make a bang like that, it must weigh a few tons. Dude. I found myself voicing out. Veldora smirked proudly. Kahaha, now I have unleashed all my limiters. My power must have risen by over 10 times now, boasted Veldora. Ah, I don't think your power has risen at all, Veldora, I called out. Nonsense. The sacred text said I would grow multiple times more powerful if I was constantly weighed down by extremely heavy clothing. Even Goku has undertaken this method of training. Goku? Velzard whispered to herself. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, Veldora, but your power hasn't risen at all, Rimuru said with a laugh. Veldora looked heartbroken. The sacred texts lied. Veldora shook his head. No. I must not have been using enough weights. I will increase them twofold. If you are done with your games now, why don't we begin? Called out Velzard. Veldora nodded. Very well, sister. Rimuru and I teleported to the spectator area. Notice. It is requested that the master acquires enough data for Odin to replicate the factors of the true dragons Veldora and Velzard. Ah. Is this for your little project of recreating Veldonava's factor? Answer. Correct. Each factor Odin recreates will empower the master further. For Veldora, weren't you going to get his factor through Uriel? Answer. Correct. However, acquiring the data through a more direct method will improve the efficiency of analysis. I see. Well, I'm not one to turn down a power-up. Will a strand of hair or something do? It will be sufficient. Great. I should have an opportunity to sneakily acquire something like that. In the midst of this fight, they will likely injure each other. During that time, I can see if I can get some pieces of their material bodies for Odin to scan. They may be made of energy, but their material bodies are still physical. Rather than being made up of things like cells and the like, they are simply made up of energy. Though we do still have blood, our blood is more like liquefied energy though. It won't be hard to get sufficient material from Veldora. If I don't get it now, I can always bribe him for a strand of hair with manga later. Velzard's will be harder for me to get though. Hopefully, Veldora can land a clean hit on her. Perhaps I can bribe Veldora to try to help me out. I sent a thought communication to Veldora, which everyone quickly noticed. I just want to talk to him about something, I voiced out. Eh? What do you want, Felix? Why not just talk to me in person? You are right in front of me. I ignored Veldora's question. Listen, I need you to do me a favor during this fight. If you manage to pull it off, I'll give you a new manga that you haven't read. New sacred texts. Deal. What do you need? I need you to try and cut off some of Velzard's hair during this fight. I need it for something. Eh? That's kinda weird, Felix. I know my sister is conventionally attractive, but still. You really don't want to get with her. She looks nice now, but when she gets angry, Veldora muttered, trying to protect me from her. I know how it sounds, but just trust me. Fine. For the sacred texts. I smiled at his agreement and cut the thought communication. Then come, little brother. Called out Velzard. Rah! Veldora cried as he dashed in front of Velzard, his fist drawn and coated with fighting spirit. Draconic burst. Veldora's fist met Velzard's open palm. The aura from his fist was easily nullified by Velzard. It seemed as if the aura just stopped moving. Did she use fixation on Veldora's fighting spirit? Negative. It has been detected that the frost dragon Velzard's intrinsic ability is deceleration. Going by the name, I can already tell it's broken as hell. Fucking true dragons. Fufufu, that was quite powerful, Veldora. It seems you truly have grown. But if that is all you are capable of, you will not be capable of reaching me. Taunted Velzard. I'm just getting started, sister. This isn't even my final form. It seems if I want to reach you, I will have to make use of Faust, Lord of Investigation. Faust. Is that your ultimate skill? Very well then. Responded Velzard. In Velzard's sealed state, Veldora no doubt had more magicals at his disposal, but oftentimes, what mattered was how you used the energy you had rather than how much energy you had. Veldora can personally attest to this. After all, he was sealed by Hinata, who barely had even a fraction of Veldora's energy. The results of this fight depend on who can better manipulate their own energy. I was fairly certain that Velzard was superior to Veldora on this front, but who knows, maybe Veldora could pull it off. Velzard was the first to make a move. With a simple wave of her hand, the entire surroundings became instantly coated in a layer of frost. Frost, which continued to spread in Veldora's direction at an unimaginable speed. The speed of her attack would have been enough to challenge Veldora, but then she further increased its power through the usage of her deceleration. Surprisingly, Veldora managed to dodge her attack. In a burst of lightning, he created enough distance to stay safe, sliding on the ground and leaving a trace of static electricity behind. Even with his nullification skills, he still avoided the attack, which was a wise move, since it had been a trap from Velzard to force him to take her next barrage of attacks. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same. If the mere aura Velzard released was enough to bypass my natural effects nullification, then I'm sure an actual attack she empowers could do far more than make me feel a little chilly. Era. I recall in the past you would not avoid that technique of mine. Commented Velzard, playfully smiling. Gaha. That was in the past. Now, I have seen the true nature of your technique. If it even touches me, then it will apply the effects of my sister's deceleration onto me, causing the rate of my magicule circulation to come to a halt, leaving me helpless. Said Veldora with a proud grin. A small smile appeared on Velzard's face. Very good. This technique was one I borrowed from Velgrind and only used casually, but it still shows your improvement that you didn't face it head-on. You really have grown up, Veldora. Complimented Velzard. Hee, it was nothing much. I just used my analyze and assess. Responded Veldora. Velzard nodded. Now, I will begin trying a little harder. Don't die, little brother. I would rather not have to wait so long for our next reunion. Veldora's eyes narrowed as he focused on the trail of static electricity he had left behind before it suddenly charged and launched a bolt of pure black lightning in her direction. Powered by the energy that he had left behind, the bolt crackled before exploding into a loud thunder as it crashed against her. His lightning bolt had marked Velzard with static electricity, which served as a guide for the barrage of lightning that began to fall on her. In an instant, hundredths, if not thousandths, of lightning bolts fell where Velzard stood. Each bolt was imbued with his storm magic and was capable of reaching the ultimate level, yet Velzard didn't even bother avoiding it. All the force of the attack was scattered and did minimal damage. I heard Rimuru whistle from my side. Man, she is strong. I nodded. That she is. Once the lightning stopped, Velzard snapped her fingers. In an instant, countless icicle spears appeared, surrounding Veldora from every direction in a dome. The ground below Veldora also froze with traces of ice crawling up his legs to try to keep him in place. However, she hadn't imbued her deceleration on it this time as she continued her test. With another snap of her fingers, all of the icicles moved. They had all been precisely aimed at him, yet somehow, even as Veldora stood still, none managed to hit. Veldora simply smiled, striking a pose as the icicles passed by him, exploding on contact with the floor, yet even the shrapnel passed by, leaving him unharmed. Era. Is it some barrier that slightly shifts the trajectory of my attacks? No, it feels different. Muttered Velzard with an intrigued smile. I could tell that even though Velzard said she would be trying, she really isn't. It looked like she was probing Veldora, trying to analyze his abilities. Even if the icicle spears had all struck Veldora, he likely wouldn't have taken any major damage since she had precisely calculated the strength she used. She likely wants to know what Faust specializes in before doing anything more drastic. Veldora didn't respond to her question, a burst of thunder echoing behind him and shattering the layer of ice that had coated his legs. He appeared in front of Velzard with his hand coated in fighting spirit. Velzard easily caught his fist, but her eyes widened slightly as she felt Veldora's fighting spirit break through and rampage through her body. Using the fist she had caught, she swung her arm and threw Veldora away as she raised her guard. Gaha. How did you like that, sister? Even your barriers couldn't save you from my attack. Boasted Veldora with a wide grin as he landed on the ground, shattering the ice on impact. Veldora had used Faust to increase the probability of his fighting spirit breaking through her barrier and striking her. He still got pretty lucky, though, and I doubt that was a full power barrier for Velzard. Velzard nodded. Indeed, your attack should have been completely neutralized by my barrier, and yet it managed to somehow cause my barrier to collapse in on itself. While the barrier was not anything special, I still find myself curious about your skill. Velzard then snapped her fingers, causing 3 frozen dragon heads to sprout from the frozen ground behind her. Each dragon's head instantly began to charge up a breath attack, lowering the temperature of the room drastically as all of the cold energy gathered in their mouths. Crap! I heard Veldora yell. A moment later, all 3 dragon heads unleashed their frost breaths, one aimed at Veldora, and the other 2 aimed at the surrounding area, giving Veldora no room to escape. I could tell that Rimuru was worried, but I placed a hand on his shoulder. That won't be enough to take Veldora out. Before Rimuru could respond, we heard a massive thunderclap booming out. Both of us turned back to the arena and were flabbergasted. Did he just? Rimuru muttered. I nodded. He did. In front of us, Veldora had his fist struck out as he smirked victoriously. Veldora just punched Velzard's frost breath away. The sheer shockwave of his punch was enough to disrupt the frost breath from enveloping him. I did sense Veldora shift the probabilities in his favor for the tactic of his to work though, so it wasn't like his fists were the sole reason that worked. But still, in essence, Veldora just punched his problem away. I noticed Velzard didn't seem to mind. She just looked amused. She really was toying with Veldora. Fufufu, how amusing. Very good, Veldora. Velzard then snapped her fingers and froze the entire floor of the arena in a thicker, far stronger ice that wouldn't be easily shattered. Raising her palm up in a graceful movement, she conjured up her next attack. From the ground below Veldora, countless massive ice spikes all rose from the ground. All of them ended in incredibly fine points, yet as Veldora moved, the ice spikes all sprouted like the branches of a tree and shot out at him in all directions. Wherever Veldora moved, another ice spike would rise to attack him, followed by the countless spikes that continued to grow and expand in his direction. Slowly but surely, Veldora was being surrounded by a wall of frozen thorns. It was basically a game of cat and mouse, and judging by Velzard's smile, she was enjoying it. Gah! I'm done with this game of yours, sister! Cried out Veldora. As he shouted, I sensed a change in him as he started using Faust to its fullest capabilities. Come then, Veldora! Encouraged Velzard. And so began the clash between true dragons. The wall of frozen thorns surrounding Veldora exploded as he ran a massive current of lightning through the ice. And then, just as before, he exploded towards Velzard, leaving the loud booming of thunder in his wake. Lightning and thunder continued to flash and boom as the two clashed, accompanied by constant waves of frost. Unlike before, Velzard slowly began to land attacks on Veldora since Faust only allowed Veldora to double the odds of something against someone equal or stronger than him. Velzard, however, managed to avoid all of Veldora's attacks, and she did not let Veldora catch her off guard again. Frost would cover the area before being replaced by a black lightning storm. Velzard would freeze the rain, and so on. A loop of ice and lightning. Take this, sister! Cried Veldora as he aimed his extended nails towards Velzard's chin. Dragon Claw. Velzard squinted her eyes before they widened. Seeing the danger of Veldora's claws, he had imbued them with his dividing ability, which allowed him to pierce through practically anything. She managed to avoid Veldora's attack, but in the midst of dodging, the trajectory of Veldora's attack changed. It was aimed towards her hair. Perfect, he hasn't forgotten about the deal we made. Velzard seemed to assume Veldora simply messed up his aim as he cut off some of her hair. An annoyed expression appeared on Velzard's face as she reached to adjust and fix her newly regrown hair. Veldora could not have done his job any better. I discreetly manipulated space so that those strands of hair would fall into my infinity space. That good enough, Odin? Affirmative. Beginning analysis of the Frost Dragon factor. Excellent. It seems that you still have a lot to learn, little brother. For your aim to be that inaccurate and sloppy, it seems that I need to be a little harsher on you now. Muttered Velzard. Veldora's face paled. Wait. That was on purpose. I promise. Before Veldora could finish his sentence, Velzard blurred forward and appeared in front of him, slapping him to the side, sending him to the other side of the arena. That had to hurt. I was quite proud of you before you made such a simple mistake, Veldora. It would shame me as your sister if I did not correct you for such a thing. And so Veldora's beating began. It wasn't hard to get Odin something to work with so she could also begin analyzing Veldora's storm dragon factor. The dude was leaving blood everywhere. Velzard was not pulling her punches now. And she hadn't even begun using any of her more overpowered abilities like temporal manipulation. It's a shame that Velzard hasn't used anything all that special for me to copy and replicate. Though maybe that had been on purpose, given I was watching the fight. Back when I was sparring with Guy, I originally wanted to try out some new applications of temporal manipulation that Odin was able to come up with, like slowing down time for everyone else while my time remained the same, but then I decided to hold off on that for now. Odin had been doing some deep dive analysis of the possible ways I could manipulate time. She even theorized it was possible to rewind time itself. I sure as hell wished that I had the kind of ability back when Hinata was basically dying. But still, I had hoped that soon enough, if something similar happened, I would be able to reverse it. Notice. Beginning analysis of the storm dragon factor. Underscore 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 underscore. We all walked out of the arena, Veldora now fully healed up by a full potion. You did quite well, Veldora, except for that earlier mistake. I am quite impressed. Said Velzard. Thank you, sister. Veldora stuttered out. I'm pretty sure that the beating she just gave him only increased Veldora's fear of Velzard. You have done well to train your power. You are no longer the bumbling berserker you used to be. Well done, I look forward to your progress. Said Velzard with a fond smile. Ah, look at that, she does care. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get you tons of new manga for your efforts. Veldora seemingly got my message as his face brightened up. Yes, sister. I am satisfied with my visit to Tempest so far, Demon Lord Rimuru. Velzard said while looking at Rimuru. Please continue to take care of my foolish younger brother. Rimuru nervously rubbed the back of his head. Don't worry, I'll make sure Veldora doesn't get into trouble. Velzard nodded, satisfied. Now I heard tales of you taking on a student little brother. Veldora nodded. Indeed. Zijin has been taking to my Veldora-style killing arts like a charm. Veldora-style killing arts? Asked Velzard, seemingly confused. Ah, he basically created a martial arts style and named it that. I interrupted. Velzard nodded. I see. Velgrind had done much the same in the past. Very well, I would like to meet this student of your Veldora. I have heard he is an insectoid. When nurtured properly, they can reach truly fearsome heights. Gaha. Got it. I'll go introduce you to him. Said Veldora. And with that, the two siblings left. What's an insectoid? Asked Rimuru. For once, I didn't blame Rimuru for being clueless, even I didn't know what exactly an insectoid was, though I did know their traits, just not the intricate details about the species itself. Insectoids are a species coming from a different dimension. Wah. Seriously? I nodded. Yup. So Zijin is from another race then, huh? And maybe Apito, too. Ah, Apito is Zijin's friend, right? Rimuru nodded. Well, she is a wasp-type insectoid. I didn't think Zijin had such otherworldly origins. Said Rimuru. It isn't that uncommon. Us otherworlders are similar. Rimuru shrugged his shoulders. I guess. I'll have to ask Zijin a bit more about that stuff, though. When I found him, he was injured, and I had to infuse some of myself into him so he could heal. I wonder why he was so injured then. I just assumed it was from a monster attack. You seriously didn't ask? Rimuru looked away and began whistling. I rolled my eyes. You're hopeless. Underscore 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 underscore. Did you want me to take you back to the ice continent? I asked. Velzard had just returned from her meeting with Zijin along with Veldora. She seemed to be quite satisfied. Velzard shook her head. No, I am quite capable of teleporting back on my own. I nodded. Got it. I will be seeing you, Felix, Velzard said as a bright light enveloped her, teleporting her away. Well, that happened. Rimuru voiced out. I nodded. That did indeed happen. I turned to Veldora, and stacks of books appeared in my hands. Here, this one is called Demon Slayer. Veldora eagerly took the manga from me. Gaha. Yes. Thank you, my friend. Veldora then looked at Rimuru. You also owe me more sacred texts, Rimuru. Rimuru sighed but nodded. Yeah, I'll make them and have them sent to you later. Veldora nodded. I will be leaving now. I want to start reading these. See ya. Wanna hang out? Asked Rimuru. I rolled my eyes. You're just looking for an excuse to slack off, but sure. I wanted to tell you about something anyway. Rimuru pumped his fist. Yes. Velzard. Velzard appeared in the throne room of the Ice Palace. Oh. You're already back, huh? Guy called out casually, eating some food Misery had prepared for him. She turned around to face him, not forgetting her ire for him from earlier. I am back, yes. She responded, her tone clipped and even. So, how is Veldora? Asked Guy, seemingly not sensing her displeasure with him. Still, she decided to humor him. It seems Felix was telling the truth. My little brother has grown up. She said with a smirk. Really? How strong is he now? Asked Guy. I'd say about even with Velgrind. Guy's eyes widened. Seriously? He improved a lot then. I remember their fight on the continent that El Dorado is on, and Velgrind easily sent him running. Velzard nodded. Back then, he was all raw power, no skill, he would use his massive magicule capacity and just throw around power with no finesse. Now, he has skill and can properly use his power. Still not a match for you, though. Guy laughed out. Fufufu, I would not be the eldest sister if I was so easy to defeat. That's true. If Veldora was able to defeat you, I'd be very worried. Said Guy. Her abilities were a hard counter to Veldora's, the ability to de-accelerate anything was a very powerful ability. She could halt practically anything. She was able to use it in combination with Gabriel to create her ultimate defense. Veldora has an ultimate skill now. She mentioned. Guy's eyes widened slightly. What? Velzard nodded with a proud smile. Indeed, he acquired an ultimate skill all on his own. Even she and her sister could not say the same about their own ultimate skills. She was gifted Gabriel, Lord of Patience, due to her compatibility with it, while Velgrind was gifted Ragel, Lord of Charity, due to Ragel aligning with Velgrind's nature. Two skills part of the Angelic series skills her elder brother created, two of the Virtue series to be exact. Veldora was the first true dragon to acquire an ultimate skill on his own, excluding their elder brother. Well, that alone shows his progress. Do you know what it does? Guy said, acknowledgement in his tone. Guy would always respect Veldora if only for his raw power, but that is all. Guy wouldn't give a second thought to Veldora other than that, but now that Veldora had an ultimate skill, he had Guy's true acknowledgement. After all, in Guy's eyes those without an ultimate skill or are incapable of fighting at the ultimate level through sheer skill don't truly matter. Velzard nodded. It seems to have some kind of analysis abilities as well as the ability to make things more likely to happen. So basically some kind of luck skill? Asked Guy. Velzard shrugged her shoulders. Perhaps. Guy nodded. I see. A true dragon's attacks were capable of reaching the ultimate level due to the nature of their existence. When that natural power was combined with an ultimate skill, a true dragon's danger level would increase astronomically. Veldora was the only one among them who did not possess an ultimate skill, and now that he had one, he would pose a significant threat to any that desired to fight him. He had even managed to surprise her enough to cut off some of her hair. She laughed when she thought back to Veldora taking a student. Something the matter? She shook her head. No, it is just that Veldora took a student. I never pictured that happening. Neither did I. He is an insectoid as well, an insector to be exact. He has evolved past his juvenile form. She said. She had gone to meet Veldora's student, and he was quite interesting. He was not that powerful, not even on the awakened demon lord level, but he was very enthusiastic when it came to training and growing stronger. He said he wished to be more useful to Rimuru, an admirable trait for a subordinate to possess. Seriously? Just what is going on? An insectoid here in the Cardinal World? That does not paint a good picture. Could Zelenus be prepping for an invasion? Velzard shrugged her shoulders. Perhaps. However, I do not think that Zijin, the insector, is involved in his plan. He was very loyal to Rimuru and also looked up to Veldora. And an insector that weak and that young is incapable of deceiving me. He had potential, though. No, I think his arrival in this world is a coincidence. He may have fallen through a spatial distortion and appeared in this world. Guy nodded. Perhaps. I'll just keep an eye out. Did you go to Felix's territory? Guy continued. Velzard nodded. Yes. He introduced me to some of his subordinates. Did you meet those three? Guy asked with some amusement. 3 of his fellowkin serving a singleman was truly an oddity. She nodded. I did. Arcuade seems to be the one who manages Felix's territory for him. Megumin seems to train the military and perhaps lead it, and then Lalatina is in charge of intelligence. They seem to be doing fairly well for themselves. They are each quite powerful now that they have been incarnated and named. Arcuade seems to be in a Deathman body, while the other 2 are in a bone golem made of extremely high-end materials. Guy sighed. I see. At least those 3 aren't going out of control. Felix seems to have them well tamed somehow. Velzard laughed. Indeed, it looked as if they were eating out of the palm of his hand. His other subordinates were fairly impressive as well. A dragon lord, a wicked oni, an odd mutation of a demon, another demon, and then a cryptid. All on the demon duke level, if not higher. Tell me about it. Though I didn't know he had other demons on the demon duke level other than those 3. That guy is seriously building one hell of a force under him. And you said he had a cryptid under him. A cryptid and an insector in this world at once. Both serving under 2 demon lords. How odd. Responded Guy. Velzard nodded. Indeed, I was also quite surprised to find one of them in this world. She was intelligent as well and had assumed a humanoid form, which speaks of her power. How intriguing. He really is getting more and more interesting. First, his ability to copy skills, and then his seemingly natural combat talent. Velzard nodded. He did copy my skill, perhaps that was how he learned to move in the suspended world as well as activate time stop. Guy nodded. You're probably right. Well, it's a good thing I have him on my side then. Velzard nodded, realizing that she had accidentally gotten carried away when talking with Guy because she had been excited about Veldora's progress. He is powerful. Now I will be going, do not disturb me, Guy. She told him coldly, the least he could do was learn his lesson. And he wouldn't if she just forgave him now. Guy looked at her in confusion. Okay. She rolled her eyes, the dunce. She made her way to the lounge. Once she was there, she sat down on a frozen couch, which still remained surprisingly comfortable. She took out the book that Felix had given her. A Day in the Life of Veldora Tempest. What a quaint name. She said with a smile as she turned the first page. Arcuade. You said that someone entered our lord's territory. I assume you would not bring this to my attention unless this invader has bypassed our border posts and failed to go through the necessary procedures. Her beloved lord had wished to have more control over who entered his territory, so he had outposts built at all of the roads and entrances that led directly into this territory. When passing by, one is supposed to pay a small fee as well as register their identity with the guards, though it is possible to bypass this with a special pass that is given to merchants and other important visitors so as not to hold them up. Lalatina lounged across from her. Yup. He snuck right by the border outpost and seems to be headed right to Master's castle. Criped Lalatina. He was stronger than the rest of the trash master seems to want Megumin to train up. Glenda spotted him, and then I went to double check. She looked at Lalatina with interest. Oh. How strong exactly? Not as strong as any of Master's other stronger subordinates, but almost at that level. I am not capable of measuring the precise amount of energy within someone's body like Master can, but I'd say a little weaker than Moss is, at least energy-wise. Arcuade raised a brow. Era, that is quite interesting. Not many could claim to be that powerful in this world, and those that do would know well enough to follow the proper procedures to visit our lord's territory unless they are his friends. Well, I've never met the guy, I can tell you that. Master hasn't ever mentioned someone like him. He was very sloppy at hiding his intent. It was easy to tell he was coming here to cause trouble. Said Lalatina. I see. It seems I will not be able to send those otherworlders our lord decided to take pity on. It would be a waste of resources to send those otherworlders to simply die. They had joined the common military in their training, and each was very dedicated to growing stronger, seeming to not want their free will taken from them ever again. She could not complain. The stronger they got, the more useful they would be to her lord. Though Glenda seemed to know of him. Lalatina mentioned offhandedly. Oh. What did she know? Glenda knew quite a lot about the inner workings of the Western nations as a former subordinate of Gran Bel Rosso. She said he was known as Vega of Power, one of the 3 heads of Cerberus. Said Lalatina. She sat up straight. Cerberus? Is that not the criminal group our lord informed us about? The group that was led by Yuki Kagarazaka before our lord purged him. Yes, it seems to be the same group. From what Glenda knew, Vega of Power was said to be a brute, all brawn and no brains. She didn't know much about the inner operations of Cerberus, all she had was his general characteristics. Finished Lalatina. That alone does not paint a good picture. Perhaps he was sent to get revenge for the killing of Yuki Kagerizaka. If so, then this Cerberus organization is more foolish than I thought. To think someone as weak as Vega is capable of causing any sort of inconvenience to our Lord is a foolish mistake. Lalatina then got up off the couch. Well, do whatever you want, I've done my job, I'll trust you to do yours. Arcuade firmly nodded. Very well, thank you, Lalatina. Lalatina was very professional when it came to fulfilling the role that her lord had given, even ignoring her new nature. She would rather die than disappoint their lord. Something Arcuade could respect and acknowledge. Now, how should she handle this? She could send someone to take care of this threat, but she decided to go in person to deal with this invader. Perhaps she will take her target alive and interrogate him. If he truly was sent by this Cerberus organization, knowing what plans they had for her lord would be helpful. Her lord had told her to do what she wished in these circumstances. He said he did not wish to micromanage her, and so she would do what she wished. First, she would need to locate this invader though, her senses were not nearly as attuned as her lord's. Moss. Her closest attendant appeared beside her. My lady. He bowed in reverence. I wish for you to locate someone for me. Moss's unique skill was very well suited for surveillance work as well as discreet assassinations. He could easily scour her lord's entire territory and come back to her with what she needed. Yes, mistress. She described Vega's looks to Moss. Now she would just need to wait. I have located him, mistress. She heard Moss call out. She nodded. Take me to him. Moss nodded and teleported the both of them to where Vega was located. It seems he was camping out in the wilderness, close to where the old roads were. The old roads stopped being used after her lord with the help of Lord Rimuru reconstructed far safer and more useful roads that connected Azeroth to various kingdoms and territories. He is ahead, mistress. Very well, stay close by, and if a battle begins, make sure to contain the damage. She ordered. Moss bowed lowly. As you wish, mistress. She sauntered forward, past the trees, and spotted a camp. She had not bothered to suppress her presence, so the men should be aware of her. She sensed that he was inside the tent he had set up. She heard a deep laughter come from ahead of her. The tent opened and out came a muscular brutish-looking man. Gahaha, fresh meat delivered itself right to my door. She rolled her eyes at the brute's words. It seems you will not be cooperating then. She voiced out. The man's grin widened. Why would I cooperate when I have such a juicy meal in front of me? Good, I was looking to let off some steam, as it were. She said with a bewitching smile on her face. Lalatina's analysis was correct. The man, Vega, held slightly less energy than Moss did, though she did sense something odd about him. He did not seem quite human, it seemed he had taken in the factor of some monsters and somehow mutated. Arcuade was not certain what sort of abilities to expect from Vega. She did desire to capture him so she could not go all out and erase him from existence. There were many ways to knock the man unconscious or bind him, even if he did have some unique abilities due to taking in a monster factor. Are you a subordinate of the Demon Lord of this territory? Asked Vega. She nodded. I am one of Demon Lord Felix's subordinates. Vega smirked, hearing her. Good, then perhaps I can learn just how strong he is based on the strength of his subordinates. She raised a brow at his cocky remark. She was suppressing the majority of her power, only allowing a small amount of it to seep out of her, so she supposed she could understand why this man thought he had a chance against her. Oh. Do you mean to perhaps assault my lord? She asked, a dangerous hint to her tone. Vega only laughed in response. Exactly that. If he proves to be too weak, then I'll devour him whole. She could feel cold rage pulse through her entire being. She would not allow such disrespect to her lord. She released her demon lord's haki ever so slightly, causing Vega to gasp at the pressure. She appeared in front of Vega, who had fought off a fraction of her haki. Unfortunately, his reaction speed could not help him defend against her. She was simply far too fast for his perception. She raised her hand and lowered it on Vega's left arm in a cutting motion, causing Vega to scream out in pain. She would have normally killed him for the disrespect shown to her lord, but she had not forgotten her priorities. Vega could be killed after he gave her lord all the information he had. Now that she knew that Vega was here to kill her lord or something similar, the likelihood of it being Cerberus that sent him here had gone up. You bitch. You'll pay for that. Vega roared. My, it is quite impressive that you have managed to hold yourself together under a fraction of my demon lord's haki. Even if I was holding back. She commented. She watched as his arm regrow. How intriguing. He had a fairly powerful healing factor then. Her surprise only grew when the other half of his arm that she had chopped off also grew. In front of her, the arm regrew into a full body, good as new, other than the fact that it had no ego to speak of and seemed to be a simple monster in human form. In front of her now were two identical-looking men. Vega looked at his other self with desire in his eyes. Before his monster self could react and rampage around, Vega, the original, grabbed the shoulder of the monster and began absorbing him. Come. Your power shall become mine. A moment later, the monster that had grown from Vega's arm was no more, instead Vega's total energy had risen by a very slight amount. She quickly thought of all the possible reasons for such a thing. The most likely scenario was that Vega could gain a portion of the power of the beings he seemed to be able to consume. His earlier comments about calling her a meal and devouring her lord did align with that theory. Her mind then went in another direction. Those monsters that grew from Vega's chopped-off body parts, could they perhaps be used as incarnation mediums? Her lord was not lacking in magi steel, but any way to conserve resources was something that was her duty to pursue. She would think about everything further once she had captured this intruder. She lowered her thought acceleration and quickly came up with a plan to disable Vega. Spirit Rons were known to disable lower levels of regeneration, which Vega had. The only individuals she knew of that had higher tier regeneration were the true Demon Lord class individuals, and this Vega was far from that. While she was no master at manipulating Spirit Rons, she had picked things up over her long life. She converted her anger at this bug's insolence into energy, and then focused her killing intent onto Vega. She was quite impressed that Vega managed to stay standing with a bit of effort. Her killing intent was enough to kill any below the A rank with just her gaze alone. She finally got serious and cut off all of Vega's limbs in a singular motion and halted his regeneration with chains laced with spirits she forced into submission before he could even scream, leaving him a simple torso. She then placed a collar on him that is meant to inhibit the circulation of magicules within the body, leaving Vega powerless. Now, to inform her lord about this, perhaps he will even praise her. Chapter 132, Chapter 62, Brahma. Felix. I tagged along with Rimuru as we made our way to the laboratory in the dungeon. According to Diablo, the demons he had brought were now fully incarnated and ready to serve. I was somewhat curious as to who Diablo recruited. Arcuade, Lalatina, and Megumin recruited most of the notable members of their lineage that could be useful. I imagine that Diablo also has some useful fellows under him that he makes use of. I was somewhat interested to meet some other demons of the Black lineage. That was the lineage I was a part of, after all. The only demons from my lineage that I had met were Diablo, who was a bit eccentric, and Beretta, who was a very serious but understanding demon. So, how many demons did Diablo recruit? 700, responded Rimuru. That's quite a lot. Do you have any idea what you are going to do with them? Rimuru nodded. Sort of. I was thinking of making an elite unit composed entirely of demons, Tempest's most elite attack force, the Black Numbers. Other than the Chunnias name, that sounds like a good idea. You will definitely gain quite a lot of archdemons after naming those demons, and each of those is a certified country destroyer. When they all work together in a proper cohesive fashion, it would make for a deadly force. Yeah, that's what I thought too. What exactly do you have your demons doing? Asked Rimuru. I have them pretty split up. The more combat-oriented ones are under Megumin in the military, there is an elite unit filled with them, and then I also have some demons as commanders of some squadrons and in other leadership positions in the army. Then the more administrative-aligned ones are with Arcuade, and the ones more keen on assassination and information gathering are under Lalatina. I see. You got them working to their talents, huh? I nodded. Yeah, though keep in mind that most of the demons are working under their respective primordial, their natures and talents line up with that of their primordials in a lot of cases. Megumin's dependents are all skilled and prefer direct combat. Arcuade's dependents are good at planning, scheming, and management. Lalatina's dependents are good at information gathering and discreet killings. Rimuru gave me a look. Discreet killings? Really? Saying assassination over and over again is lame. I retorted. Sure. So how are those other worlders that wanted to serve you after you didn't kill them? Asked Rimuru. I think they are doing pretty alright. Most of them joined the military and are currently undergoing Megumin's, let's say, laborious training. That girl's training may as well be considered torture for most, but those other wordlers are taking it without complaint. They had a chance to acquire real power, to make sure they weren't stripped of their freedom ever again, so they grabbed that chance with both hands and refused to let go. They are already pretty strong as most other worlders are, a rank to special A, with some have already broken through into the so-called S-class rank that Tempest coined. S-class is what one was called when their EP was between 400,000 and 800,000 range, basically disaster class. My Demon Duke subordinates were in this rank, excluding Arcuade, Lalatina, and Megumin. Those three were in the million class, as well as a few other subordinates of mine. Though those among the other worlders that were in S-class were at the very bottom of it, but disaster class is disaster class. It was amusing to see that I had a rank in Tempest's database. Catastrophe class, a ranking based not on just EP, but overall combat power. To be in this rank one needed to have combat power in the domain of the true dragons, or at least approaching that domain. It did boost my ego a bit. I was well aware that I was a bit prideful about my strength. Even if I basically cheated my way to my level of strength, I was still proud of what I had attained. Odin is my power. Plus, if you aren't cheating, you aren't trying. I see. Well, it's good to see that those unfortunate souls are doing well, said Rimuru. They are all eagerly training, wanting to create their future with their own hands. According to Arcuade, none were at risk of turning traitors. All of them were extremely grateful to me for sparing them when I had no reason to, and then on top of that, freeing them from their bindings. Oftentimes, desperate people latch onto the first hope they have, and they stay latched on. Though Arcuade still had them sign contracts as an extra measure. It didn't help that the benefits I offered were very good. Access to the reward center where they can exchange points for higher level stuff like arts, spells, sword arts, and everything else in between. Then there was the good food they could order for a very low amount of points, and the paid vacation and days off they got. I really was a good boss. Omo. All of the benefits I offer are easily paid for, too. I wasn't lacking money. The vault I got from Clayman was still very, very full. Then there were the taxes that were collected, the tolls and various fees visitors had to pay, and then of course the trade that my territory partook in. All in all, my territory was doing damn well for itself. I was even a bit proud, even if I didn't do the majority of the work. What about Kenya? I asked. Kenya. What about him? Rimuru asked, confused. Elmesia seemed to want to take him on as a student due to his potential to become a true hero. Ah, that's right. How'd you know about that? Elmesia brought it up to me. Rimuru nodded. I see. Well, I asked Kenya for his opinion, and he was eager to learn from Elmesia. It seems that hearing that Chloe had gone on her own adventure made him want to go on one of his own. Learning from Elmesia would do a lot for the kid. For one, he'd likely always have Elmesia and, by extension, Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian in his corner. That's not even mentioned that Elmesia would likely make for a damn good teacher. Yeah, I'll have to have him escorted to Sarian sometime soon. He's been bugging me about it non-stop, said Rimuru. I was planning to visit Sarian sometime. I can take him if you want, I offered. Elmesia owed me multiple favors at this point as well. I wasn't sure what exactly to use them on, but perhaps visiting Sarian would give me some ideas. Really? That would be great, then. Kenya seems to like you quite a bit, you know. Says that seeing a real demon lord in person was awesome. Rimuru said with a pout. I chortled. Ha. A real demon lord, huh? The hidden meaning was obvious. Kenya didn't see Rimuru as intimidating or anything that the title of demon lord should confer. I'll pick him up before I go then. Though I'm not exactly sure when that will be. That's fine. I'll keep building up his foundations until you are ready. Rimuru responded. Before long, we arrived at the laboratory. Towards the back, I could see a bunch of Magi steel golem skeletons that were not being used. I'm assuming those are the extras. Lord Rimuru. Diablo appeared in front of Rimuru, already kneeling before him. Diablo. I have taken the initiative to have the demons moved into the extra room, responded Diablo. Rimuru nodded. Good, that room should be large enough for them to gather and for me to officially meet them all. Diablo looked at me and nodded. Lord Felix. Diablo. I saw Dino working on something with Vesta off in the corner. He spotted me and waved, and I waved back. Did you want to come with me, Felix? Asked Rimuru. I nodded. Yeah, not much else to do at the moment. I also wanted to see if any of the demons Diablo recruited had or would develop any interesting skills which Odin could analyze. This was the best time to give all of them a scan since they were all together. Alright, follow me then. Rimuru led me to the spare room attached to the laboratory. When Rimuru was showing us around, he said that the room was created to test any of the larger and more destructive experiments, like massive war golems and the like, so the room was pretty empty, but it was magically reinforced. Odin. Acknowledged. I could feel Odin gathering the data for various skills, various common and extra skills, but none of the demons present had any unique skills bar one. A single demon had a unique skill, which wasn't surprising. Most of Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina's lieutenants had unique skills, but they were either demon dukes or on the cusps of becoming a demon duke. They had powerful egos. This demon, however, was a mere greater demon from what I sensed. A mere greater demon with a unique skill is unheard of in all but two cases, mine and the old man's. The one thing we had in common was that we were reincarnated, and we had powerful souls. Could this greater demon also be someone who reincarnated? How interesting. I zeroed in on the greater demon with a unique skill. He was standing towards the front of the crowd of demons and was now looking at Diablo nervously. If he is an otherworlder, he may have had a bit of an ego that Diablo had to beat out of him. In that case, fearing Diablo a healthy amount was normal. Diablo was a scary guy, after all. Lord Rimuru. All the demons kneeled down at once. Rimuru looked down at them nervously, while Diablo looked like a proud parent. I'm sure he made them do that. I did notice that all of the demons here were part of Diablo's lineage. I guess he didn't want to recruit from other lineages due to the potential conflicting loyalties. Thanks for deciding to serve me, I guess. Seeing as you are all here, I assume you all agree to the terms and conditions Diablo told you about, so I'll be naming you all now. Said Rimuru. Since none of the demons spoke up, Rimuru took that as an agreement. Rimuru walked to the front and began listing off names left and right. I walked over to Diablo. You see that demon there? I pointed to the potential otherworlder. Diablo followed my finger and nodded. Ah, that one. Yes. Is something the matter? If he displeases you, then as my master's best friend, I am more than willing to purge him for you. Ah, nothing like that. I was just a bit curious about him. He seems to have a unique skill, something definitely abnormal for a mere greater demon. Diablo nodded. Indeed. That is what caught my interest in the first place. He was leading a group of 100 lesser demons and greater demons when I came across him. He challenged me to a fight in which he lost. He was arrogant, but when he saw the difference between us, he quickly submitted. He seemed to have potential, so I brought him with me in the hopes that he would be useful to Lord Rimuru. I nodded. I see. I'll have to talk to him later. It seems he has been named. Voiced out Diablo. I nodded. I heard, Venom, huh? Can you ask him to come see me once he wakes up from his evolution? Diablo nodded. As you wish. Tell Rimuru I'm going to hang out with Veldora and Ramaris. I've gotten bored just watching Rimuru name demons. Diablo's lips twitched, but he nodded nonetheless. I took that as my cue to leave. As I was leaving, I spotted Dino waving me over, and I walked over to him. Felix. I raised a brow. Dino, what did you need? Dino nervously rubbed the back of his head. Well, I wanted to know how Malim was doing. The two of us aren't close like that, so I always used to ask Ramaris about Malim, but from what I've heard, you and Malim are pretty close. Malim. Well, she's doing fine, I think. Fry has been making her do work, much to Malim's dismay, but she's getting it done. She may whine about it, but in the end, she will do what is best for her people. Hearing me, Dino gained a smile on his face and sighed in relief. I see. If you are really that curious, you can ask her yourself, you know. Malim is always open to making new friends. In fact, I'm pretty sure she already sees you as a friend somewhat. Dino sighed once again. Well, you're probably right. He muttered, his eyes dulling slightly as he looked down. I could sense numerous emotions in his tone, guilt, sadness, rage, and a bunch of other messy things. I didn't want to get involved in that at all. Dino and I weren't close whatsoever. We weren't even friends. The guy is billions of years old. I'm sure he can figure his own things out. Anyways, I'll see ya. Dino nodded. See you, Felix. Oh, and thanks. I appreciate it. No problem. Lord Felix. Lord Diablo said to visit you. I heard a somewhat hesitant voice call out. I looked up from the book in front of me to Venom. He looked down at the book. I apologize for interrupting you, Lord Felix. I waved him off. No need to apologize, I was just messing around. I was currently in the laboratory lounge. Those scientists did need breaks from time to time, and they had pretty good food in the cafeteria. I looked back down to the book. While I was waiting, I created a few spells of mass destruction and wrote them down to possibly put into the reward center. These were spells that I created entirely on my own without Odin's help, excluding the massive amount of magical knowledge I possessed due to Odin's analysis and understanding of the world. One of the spells I created was under the ice magic branch. It involved using ice magic to imitate a cold fusion reaction, creating a massive explosion of freezing energy that devastates a large area. This can easily be scaled to continental levels of destruction. Everyone needs a hobby, and one of mine just happened to be spell creation. I felt very accomplishing to create a powerful spell on my own. No matter how useful and overpowered Odin is, she did make it feel a bit too easy to do basically anything combat-related. It was hard to feel fulfilled. So, I made up for it with other things since I wasn't willing to risk my combat prowess on something like that. Playing music as well as things like creating spells and such, made me feel like I did still have some magical know-how and wasn't entirely reliant on Odin's abilities. I wasn't completely hopeless without her, which was something I could feel satisfaction in. Apologies. I sighed. No need to apologize, Odin. Without you, I know for a fact that I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't be as happy and satisfied with my life as I am now. Sometimes, it's just nice to relax and create things with my own merit and understanding, to feel like I do deserve all this power I hold. No need to be so serious, Odin. No matter what, know that I appreciate you. Acknowledged. Good. No more pouting, don't deny it. I can hear it in your tone. It is the master's imagination. Liar. Lately, I've felt like Odin has become more and more emotional, more and more expressive. She almost seemed human. Something that terrified me as well as intrigued me. Terrified me due to what sort of connotations there could be when considering that Odin may gain an ego of her own, and then excitement that maybe, just maybe, Odin could become something more. Who knows, maybe I could get a real partner. Someone who knew my ins and outs, someone who knew me better than I knew myself. Someone who truly understood me and worked with me in all things. Ah, that's basically a wife, isn't it? Then there was the fear that what if whatever entity Odin becomes isn't as accommodating and loyal as Odin is, what if she becomes something that is no longer bound to me? I was honest enough to admit that I was very reliant on Odin and her abilities. If such a thing happened, there would be problems, big problems. Not to mention my emotional attachment to Odin. It may be stupid, but I was emotionally attached to my skill. Who's gonna blame me? I'm a big bad demon lord. I can feel however I want to. She was there from the start, as the mere extra skill, sage. She was there at my literal lowest point as a demon. She was my constant companion. Any normal person would become attached, even if they were getting attached to an emotionless AI thingy. But I knew those were just my inner doubts speaking. I find it best when I have these sorts of doubtful thoughts to just process them and debunk them rather than let them fester. I knew I liked to maintain control and that I hoarded power, and I didn't want that kind of thing to get to my head. I had a lot of knowledge from my previous life. I knew it was a bad idea to let those kinds of things fester and corrupt your mind. Honestly, if I dwelled on it too much, I might end up becoming a paranoid freak. After all Odin has done for me, I'd be a damn bastard to doubt her now. She was loyal to me, the least I could do is trust in her at this point. It may be a risk, but sometimes a man just needs to say fuck it, we ball. Hey, in the end, I guess I still retain some of my humanity, even after everything I've done. Odin will never ever betray the master. She said softly. I know, but it is normal to have thoughts like these, you know. But I don't doubt you. I want you to know that. Affirmative. Even if the world stands against the master, Odin will be by master's side. I felt Odin's sense of satisfaction and affection. I think my heart just skipped a beat. I guess Yanderas are my type. Odin must have acquired my amazing flirting abilities from my memories. Man, I really am too good. Deny it all you want. You know it to be true. For now, I would leave it at that. I'll have to think more about what's going on with Odin later. I stored the book in my infinity space and looked back up to Venom. Not even a moment passed since I looked back down at my book thanks to thought acceleration. Now I was interested in something about you. That was the entire reason I had Diablo send you to me. Venom stood up straighter, in an almost military stance, as he awaited my question. Are you a reincarnated soul? Venom's eyes widened. Why yes, sir. I nodded. That's what I thought. There is no other way a greater demon would have a unique skill, their souls are too weak, and their egos aren't developed enough. Why you know about my unique skill? Of course I do. It seems fairly useful and can get you far as long as you train well. Venom nodded. That is what Lord Diablo said as well. Take his word for it. He is very experienced. Now, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself? There aren't many chances for me to talk to another reincarnated demon. Venom nodded. I do not recall much of my memories. I know I was raised in an orphanage and died before turning 16. Other than that, I just recall vague things about my life. I don't even remember how I ended up here. Well, that's unfortunate. That was all I was curious about. You are dismissed. Venom bowed and then left. He seems like an alright person. All of a sudden, I felt a thought communication coming from Arcuade. Sup Arcuade, what's up? My lord, I have captured an intruder that you may be interested in. He did not go through the proper procedures to enter your territory and made his intentions clear once I confronted him. Arcuade said smugly. Oh. Who is it? He is known as Vega of Power, one of the 3 heads of Cerberus, the secret society from the Eastern Empire. Ah, Yuki's goons then. I remember learning a bit about Vega. Indeed. All right, I'll be there shortly. Give me a brief summary of why you think he was in my territory. It is my guess that he was there to defeat and kill you, my lord, no matter how foolish such an attempt would be. He was likely sent by his co-workers to take care of you due to his abnormal abilities and high combat potential. Perhaps to get revenge for Yuki Kagerizaka, said Arcuade. That seems extra stupid, even if you think about how emotional they might be right now. All right, I'll be there in a few moments. I shall eagerly await your arrival, my lord. Before leaving, I sent a thought communication to Rimuru. I had just dumped Velzard on him. The least I could do was say goodbye. Hey Rimuru, I'm going to head back. Something came up. Did something happen? Asked Rimuru. Sorta, but it's already been handled. Got it, see ya, Felix. See ya. With that, I snapped my fingers, bending space, and appeared sat on my throne in my office. I made my way down to the dungeons where we kept our prisoners, not that we had many of them in the first place. Any spies and such were interrogated by Lalatina and her subordinates and then used to send a message. Keeping live prisoners was costly after all. You would need to feed them, make sure they drank water and didn't kill themselves, and all that stuff. Plus, there was even the very unlikely chance they escaped, and that would only make a bigger mess. It didn't take me long to arrive in the dungeons. I walked past all the empty prison cells and the torture rooms and made my way to where I sensed Arcuade. I turned the corner, and there she was, my beautiful white-haired demoness. My lord, she said with a bright and proud smile. Ignoring the torso on the other side of the Magi steel bars, I returned the smile. Arcuade, good work on catching this guy. It was no problem, my lord. Lalatina had informed me about him, I merely had to have Moss locate him and then take care of him myself, said Arcuade. I nodded and looked towards Vega. For some reason he had an excited look on his face. Notice. The unique skill, Scavenger, has been analyzed. The unique skill, Scavenger, has been absorbed into the ultimate skill, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony. Oh. Well, damn. I thought as I looked over the details of the skill. The unique skill, Scavenger, was incredibly busted. If Vega had the right resources he could climb to the peak of this world. Scavenger allowed Vega to consume anything and gain their properties as well as a portion of their power. It could even be used to consume weapons. It was similar to Gluttony, if in a slightly different shade. Beelzebub's sub-skills had been upgraded a bit. Predation was strengthened to consume and usurp even more of a target's energy and added to my own if I choose to fully consume a target. As it was, Predation only allowed me to gain a portion of the energy of any target I consumed. Now, while it still only allowed me to take in a portion of the power, it was a far greater portion. However, the main thing that I was focused on was how I could feel that Beelzebub had gained a brand new sub-skill. Mass reproduction. Mass reproduction allowed me to create powerful biological duplicates of myself. Of course, this needed materials to use, and the quality of the duplicate depended on that, but I had tons of materials to use, and even my flesh could be used. With this I could quite literally create as many vessels for various spiritual life forms as I want. The ability to give a body to any spiritual life form that is easily equal to the god grade can only be helpful. I don't need it now. Arcuade's body is slowly being upgraded by very, very careful use of Stardust with Odin's help as well as Arcuade's own training. Then Megumin and Lalatina's bodies are naturally evolving and will soon be equivalent to god grade, but still perhaps mass reproduction will come in handy at some point. Good work, Odin. Appreciation. Heh, Odin has gotten better at accepting my compliments. Now it's about time to deal with this uppity prisoner. I walked closer to the Magi steel bars and looked down at Vega as he was chained to the floor. Arcuade stood to the side, content to watch with a gentle smile. Arcuade had cut off all of his limbs, but I'm sure she had her reasons. Now, why did you come to my territory unannounced and without going through the proper procedure, Vega began laughing. You really are strong, aren't you? You have to be to have tamed that demoness. I raised a brow but nodded. I do consider myself as powerful, yes, now enough with dodging my question. I began releasing waves of my Demon Lord's haki, focused solely on Vega. Now answer my question. I'd normally leave these kinds of things like interrogation to Lalatina, but I was personally interested in Vega's reasons, and it was quicker to find out this way. Vega wasn't able to use his own aura to attempt to resist my Demon Lord's haki due to the various enchantments and such that restricted Vega's use of his own internal energy. Arcuade didn't cripple his magic circuits like I did to Laplace, but what she did was just short of that. Vega coughed out blood and fell forward. He had nothing to catch himself with, so he just face-planted, causing a faint thud. I'll talk, he said, turning his head and giving us a good look at how his broken nose fixed itself in a matter of seconds. I smiled and reined in my Demon Lord's haki. Good, make better choices from now on, and do not test my patience. I'm already fed up with dealing with Yuki's band of baboons. Vega laughed, hearing me, before rolling over and coughing out more blood. This was a rather pathetic sight. It seems even less than 1/100 of my Demon Lord's hockey did a real number on Vega. Start with why you came to my territory. Vega nodded. Sure. But before that, would you allow me to serve you? Vega asked with a bloodthirsty smile. Arcuade was now staring at Vega with unamused eyes. Oh. Why do you want to serve me? I asked curiously. I recall learning from Laplace that Vega was a beast, a man who saw this world as the jungle and enjoyed bullying the weak. I felt like I knew why exactly Vega wanted to serve me. Laplace also said that Vega was only loyal to the most powerful. The moment someone stronger showed up, he would betray you. He isn't someone I would want as a subordinate. It's not like I'm in desperate need for subordinates either. You're strong. You took down Yuki, he was the biggest predator in this jungle, and you still took him down. That deserves respect and reverence. My, do you mind if I step in, my lord? Asked Arcuade. Go right ahead. Arcuade gave me a bow. Thank you, my lord. She then turned to look at Vega with a chilling smile. I recall you claiming that you would devour my lord. That does not match what you are currently saying. Said Arcuade. Hey, well, I wanted to see if he was really as strong as he seemed. If he was the new king of the jungle. If he was, I'd beg to serve under him. If he wasn't, I'd devour him and take his power for my own. Said Vega. Take my power for his own, huh? If he could consume me, that plan of his would probably work. The thing is, he would never be capable of consuming me, not as I am now. So you wish to test him then? Determine if he was worthy of your service. Questioned Arcuade. Vega nodded. Exactly. Arcuade took a deep breath and nodded before stepping aside. I could tell she was not satisfied with Vega's answer, but knew that it was a bad idea to kill him before we got more information out of him. Arcuade had excellent self-control. Now that we know why you are here, why don't you tell me why exactly I should accept your service? I gestured to Arcuade. As you can tell, I am not lacking when it comes to capable and effective subordinates. Hearing me, Arcuade smiled smugly. Vega looked to Arcuade and let out a vulgar laugh. Gahaha, yeah. That beautiful lady of yours completely defeated me, leaving me no avenue of attack. Even my regeneration was not very effective against her. I didn't think a demon lord would have a subordinate as strong as her. In fact, at first, I thought she was a demon lord. Well, Arcuade did meet the strength criteria to be a member of the 9 sovereigns, though she would be at the bottom strength-wise if you ignored Ramorous and perhaps Dino, since I'm not sure how strong he is when he is sealed. But I do know that Dino has an ultimate skill, so he's probably pretty strong. In exchange for serving under you, I can give you information. Said Vega. I looked at him curiously. Oh. What information? I purposefully did not agree to his terms. Vega smirked. I am Vega of Power, of the organization Cerberus. Kigali has assumed a leadership role and, with the help of Granbel Rosso, plans to attack Ruberius. Oh. Why is that? I was originally not going to go out of my way to eliminate Kigali as long as she didn't fuck around. She is quite pitiful, after all. But if she is getting involved in things she shouldn't be, then she only has herself to blame. Kigali wants revenge, Granbel also wants revenge, and both want to claim the hero that Demon Lord Valentine has sealed. Now, I was actually interested. What did you say? I asked, my tone dangerous. Vega gulped. Granbel Rosso was aware of the masked hero Cronoa being kept with Demon Lord Valentine. Yuki also had a suspicion that Demon Lord Valentine was the god Luminous. With the help of one of our contacts, the two were able to arrange a meeting and began cooperating for the purpose of gaining control over the masked hero. What makes them think they can control Cronoa? I asked. If Demon Lord Valentine can control Cronoa, they believe they can as well. Vega answered. Ah, so they are working off false information once again, huh? I would have thought Granbel would have learned his lesson. I suppose he is getting desperate. Luminous never controlled Cronoa, but I guess that is a valid line of thought. Demon lords and heroes are both antithesis of each other, for them to cooperate is almost unthinkable. In that case, it isn't that unbelievable that Luminous found a way to control Cronoa. So Granbel wants revenge for what? For Mariable. Mariabel's death did kind of ruin his entire plan for world domination, so that makes sense. I'm guessing that Kigali wants revenge on me. For killing Footman, Clayman, and now Yuki. Vega let out a guttural laugh. Yes, her hatred for you rivals, if not surpasses her hatred of Demon Lord Leon now. She wants to see you dead and will stop at nothing to accomplish that goal. I see. Do you know their exact plan to extract Cronoa? Partially. Kigali explained the general plan to us, but she is likely keeping some things to herself. I nodded. Share what you know then. Kigali, along with Granbell, have made a plan to steal the hero from under Demon Lord Valentine's nose. Vega began. The plan is for Granbell to serve as a distraction. He will attack the main cathedral and draw most of Riberius' forces, as well as Demon Lord Valentine. Misha of Love will help during this by having her tamed monsters rampage around, distracting the Holy Knights of Riberius. During this, Kigali and Tyr would use one of Granbell's secret entrances into Night Garden and discreetly make their way through Demon Lord Valentine's palace, where they will quickly grab the seal the hero is in and then leave. Vega continued. I looked at Vega, unimpressed. How do they plan to get past the defenses to get into Luminous Palace? Luminous. I see, that must be Demon Lord Valentine's name, then. As for your question, Kigali believes herself to be very experienced at dismantling curses and traps, and so she plans to dismantle them as they move along. I rolled my eyes. That's just pure arrogance. Kigali isn't getting through anything. Those defenses of Luminous were top-notch. It is practically impossible for someone not on the Ultimate Awakened level to get through them, and Kigali is most certainly not at that level. Vega shrugged. That's what I know, boss. As I said, Kigali kept some things to herself. I nodded. I see. Is there anything else you want to share? Vega shook his head. That's all I know about the attack, boss. I nodded. I wasn't worried about him lying. Thanks to the soul corridor that now existed between Malim and me, Odin was able to analyze and copy Malim's ear, a skill that enhanced all of my hearing capabilities many-fold. Even discrete conversations would be picked up, such as those that take place through thought communication. Only conversations done through a soul connection or soul corridor are truly private with me around now. On top of that, it allows me to pick up if something is true or false, though Ruler's authority also has this feature. How will Kigali take your disappearance? I'm sure it did take you quite some time to travel to my territory. Vega laughed when he heard me. We don't keep in contact much. She only gives us orders, and we follow them. She likely hasn't checked in with me at all since I left, and likely won't until she finishes fine-tuning her plan. I nodded. All right, tell me about where the secret base Kigali is staying is. There are multiple bases that exist. I am only aware of two. The base that I had control over, and then the mutual base, also the headquarters of Cerberus where we met up for meetings and the like. So you all had separate bases, basically. Vega nodded. Correct. Kigali, Damrata, Tyr, and everyone else all stayed in their own separate bases for safety purposes. I nodded. I see. That's unfortunate. If I knew where they all were, I could wipe them out and take care of this problem. I could probably send Vega back and have a way for him to inform me when they all meet up again so I can just pop in and delete them all, but Granbell may not be part of that meeting. Attacking without him there might only make him hide like a cockroach and pop out when I am not expecting him. Not to mention, this attack is an opportunity. When you are aware of a trap, you can maneuver around it to make it beneficial to you. Rimuru already had some plans in order to take advantage of the attack to gain some more political power in the West. Luminous wanted to deal with those conspiring against her personally, and the attack could perhaps be an opportunity for growth for my own subordinates that participated. Not to mention Vega seems like a dumbass, he probably left a trail Kigali could find to understand what happened. And if I sent him back there, who's to say that Kigali won't win him over again? The dude was a traitor through and through. And I would have just sent back someone who could become troublesome in the future for no reason. Tell me where the bases you know of are. Once Vega told me of their location, I snapped my fingers, unlocking the prison cell that Vega was in. I walked in and placed my hand on his shoulder. Here's the thing, I don't think I want you as a subordinate. Always make a contract when you are making deals with an unknown, especially with a demon like me. Toodles. Vega's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking as he tried to attack with a bite. But in the end, he didn't even get the chance to move. Beelzebub. Before he could do anything, he was consumed by a swirl of darkness. I didn't think Vega would make for a good subordinate for me. He was powerful and had potential, but he was not loyal, and I don't care nearly enough to have him bound by a locking curse or anything like that. Knowing Kigali, she might even be able to break any curse I place on him. Curses were her whole thing, after all. I didn't think much of Kigali, but I didn't want to be an idiot and underestimate her when I really didn't have an idea of what her capabilities might be. I know how strong she was in the past, and Laplace said she wasn't all that strong in the present, but for all I know she has her own cards she kept close to her chest. Perhaps I was being too paranoid, but it's fine. It's not like I ever agreed to his deal in the first place. He just assumed I did. In the end, Vega was just not worth the effort. Arcuade walked up and stood beside me. What will we do now, my lord? I'll probably meet up with Rimuru and Luminous and tell them about the planned attack. When a surprise attack is no longer a surprise attack, the attackers are put in a rather disadvantageous position. Arcuade nodded and looked down to where Vega used to be. The man was a brute, but he did have some interesting abilities. His regeneration factor was interesting. Oh. For something to interest you, it must be special. What was so special about Vega's regenerative abilities? He didn't have self-regeneration, ultra-speed regeneration, or infinite regeneration, so it must have something to do with his body. What can you tell me about his body, Odin? It is highly likely that the individual Vega was modified in some way. Each of his living cells can be considered a type of bacteria capable of being manipulated at will, giving Vega a viscous physiology similar to that of a slime. His body has powerful regenerative ability superior to even ultra-speed regeneration in some ways. If a significant enough mass of bacteria is separated from the main body, it will start growing into an entirely new body similar to the fissiparity possessed by creatures like starfish. So he is basically an infinite vessel generator. Correct. That aligns with what Laplace had said, though Laplace also said his cells held a corruptive influence, corrupting anyone who attempted to use one of his bodies as a vessel. I had cut off his arm, which he quickly regenerated, which was not odd as I hadn't used any preventive measures to halt regeneration. What I found odd was that the arm I cut off had grown an entire body of its own. I nodded. I see, thanks, Arcuade. I'll be going to inform Luminous and Rimuru of the change in situation. As you will, my lord. I snapped my fingers, teleporting to my room to grab a few things before I left. Notice. The unique skill, Creator, has evolved into the ultimate skill, Brahma, Lord of Creation. I felt a change take place in my very soul. Buffed, ha ha ha. This is such a broken skill. Good job, Odin, this is honestly amazing. Though I thought you said that it would take 3 months to evolve Creator. Odin had said that it may take up to 3 months. Semantics. However, data from the unique skill, Scavenger, has been incorporated into the ultimate skill, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony. Thanks to this, the conversion of Yuki Kagerizaka's soul had become much more efficient. Odin was able to make use of 100% of Yuki Kagerizaka's Saint Soul to evolve Creator into an ultimate skill, as well as incorporate data from other skills. Data from other skills, huh? Yeah, I can see that. With Brahma, I feel like a whole new world has opened up to me. A world of creation. Brahma was beyond broken. I was totally on a power high right now. I held my palm upwards, and crimson-red flames flickered above my palm. I had created fire, and not just that this was a fire at the ultimate level. Nothing would be able to block or get past this fire unless that was also on the ultimate level. Even magic would find itself incinerated by this fire if the laws behind the magic weren't well developed enough. I had created such powerful flames with minimal effort, I just willed it to exist, and Brahma did the rest of the work. Skills were basically keybinds that correlated to certain laws. If it weren't for law domination, this fire would have already burned my clothes off and burned chunks of my room away, and it wasn't even directly touching anything. I watched as it burned space itself before I closed my palm, erasing the fire. I closed my eyes and focused on Brahma's sub-skills. The first sub-skill was skill creation. Skill creation allowed me and, by extension, Odin to create brand new skills using data that Odin has plenty of. With this, she can create completely brand new skills by using the data from multiple skills and converging it into one. Odin was already capable of this, however. This wasn't as crazy as it sounded, though. Affirmative. Odin used data from multiple skills in the creation of the ultimate skill, Brahma, Lord of Creation, including data from Odin itself to optimize the process completely. I see. The next sub-skill was skill duplication, which Odin was already capable of. It basically allows me to recreate skills that I have the data for. Next up was skill gifting, which allowed me to grant any skills to a target as long as they are compatible with the skill. I was capable of this beforehand through Beelzebub, but this allows me to grant skills to those I don't even have a soul connection with, which Beelzebub did not allow. Then there were the really interesting sub-skills. There is creation, which allows me to create practically anything as long as I have enough energy. It was basically my intrinsic skill, material creation, but on absolute steroids. I could create top-tier bodies for spiritual beings to inhabit. I could even create equipment that easily reaches God grade, and unlike those made through material creation, the equipment made through Brahma matches if not surpasses naturally made God grade equipment. If I buff the equipment with stardust, well, they will be in a whole other league. And earthly things weren't the only things I could create stars, solar systems, even galaxies and universes. Though I felt that creating any sort of celestial phenomena would be rather difficult due to the sheer energy cost. Before I couldn't create an entirely separate dimension with its own unique laws of nature, I had to have those dimensions connected to another primary dimension. But now I could theoretically create an entirely new dimension, one where I govern over and decide the laws of nature. Of course, it was harder to do that in practice. I could feel that I was missing a part of the equation when it came to creating a new universe/dimension from scratch. I had the general picture as to how it could be done, but I knew I was missing something key. So that would be out of my limits for some time. Souls weren't off limits either. I could theoretically recreate and potentially create souls as I pleased, though creating souls from scratch would have to wait until Odin acquires more data and understanding over the concept. For all I know, maybe I can't really create souls. Brahma didn't give me a guide about its limits and whatnot. That was for me to discover. Then there was skill retrieval. This allowed me to use any of the skills Odin already had complete data on through Brahma itself. I could use any unique skill, extra skill, or common skill through this without having to recreate the skill itself. Though in theory I could already do this, as the way skill retrieval works is that it recreates a skill's effect by manipulating the laws of the world manually. This basically just optimizes that process. And since all these lesser skills were being used through Brahma, an ultimate skill, they were also buffed to the ultimate level by default without having to buff anything on my part. And that wasn't all. I could even use all the ultimate skills Odin has analyzed through this sub-skill without recreating them, therefore not straining my soul. However, for some reason, this sub-skill only allowed me to make use of skills that already existed or had been created. Affirmative. It was not possible to allow the master to mix and match data to make use of conflicting ultimate skills at this point. Still, you've done great work. Appreciation. I could also only wield the ultimate skills at 70% of their full power. There had to be some catch after all. Even if this was manually creating the effects of an ultimate skill, I could only do that to a certain extent. But this was still huge. I'll have much more adaptability in my fights with this. I was already getting excited to surprise Malim with this in our next spar. My combat potential had quite literally just skyrocketed. My current self would destroy my 5 minutes ago self. That goes to show how big a single upgrade can be. This was way too much fucking power. I took a deep breath. I was already able to bend over the laws of the world. This is no different. Notice. The sub-skill infinity of the ultimate skill, Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity, has been modified. I could already feel the change. Brahma, Lord of Creation, makes it far easier for Odin to modify skills now. It basically streamlines the process and has also basically allowed Odin to reach enlightenment. Before, infinity wasn't really an absolute defense, but that isn't too big of a deal. I had more defenses layered underneath it, so I don't need to worry if infinity is ever broken through, which isn't all that hard to do for the top levels of this world. But it seems Odin took that as a challenge. Now, spirit rounds aren't even capable of bypassing infinity. Those attacks will now be subject to infinity spatial effects. I'm seriously loving all these new upgrades. Now, enough hyping myself up. It's best if Rimuru and Luminous are informed of the situation as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Spiritual Surgery. Felix. Now, enough hyping myself up. It would be best if Rimuru and Luminous were informed of the situation as soon as possible. Well. Before that. Lalatina, could you come to my room? Ah. Yes, master. Lalatina said with a giddy giggle. I'm sure she has misunderstood the situation, but whatever. A moment later, I heard a knock on my door. Come in, Lalatina. The door opened, and in came my purple-haired demon. Master. Did you wish for me to service you? I shook my head. Not now. I actually need you to do something for me. Seeing that I was being serious, Lalatina straightened up and looked at me seriously. At your service, master. That's why I like Lalatina. She is a degenerate, but she doesn't let that get in the way of her duties. I need you to frame a scene for me. I held my palm out towards the ground and created a perfect duplicate of Vega's body using Brahma. Even his odd cells were replicated in the body. It was practically identical to Vega's original body, which I consumed with Beelzebub. I personally didn't need his weird form of regeneration. The only possible bonus it could grant me was the ability to easily create vessels for spiritual lifeforms, but I have that covered with mass reproduction and Brahma. I looked down at the clothed body of Vega with amusement. I need you to set up a situation in the Western nations that makes it look like Vega died in an attack of some sort. Kigali would be very, very suspicious if Vega just dropped dead out of nowhere, if she isn't already. In fact, I'd be disappointed in her if she wasn't suspicious. Vega just disappears, and if she doesn't consider the possibility of him betraying her, then she really isn't as smart as she thinks she is. But, I might as well make it look like one of Vega's enemies offed him. It's better than him vanishing at the very least, and would point less fingers at me. Don't do a monster attack, by the way. I already left traces of a monster attack when I dealt with Yuki, even if the plan did change. If possible, I don't want Kigali to be certain of my involvement. Keeping the two events as separate as possible is ideal. Lalatina nodded. Got it, master. I nodded. Good, I'll leave the details to you. Yes. I won't fail you. I smiled. I know you won't. Once you're done with that, I want you to send some of your subordinates out to check some bases for me and make sure it is very discreet, as in no one dies, and no one notices them. I didn't expect Lalatina to find much since Kigali was smart and kept separate bases, but I still didn't want to miss something due to negligence. Lalatina already had people looking for Granbelle's whereabouts, though she wasn't having much luck with that. If there is one thing Granbelle is good at, it's hiding. Lalatina nodded. And with that Lalatina stored the body in her spatial storage and teleported away. Notice. It is now possible to theoretically recreate a soul if there is enough information and data available. Recreate a soul. That would basically be reviving someone from the dead, even if they have completely passed on and possibly reincarnated, right? Correct. Still, in my belief, that would still be a different person. Even if they have the same exact soul, it wouldn't really be the same exact soul that went through all the experiences of living. Just a copy of it. But I suppose that is enough for most people. Notice. Odin has a suggestion. Oh. Let me hear it. Using Brahma, Lord of Creation, it is theoretically possible to recreate the memories of the Star King Veldanava. I paused for a moment to take that in. Are you saying? Affirmative. By recreating the memories of the Star King Veldanava, the Master will gain far more information about the multiverse and how it functions. Manipulating the laws of reality will be child's play, and Odin will also acquire data that can be used to help keep the Master safe. If Odin could recreate Veldanava's memories, then that would be insane. Veldanava originally possessed all 14 skills of the Angelic Series skills. Theoretically, his memories alone would be enough to recreate those, as well as all the other skills he had a direct hand in creating. Not to mention, he quite literally coded reality. Who knows what else I could learn and acquire from his memories? Veldanava was literally God, with a capital G. He is the god of this multiverse, the creator of all life. His memories would make me basically unbeatable if Odin could replicate his powers through his memories, which I don't doubt Odin could accomplish. He taught the first true hero, Veldanava must have some very powerful sword arts, various powerful magics, and everything else in between. I was getting excited just thinking about it. There was just one issue. Odin, I'm not confident in maintaining my ego against the memories of a billions of years old true dragon. I know I'm full of myself, but I'm not that full of myself. I refuse to allow my ego to be overtaken by Veldanava's own. Affirmative. The Master's desire is already known. Odin can recreate the memories of the Star King Veldanava, and have them separated from the Master's own. All emotions will be disconnected from the Star King Veldanava's memories. So, basically like reading a book or watching a movie. It'll basically be a database I can draw on. Affirmative. Well then fuck it, go for it. Notice. Using data gathered from the Magicules released from the Chaos Dragon, the Star King Factor, Uriel, Lord of Vows, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, Metatron, Lord of Purity, and Gabriel, Lord of Patience. Approximately 1,031,124 years remaining. Holy crap, that's a long time, like an uncountable number of years from my perspective. I'm not even a single century old. Hell, in this world, I am not even 5 years old. Though thinking about it, that isn't that long. 1 million years to recreate billions of years worth of memories is pretty damn quick. Still an absurd amount of time for me, though. I see. Basically, anything connected to Veldanava will accelerate the process, right? Affirmative. Odin's own abilities will also affect the speed of recreation. Got it. Notice. Odin has also finished analyzing the Star King Dragon Factor, the Frost Dragon Factor, and the Storm Dragon Factor. It is now possible to incorporate these into the Master using Brahma, Lord of Creation. So, I have 3 true dragon factors to incorporate, right? I wonder what kind of effects that will have on me. Will there be any dangers doing this? Negative. However, the Master will fall unconscious for a short period of time as the factors are incorporated into the Master. I see. Then, it is best to wait until I finish with this meeting with Rimuru and Luminous then. Man, Brahma is seriously giving me access to a massive power boost. I'm excited to see where I end up at the end of all this power leveling, but that has to wait for later. I shook my head. I have other things to focus on other than how overpowered I am. I contacted Luminous through the Demon Lord's ring. Felix. Did something happen? Luminous asked calmly, though I could feel an undercurrent of worry behind it. Sort of, I'll explain it in person. I just wanted to let you know I'll be dropping by with Rimuru soon. Very well, I will be waiting. Now I must go get Chang, I will see you soon. And with that, Luminous cut the conversation. Huh, that was weird. Luminous Valentine. After ending the conversation with Felix, she immediately jumped off of her bed, which she was lounging on, and made her way to her closet. She looked through the various assortment of clothing she had available. She smirked and immediately picked an outfit from the bunch, an outfit Hinata had complimented. It was sure to immediately get Felix's attention. And then, from there, she could begin her plan to seduce him. This was, of course, a method to acquire Hinata's affections. She did not care for Felix after all, at least not in the same way she cared for Hinata and Chloe. She ignored the way her thighs rubbed together when she thought back to that image of Felix Lalatina had given her. Felix. I snapped my fingers and teleported to Tempest. I immediately extended my wings, took to the skies, and flew towards where I sensed Rimuru. He was in his office. I wasn't flying fast enough to be unnoticeable, so I saw many citizens of Tempest pointing at me, which was normal. You weren't usually allowed to fly in Tempest, after all. I transformed my physical body into literal space, making myself intangible and directly phased through the window. Kamui for the win. Gah. Felix. Rimuru jumped in his chair. He was currently in his slime for seemingly doing paperwork, somehow. Rimuru. Change of plans, we need to go discuss something with Luminous now. I acquired some more information that will be helpful with the whole Cronoa situation. Rimuru immediately nodded and quickly sent out a brief thought communication notifying his people that he was leaving. Once that was done, I snapped my fingers, teleporting the two of us to the lounge that we had used the previous time we were in Luminous Palace. Luminous was already sitting down waiting for us, snacks and tea were already available on the table. Sup Luminous? I greeted. Luminous rolled her eyes. Hello, Felix. She then looked to Rimuru. Greetings Rimuru. Ah, hey, Luminous. I gave Luminous a good look. She was not wearing her standard gothic dress. Instead, she was wearing a beautiful black side-slit dress that showed off plenty of her legs. Looking good, Luminous. I complimented with a wink, which was seemingly enough to make her blush. Oh, of course I look good. Luminous declared haughtily. It's adorable how any genuine compliment gets to you. I laughed out. Luminous gritted her teeth and turned to the side. Rimuru and I took our seats. We were both sitting across from each other with Luminous at the head of the table. She was the host, after all. Luminous finally turned to look at us as she took a sip of her tea. Humph. Luminous then set her teacup down. Now, what was so urgent that you needed a meeting immediately? I took a sip of the tea. To be honest, it isn't super urgent. I'm pretty sure we still have time. But it's best to communicate early. Luminous nodded. A wise choice. Now, Vega, one of the heads of Cerberus and one of Yuki's subordinates, had come to my territory. Oh. Luminous asked, a dangerous hint to her tone. Don't worry, Arcuade managed to take care of him. The information I got from him is why we're here in the first place. Luminous nodded. I see, very well then. Vega himself was pretty interesting, but we aren't here to talk about that. Basically, Vega came to me with information in exchange for serving me. It seems Kigali had involved him a bit in her upcoming plans. Oh. So she has not learned her lesson and is still eager to rock the boat. Luminous said with an amused smile. I shrugged my shoulders. It seems so. Apparently, she hates me. I wonder why. Rimuru said with a roll of his eyes. Hey, it's her own fault. She shouldn't be sending so many of her so-called family to attack me and kill the people close to me if she really valued them. Honestly, with their occupation, she should have been well aware of the risks. I guess she just thought the clowns to be invincible. I could understand why Kigali was upset, but you'd think she would have learned her lesson after losing not one but two of her clowns. At this point, any losses were on them. Luminous nodded. Indeed, she should suffer the consequences of her own actions. I nodded. See. She gets it. For some reason, Luminous gave me a satisfied smile after hearing me. Oh well, whatever. Anyways, continuing on, Kigali got in contact with Granbell. Rimuru sighed. I can already see where this is going. They both made an alliance of sorts, seemingly to get revenge, but they also have a wider goal. Oh. And what is this wider goal? Questioned Luminous. Cronoa. They want Cronoa. The moment the words left my mouth, Luminous aura began raging around us. What? Luminous asked in a completely calm tone of voice. Calm down, they are just planning on it. It's not like they have her yet. I looked to Rimuru who seemed upset, but he kept in control. Luminous took a deep breath and nodded. I apologize. That was unbecoming of me. Cronoa is just a very good friend of mine. It's fine, I get it. I gestured to the pastries laid across the table. Eat some sweets. I'm sure that will help you relax. Luminous eye twitched, but she took a cookie nonetheless. A small smile bloomed on Luminous' face as she ate the cookie. See, Gunther makes some good stuff. Not as good as Raiden's, though. And not as good as Shuna's either. Rimuru interrupted. Luminous ignored our words and continued to munch on the cookies for a moment. Her cheeks even puffed out, sorta like a squirrel. Ah, how cute. I teased. My words seemingly snapped Luminous back from the land of sweets as she glared at me. Continue, Felix. Luminous intoned. Haha, I'll never forget that image. I said as I raised my hand, projecting the image of Luminous. Luminous' mouth twitched. Get rid of that. Nah. Delete it now. Nah, I think I'm good. Before Luminous could jump across the table and strangle me, Rimuru interrupted. I don't mean to interrupt your flirting, but don't we have something important going on here? I am not flirting with that buffoon. Luminous declared. And I'm not a slime. Rimuru said with a roll of his eyes. Luminous huffed. I will not get into a pointless argument with you two. Please continue, Felix. I nodded with a smirk. Vega said that the plan was for Granbell to act as a distraction. He would attack the main cathedral with the help of Misha of Love, one of the higher-ups of Cerberus. Originally, he would join her as a distraction. Misha has an army of tamed monsters, so those will be used to distract the Holy Knights and Crusaders, while Granbell will hold you off, Luminous. He probably expects you to immediately go for him out of anger for his betrayal. Luminous nodded. That would be likely. Though this Misha will have a hard time, it seems Kigali will not stop underestimating my forces. Ser is an incomplete saint, and while he has his superiors, he can still deal with mere monsters. I'll doubt one of Kigali's subordinates and some monsters will be enough to defeat Ser alone, let alone the rest of the 10 great saints. Ser? Is that the guy that interrupted us last time? I recall that he was an incomplete saint, something very impressive. For Veldanava's so-called favorite race, humans really got the short end of the stick. You are either the 1%, or you are fodder. There is no in-between. Then among the 1% is the 0.1% of humanity, those that have met the requirements to gain a hero's egg and hatch it. Then among that 0.1% of humanity is the 0.0001% of humanity, those who have met the requirements, and have also gained the interest and blessing of an elemental of light or darkness. It's actually unfair how hard it is to become a hero's egg, let alone a true hero. Us non-humans just have to get a demon lord seed and then get some souls. Just a bit of murder, and we can become as strong as the top of humanity. Even among those that have actually become true heroes, only fucking Rudranamal Nazca has managed to reach a level of strength that allows him to challenge the true dragons, and he was a high human, which I'm sure boosted his power a fair bit when compared to the humans of nowadays. Hell, he was even personally taught by Veldanava. God himself had to come down to earth and teach a human to have them reach their true potential. The non-humans have a lot more people at that level. Humans are really taking an L when it comes to what the better race is. Becoming a Magian is probably the best route for humans. Who cares if the humans call it the wrong way of ascending? It may still be difficult as hell, but it won't be as hard as ascending the proper way for humans. At least it isn't practically impossible to not be fodder that way. From what I know, El Dorado, Leon's kingdom is filled to the brim with Magian and Demonoids, some of which are pretty strong according to Guy, around the Demon Lord seed level. Then there is that raisin guy I saw at the Tempest Founding Festival. He was firmly a disaster class threat with multiple unique skills. Luminous scowled briefly but nodded at my earlier question. Indeed, he is the one. He was scolded for his interruption. Oh. You two were interrupted, huh? Just what was interrupted? Asked Rimuru, a teasing hint to his tone. Luminous gained an atomic blush on her face. Nothing like that, you dolt. Ah, to think you would deny the passionate love we made that day, Luminous. I placed a hand on where my heart should be. You wound me. Luminous' gaze snapped to me, her blush deepening from my words. Felix. Both Rimuru and I burst out in laughter at the look on her face. Luminous really is weak to teasing. Must belie more. But I can do that later, when important things aren't being discussed. Luminous scowled at us. If you are quite done, I would like for Felix to continue with what he was saying. I laughed. Yeah, while Granbell is serving as a distraction, Kigali, and Tyr will sneak by using one of the secret entrances Granbell created, an entrance that leads into Night Garden and close to your palace. Luminous' gaze hardened. I see. Apparently Kigali thinks she can dismantle your wards and escape with Cronoa, not sure why she thinks that, but she seems to think herself better than she truly is. Perhaps the constant loss of her close ones has gotten to her, and so she isn't thinking things through. Even if she did manage to get through your wards, I don't see her being capable of beating either Gunther or Lewis, let alone both at once. Though she may have some utterly bullshit trump card, it wouldn't do to underestimate her like she is us. Luminous scoffed. Foolish. I have spent centuries perfecting the defenses of my palace, but I suppose being careful is the best choice at this point. Luminous then glared in my direction. Only a few are capable of tearing straight through my wards. And Kigali is not one of those few. I turned my head to the side and began whistling. Rimuru sighed. That is possible. I can't imagine what it feels like to lose your close ones, one after the other. Don't be mistaken, she needs to be taken care of, but I can at least pity her in her situation. Rimuru then looked at me with an odd look on his face. Why are you whistling Twinkle Twinkle Little Stars? I stopped whistling and looked at Rimuru. Why not? Anyways, Kigali dug her grave. Now she has to lay in it. So their overall plan is for Granbell to serve as a distraction, which Kigali will take advantage of to steal Cronoa away? Asked Luminous. I nodded. That sounds about right. Kigali probably wants to find a way to use Cronoa against us for revenge, and Granbell may have similar reasoning. Either that, or he'll use Cronoa to conquer the West or something. I see. However, that plan may have changed. I assume that Vega will not be returning to Kigali. I shook my head. No, he won't. Perhaps I could have accepted his offer, and had him go play double agent, but what's done is done. There is a slight issue, however, then. Said Luminous. If Vega does not return to Kigali, then she may be suspicious as to where he is. She may consider the possibility that he has betrayed her and alter her plan accordingly. I nodded. Yeah, I already thought of that. My measures may not be enough to completely put Kigali's suspicions to rest, but they will at least work as a stopgap. Oh. And what did you do? Asked Luminous. I killed Vega and... What? I thought you took him as a subordinate. Interrupted Rimuru. I shook my head. Nah, I never said yes to his deal after all. It's his own fault for trying to make a deal with a demon without a contract, to be honest. I hadn't even agreed to anything. Plus, he seems like a crappy subordinate. He would easily betray me the moment someone stronger shows up. The world is vast, I'm not going to be an idiot and just discount the possibility of there being even stronger people out there. Rimuru nodded. So what? You got rid of him then? I nodded. Yup, he shouldn't be showing back up in this world ever again. I personally think you made a wise choice, Felix. Vega is a very untrustworthy person, based on what the clown told us. But that brings the question, what if he was lying? Said Luminous. No need to worry about that. I have a way to tell the truth from lies. Luminous nodded. I expected as much, but I wished for confirmation. It's fine. I responded. So after killing Vega, I asked Lalatina to frame a scene of murder somewhere in the Western nations. That should throw off Kigali a little bit at the very least. Vega and Kigali likely have some other enemies we aren't aware of, so she may see it as an assassination on Vega, but she won't know we were behind it. Luminous nodded, though I did notice her lips twitch at the mention of Lalatina. It seems their rivalry has lasted to this day. How amusing. That plan of yours is feasible. It does rely on a lot of chance, but it is our only option at this point since we are not aware of where Kigali's secret base is. Or at least I am assuming that is the case since you have not mentioned any base yet, Felix. Said Luminous. Sorta. I do know where two of their bases are. It turns out Kigali isn't a complete idiot. Each important member of Cerberus has a base allocated to them. Vega had a base of his own that he was hiding out in, and then there was the main headquarters of Cerberus, which Kigali, Tyr, and Damrata only occasionally visited. I've already told Lalatina to send someone to check those bases out very discreetly. My sensory range was rather massive, but certain barriers were specifically designed to combat sensory skills like magic sense and universal sense. I'm assuming that's what Granbell and Kigali are relying on to hide from anyone's senses. Luminous tapped her finger on the table repeatedly. I see. We could attack their headquarters, but if the information we are looking for is not available, then that would make Kigali even more suspicious. She would likely immediately connect the dots and realize Vega had betrayed her. Her plan would change drastically from there. Your plan of having it discreetly investigated is most likely best, Felix. I nodded. Yeah, it's best if we just set a trap for them. It's safer for us that way, and it's less likely for everything to go completely wrong. Everything might still go off the rails, but there is just a lower chance of it. We're probably being too cautious, but you can never be too careful in this world. There are quite a few potential locations that Kigali may have her base in. For one, there are bunkers all over the Western nations, meant to hide the various rulers, nobles, and then lastly, citizens whenever there is another Tenma war. After so many Tenma wars, all the kingdoms in the West know to expect them every 500 or so years, and so they have prepared for them as best as they can. Luminous lips twitched. Safe. I'm not sure if you are aware, but Cronoa will still be in danger, Felix. I rolled my eyes. Of course, I know that. I smirked. But I now have a solution to our whole Cronoa issue. Rimuru and Luminous both looked at me with interest and curiosity in their eyes. Oh. And what have you come up with? I have been attempting to gather all the items necessary to proceed with the ritual, but some of them are seemingly not where they should be. Said Luminous. It would be very helpful if you have come up with another way to unseal Cronoa. It's possible, right Odin? Affirmative. It is possible to grant the master the spiritual constitution anti-skill. However, similar to with the dragon factors, the master will be forced into a sleep-like state while Odin modifies the master's spiritual body. Nothing like good old spiritual surgery, huh? I reached toward one of the cookies on the table, leaving Rimuru and Luminous in suspense. Well, you know about anti-skill, right? Well, I can replicate the spiritual constitution in myself, I can acquire anti-skill and can use it to easily dismantle the Holy Arkansas. I said as I took a bite of the cookie. Both Rimuru and Luminous looked at me in shock. How? Asked Luminous. Well, I killed Yuki, of course I didn't let his body go to waste. I was able to analyze it, and now I can replicate it with a skill of mine. I, of course, left most of the details out, like Odin and Brahma, but they didn't need to know that. Of course, the moment I gained anti-skill, I knew that I would be using it to unseal Cronoa. Hinata has a lot of discipline heading her way for losing to Laplace. I'm not going to be giving her extra time to prepare. The fact that she isn't even really conscious is irrelevant. And you only wish to share that now? Luminous grit out. I raised a brow at her. Now, don't get too jumpy. I only just gained the ability to recreate anti-skill right before coming here. I see. I suppose I may have overreacted. Luminous said in her typical tsundere fashion. I am simply worried about Cronoa. The sooner she is unsealed and taken care of, the better. She continued. I nodded. It's fine. I can understand your perspective. Luminous gave me a small smile when she heard me. Rimuru coughed lightly, interrupting us. Now, that's great and all, but you two can flirt later. Said Rimuru. I rolled my eyes at him. Yeah, whatever. I can unseal Cronoa whenever, but before we do that, we should come up with some countermeasures in case neither Chloe nor Hinata are in control. You mean if that mysterious ego inside of Cronoa is in control? Asked Luminous. I nodded. Very well. That is likely for the best. Cronoa's aura alone would cause a massive amount of damage to Night Garden, which is damage I would like to avoid if possible. Said Luminous. Yeah, and I have an idea for that exact situation. Luminous looked at me curiously. Oh. And what is this idea of yours? I stood up from my seat and walked towards Luminous. As I did so, I snapped my fingers, placing a barrier around the room to isolate the upcoming conversation. Once I was looming over her, I spoke up. Now, Luminous, I am going to be sharing one of my most valuable secrets, do not go sharing this with anybody. I feel like I have a good measure of who you are as a person, so I can trust you enough not to go around telling others of this secret. Luminous looked up at me with a blush on her face. Why did she have a blush on her face? I seriously don't understand this woman. Luminous took a deep breath and nodded, her blush still on her face. Very well, Felix. I appreciate the trust you have placed in me. Are you going to tell her about that? Asked Rimuru. I nodded at Rimuru. First off, let me tell you the nature of one of my ultimate skills. Before I could continue, Luminous interrupted. Oh, one of your ultimate skills? You have multiple. Luminous' expression was in between that of shock, astonishment, and pride as she looked at me, her blush seemingly deepened. I guess I really am just that hot, huh? You know I'm right, Odin. I nodded with a smirk. Yup, I got multiple. What can I say? I'm just built different. I have multiple ultimate skills too. Said the peanut gallery, meaning Rimuru. You too. Luminous was just flabbergasted. She has an ultimate skill and now knows just how difficult it can be for the normies to get one. She herself only recently got one after thousands of years, and then to hear two newbies to the game got multiple right off the bat, well, safe to say I'd be flabbergasted if I was her too. Odin is broken. I doubt I would have gotten an ultimate skill without a lot more work without Odin. I was self-aware enough to acknowledge that I was just really lucky and thrived in my circumstances. Anyways, back to what I was going to tell you. I took a step back and snapped my fingers, opening portals to various different dimensions around the room, some in the wall, some in the ceiling, the floor, and some were just floating in space, but each dimension was different. Some portals lead to dry wastelands, others to worlds made of water, while the next may take you to a world of ice. Luminous examined all the portals closely before her eyes widened. I may not be a master of spatial manipulation, but from what I am sensing, beyond those portals is an entirely different space-time. Luminous said, a small amount of awe leaking into her voice. I nodded. Yup. I am capable of traveling to other dimensions. This. I don't know what to say, Felix. I hadn't expected for a skill like this to even exist. I do not think you understand the sheer implications of this skill. The insectors would destroy countless civilizations for such a skill, said Luminous as she looked up at me. Yeah, Velzard said they invade other dimensions for resources or something. Luminous nodded. Something like that. They must rely on naturally occurring spatial distortions, which happen once in a blue moon, and even then, the forces they can send are limited. You truly are extraordinary, aren't you, Felix? Thank you for sharing this secret with me. I will not inform anyone else of this. I nodded. Good. Luminous looked back at one of the portals. Have you visited these other dimensions in the past? I nodded. Yeah, I have. How intriguing. I do wonder what lies beyond them, said Luminous. I can take you to another dimension sometime, I offered. I already plan to take Rimuru, Veldora, and Malim with me at some point. I already told Malim about Planeswalker very vaguely. She knows I can travel to other worlds, but she hasn't really brought it up since then, likely respecting my wishes to not talk about it since I hadn't brought it up again. Malim was carrying an understanding like that. I did send us to another dimension to deal with Gaia, but that doesn't really count as a trip to another world. I'll have to take her to an actually fun world sometime. I would enjoy that, Felix, responded Luminous. I was planning to go to another dimension after this whole mess was done. Perhaps I'll take someone with me then. That could be a good time to bring Malim along with me. I snapped my fingers and closed all the portals. In the worst case that I am unable to replicate anti-skill, which is very doubtful, we can always send the Holy Ark into another uninhabited dimension. That way, neither Granbell nor Kigali will be able to get to her. I would rather have Cronoa as close to me as possible. But I see the wisdom in your words, said Luminous. That's just the worst case scenario, and I doubt it will be necessary. In the best case, we can still send the Holy Ark to another empty dimension, and then I can unseal her, and we can go from there. We won't have to worry about any interruptions like Guy or something like that. I was confident in Odin's success. She hasn't failed me before. Luminous nodded. Very well, I will trust your words. So is that all you wanted to share, Felix? I do have some work left to do, and I assume that recreating anti-skill will take some time, asked Rimuru. I looked at him and nodded. Yeah, it should take some time, but not too long. Rimuru nodded. Then I will be heading back. I'm still taking care of the fallout from the attack. I'll try to come up with a plan to deal with Cronoa as well. I nodded. Have fun, I don't envy you. Rimuru sighed dejectedly and teleported back to Tempest. It's funny that among the three of us, Rimuru is the only one who actually works. Luminous and I just throw the work to our subordinates. I went back to my seat and sat down. How will the process of creating anti-skill work, Felix? Asked Luminous. Odin. Odin will need to modify the master's spiritual body, which may take up to 2 days. While you do this, could you also incorporate the dragon factors you were able to analyze? So you can get it all done at once. Affirmative. Great. Then, when I give the order, begin the process. Affirmative. I'll be undergoing forced sleep, similar to what happens after the harvest festival. Luminous nodded. I see. Did you wish for me to protect you while you were undergoing this process? I will be in a very vulnerable state, and I do trust Luminous. She is also more powerful than basically all my subordinates since she acquired an ultimate skill. In this world, quality matters more than quantity. Yeah, sure, it would be nice if you could take care of me while I'm asleep. Luminous nodded. Very well. Not a single hair on your body will be harmed. I promise you this. That's the right attitude. Let me go back to my territory and inform my subordinates that I won't be back for a little while. Who knows what they'll do if I disappear unannounced? Luminous nodded. Very well. I shall prepare a room for you. I nodded and teleported back to my territory. I immediately called for all my subordinates to gather in my office. A moment later, all of them showed up except Lalatina, who was in the middle of completing a mission for me, which is why I connected her to the conversation through our soul corridor, allowing her to participate in it. Thanks for coming. This meeting will be brief. Basically, I'm going to be out for around 2 days, but it may stretch to a few days. Very well, my lord. We shall make sure no harm comes to your territory, said Arcuade. I nodded. Thanks. Did you wish for me to accompany you, Felix-sama? Asked Siko. It is my duty as your first secretary. I tilted my head. Screw it, why not, but just Siko. I do still want some of you to remain here to protect my territory in case the worst happens. Siko pumped her fist. Yes. A bunch of glares were sent in Siko's direction. Are you going to be fighting? Asked an excited Megumin. I shook my head. Nothing like that. I'm going to be undergoing another evolution of sorts. I'll be in an unconscious state during this, so Luminous offered to protect me. It galls me to admit it, but Luminous is powerful, I would know. And she seemed to have only gotten powerful. If you trust her, then I'm confident that she can maintain your safety unless someone like that annoying rogue attacks. Said a pouting Lalatina. I had to project her voice outwards from the sole corridor we shared. I nodded. That's what I thought too. Quality trumps quantity in this world, and Luminous is pretty high up there in quality. I see, it seems that I have not been training nearly enough then, my lord. Said Arcuade. I will endeavor to correct this mistake. The rest of my subordinates nodded along with Arcuade. I shall continue my training with renewed intensity, my lord. Said Sukuna. All right, just don't burn yourself out. You all have a very high amount of potential. I'm sure each of you will be forces to be reckoned with eventually. Do not worry, my lord. We shall reach a satisfactory level of strength before long, and then you can rely on us more. Said Arcuade. I'll be looking forward to it then. I then turned to look at Siko. Let's go. Siko nodded with a happy smile. I snapped my fingers, teleporting us back to Night Garden. Arcuade. She watched as her lord and Siko vanished in a burst of light. It seems she has been lax in her training if her lord did not believe them to be enough to protect his unconscious body, something unforgivable in Arcuade's mind. If they could not serve him, then what was the point of their existence? She knew she was powerful, but she also knew there were others more powerful than her, Guy for one. And it seems Luminous Valentine has recently grown more powerful going by her lord's words. Last she heard from Lalatina, Luminous was very powerful, but her fellow Primordial could keep up with her with pure technique alone. Perhaps Luminous had acquired an ultimate skill then. That was one of the ways that her combat prowess may have increased. An ultimate skill was a game changer from what her lord had described. If her flames were no longer enough, then she would have to develop something new. Perhaps she should acquire an ultimate skill of her own. I'm gonna go back to training. Said Megumin. Arcuade found herself nodding. I as well. Arcuade imagined that Lalatina would also wish to join in once she returned from her mission. Arcuade then turned to look at the rest of her master's subordinates. Each was incredibly powerful and would find themselves undefeated in the demon realm unless one of her kin took an interest in them. Come, if you wish to be more useful to our lord, then it is best if we group up and begin training in earnest. Our lord has made many resources available to us for such an endeavor. She said. Raiden, her lord's personal maid, nodded. She did not speak much, but she was fervent in her loyalty to their shared lord. Arcuade could easily say that any of them would be willing to die for their lord, and so she was willing to help her fellow subordinates get up to par. In her eyes, the more useful subordinates her lord had, the better. Very well. Zijin has been a more than sufficient sparring partner, but you are my seniors in this subject, so I will rely on your wisdom. Said Sukuna. She smiled, hearing him. She liked those who were obedient to her. This demon clearly knew that they had skills they could offer him, and so he showed them the proper amount of respect. Kurumi transformed back into her humanoid form. Very well then. Perhaps a spar with some of you could offer me some more insight as to how to use my summoned beasts more efficiently. Well, let's go then. Said Megumin, seemingly impatient to get to training. Agreed. Let us go to the training dimension our lord created for us. She spoke up. The training dimension her lord had created for his direct subordinates was a masterpiece of magic and skill. It had an increased gravity, the closer one went to the center of the dimension, the higher the gravity. There was always also a raging thunderstorm dominating the skies, a single hit from the lightning strikes was enough to even injure her, a primordial. They had all been making use of the dimension to some extent, but now they would truly begin to use it to its fullest extent. Felix. Siko and I appeared back in the lounge of Luminous Palace. My gaze drifted to Siko, who just seemed to be happy to be with me. She was adorable. She was wearing her standard purple suit, which emphasized her bust and made her look very professional. The look suited her. When I'm asleep, listen to Luminous, though within reasonable bounds. If you don't want to do something I can cover for you. In the end, you're mine and not hers. Siko blushed. Ah. You called me yours. Hee hee. While Siko was in La La Land, I expanded my senses to figure out where Luminous was. Once I found her, I grabbed Siko by the shoulders. Come on. I said as I pulled her along. I navigated through Luminous Palace and eventually made my way towards the room I sensed Luminous in. I sensed quite a few extra barriers and wards were placed around it, a ward that warned Luminous of trespassing, a barrier that prevented anyone from passing through. She set up the whole works. Right as I appeared, the door to the room opened, and out came Luminous. "I have had the room prepared for you, Felix," said Luminous. "Give Gunther my thanks." Luminous nodded. She then looked to Seiko. "You brought one of your subordinates." I nodded. "Seiko wanted to come, and it couldn't hurt having someone extra around to protect me while you were busy." Luminous coughed lightly. "Right, when I'm busy." "Very well then, I am Luminous Valentine. I had spotted you a few times, but I have never had the pleasure of speaking with you." Luminous introduced herself. Seiko was finally out of La La Land. "Greetings, Lady Luminous. I am Seiko. Felix Sama's first secretary." "Era. First secretary? Then she must be quite close to you then, Felix." I nodded. "Yeah, Seiko is the first subordinate I acquired. She's been with me since almost right after I was summoned." The smile on Luminous' face twitched slightly as she heard him. It appeared a bit strained, yet she pushed on nonetheless. "I see. I think we will be getting along, Seiko." Seiko nodded. "Yes, I think so too." "Well, you guys can get along while I'm sleeping then," I said as I walked through the door. I looked down at the bed. It was a king-sized bed, much too big for a single person. But I'm used to living in luxury at this point. I took a seat on the bed and looked at Seiko and Luminous, who had entered behind me. "Right, well, I'll leave my protection to you too." Luminous nodded. "Do not worry, Felix. I'm not, I trust you," I said with a smile. A blush appeared on Luminous' face. "Oh, of course. You would be a fool to believe that I would allow anything to happen to you." "Haha, watch what you're saying, or I may take it the wrong way, Luminous." "The wrong way. Do not worry, Felix-sama. I shall not allow anyone to harm you," said Seiko. I nodded. "Right." I laid down on the bed and closed my eyes. "Now Odin." Affirmative. I felt myself falling unconscious and did not resist. Notice. Deactivating Saturnal, Lord of Wrath in order to begin spiritual surgery. Chapter 134, Chapter 64, Training Arc. Lalatina. She cheerfully made her way to the main plaza in the capital city of the Kingdom of Ingracia. Ingracia was a fairly impressive kingdom. Lalatina could see why it was considered the most technologically advanced kingdom in the Western nations before her master's kingdom began taking off, as well as that of Lord Rimuru's. To be honest, her master didn't seem to care too much about kingdom building, as he put it. He simply copied what his friend, Lord Rimuru, was doing while also adding some ideas here and there. While Lord Rimuru's goal was to create a peaceful and happy kingdom, her master didn't care for all that. He was satisfied if his people got to live good lives, and that was it. He didn't care to technologically advance the world or anything like that, though Azeroth was an incredibly advanced kingdom. It was tied with Tempest on that front, though that was due to Lord Rimuru's assistance. Her master had admitted as such. The various farming techniques her master knew about had revolutionized farming in Azeroth, and then there were his various ideas and methods to train up the military into not complete wastes of space. All in all, her master's territory was doing wonderfully, and she was having the time of her life serving her master. She made her way to a bench she spotted in the distance and began using the battle wool art, Haze, over herself, hiding herself from view. Haze was an art her master taught to her and the rest of his direct subordinates. The inferior version was Form Hide, where the user dilutes their presence and obstructs others' ability to recognize them. Haze is the perfected version of Form Hide. It offers almost unparalleled levels of concealment. She never bothered learning such a thing in the past as she never needed to. The user rids themselves of all sound. Once that is done, they erase their scent and mask their temperature. Then, the user erases their spirit and aura. At the final stage, the user is in a state in which even magicules pass straight through the user's body undisturbed, concealing them not only from the naked eye but also from sensory-type skills, including universal sense. Once she was in front of the bench, Lalatina extracted the body her master had given her from her spatial storage and began setting the scene as her master called it. It was quite impressive how her master managed to create a lifelike body such as this. She knew he had created it since he did it in front of her, but the fact that even she was not capable of telling it apart from a normal body was astounding. Her master truly was the best. Once Vega was in position, out of sheer amusement, she wrote a suicide note and tucked it into his pocket. From what she understood, her master already knew that Vega's death would not be seen as a coincidence from Kigali. No, it would be too convenient that way. That's why Lalatina decided to completely go off the ropes on this one. Kigali or whoever sent Vega wouldn't attribute such a sloppy assassination to her master. He was a true demon lord. His methods would not be so incredibly sloppy. Her master had described Kigali to her, and from what she understood, Kigali was a planner who had a much too high opinion of herself. She would overthink the entire situation and end up with a completely wrong answer. She would likely see it as Vega pissed someone off, and so he died for it, the sloppy suicide note just a method of covering the killer's tracks. This method wouldn't be perfect, but it would at least throw off whoever was in charge of Vega, if it weren't Kigali. She began whistling as she took out a handgun from her holster. She didn't normally use these. Megumin was the one that enjoyed guns the most, but they were enjoyable to use for fun missions such as this one. Her personal handgun was one modeled after the one her master had given Glenda, but it was packing much more firepower. It was at the legend grade and also had various attachments that would help her in her covert missions, such as a suppressor that even applied with Magicule bullets. She stood behind the replica body of Vega and shot it in the back of the head with a Magicule bullet. The moment the shot went off, the people around her began panicking. There was nothing a suppressor could do if someone witnessed the kill in front of them, and in this case, she used some gentle wind magic to push the body over, causing it to collapse in front of the bench and begin leaking blood all over the floor. Perfect. A suicide note in his pocket and a bullet hole in the back of the head. She snapped her fingers, getting rid of the Magicule residue her bullet had left, and then casually began strolling away from the scene of the crime, even as the guards ran past her to deal with the disturbance. She had done the job her master ordered her to. All was right in the world. Luminous Valentine. She watched alongside Felix's only subordinate as Felix fell asleep. He looked so calm now, so innocent, so. It was hard to believe that this was the same man that would tease her any chance he got. But well, at least she now knew why he did it. It's hard being so irresistible. Poor Felix didn't stand a chance. She thought with a faint smile as she looked at the sleeping demon. Yet, as she looked at him, she began to think, and she was beginning to realize that Felix was far more mysterious than she could have imagined. First off, she had no clue as to how Felix would be granting himself anti-skill. Even in all her years, she had never heard of a method to modify one's own spiritual body without a massive amount of risk and a high chance of death. It would be one thing if he had asked her for help, but he hadn't. Modifying one's spiritual body was no easy feat, after all. She might even say it was impossible. The only person she could think of who could possibly do such a thing would be her father. Twilight Valentine may have been a madman, but no one could deny his genius. Even she was his creation, after all, his perfect creation. It was something that caused some of her siblings to harbor jealousy. But she trusted Felix and knew he would not risk himself to acquire anti-skill. He must be confident in his safety. He did not seem like one to risk his very life for something like anti-skill, even if it would help solve one of her biggest issues. The only risk here should theoretically just be falling unconscious and being vulnerable to attacks. Unless Felix was trying to impress her and was willing to take a risk to his life for such a thing. She felt her hands clench as she considered the fact that Felix could be in real danger now. He was the type of fool to do such a thing, after all. Her eyes wandered over his handsome sleeping face, his chiseled chest, and then lower down his body. Luminous blushed and turned away once she realized where she was looking. Damn Lalatina. It was because of that damn picture Lalatina had given her that she had toyed with herself while imagining Felix doing unspeakable things to her. Ah. I see, I see. Luminous turned to Felix's so-called secretary, who was nodding with an understanding look on her face. What? She asked. It seems you are interested in Felix-sama as well. Do not attempt to hide it. I saw where your eyes were wandering and that look of concern on your face, said Siko. She blushed after being called out by Felix's subordinate. It's nothing like that, she argued, but Felix's subordinate seemed to treat her words as air, completely unimportant. Do not worry. I will not judge you for your affection for Felix-sama. In fact, I can only applaud you for having the correct taste, said Siko with a proud smile. I see. Hee, if you'd like, I can share many things about Felix-sama with you, declared Siko. Now, she was interested. Felix had said that Siko was his first subordinate, so surely she had some embarrassing stories she could hold over Felix's head later. Right. She was definitely not interested because she wanted to know more about Felix in general. No, she was not. This was all purely teasing material for the future. Her mind then wandered back to when Felix had approached her during their discussion earlier. When he had loomed over her, close enough for her to bask in his scent. His smell, combined with his presence, was enough to make her panties wet. She had even felt some of her juices begin to leak down her thighs, which excited her even more at the possibility of Felix noticing it. That only made it harder for her to stay still while they were talking. Once Felix and Rimura left, she had to change them. When she took a look at her panties, she found that they were completely drenched through. She did not think that she was that into playing the submissive role, but she was well aware that she had ended up finding pleasure in pain. She had to in order to enjoy rubbing herself against the holy arc that burned her very skin off. However, she hadn't felt anything similar ever before, only Felix managed to bring that reaction out of her for some reason, and she was not quite sure why. He had even said he trusted her back then, and she now truly believed it after Felix showed her such a, frankly broken ability. Traveling to different dimensions had so much utility. One could travel to other worlds and recruit from there freely. Some other world may even be similar to the Cardinal World, where Felix could acquire unique equipment, and other gear, not to mention if things ever get bad, then Felix can just flee to another dimension. Such an ability was not lightly shared. She could feel her heart skip a beat when she considered the fact that Felix had such trust in her. She thought back to every moment she had interacted with him. Their first meeting, where he outed her identity out of pettiness yet still provided her a full potion due to not wanting her to suffer too much. That full potion would later be the reason she was able to save Hinata's life. Then, her meeting with him shortly after, where he told her about Hinata's misadventures. During this time, he also teased her, much to her annoyance in the past, but now she could only look back at those times with fondness. Their next meeting was not even a meeting, really. They had just spotted each other at the festival, and for once, Felix seemingly respected her desires and did not out her to everyone. The next time they met was, when Hinata was sent to the past. Felix had attempted to comfort her and had even told her about Hinata surviving, likely out of concern for her since, at that point, he would not have known about her involvement with Cronoa in the past. Their meeting was fairly enjoyable. Despite the circumstances, Felix would keep cracking jokes, and Rimuru would rebuke him. It was during that time that she began seeing him and Rimuru as friends. Felix may have been an annoyance, but sometimes, annoyances grow on you like a fungus that refuses to leave. He had even gifted her Laplace, even if Felix was technically the one who defeated Laplace, which she appreciated. She got to work off some of her anger and experiment with Asmodeus, though now she just left him in an artificially induced coma in her dungeons. And then, Lalatina showed up and stroked the embers of her desires with her detailed commentary and that image of Felix. She would be the first to admit that she was a very horny vampire, but she was easily capable of suppressing her desires and dealing with them herself should she desire to do so. Then their further meetings, the date between them, the discussions the two of them had, the planning, all of it was enjoyable for Luminous. Perhaps she had been interested in Felix from the start and was simply denying her desires. It was possible. Felix was conventionally attractive, he was caring to those he saw as close, he was powerful, a trait every woman in this world looked for in a man, and he was likable, even despite his tendency to tease her. He also respected her power, even if she would grudgingly admit he was likely more powerful than her. He did not hold his power over her head and look down on her for it. He respected her and looked at her as a fellow peer. In fact, he had even urged her to grow more powerful, seemingly out of worry for her, which was adorable. She had heeded his words and developed several new techniques that would leave her former self in the dust. He was not put off by her pride either. In fact, he seemed to be almost amused when she would act prideful with him. Normally, that would insult her, but with Felix, she just didn't. Not to mention the backstory Hinata and Chloe gave about him. Hinata made him out to be a prankster but someone with a good, caring heart underneath it all. He had even taken Hinata under his wing and attempted to turn her into a heroine that would be feared by all and even seemingly blessed her, something that was not done lightly. She could admit he fit her type of man, except for his excessive teasing. Other than that, he was practically perfect. She had been quite hesitant to get into romance. Her father left a bad taste in her mouth when it came to that. The entire reason she purged him was due to his desire to breed her, to create an even more perfect creation, something that soured her from romance for a very long time. The only time after that she grew to genuinely care for anyone else in a romantic sense was Cronoa, and now it was Felix. Perhaps they were just spiritually compatible as well. Spiritual beings like them looked at love differently, rather than the fleeting romance that it was for mortals. Love for spiritual lifeforms was just as much spiritual as it was physical and psychological. Sometimes, one simply meets someone that matches with them well and finds themselves growing closer to them over time. Oh, she was in trouble, wasn't she? She felt her cheeks flush and her heart start pounding as she considered the possibility that she had grown to truly love Felix. It didn't hurt that, by extension, she would be able to grow closer to Hinata, but as she was recently finding, Hinata and Chloe weren't the subject of her main desire any longer. Sure, they were still there, but she felt that as long as she had Felix, she would move past them. She still looked at them like her beloved friends and would always admire the frankly attractive bodies they both held. But there were not many in this world that would be willing to treat her casually, like friends. Cronoa was the first to do such a thing, and now that she was looking back on it, perhaps she was desperate for someone and had latched on. That someone did not need to be Cronoa. In the absence of Cronoa, it seems Felix had filled that role. She felt her core slicken as she imagined herself lying with Felix. Something about Felix White turned her on, and it was infuriating but also immensely arousing. Then her mind shifted to when they had gone on that date together. She was truly enjoying her time with Felix back then, and was even eager for more if that idiot Serre had not interrupted him. She could see herself being completely fine and even happy with just sitting in her lounge and talking the day away. She genuinely enjoyed spending time with Felix despite his insistent teasing of her. Even that had its own charm and made for an interesting dynamic between them. Ah, she truly was in danger, wasn't she? Perhaps she should take Siko's offer then. Very well then. I find your terms acceptable. She responded to Siko's earlier question. All right then. But it will cost you. Siko said. She raised a brow. Oh. And what will it cost me? Siko nodded with a determined expression. I wish to use your kitchen. I want to surprise Felix-sama with an amazing meal when he wakes up. Luminous expression softened hearing that. She could respect Siko's desire to make Felix happy with a good homely meal. Very well then. I will have Gunther guide you to the kitchen later. In fact, even I had a passion for cooking in the past, perhaps I will also prepare a meal for Felix. He can enjoy both of our hard work. Now that she had confronted and accepted her feelings, she felt the desire to enjoy the simple things with Felix. Going out, cooking for him, talking with him, and just enjoying each other's company sounded wonderful to Luminous. Hee hee. I won't lose to you, Lady Luminous, said Siko. Fufufu, we shall see. Hobbies in this day and age must be cherished. As an immortal life form, having something one truly enjoys is a blessing on its own. And you may just call me Luminous. Siko nodded. Yes, Luminous. Now, I wish to hear these stories. Sakio nodded. Got it. She gestured to Siko to take a seat on one of the couches in the room. Once they were seated, Luminous found her gaze wandering to Felix. One thing she did notice was that as Felix fell unconscious, the aura he emitted weakened in its intensity. It was still monstrous, far above her own by multiple times, but it was not quite as powerful as it normally was. Perhaps he had some ability to increase his combat power, and he simply deactivated it in order to grant himself anti-skill. That would be another incredibly powerful skill in Felix's arsenal. She gazed longingly towards Felix, hoping that he made it out of this spiritual surgery of his completely okay. She reluctantly shifted her gaze from Felix to Siko. Now start from the beginning. She told Siko. Raiden. Raiden felt the pressure of gravity push her down far more than she was ever used to. She had used the gravity training rooms her master had created, but she had never pushed herself as she had recently begun to do. She could feel her body growing stronger over time as she grew used to the gravitational pressure. It was not much, but progress was progress. Ever since her master had left his protection to Lady Luminous, she had felt disappointed in herself. What was the purpose of a maid if she was unable to serve? If she was not powerful enough to protect her master, then she would simply have to become powerful enough. Recently, she had been training with the three strongest subordinates her lord had, Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina. Each of them had much more combat experience than her, and they were willing to spar with her from time to time and exploit her weaknesses. After that, she would work on neutralizing those weaknesses. It was a rinse-and-repeat process. Now, she was facing one of the strongest beings she knew. Midray stood across from her, his stance casual. Ho ho ho, I was surprised to receive your message, Raiden, said Midray. Midray was perhaps the strongest draconic being she knew, barring Lady Malim and the true dragons. The man was a beast in combat and had spent over 2,000 years honing his martial arts and abilities. It's thanks to that dedication that even Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina recognized him and stated that as they weren't sure if they could pull off a victory against him. Her master had mentioned that Midray had divinity as well, allowing his attacks to affect even those with ultimate skills. Her master had said he had an EP of approximately 2,500,000, higher than even Megumin. I wish to grow stronger to be more useful to my master, she calmly stated. Midray nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Very well. Your drive is acceptable. Lady Malim has approved my short visit to Lord Felix's territory. Let us not waste any more time. Come, let us begin your cultivation. This training room is truly ingenious. I can already see how such a thing could help train young dragons and dragonutes. She nodded and began using her extra skill, all-seeing eye, which caused her vision to sharpen and expand. She could see much farther than she normally would be capable of, and her field of view extended a full 360 degrees around herself. When combined with her thought acceleration and magic sense, it made for a fearsome combination. That was not enough to take on Midray, however. In a blink, Midray was in front of her, his fist drawn back and glowing with his fighting spirit. His punch alone had shattered the sound barrier, a shockwave echoing throughout the dimension. Raiden had barely reacted in time, likely due to Midray still holding back, she suspected. She instantly began using partial dragonification, something she had been practicing. Azure-colored scales quickly sprouted over her arm, forming a gauntlet. She managed to block Midray's punch, but the impact sent cracked spider webbing through her scales. Pain shot up her arm, but she gritted her teeth and channeled blue lightning through her arm, causing Midray to wince slightly and jump back. "That's some fierce lightning you got there, girl," Midray complimented, his voice a mix of amusement and approval, even as he ignored the rapidly rising temperature. She nodded, appreciating the praise but not letting it distract her. She quickly spewed a lightning breath towards Midray in the hopes of stalling for a few extra moments. Midray casually slapped away her lightning, but that was more than enough time for her to prepare her next move. In the sky above them, massive thunderclouds were gathering. Her master had linked the dimension to the real world in such a way that there was weather to be manipulated. Midray, seemingly sensing the possible danger, quickly began absorbing the surrounding magicules, entering a battle state of sorts. His scales turned black, his muscles bulged, and his overall size had increased. Raiden could sense the sheer amount of danger Midray now radiated. "Ha ha ha, good, good. Show me more of your power, Raiden," he roared. The moment after Midray spoke, a colossal bolt of white lightning was discharged from the sky. The lightning bolt rapidly heated the surrounding air to temperatures surpassing 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it was aimed solely at Midray. According to her master, this strike held enough power to outdo even the greatest of nuclear explosions, whatever that was. Her wings quickly unfurled behind her, and she quickly soared into the skies, fighting the increased gravity to get out of range of her own attack. She was not immune to such an explosive amount of lightning. The lightning bolt struck Midray, creating a massive explosion that shook the training room and generated a shockwave that would easily destroy a city, while causing massive damage to the infrastructure of a kingdom. This was something that even the greatest of kingdoms in the Western nations, like Farmena's, would be incapable of completely recovering from, if they ever recovered. Raiden hovered above, her breath held as the dust began to clear. The temperature alone couldn't harm her. Her heart sank when she saw Midray, nearly unscathed, his silhouette emerging from the smoke. Ho ho ho, that was a good one. If it weren't for my dragon body, it would have been tough to survive. How? She found herself asking, her voice barely above a whisper. Midray's sharp hearing caught her words despite the distance between them. Dragon body reinforces my body to extreme levels, increasing both my attack and defensive power while also granting me a very powerful healing factor, which I used to survive that attack of yours. Midray kindly explained, his tone almost like that of a patient teacher. That sounded somewhat similar to her intrinsic skill, Dragon Scales, which she had used earlier. How do you acquire it? She asked, with curiosity and determination in her eyes. If she could gain a power like it, then she would be able to protect her master from those far beneath him. She was not arrogant enough to believe that her master needed her protection, but at the very least she wished to be capable of dealing with those that dared stand against him, so he would not have to get his own hands dirty. He was far above things like that. Midray shrugged his shoulders, a confident smile on his face. Through hard work and willpower. She nodded, her expression lighting up with resolve. That's a good look on you, girlie. Now come. Let us push beyond our limits. She held a hand out to her cleavage. With a focused gesture, Raiden summoned her Tachi, the blade materializing from within her cleavage with white lightning crackling along its edges. Her master said that drawing her blade from her cleavage was a must, and so she followed his words. Midray looked on in interest, clearly impressed. My, it seems Lord Felix is spoiling you. A legend-grade blade, huh? Raiden nodded, a somewhat smug expression on her face. My master is the best. She infused her Tachi with more lightning, as she surrounded herself in a cloak of lightning, enhancing her speed and strength. Her entire body shimmered with azure scales as she activated Dragon Scales to its fullest, boosting her defense to the maximum. In an instant, she appeared behind Midray, causing multiple sonic booms which displaced the landscape even more. She unleashed a flurry of quick jabs, each of her strikes coated with lightning. The idea was to overwhelm him with sheer speed and power, but Midray's dragon body easily withstand the assault. In order to get through to him, she would need stronger lightning and more power. You'll need more than that to get through to me, young lady. Midray's voice was calm, almost teasing, as he vanished and reappeared behind her. Before she could react, his powerful kick sent her crashing into a mountain over 50 kilometers away in an instant, a mountain that her master had erected. Oof! She cried out as she crashed through the mountain. Why use a weapon when our body is already a weapon of its own? Midray's voice echoed in her mind, his nonchalance infuriating. She thought herself strong, her EP was over 1 million, yet she was still being toyed with. That showed her that no matter what, there was always a bigger fish, unless one was her master, of course. She inwardly scolded herself for becoming arrogant without even realizing it. Good. Midray's voice rang out. I can see a change has occurred within you. There is always a way to grow stronger, and there is always a way to reach the next peak. I myself have been chasing after Lady Malim's back for over 2,000 years. So come. Show me your determination, young hatchling. She flared her dragon's haki around her, destroying the rubble that was keeping her in. With a powerful flap of her wings, she burst through the top of the mountain. Her tachi crackled with renewed intensity as she mixed her lightning with her dragon's haki, the blade glowing brighter than the sun. She focused all of her energy into her next attack. Heaven's Wrath. She roared, swinging her blade down towards where she sensed Midray. Her tachi released an arc of focused lightning and haki, powerful enough to burn even a saint to a crisp should her attack reach them. The attack obliterated the mountain under her and was heading straight for Midray, who stood with his palm outstretched. Raiden watched, shell-shocked, as Midray's palm began glowing in a soft, luminescent light. He repelled one of her strongest attacks to date with a casual grace, the force of Heaven's Wrath dissipating against his hand, leaving Midray unharmed. All of this occurred within a fraction of a second. Midray calmly flew up to her with his hands behind his back. That was good, very creative as well. I had to resort to using my divinity to disrupt your attack. Did you just come up with it? Still in shock, she managed to nod. Good. Midray said with a satisfied nod. That demonstrates quick thinking. Now I have seen enough. Come, I will teach you the Drago Fist style developed by Lady Malim herself. It is a martial art style, but it can also be applied to your swordsmanship. Her eyes widened in excitement. Thank you, Sir Midray. Think nothing of it. When I see one so young, someone so full of life, striving for higher heights, then who am I to stop them? Ho ho ho. You already have good control over your energy, which is good. After all, what use is raw power when one can't use it? Now, I will begin teaching you how to use your own body as a weapon. Using fighting spirit, one can reinforce one's body to the extent that one's body alone is equivalent to God-grade equipment. Midray explained. She nodded, a determined expression on her face. She would not fail her master now. Megumin. Megumin held her katana firmly in front of her, the blade shimmering with raw energy as it blocked Arcuade's whip of flame. Sparks flew as the solidified flame cracked against her weapon, but Megumin stood her ground, eyes locked on her opponent. You'll need to do more than that to get to me, Arcuade. Megumin taunted with playful confidence. Fufufu, of course, I am aware of such a thing. If one of my kin was taken out by such an attack, I would feel embarrassed. Arcuade replied with a smirk as she sauntered towards her. Megumin's grip tightened on her katana. She and Arcuade had trained relentlessly ever since their lord had left them behind, choosing to rely on Demon Lord Luminous for protection. Of course, they did not blame him for such a thing. Rather, they focused their anger at themselves. They used that anger and disappointment to further their training. They were primordials, yes, but that didn't mean they couldn't evolve further. Their race had no fixed limits, and Guy Crimson was proof that even the strongest could still reach higher peaks. And their lord, once a mere lesser demon, now towered over even them. Her body was currently undergoing its own evolution, transforming into the legendary metal High Hierocane, which would drastically increase her strength once it fully manifested. Just as she prepared to strike again, both Megumin and Arcuade paused. The air around them shifted, the very dimension trembling under the force of a distant battle. Both of them turned to look in the direction their lord's maid had gone with Midray. It seems their fight is getting exciting, she said, her voice tinted with excitement. Midray was a powerful being that even she respected. His mastery over martial arts was something to be admired, and he had continuously been honing his abilities for thousands of years. In fact, Midray was a man that Megumin could see as an equal. But now was not the time to get distracted. Arcuade turned to her with a smirk. Come, we will not be overshadowed by those two. An excited grin lit up her face as she charged Arcuade, her katana lighting up with fighting spirit. Ha-iya. She cried out, her voice ringing through the air as her katana met Arcuade's whip with a metallic clang. Arcuade's whip was currently extended out and being reinforced by her fighting spirit, making it as solid and sturdy as her own katana. Arcuade's whip was, of course, no normal whip. It was a god-grade weapon made by their lord and was also capable of masterfully channeling Arcuade's freezing white flame. With a quick motion, Megumin reached for the holster at her side, pulling out the pistol her lord had crafted for her. It had become her signature style, katana in one hand, pistol in the other. Without hesitation, she fired a condensed magicule bullet straight at Arcuade. But Arcuade was faster, tilting her head just enough for the bullet to miss and obliterate a mountain in the distance, destroying it to nothing more than rubble. Fufufu, you will need to try harder, Megumin. Arcuade laughed, her mocking voice grating against Megumin's pride. Glaring at her, Megumin vanished in a blur of movement, reappearing a few feet behind Arcuade with her pistol raised. Fine. You want me to try harder? Then here's harder. She pulled the trigger, releasing a magicule bullet that carried 10% of her total capacity. The sheer force of the bullet caused the air around them to crackle with power, and even Arcuade's eyes widened at the sight. In response, Arcuade snapped her fingers, summoning layer after layer of barriers in front of her. But it wasn't enough. The bullet tore through each of the barriers like paper, heading straight for Arcuade. At the last moment, Arcuade activated a dimension fault, the protective art their lord had developed. The bullet hit the fault and dissipated harmlessly into nothingness. No fair. She groaned out, frustrated that her awesome attack had been neutralized. She sheathed the katana her lord had crafted for her, and Arcuade similarly stored her whip away in her spatial storage. Now that was a productive spar. Arcuade remarked with a satisfied smile. Megumin grinned. Hee, yup. At this point, her magicule capacity was pretty exhausted. When one completely exhausted their magicule capacity, it tended to grow slightly larger once it refilled. It was a very slow process, but it was effective. The technique our lord had provided us to recycle our energy has come to be quite useful. Arcuade said with a proud glint in her eyes. Yup, when using it, I can reuse at least 30% of my energy, and I'm sure that will increase more as I get better at the art. She responded. Arcuade nodded. Indeed, while I wish to continue training, I do still have the duty assigned to me by our lord to manage this territory. Megumin nodded and did not keep Arcuade held up further. Once Arcuade left, Megumin remained behind, her mind shifting gears. She spent the next couple of hours practicing her katas, each movement sharp and precise, waiting for her magicule capacity to regenerate enough to continue training at full strength. Her muscles moved instinctively, her form honed by endless repetition, but her thoughts wandered to the next challenge. Now, who should I train with now? She asked with some excitement. Perhaps she would go see if Ingvild also wished to train. Her lord did not push Ingvild much due to her innocent nature, and Megumin would obey his wishes on that front. But that did not mean that Megumin could not ask if Ingvild wished to train. If Ingvild agreed, then that would be on her own initiative, and despite Ingvild's pacifist nature, she was still a demon duke. But she would do that later since a different idea appeared in her mind, one that became more and more appealing as time went on. Hey, that lion is pretty weak. Megumin muttered with a mischievous smile. He should get stronger to be more useful to Lord Felix as well. With her destination set, she activated spatial motion, disappearing from the training dimension and appearing in the Beast Kingdom Eurasania. She concealed herself completely using haze, spread her demonic wings, and took to the skies. She made her way towards where she sensed Carrion. Her lord had ordered Carrion to begin giving combat lessons regularly, so as to give the lower-level civilians a chance to rise up in the hierarchy, something Carrion had no issues with, the beastman that he was. It didn't take her long to appear in the Colosseum Carrion's people used. They were a beastly race, and nothing was more exciting to them than fighting. Carrion was able to make some profit off his training lessons while also getting to beat his minions up. He likely couldn't be happier. As she was floating above the Colosseum, Megumin looked down at the arena below. The stands were completely filled with beastmen from all classes. There were some clearly well-off beastmen and then those in rags. All of them watched in the same seats as their leader beat the shit out of everyone. Carrion was currently in a 1 versus 10 situation and was single-handedly destroying his opposition. He had not even had to use his intrinsic skill, stylize, let alone his unique skill that her lord told her about. A unique skill that allowed him to transform into a chimera of beasts, a being that encompassed all beast types, a useful skill for one such as Carrion. And a rightful skill for one who called himself the king of beastmen. She noticed one of Carrion's elite subordinates was one of Carrion's opponents. His name was Phony. Pony. Froyo. Keyfob. Foe something, but Megumin didn't care to remember his name, he was weak after all. Watching Carrion toss his subordinates around like ragdolls quickly lost its charm. Growing bored, she made her decision. With a smirk, she dived down from the sky, crashing into the arena with such force that a cloud of dust exploded outward, obscuring everything around her and leaving a crater in her wake. "My lord!" yelled one of the fodder. The dust was forcibly cleared using wind magic. Much to her amusement, Megumin noticed she was surrounded. She took a good look around her, her eyes glinting with amusement at the fact that these beastmen thought they would be able to do her in with what they had. "Stand down everyone!" Carrion's commanding voice rang out. Hearing their lord's order, all the beastmen lowered their weapons as Carrion approached her. "Miss Megumin, what brings you to my territory?" Carrion asked, respect lacing his tone, but his stance showed he was wary. "You are to be my newest my newest sparring partner. All of our lord's subordinates have gotten into a training frenzy. We wish to grow more powerful to be more helpful to our lord. You are not being left out of it." Megumin all but ordered. Hold up. You were about to say punching bag, weren't you?" Carrion argued. Megumin looked to the side. "I don't know what you are talking about. Now come. Enough lollygagging, let us go surpass our limits. What did Lord Felix call it again? Plus ultra or something?" Carrion looked at her dryly. "That was the best you could come up with." She glared at him. "Shut up. Our lord had said it before, but it sounded much better coming from him." Carrion sighed. Is this what they mean when they say someone has rose-tinted glasses? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Fine, let's go. Carrion turned to look at Fork, or whatever his name was. Phobio, you and Albise will be in charge while I am out. Make sure everything runs smoothly. Ah, Phobio was his name. Whatever, Megumin would probably forget it again. Phobio nodded with a determined expression on his face. Yes. Seeing Carrion was done, Megumin appeared behind Carrion and grabbed his shoulder. She noticed Carrion stiffen up the moment he felt her grip, but he quickly calmed down once he realized it was her. Geez, I didn't even see you move. You could have taken my head off and I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Carrion whispered, seemingly trying to keep his reputation with his people intact. Haha, well, you are weak after all. If someone like you could sense me, then I wouldn't be the primordial of yellow. She announced before they were engulfed in a flash of white. Phobio. I think we misheard, right? One of his subordinates muttered fearfully. He looked at the men. He was a fox beastman and was one of his most elite subordinates. He even had the potential to one day match him, one of Lord Carrion's top subordinates. And no. I heard that, too. Another one muttered. Even he could admit to himself that he was terrified. He hadn't known that Demon Lord Felix had one of those monsters under him. Sir Phobio. Aye, is it true? Another one fearfully asked. He nodded solemnly. Lord Carrion did not seem surprised by the powerful woman's announcement, so it must have been true. He tried his best to keep his face straight, but he knew he was failing. Then Demon Lord F. Felix White has one of them. A primordial. Phobio heard a loud thud next to him. He looked to the side and sighed. The beastman fainted. He could not handle the fact that he was in the presence of John. She wasn't even leaking her aura out. Just her existence alone was enough to terrify others into unconsciousness. He heard a couple more thuds and groaned. He had a lot of work to do. He looked at the audience that was watching and simply closed his eyes in resignation once he saw that almost all of them were out cold. Sometimes, he hated his job. Did that primordial seriously have to announce her identity out loud? Guy Crimson. Guy sat on his throne and contemplated everything he had recently found out. Veldora got an ultimate skill, which was a surprise, though not a massive one. Veldora was a true dragon, after all. All he needed to do was mature, and it seemed that the slime, Rimuru, was the missing piece. Velzard was busy reading the book that Felix gave her, so Guy let her be. It wasn't often that something or someone gained Velzard's interest. Then there was the fact that Felix admitted that he had evolved his ultimate skill into a new ultimate skill. Uriel, Lord of Vows, had become something else, a brand new ultimate skill that his Lucifer was unable to get a read on. The biggest surprise of all was the fact that Felix had manifested Uriel at all. He had never heard of an angelic skill, let alone a virtue series skill manifesting in someone with demonic alignment like Felix. Such a thing was unheard of. Not to mention, Uriel was a special skill on its own. Veldanava hadn't told him explicitly, but he had implied that Uriel somehow assisted him with creating all his other powers. Guy's thoughts began to wander. He knew that if one of the users of an angelic series skill died, the skill would go back into the cycle of reincarnation to find a new user. What he did not know was if the ultimate skill still carried traces of their former users. If so, that would explain how Felix had grown to the heights he had in such a seemingly short time. He had the taint of Rudra and Veldanava on him in that case. Though something similar could be said about all users of the angelic skills, since Veldanava, at one point, had carried all of them. It was just a theory, but one that seemed to become more and more plausible as time went on. Ultimate skills were something even he did not completely understand, but life would be boring if he knew everything. Felix was just getting more and more fun, and Guy was eager to observe. Chapter 135, Chapter 65, Dragon Factors. Felix. I woke up with a groan. I felt the soft squishiness of a mattress underneath me. A moment later, I recalled what exactly I was doing. I lifted my head up slightly and took a look around the room. I saw empty bottles of magic black rice amazake, traditional Japanese sake, black rice refined sake, and many other products, all of which had increasingly higher alcohol content. It wasn't simple to get all this alcohol. Money alone wouldn't allow one to buy this, no, you needed status. It was something that my territory exclusively produced and was sold in limited quantities in order to up its value. Seriously luminous. While I was out undergoing spiritual surgery, you went and got drunk. For shame. Odin. Notice. The anti-skill spiritual constitution has been granted to the master. I didn't even really need Odin to confirm that. I could feel that my spiritual body had undergone a massive change. The anti-skill attribute was imbued within me now. And just like that, I have anti-skill. That was almost a little too easy, thanks, Odin. I voiced out loud. Odin was simply doing its duty in making the master as safe as possible. Just accept the thanks, you overachiever. Affirmative. Appreciation. I laid my head back down on the pillow behind me. What about the dragon factors? I didn't even really need to ask Odin about if that was successful. I could feel the sheer power emanating from the depths of my being. My physical body alone was multiple times more powerful than before, and that was saying something, as before I could easily break the sound barrier multiple times over, just by running with my physical body's strength alone. To have multiple times more power than that. It was a lot, that's for sure. Then there was the fact I could feel 2 new abilities deep within me, just waiting to be called upon. Notice. The Master is now in possession of the Frost Dragon factor, the Storm Dragon factor, and the Star King Dragon factor. I felt a smirk forming on my face as Odin confirmed what I already knew. He. My laugh started out slow and quiet. The sheer accomplishment and doing something never before done, thanks to Odin, was flooding my being. Everything went perfectly. This world was literally my oyster now with the amount of power I felt within myself. Zahaha. I'm even more overpowered, baby. I declared to the heavens. I seriously just got power up after power up, first Brahma, and now this. I'm excited to have my next spar against Malim. This time, I'll make sure she really goes all out. All of a sudden, the door burst open. Felix-sama. Siko yelled as she jumped at me. Oof. I groaned out as she collided with me and latched onto me like a koala. Her breasts were firmly pressed flush against my chest, causing me to feel a pleasant sensation. What man doesn't like boobs, after all? Hey, Siko. I greeted as I gently rubbed her back. She nestled her head into my neck and took a deep breath. I just left her there. Sorry for worrying you, Siko. Siko just simply hummed into my neck. Humph. Took you long enough. I turned to the grouchy voice at my side. I looked up at Luminous. Hey there, Luminous, thanks for covering for me. I said before glancing at the bottles. And for making sure to stay focused while I was unconscious. She blushed lightly and then looked away in embarrassment, quickly making the bottles disappear with a snap of her fingers. It is no problem, Felix. I am willing to do much more for you if prompted. Guarding your comatose body is nothing. She said, pretending as if she hadn't just hidden the evidence of her crimes. Do much more for me? I asked, confusion lacing my tone. Luminous ignored my question. Humph. I decided to deal with whatever that was later. How long has it been, Odin? It has been approximately 48 hours. Got it, thanks, Odin. I looked around the room and noticed cracks along the wall, as well as various portions of the room damaged. What happened there? I asked, hoping to signal with my eyes what I was looking at. Luminous looked at where I was gazing. You are the one that caused that damage, Felix. I looked at her, confused. I did it. Luminous nodded, though her expression was one of worry rather than anger like I had expected. Indeed. Earlier yesterday, you began releasing a far more formidable aura than I had ever seen you release. Siko and I immediately rushed here to determine what was wrong. By the time we arrived, there were new barriers around and inside the room, and the aura you were releasing was immediately retracted. Due to the Master's increasing power, Odin momentarily lost control over the Master's power, causing it to leak out of the Master. However, due to Odin predicting such a possibility, barriers were immediately placed preventing the damage from spreading further. Odin was able to quickly regain control of the Master's power as well. Ah, I see, that explains it. Good work, Odin. Appreciation. Ah, I see, sorry about that, Luminous. I'll compensate you. Luminous shook her head. It is no matter. I am simply relieved that you are well. Now, I was just staring at Luminous. Why is she acting so different? Is she in her deer phase? Will her sun phase be even worse than it normally is to compensate for this? Luminous noticed my deep gaze and turned away with a cough. I noticed some red dusting on her cheeks. Luminous quickly regained control of herself and faced me once more. If you do not mind me asking, what had happened for such a powerful aura to be released from you? It is far greater than anything I have ever sensed from you before. The closest thing I could compare it to is the auras Guy and Malim were releasing during their clash in the past. Damn, my aura was comparable to that. I really grew far stronger than I expected from integrating the dragon factors. Well, I'm not one to look at a gift horse in the mouth. I'm just happy I got stronger. I contemplated the risks in informing Luminous about what really happened. Overall, at this point, I don't think it matters much if she knows. I've already acquired their dragon factors. I know Veldora wouldn't care, and neither would Malim. I'm not sure how Velzard would react, but if the worst happens, I can deal with her. Perhaps that is the power high in me talking, though. Plus, I didn't believe that Luminous would go around sharing my secrets. She has guarded my body for 2 days, and I did damage her property, so I guess I owe her at least this much. Well, you see, I kind of underwent an evolution. Before I could continue, Siko interrupted me. As expected of you, Felix-sama. She looked up at me with devotion and love clear in her eyes, causing me to smile in a similar way to how she was. I may not have loved Siko from the start, but I think I do now. Perhaps our relationship wasn't a normal one, but in the end, it was ours, and I was satisfied with that. She shifted slightly to straddle me as she looked down at me with a proud smile. I would have totally popped a boner if I didn't have perfect control of my body. Hell, I kinda still want to pop one. For you to have grown even stronger, you must be a match for even Veldanava now. I choked on my own spit. I don't know about that one, Siko. Hearing me, Siko pouted, but she relented and went back to hugging me like a koala. I just smiled fondly. Ahem. I turned back to Luminous, who now had a pout on her face. She even had a bit of a needy look on her face, as if she was saying, me too. Just what is going on? To answer your question, I basically underwent an evolution. I want you to keep this secret, by the way. Tell no one. Luminous nodded. You do not need to ask me such an obvious thing, Felix. I nodded. All right, I won't in the future. For some reason, Luminous had a happy smile on her face after hearing me. I think I'm just going to ignore her weirdness for today. Shaking my head, I placed a barrier around the room, one meant to isolate our conversation from the outside world. I was able to imbue myself with the dragon factor of the true dragons. Luminous eyes widened hearing me. You have a dragon factor of the true dragons? I nodded. How outrageous. The only being I know that can claim something similar is Malim Nava, and perhaps Rimuru if what I sense from him is correct. She suddenly gained a smug smile on her face. As expected of the one I choose. She whispered. I'm ignoring that. Rimuru does have Veldora's factor, or at least has been influenced by it. I answered. Luminous focused back on me. I see, it is as I expected then. And I don't have just a single dragon factor, I have 3. Luminous' smile froze as she looked down at me. You buffoon. Do you realize how large of a risk what you had done was? If a single step in whatever it is you did went wrong, you would have blown up. Soul and all destroyed. Harnessing the power of a single true dragon factor is something even my father would be incredibly impressed with, let alone 3 of them. I will not have you dying on me now. Calm down, Luminous, I appreciate the worry, but trust that I wouldn't have done what I did if I thought there was a chance of failure. I love my life too much to just die after all. I laughed out. Luminous' lips twitched before reluctantly nodding. Very well, but please do be careful in the future, such reckless actions may one day spell your doom. She huffed. I hear you, Luminous. I'll be careful. Luminous nodded, a satisfied smile on her face. I assumed that one of the factors you were able to acquire was the storm factor. You are rather close to the lizard after all. I am not quite sure how such a thing is even done, but I imagine acquiring the lizard's factor is far easier than acquiring that of his sisters. I nodded. Yeah, there is the storm factor, the frost factor, and the Star King factor. Luminous' lips twitched. I am not even going to bother asking how you managed to acquire the frost factor, let alone the Star King factor. Well, I'll answer you anyway. I managed to get some hair from Velzard, and through that, a skill of mine was able to analyze her factor and recreate it. As for the Star King factor, well, Malim and I have a soul corridor, through that a skill of mine was able to analyze the Star King factor. Luminous raised a brow. A skill of yours, I nodded. Yup, a skill of mine. She rolled her eyes. Very well, if you do not wish to share, then so be it. But since when did you and Malim Nava have a soul corridor? Luminous asked with a pout. Not too long, we established one during the Chaos Dragon's attack. Very well then. Said Luminous, straightening up. Her tone suddenly became more serious. Let us establish one then. I froze for a moment and looked Luminous in the eye. Seriously? You should know such a thing isn't done lightly. Through the soul corridor I could easily analyze all of Luminous' skills, though I already analyzed all the skills she had. Not only that, it was possible to interfere with the other person to a certain extent. You shouldn't establish a soul corridor with someone you don't have the utmost faith in. I know what I said. Responded Luminous. All right then. I wasn't really worried, in the worst case Odin can protect me from any harmful effects that could be sent through the soul corridor, though I didn't think Luminous would do anything like that. I felt Luminous reach out to me on a spiritual level. Odin. Affirmative. A soul corridor has been established with the individual Luminous Valentine. I could feel the connection between the two of us now, and going by the smile on Luminous' face, she could feel it as well. There, happy now. Luminous nodded like a child who had gotten what they wanted. Indeed, I am. At least now it will be a lot easier to keep in contact with Luminous, and if Granbell and Kigali attack while I'm not here and place a barrier preventing thought communication, then Luminous can always use the soul corridor between us to communicate. Alright, enough cuddling, Siko. I do want to get up at some point today. Siko pulled back with a pout on her face, clearly reluctant, but relented nonetheless. Once she was off me, I sat up with my back against the headboard. So, what have you two been doing the past 2 days? Luminous cringed slightly. She coughed into her hand. Siko had wished to surprise you with a meal. I could already see where this is going. Ah, I see. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Luminous. Hearing me, Siko's pout was magnified tenfold. I am getting better. I nodded. Yeah, you're self-aware now, for one. Before, you didn't even see an issue with how your food looked. Progress is progress, Siko, and I really mean this. I am looking forward to eating one of your perfected meals. Hearing me, a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Yes, Felix-sama. I shall go and practice now. And with that, Siko left the room. She truly does adore you. Luminous said as she looked at the door. A small smile formed on my face. I know she does. I do not know what goes on in that Oni's mind. Your insistent teasing is very bothersome. I do not know how she deals with it on a regular basis. Said Luminous. Ha. Well, you're the only one I mean tease. Luminous gave me a side-eye before rolling her eyes. Also, were you guys seriously drinking while I was in a pseudo-coma state? I asked with dry eyes. Do you expect us not to enjoy ourselves when we have the opportunity? Asked Luminous. I never said that, but seriously, you couldn't have waited for me. I want to get wasted too. A smirk formed on Luminous' face. We can arrange that later. I nodded. Good. I'll hold you to that. Luminous took a seat at the end of the bed. You now have anti-skill, correct? I nodded. Yeah, I do. Very well, rest first, and then we can free Chloe and Hinata. Said Luminous. Nah, I don't need any rest. I can go grab Rimuru, and we can take care of all this now. Luminous glared at me. Rest, one does not undergo spiritual surgery lightly, rest well, and then we will speak about the next step. Geez, fine, Mom. Luminous nodded, seemingly satisfied. Now, I will leave and allow you to rest uninterrupted. Before I leave, I will call Gunther to come and clean this mess. Said Luminous. I nodded. Got it, thanks. Luminous nodded and got up off the bed. Gunther. She called out. Gunther appeared from the shadows and bowed. Yes, mistress. Clean this mess up. Said Luminous. Gunther nodded. As you wish. A moment later, all the leftover trash all over the floor was picked up and Gunther was gone. Luminous turned to give me one last look. Rest well, Felix. And with that she walked out, though was it just me or did her hips have a bit of a sway? Well, I wasn't going to complain, I definitely appreciated the view. Just as Luminous walked out the door, she turned around again and gave me a smirk, before closing the door. It seems she noticed my gaze on her backside. I laid back down on the bed and closed my eyes. Exactly how much stronger am I now, Odin? The Master's physical capabilities have increased by multiple magnitudes, the Master's durability is now likely on par with that of the true dragons. What the hell? Seriously? Affirmative. Even before I gained these dragon factors, I had one hell of a physique, to the point that I could casually tank a hit that surpassed the speed of sound just with my body alone, but even back then, I'm fairly certain Guy had a better physical body than me, his Deathman body was made out of the corpses of around 1 million high humans after all. Then, of course, Melim has a superior physique compared to me. She inherited her dragon factor from Veldanava herself, and dragons were always known for their powerful bodies. Though that wasn't a very big deal, I'm not much of a physical fighter after all, and I can always reinforce my body with my aura and magicals further strengthening it, but a better base is always helpful. Now I have an even stronger body, one on par with the bodies of the true dragons. I think that's more than enough to measure up to those two in the physical body department. True dragons are seriously busted if their factors alone buffed me to this point, though I did need 3 of them. Along with that, the Master's physical body's improvements, the Master's spirit and soul have been strengthened. My soul has been strengthened. I don't feel any difference other than the obvious increase of power, but feeling the strength of my soul would be a bit difficult to do. Does that mean I can handle more ultimate skills now? Affirmative. Huh, well that's neat. I don't plan to recreate any ultimate skills since I can already use all of the ultimate skills I have data on through Brahma, but the extra room in my soul may come in handy in the future. The Master's internal energy has also grown by a significant portion, magicule capacity, and magicule output have grown significantly. The Master's magic power, aura, and various other energies have improved in quality and in strength. That's not too surprising, but still, my magicule capacity and magicule output increased by multiple times. I was expecting such a thing, and I'm still surprised by just how much it increased. I couldn't get an exact estimate, but I could feel the difference between the current me and my former self from before the dragon factors were integrated into me. What is my total EP now? The Master's total existence points is at 73,834,234 and will continue rising until it stabilizes. Well, that's not as large of a gain as I thought I would get, at least when compared to how much stronger my physical constitution got. But I shouldn't complain, that's still about a gain of 30 million EP, more EP than all my direct subordinates have combined, and it still hasn't stabilized. When compared to that, I went up by a pretty tidy sum, so there is no need to be too greedy. Query, would the Master like Odin to reactivate Satinel at 40% of its total power? What the fuck? You're telling me my EP is as high as it currently is, and Satinel isn't even active? Correct. Odin had disabled Satinel in order to prevent any unforeseen situations from arising while Odin granted the Master the dragon factors. I take everything I said earlier about my EP not going up enough back. Not yet, Odin. Affirmative. If my current EP is over 67 million, then I have no clue just how high it would get with Satinel added to the mix. I would likely easily surpass Veldora's 88 million, though I'm not quite sure if I'd surpass Malim's base EP if she stopped suppressing her power. Even Odin isn't quite sure how strong she would be if she truly let loose. But, this has quite literally been the most amount of raw energy I have gained at a single time, ever. Even my Harvest Festival didn't give me as much raw energy as gaining the dragon factors did. I was seriously going to get a big head with all this power in my hands. More energy than I know what to do with, Brahma, which allows me to bend the concept of creation over my knee. Even other dimensions aren't off limits for me. I really got lucky with my Ice Sky adventure, didn't I? Affirmative. Even Odin thinks so. I seriously want to go and test this new power I got out, especially the new abilities I now have access to from the dragon factors, but Luminous was right. I should take some rest and let my power stabilize as much as possible. Kigali. She took in the information Ter provided her with a calm look on her face, but internally, a storm was raging. What did that damn buffoon get into now? And the guards were unable to learn anything. She asked. Ter shook her head. No, they weren't. I did some digging around myself, but whoever did this covered their tracks pretty darn well. Though something to note is that the bases under his purview have been ransacked, though nothing was there that could lead back to us. Kigali sighed. Vega's death was a large loss in manpower. The man may have been an idiot and an uncivilized monkey, but Kigali would give him one thing: he was strong. The entire reason she put up with him was due to his pure brute force would have been a useful distraction while she and Ter snuck into Demon Lord Valentine's palace to obtain the hero. And now he was dead, killed by an unknown force, and for unknown reasons. I see, thank you Ter. Ter bowed and left the room, leaving Kigali to her thoughts. Kigali's mind wandered to the possible people responsible for Vega's death. The list was fairly large. Vega had made a fairly large amount of enemies in his free time back in the Eastern Empire. It could even be an enemy of Cerberus, and Vega was merely the easiest target. Perhaps some of his enemies saw an opportunity to kill him in the Western nations and took it. And Kigali did not doubt it was an assassination, a hole in the back of his head, and a suicide note. It was like the killers weren't even trying to hide the fact that he was a targeted assassination. Not to mention, it was done in a way that prevented his regeneration from taking effect. There was something truly odd about this situation. She couldn't help but get worried that she was missing something. There was the more troubling possibility. The possibility that Vega was assassinated by one of her personal enemies. She had kept a fairly low profile, and so she had not made many enemies, and if she did, they did not know of her. The only ones who could possibly know about her and also be considered her enemies are Demon Lord Rimuru, Demon Lord Felix, and possibly Demon Lord Valentine, the very people they were planning against. In which case, that suggested a far more dire situation, that perhaps those three knew of her plans against them, and this was either their way of warning her off or of getting rid of a threat before it became one. Kigali sighed. She simply did not possess enough information about the situation to come to an accurate conclusion. At the very least, Kigali was confident in their combat power, especially since Granbel Rosso had said he would be calling back the Guardian of the West to assist in their plans. The Guardian of the West was a being that could hold off all the demons of the Ice Continent single-handedly. Even she, in her prime, was incapable of that. Kigali imagined that only the true legends could do something similar. Guy Crimson, Malim Nava, the True Dragons, and the first hero, Rudra. Razzle should be enough to deal with their enemies should the worst happen, and they show up in the midst of their operation. As she was deep in her thoughts, she heard a knock on the door. "Come in," she called out. The door opened, and she turned to see who it was that was interrupting her and was surprised to see Damrata. "Damrata. You usually do not leave your area. Did something happen?" she asked. Damrata shook his head. "I heard that Vega has been killed." Kigali nodded. "Indeed. And it was from a hole in the back of his head?" Damrata asked. Kigali nodded. "Indeed, do you know something about that?" "I do not know who could be responsible for Vega's death, but I am fairly certain that I know what was used to kill Vega," said Damrata. Kigali raised a brow. "Oh. Well, I suppose that information could be useful when searching for who the killer is." "I believe that it was a gun that was used to kill Vega," Damrata states. Kigali's eyes widened slightly before a look of realization came across her face. "I see. I suppose that would match, wouldn't it? I had not considered such a thing due to the possible traces a gun would leave. Those traces were not found this time. When a gun powered by magicule is used, the magicule bullet leaves a residue that was not present at the scene of Vega's death. Even the Eastern Empire had not found a way to get rid of the residue altogether. That does paint a rather bleak picture. Guns are not very common in the West. In fact, they are almost unheard of, which means the likely suspect is the Eastern Empire." Damrata finished. "There are other possibilities, but the Eastern Empire is the biggest suspect," Kigali stated. "What do you know of your home country?" she then asked. Damrata was a merchant originating from the East. He is one of the biggest reasons Cerberus was able to establish itself so quickly and find such success. If anyone knew something, it would be Damrata. Damrata looked thoughtful for a moment. It is well known that the Eastern Empire is looking to expand. Perhaps they have built up enough forces, and they are simply getting rid of people they see as possible threats to their invasion. It would be a different approach than the standard for the Eastern Empire, but that only goes to show that the Eastern Empire is taking the threat of the West very seriously if they are resorting to subterfuge. Kigali nodded. "I see. Thank you for the insight, Damrata." Taking the dismissal for what it was, Damrata left. Damrata. As he left the room Kigali was inside, he began to wonder what Khanda was up to. The odds that First Lieutenant Khanda was behind Vega's death were fairly high. He didn't doubt Khanda's ability to acquire information about many things going on in the West. He had all of the 00 digits except for Damrata himself under his command, and he was willing to complete any orders. Each of them was a complete saint. Not many could hide information from beings as powerful as them, especially when each of the 00 digits possessed alternative, giving them the bare minimum authority to fight against an ultimate awakened. Damrata also knew guns were circulating in the West. He was the one that distributed them after all, so there was a chance that Vega's killer was from the Western nations and was simply armed with a gun. But Damrata felt that would be too convenient for Vega to be taken out just a little bit before their plan would finally take place. No, Damrata suspected there was something more that was occurring behind the scenes, and he simply did not have enough information to determine everything. What he had told Kigali earlier was not a lie. He truly thought that perhaps the Eastern Empire had changed tactics. After their failure against Veldora, they were finally taking the West seriously, taking out the larger threats one by one before the big invasion. If so, Damrata could only praise Emperor Rudra's foresight. Now, if only his emperor would stop messing up his plans, but Rudra never liked to make anything easy for him. At least Vega was finally taken out. Damrata had not seen him for some time. According to some of Vega's subordinates, Vega had been bunkered up in his base and waiting for orders like a good dog. It seems like he went on a stroll and was put down. Damrata could not find it within himself to care. He personally no longer cared for the success of Kigali's plans. His only goal after all this planning was to hopefully get in contact with the masked hero and get a measure of her as a person. From there, he could figure out how to convince her to be his final countermeasure against Emperor Rudra, should his emperor lose to Michael. But that was all dependent on if he managed to successfully make contact with Cronoa. Felix. I yawned as I opened my eyes. That's enough rest for me now. I sat up with my back against the headboard. I was still in the room Luminous let me stay in. How long was I out for? Approximately 10 hours. I took one hell of a nap, but I can't find it in myself to be disappointed at the loss of time. Sleep is great, after all. Besides, I have eons ahead of me. What's 10 hours compared to that? Now, why don't I experiment with my new powers a bit? I could sense two distinct abilities within me, the ability I got from the Storm Factor and then the ability I got from the Frost Factor. What is the ability of those with the Star King Dragon Factor? The Star King Dragon Factor increases the Master's control over Stardust dramatically. I see. Well, I'll think about that later, then. Tell me about the abilities from the Frost Dragon factor and the Storm Dragon factor. Affirmative. The intrinsic ability of the Frost Dragon Velzard and those with her factor is deceleration. The ability to slow down anything the master wishes or bring anything to a complete halt. The ability to slow down or halt, It is sort of similar to infinity, at least if you squint your eyes. I could already think of a few uses for this new ability. At least with this, I think I know what aspect of reality Velzard represents. The true dragons are each embodiment of an aspect of reality, that concept given form, they will continue to be reborn as long as the concept they embody continues to exist. I'm not quite sure what Veldora embodies, but I'm leaning towards chaos itself. It could be why he has a hard time staying still and staying in one place, as well as his random desires to bring about mass destruction. Of course, his nature doesn't influence him as long as he fights it off, as proven by his peaceful residence in Tempest. In the past, Veldora simply had no reason to fight his nature. While Veldora might be chaos, I think Velzard is deceleration, the very embodiment of deceleration. What a terrifying woman. If I imbue this effect into an attack and hit someone with it, then I could likely completely stop the circulation of magicules within their body, basically crippling them. I could instantly bring the surrounding temperature down to absolute zero, slow down enemies. Notice. Odin will begin coming up with effective ways to make use of deceleration. Got it. Now, what about the ability I got from Veldora's factor? The intrinsic ability obtained from Veldora Tempest's factor is Divider. Divider is the power to cut through anything in the world. It is possible for the master to imbue the power of Divider into themselves or equipment. A very useful ability. It would enhance my piercing and cutting power by a lot if it really could break through anything. The abilities I gained from the dragon factors aren't the only gain I got. Of course, there is also the true dragon magic I now have access to. There is Veldora's storm magic, which can be very powerful if used well. Rimuru even created an art using storm magic. He calls it Storm Break. Rimuru uses the sword art Melt Slash and combines it with storm magic rather than disintegration. It seeps into the target's body and corrodes them from within. It's different from Melt Slash by nature alone, but it's just as effective. I already knew quite a bit about storm magic thanks to Veldora, Velzard's true dragon magic, however I did not know nearly as much about. But from what I understand, it is very powerful. It can be used to easily buff any casually used ice magic to the ultimate level. Even now, I could easily create a blizzard that could freeze a spiritual life form in an instant, their soul included. Velzard's frost magic is very suited to AoE attacks. I decided to test one of the abilities I gained thanks to the dragon factors of Veldanava, Velzard, and Veldora. I grabbed one of the pillows behind me and chucked it up into the air. I watched as the pillow fell back down towards me. Deceleration. The pillow came to an almost complete stop. I had slowed the pillow down to a point that it seemed like it wasn't even moving, similar to what my infinity does to incoming attacks, though slightly different in nature. No wonder Velzard has Gabriel, Lord of Patience. She must have been very compatible with it. I loosened my hold of the pillow and allowed gravity to take complete hold of it once again. Now that my basic experimentation was done, I got out of bed and grabbed my coat from the chair next to me. Once my coat was on, I opened the door and began walking through the halls of Luminous Palace. I passed by one of Luminous' maids who ran off, presumably to tell Luminous that I am awake. I could sense both Siko and Luminous in the palace, so they were at least both present. It didn't take me long to hear the sound of Luminous' footsteps. I stopped in my tracks, waiting for her to catch up. Once she was right next to me, I turned to greet her with a nod. Luminous. She gave me an enchanting smile that caused me to freeze for a moment. Felix. A smug smirk formed on her face as she saw my expression. I shook my head. Did you need something, Luminous? She raised a brow. I am simply checking on one of my honored guests. I nodded. Fair enough. She huffed and locked her elbow with mine. Come, let us take a stroll. I looked at her in confusion. A stroll? Sure, I guess. Luminous began leading me around her palace. I assumed she was taking me somewhere. What's Siko been up to? She huffed and looked at me with a pout. You have a woman such as me in your arms, and you are still thinking of another woman. I rolled my eyes at her obvious teasing. I doubt Luminous cared that much. Sorry, my lady, I will endeavor not to commit such a cardinal sin in the future. Luminous looked at me with a haughty smile. Good, my subject, your loyalty must be to your mistress first. Foo 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 foo. Luminous laughed as she covered her mouth. It wasn't that funny. She slapped my arm. Hush you. I. It didn't take long for us to reach our apparent destination. A garden, huh? I voiced out. Luminous nodded and pulled me towards a small circular table with 2 chairs. Indeed, I enjoy spending time here occasionally. It helps me relax, said Luminous. I laughed at that. Aren't you always relaxing, you NEET? Luminous pouted hearing me. I am not a NEET. I am a goddess. Being a goddess and a NEET are not mutually exclusive. I retorted. A certain hickey NEET that I recall from Japanese mythology would also agree. Luminous ignored me and took a seat at the table. I sat across from her. I took a good look around the garden. There were various plants that increased the magicule concentration in the area and some plants that promoted relaxation. When magic exists, you can bet that there are many abnormal plants that also exist. Most of the plants in Luminous Garden have been mutated by magicules in some way. Impressive garden you have here. I have spent centuries building it up. If it was mediocre, it would shame my status. Responded Luminous. Yeah, noble etiquette and whatnot. So what have you and Siko been doing while I was out? Luminous tilted her head. Siko told me some stories. Stories? Luminous nodded with a mysterious smirk on her face. Yes, stories. After that, she wished to practice cooking, so I led her to the kitchen. Luminous' face took on an ugly look, making me sympathize with her. Siko's cooking tasted excellent, but it sure as hell did not look good. I see. I'm sorry you had to go through that. She said she could cook with such confidence that I was not expecting the dish I had received, but no, she had served me some monstrosity that somehow tasted divine. Luminous said, completely flabbergasted. You ate it. Indeed, despite how it looked, I was willing to give it a try. The texture was absolutely horrid, but in the end it was a decision I do not regret. As I said earlier, it tasted absolutely fantastic. It is just the appearance that leaves a lot to be desired. Said Luminous. I nodded. Yeah, that would be the work of one of Siko's unique skills sub-skills, certain outcome. Luminous nodded. I thought so. Certain outcome is a very, very powerful skill. One can completely dominate the laws of the world and leave everyone else helpless. I nodded. Yeah, it's busted. Even Odin said it was a skill that had the possibility to threaten me if it evolved into an ultimate skill and Siko gains enough experience and energy. The last part was key, and at this point Siko would need well over 20 million to 30 million EP to have a chance at threatening me with certain outcome. Luminous sighed. It had gotten to a point where my chefs were attempting to replicate Siko's dishes out of amusement. Luminous bemoaned. I had to stop them before Siko's dishes ruined the food culture I had developed in my palace. Hey, it's just like Siko to ruin something you've spent centuries perfecting. She is a fun girl. I commented. Luminous nodded with a twitch of her lips. One of the 7 great nobles foolishly decided to try out her food, believing his undead nature enough to counteract the effects of Siko's poison, but now he will have to lay in bed for at least a month, somehow. Before Luminous could respond, Siko walked into the garden while rolling a cart. Ah, so she made us food then. Well, I guess I'll just have to cross my fingers and hope she magically improved her cooking. I am glad you are awake, Felix-sama. Siko greeted. Haha, yeah, I'm glad to be up and around again. I glared at Luminous. Someone, I don't know who, demanded I rest more. Luminous humphed and turned away. Siko nodded. You may not have liked it, but it was for your own good. Yeah, I know, I'm just joking. Siko rolled the cart next to us. I have prepared a meal for you, Felix-sama. Do I just not exist anymore, Siko? Asked Luminous. Ah, right. For you, too, Luminous. Siko responded. Luminous rolled her eyes, but there was a good-natured smile on her face. Huh, I guess those two got along while I was asleep. Well, that's good. Siko placed 2 plates on the table, one for me and one for Luminous, before serving tea to both of us. I gave the tea an inquisitive look. This looks fine. I voiced out. I carefully took a sip of the tea and was pleasantly surprised. Huh, this is actually pretty good, Siko. You made this. Siko beamed at me proudly. Yes, Felix-sama. Well, look at that. You can improve more. Luminous nodded. At first, her cooking was atrocious. She relied on her skill as a crutch, but I ordered some of my chefs to teach her, and it seems she had benefited from their teachings. I looked at Luminous weirdly. Huh, well, that's odd. Whenever Shuna tried to teach Siko, it didn't really amount to much. Maybe Shuna was a bit too soft on her. They are childhood friends. Siko then served us the main dish for the evening. It was incredibly basic, but it was very homely. It was a good old sandwich. It was a pretty basic sandwich, with some sliced meat and some condiments. In fact, you could say even a 5-year-old wouldn't fail at making this, but Siko lives to surprise one's expectations. I took a bite of the sandwich and was impressed. Wow, this is good stuff, Siko. I complimented. Hee hee, thank you. Responded Siko. Luminous and I quickly finished our sandwiches. I looked Luminous in the eye. Now I think that's enough messing around, let's get Rimuru and deal with Cronoa, the sooner we get this over with the better. Luminous nodded, a serious look forming on her face. Very well, I will meet you in my inner sanctum. I nodded. Well, no better time than now, I guess. Chapter 136, Chapter 66, Cronoa Unleashed. Felix. As Luminous left and began making her way towards the seal in the burial chamber in Night Garden, I turned to Siko. I am ready to assist Felix-sama, declared Siko. I shook my head. Not this time, Siko. I'll be honest, this fight is above your weight class, I don't want to be looking behind my back to make sure you aren't hurt, so it would be best if you stayed behind. It was harsh, but it was the truth. If Cronoa could seal Veldora, then Siko stood no chance. She likely wouldn't even be able to help much if a fight did happen. I'd rather not place her in danger when I wasn't certain about if I could guarantee her safety. Siko's lips quivered, making me wince slightly before she gained a determined look on her face. Very well, Felix-sama. But if in the future if I am strong enough, could I fight by your side and for you? Asked Siko. That's my Siko. Of course, in fact I'd be honored if you fought by my side or fought for me. Siko firmly nodded. Yes. Then, I shall begin training my abilities. Luminous had already offered to train me if I wished for it. I raised a brow hearing that. Is that so? I'll have to thank her for that, then. But I suggest taking her up on her offer. She is strong and has much to offer. Siko nodded. I will. I smiled upon hearing that. Good, if you need anything, let me know. We may have different fighting styles, but I'm sure I can help you. A giddy expression appeared on Siko's face. Ah. Training with Felix-sama. He. I'll teleport you back to Azeroth now. Siko came back to reality and nodded. I will begin my training immediately. I nodded. Good luck. I snapped my fingers, teleporting Siko back to my palace. It's good that she didn't take my words too harshly. She instead used them to motivate her further. As long as Siko applies herself, I'm sure she will become incredibly powerful. She has a lot of untapped potential, which is something Odin agreed on. Though it still amuses me to no end that Siko insists on adding Sama to the end of my name, that isn't even a thing in this world. It started back when I first met her when she wasn't even a Kijin. She, Benimaru, Iro, Shuna, and some other ogres wanted to hear a bit more about my world. The honorifics had come up, and Siko had taken to adapting them when she referred to me. Everyone is always confused when she refers to me with Sama until I explain it to them, but she wouldn't be Siko if she wasn't headstrong and followed her desires. With the way she is, I have no doubt that she will eventually acquire an ultimate skill of her own. Siko. She looked around in wonder as she appeared back in Felix-sama's territory. No matter how many times she saw and felt it, it always left her in awe of how he was capable of traveling such vast distances in an instant. Felix-sama truly was the best. Now, if only she could have been more helpful to him. Felix-sama had said she was not powerful enough to be useful to him in combat. She was his secretary. If she couldn't take care of the riffraff that challenged him, then she shouldn't be her secretary. And she refused to give that coveted possession up to anyone. Not even to Sukuna. She was currently in her room in Felix-sama's palace. She wanted to work on improving herself immediately, so she made her way to the training dimension Felix-sama had made specifically for his direct subordinates. She briefly nodded to the various maids who were maintaining the palace. She respected them for the job they did, even if Raiden could do what they did in an instant. She looked out of the window in one of the halls. There was an artificial waterfall Felix-sama wanted created. He wanted a better view for when he was in his office, and so his subordinates quickly got to work. It was quite beautiful, in Siko's opinion. It was quite simple and efficient as well. All that the construction workers needed to do was place some runes that utilized the magicules in the air, and then a magic circle that converts the magicules into water and sends it out in the form of a large stream, making an artificial waterfall. The water was even completely drinkable. She turned away and continued walking through the halls. She would have to check on Dagura, Ryura, and Dabura after getting some training in. On her orders, they had been training themselves and a small portion of troops in her place. Each of them were seemingly volunteers who wished to serve her directly. The three sons of Dagrul had received regular training from her and then passed on her training to the volunteers who wished to serve her. Dagura, Ryura, and Dabura were each above the Demon Lord seed level at this point. The volunteers who wished to serve her named themselves the Purple Guards, and approximately 1,500 Majin were part of the Purple Guards. From what she had heard, most of the members had caught a glimpse of her during her occasional training sessions that she did in the military training facility or during her patrols, while others were from her time back in the Ogre Village. The ones from the Ogre Village were the ones that had wanted to serve Felix-sama. He did make quite the name for himself when he was staying with them back then, and they simply decided to serve her due to their familiarity with her. She could only praise their wisdom for choosing to serve Felix-sama. But in the end, she did not particularly care for their reasons for serving her, as long as they were willing to serve Felix-sama and, by extension, her to the best of their abilities, then she was satisfied. The only order she had given so far was to get strong in order to be of use to Felix-sama, and from what she had heard, they were fulfilling her order. None were below the B rank, and some had even managed to climb all the way up to a rank. She resolved herself to check on them later, and perhaps increase their training if necessary. If they were going to be representing her, then they must be the best they can possibly be. Perhaps she would ask Felix-sama if he would be willing to give them names as rewards for their training. Raiden had done something similar for her battle maids, and according to her, their growth had skyrocketed due to that. But she would think about them further later. Now, she was on a mission, and she would not be stopped. One thing she did notice was that she could not sense any of Felix-sama's other direct subordinates in the palace. Usually, at least Arcuade would be present. Moss. She called out. Thanks to Moss's body double skill, he could be found pretty much everywhere in the palace. Simply calling out for him was usually enough for him to appear before her. The strongest demon, barring the primordials and Felix-sama, appeared before her. Lady Siko. He greeted her with a shallow bow. She nodded. Moss, where is everybody else? Each of them is training. Moss said as if the words training were foreign to his mouth. How odd. Oh. So they wish to also be more useful to Felix-sama. Bomo. I see, thank you, Moss. Moss bowed once more before vanishing. She continued on her way to the training dimension. If the others were also training, then maybe she could have a training partner. Once she was in the training dimension, she paused. She could sense the raging Magicules all around. The Magicules in the air of this dimension had seemingly been stimulated very recently. She could sense various auras all around the dimension, some clashing against another. The very land present in this dimension was shaking, but the dimension was still holding firm. She made her way towards Megumin, who was sparring with the weakest being present in this dimension. She crouched slightly before leaping upwards, breaking the sound barrier in the process. Then, she used some of the energy she had available to her to take flight. It didn't take her long to reach Megumin, who was sparring with Carrion. In Siko's eyes, Carrion was not very impressive. He was one of Felix-sama's weakest direct subordinates and used to be one of Felix-sama's political equals, something in her eyes Carrion did not deserve. He was far older than Felix-sama and did not even achieve a fraction of what Felix-sama had. Though Felix-sama insisted on being modest, saying that someone else was doing all the hard work for him, which Siko did not believe. But the past was the past. She could be a very forgiving girl. Bomo. Megumin looked up towards her as she slapped Carrion into another mountain. Oh, Siko. Megumin called out, her voice full of energy. She descended to the ground. Megumin, I wish to join you in training. A large grin formed on Megumin's face. Haha, sure. You can also help me train Carrion up to par. We can even bring in Ingvild. Before Siko could respond, a massive aura erupted from the direction of the mountain Carrion had been flung into. Rocks crumbled as his voice echoed through the battlefield. Stop underestimating me. Carrion yelled as he burst through the mountain. He was now using the unique skill Felix-sama described to her, increasing his power quite a bit. Siko decided to attempt to measure Carrion's total energy and estimate the amount of existence points he had. She could do such a thing because Felix-sama had released his aura on varying levels and told them approximately how much energy he was releasing. She could theoretically measure another person's EP by comparing it to the various levels that Felix-sama had released. When Felix-sama had explained the concept of EP to them, she had been confused. Why did they need to place a number on someone's rank when they could just sense their energy? Felix-sama had said not everyone was capable of sensing energy to that degree. EP was meant to allow even the common soldiers to understand the general threat level of an enemy, and it tended to be far more accurate than the Free Guild's ranking system. Going by the existence points, Carrion was likely around the 700,000 range now that he was fully transformed with his unique skill. He was in the S-class range. Fairly powerful but still below her, Siko thought proudly. Felix-sama had also released higher levels of energy, what he called 5 million EP, and then 10 million EP. When facing those at those levels, Felix-sama simply said to run away if possible. The amount of power he had showcased that day had left them all in awe. Even the 3 demonesses had been awestruck. They all knew he was powerful, but Felix-sama usually kept a tight leash on his power. To see him let loose was truly awe-inspiring. Siko shook her head and focused back on the fight that was taking place in front of her. Why don't you make me take you seriously then? Megumin laughed out. Carrion simply charged at Megumin, leaving behind a sonic explosion in the process. Siko floated upward, giving them space to continue their brief scuffle. Carrion's fist collided with Megumin's palm with a loud bang, but Megumin caught his punch effortlessly. With a grin, she crushed his hand before slamming her knee into his chest, causing Carrion to cough up blood. Megumin was seemingly not done with her abuse as she pulled her leg back and kicked upwards, kicking Carrion in the groin. Megumin had even imbued some of her energy into her kick, enough to bypass Carrion's pain-resistant skill almost completely. Crack! Carrion gasped in agony before collapsing, his face contorted with pain. Siko couldn't suppress her wince at just how brutal Megumin was being. She recalled one time in the distant past, before she had even met Felix-sama, back when she was just a child, Shuna had gotten angry at Benimaru and had kicked him in the groin. Benimaru's scream of pain would always reside in her memories, same for Iro and Sui's scarred looks. Come on. Walk it off. You don't have regeneration for nothing. Megumin laughed out. Megumin truly was a demon. Felix. I snapped my fingers, teleporting to Tempest to pick Rimuru up. Dealing with Klonoa may be super easy if Hinata or Chloe are the ones in control, or it may turn out to be a pain in the ass if the other ego inside of them is in control. I assume this other ego will have access to all the powers both Hinata and Chloe had access to, which was enough power to seal Veldora, even if he was just a berserker back then. Klonoa has a ton of combat experiences, thousands of years of it, in fact, likely more if you count her past loops. But I was still pretty excited to face her. It wasn't often that I got to face someone as strong as I thought Klonoa to be. Hopefully I wasn't just hyping her up in my mind. I appeared in Tempest. The moment I sensed Rimuru's exact location, my wings extended behind me, and I took to the skies. With a flap of them, I instantly appeared in front of the building he was in. I looked down at the building. A sushi shop, huh? I descended and walked through the doors. A pleasant jingle emanated from the bell atop the door. I saw Rimuru sitting on one of the stools, with Benimaru next to him. Rimuru turned around to look at me as he popped some sushi into his mouth. Oh hey, Felix. Benimaru nodded at me. I returned his greeting with a nod of my own. Don't talk with your mouth open. I reprimanded. Rimuru rolled his eyes. Now you're acting just like Shuna. Yeah. Come on, let's go, it's done. Rimuru immediately caught on to what I was saying. He turned to Benimaru, but before he could speak, Benimaru cut him off. It is fine, Lord Rimuru. I will simply enjoy these delectable plates of sushi myself. Benimaru said with a smug smirk. Rimuru's lips twitched, but he nodded. Did you come up with a way to deal with Klonoa? Rimuru nodded slightly. I think I have something that'll work. I nodded. I'll leave that to you then. I placed my hand on his shoulder and teleported us directly to Luminous' burial chamber in her palace in Night Garden. We both looked to Luminous, who was waiting in front of the Holy Ark. Felix, Rimuru. Greeted Luminous. I just gave her a nod since we had just been together minutes ago. Hey, Luminous. Greeted Rimuru. He then turned to me. Now, let's get this show on the road. I nodded and snapped my fingers, creating a portal to an uninhabited dimension. This dimension has no life in it, so we should feel free to ignore all the damage that may be caused. It's a dimension I searched out specifically for our purposes. It is a fairly neutral dimension as it does not favor any element heavily. Some dimensions lean towards certain elements. For example, I was able to travel to a dimension that was basically just an ocean that encompassed a planet larger than Jupiter, and no, it was not the One Piece world, sadly. Rimuru and Luminous both nodded. I waved my hand, causing the portal to move and encompass the Holy Ark, sending it to another dimension. I walked towards the portal and gestured to Luminous. Ladies first. She rolled her eyes but walked through, followed by Rimuru. Once they were through, I walked through, taking a deep breath as I took in the air of this new world. Luminous and Rimuru were both looking around in quiet wonder. I spotted the Holy Ark a couple of feet away from Luminous. So this is another world, huh? Voiced out Rimuru. You're literally an otherworlder, Rimuru. I pointed out. That's different from this. He responded. Luminous nodded. Indeed, even though I have not had the pleasure of venturing to another world, the possibilities of such an ability are endless. To have an infinite number of worlds at your beck and call is truly wondrous. I laughed when I heard that. I think my ego has been stroked enough, Luminous. Luminous snorted, hearing me. Indeed, your arrogance is not something you keep hidden. I shrugged my shoulders. I'm strong, and so I'm arrogant. Luminous nodded. It is your right as one of the strong to be as arrogant as you wish. Simply be mindful not to allow that arrogance to become foolishness. I nodded at Luminous' very reasonable advice. Yeah, I'm aware of the folly of being too arrogant. But thanks for looking out for me, Luminous, I mean it. I said while looking at Luminous with a smile. She coughed and turned away from me, a light dusting of red on her cheeks. She really is weak on the defense, huh? She can act all seductive and is a very attractive woman, but when someone does it back, she goes weak in the knees. How amusing. Though Luminous' advice is valid, being too arrogant has resulted in the doom of many beings. It's why I'm constantly trying to make sure I don't get too full of myself. One day I may seriously face someone I need to take completely seriously, but I fail to do so due to my own arrogance. I am not going to be pulling a Gilgamesh anytime soon if ever. Alright, now let's get this started. I voiced out. Both Rimuru and Luminous straightened up and began taking this seriously. I snapped my fingers, placing a few barriers around the surrounding area meant to contain our fight. This world wasn't anywhere near as durable as the Cardinal World. If Siko released her entire aura, she would crack the planet, let alone any of us. Luminous reached into her spatial storage and pulled out a god-grade weapon, while Rimuru also did the same. Both of them quickly made some distance between themselves and the Holy Ark. I did not feel the need to use Yamato just yet. I had Rimuru and Luminous as backup so I could take it a little easy to start with. It wasn't like I was at my strongest when using a weapon. I was just as good at martial arts, I just had cooler abilities I could use when using Yamato. And the rule of cool is supreme. I gently placed my hand on the Holy Ark but did not activate anti-skill. I turned around. You two ready? Both of them nodded. I turned back to look at the Holy Ark and saw. If I could contain her to a certain area, that would be best. I activated anti-skill and completely nullified the seal Luminous made altogether. I jumped back the moment the seal was undone. An eruption of aura emerged from the being within the seal. It felt even more powerful than Rimuru and Luminous. Well, I have a feeling that this is going to end up in a fight. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru shivered as he felt the evil aura that Cronoa was emanating wash over him. It was easily one of the most powerful beings he had felt in his life. Warning. Target possesses a material body. Abnormal power detected. Limit is similar to the power of individual Veldora. Rimuru let out a weary sigh. Of course her upper limit is potentially on par with Veldora's. At least he could actually calculate the amount of power Cronoa possessed, unlike the first time he saw her at the dwelling of the spirits. Small victories and all that. The fact that this being likely had Chloe and Hinata's combat experience was going to be a big challenge, but they had Luminous and Felix along with himself. Hopefully, between the three of them, they could manage to pacify Cronoa. He had considered bringing Veldora as well, but Rimuru didn't feel comfortable taking Tempest's sole last defense against powerful beings. He didn't think that Veldora was necessary for this since they had Felix, who seemed to be on the same level. Freaking cheater. His gaze shifted as Cronoa stirred, her eyes slowly opening for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Felix. I watched as Cronoa slowly opened her eyes, taking in her surroundings with an eerie calm. She had the same black hair that Chloe had, though Cronoa seemed to have an ethereal quality to it, likely due to evolution. From what I'm sensing, Cronoa does not possess an ultimate skill, but something within her is preventing me from getting a deep analysis of her skills. She was completely naked save for the bracelet on her arm. The same bracelet Hinata had and passed on to Chloe, a bracelet that contained both Hinata's armor and weapon. I attempted to shift space to steal the bracelet, but that failed since it was bound to Chloe and, by extension, Cronoa. Cronoa seemingly noticed my attempt and immediately looked in my direction, a look of anger finally appearing on her face. The bracelet on her wrist began to glow as black particles began to cover her entire body. Moments later, jet black armor formed on her, followed by a rapier in her hand. They seemed to be the same ones that Hinata used and passed on to Chloe, except they were of higher quality, both now god-grade equipment. They likely evolved through the ages. It seems I'll have to make Hinata a new weapon and armor once she's out of Chloe's body, since I doubt she will take the weapons she passed on back. This time, unlike the slightly inferior god-grade rapier I had given her that was made through material creation, I can give her a top-notch god-grade rapier and armor thanks to Brahma. I'm sure she'll be happy. Notice. Odin has developed a combat mode through analysis of Malim Nava. Would the master like to don it? Oh. A combat mode, huh? Good thinking on creating that, Odin, but no, not right now. I don't know how that will affect my combat power. It's best if I get a handle on my current power and then think about adding more on top of it. Affirmative. Even if Odin could perfectly control my power, that does not equate to me being able to do the same. It's my power. I'll be damned if I can't even properly control it. It'll take me some time to get my power back under control on my own efforts. The increase in energy was just that drastic. If Odin lets go of her control for even a moment, I'd release torrents of power that would kill everyone in the vicinity. But I'll definitely have to test this combat mode against Malim, though. Hey, I can already see her reaction. Seeing that I was distracted, Cronoa raised her palm in my direction. With a sharp crackle, black lightning blazed towards me. I didn't bother dodging it, trusting Infinity to take care of it. I smirked as the black lightning practically stopped in front of me. Her attack made use of spirit runs. If it wasn't for the modifications Odin made on Infinity earlier, I'd have to dodge this. But now, I didn't even have to flinch. Odin for the win. Cronoa didn't give me another glance. She shifted her focus to Luminous. With a flick of her wrist, she slashed her rapier, sending a vicious aura slash and a shockwave that made the air hum. Luminous barely managed to evade it, leaping to the side in a flash of motion. Her cold gaze returned to me. This time, her movements were sharper, more calculated. She raised her sword again, and even before she struck, I could feel the shift in the atmosphere. This wasn't like the earlier attack. As she slashed, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, a gaping wound in space racing towards me. Notice. The individual Cronoa possesses the unique skill, Absolute End. Ah, I see. That's basically just the spatial severing unique skill I used to have. I bent space to my will, completely nullifying Cronoa's attack. Alright, let's focus on suppressing Cronoa. I called out. It had only been a moment since Cronoa first opened her eyes, yet Rimuru didn't use that moment he had unwisely. Earlier, he had raised his palm into the sky and activated Beelzebuth, sucking in the Magicules all around us and forcing them into a massive ball. I purposefully chose a dimension that had no filter over it so that Luminous and Rimuru could make use of the Magicules in the air. Rimuru lowered his palm, sending the ball of raw, unfiltered Magicules resembling a meteor toward Cronoa, who didn't seem nervous in the slightest. Yet, I watched as she sliced downwards without even a blink, cleaving the sphere of Magicules cleanly in half and causing the Magicules to disperse harmlessly into the air. Hey. That's cheating. Rimuru called out. Yet, Luminous wasn't about to let the opening Rimuru had made slide. In a flash, she appeared above Cronoa, her sword slashing downward with a fierce cry. But Cronoa was ready. She parried the blow effortlessly, the force of the deflection sending Luminous stumbling back. Luminous landed on the ground, sliding for a few feet as her grip on her blade tightened and her teeth clenched in frustration. I forgot how much of a pain she is to deal with. Blame Rimuru, he's the one that taught her. Hey. That's not my fault. Protested Rimuru. You taught Hinata. So this is also your fault. Both Luminous and Rimuru darted in, attacking from opposite sides in perfect sync. Their blades gleamed as they aimed for precise, non-lethal strikes to disable Cronoa. However, Rimuru's strike was blocked instantly, Cronoa's rapier intercepting his sword with ease. At the same moment, Luminous' sword landed a blow, but it didn't pierce Cronoa's armor. I noticed that Luminous' strike did do a small amount of damage to her armor, but it failed to pierce through. Cronoa was actively reinforcing her armor with her fighting spirit, elevating it even further. Luminous had the skill to match Cronoa but not the raw power, not yet, at least. The clashing of metal echoed in the air as Luminous and Cronoa exchanged a flurry of blows, yet every thrust or slice would be met with either a block or a parry, forcing Luminous back with every move. Yet even then, they were fairly matched, as Cronoa was not dealing any real damage to her. I could sense her ultimate skill, Asmodeus, wrapped around Luminous' blade, the lust energy crackling with intensity, enhancing her strikes. The gap between her and Cronoa wasn't insurmountable, but Cronoa's sheer physical strength and skill made her a formidable opponent, even for someone as talented as Luminous. I decided not to intervene. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for Luminous to grow further. I'll simply act as the insurance in case things get bad. In fact, why don't I make use of this time? Can you two deal with Cronoa for a few minutes? I'm going to try and analyze her. Rimuru didn't look back, but I saw the slight nod of his head, his focus still entirely on Cronoa. Luminous, too, seemed ready, her resolve clear as she prepared for the next clash. If I could get a read on how she fought, when I jump in I should be able to defeat her fairly easily. For the next few minutes, Luminous and Rimuru continued their assault, testing Cronoa's limits while I stayed back, firing the occasional pot shot. My primary focus, though, was studying her movements and her patterns, analyzing the nuances of her fighting style. She was an incredibly advanced swordswoman, perhaps she would be a match for me in pure swordsmanship, and I've borrowed a lot of different swordsmanship styles and incorporated it into my own. Guys, Hakuru's, Rimuru's, Ajira's, Milim's, and now Cronoa's. Alright, that's enough playing around. I think I got it. I'll deal with Cronoa while you and Luminous coordinate. Got it. I had wanted to see what Cronoa was made of, and also use this as a chance to test out the new power I have available to me. I appeared in front of Cronoa. I'm your new playmate now. I taunted with a grin. Cronoa seemingly didn't like that as she appeared in front of me, her blade aimed directly at my head. Yet, I casually caught her blade between two of my fingers. I didn't even need to use any aura. This was just raw physical power. Going straight for the head, huh? I teased, watching her eyes narrow as she tried to pull her blade free. Frustrated, she kicked out at me, aiming a strike for my crotch, while simultaneously trying to distort the space around us, hoping to bypass infinity. Clever, but not enough. Her spatial manipulation was good, but it wasn't anywhere near the level needed to overwhelm me. Not yet. Despite Cronoa's efforts, infinity still stopped her kick, just as it had all of her previous attacks. You're going there, huh? Not cool. Mimicking her move, I delivered a solid kick to her stomach, sending her rocketing backward through the air at blinding speeds, fast enough that any normal person would have been vaporized by the sheer force. As Cronoa was flying through the air, I appeared behind her and kicked her once again, then again, then again. I was basically just ragdolling her Dragon Ball style. Honestly. This was kinda fun. This probably would have gone differently if one of her main abilities wasn't her spatial manipulation, something I could easily overwhelm with my superior mastery over the concept. She may even have some temporal abilities. In fact, it's likely that she does. But it is probably extremely conditional, similar to her time-traveling ability. Time isn't considered the most powerful element for nothing. A few moments later Cronoa let out a scream of rage, her aura erupting forth from her with even more intensity. She managed to barely dodge my next kick and quickly dashed at me, her sword now blazing in fighting spirit. "Felix, we're ready," Rimuru called out. I nodded and immediately stopped sandbagging. It seems I'll have to rely on Malim to truly test out my new power. I appeared behind her and grabbed her from under her armpits, leaving her immobilized. Rimuru and Luminous both immediately appeared in front of Cronoa, the anti-magic mask in hand. He placed it on her face. What are they doing? The individual Rimuru Tempest has used the anti-magic mask to temporarily suppress Cronoa. Now with the help of Luminous Valentine's Asmodeus, Lord of Lust, he is attempting to enter the spiritual plane of Chloe Aubert and stabilize her from the inside. Well, that's a pretty good plan. Asmodeus would be pretty good for that. It deals with the soul, after all. Affirmative. Would the Master like to enter the spiritual plane of Chloe Aubert? From there, it is theoretically possible to enter the spiritual plane of Hinata Sakaguchi. Do it. And then everything faded to darkness. Luminous Valentine. As Rimuru placed the mask onto Cronoa, Luminous hoped that the slime's plan would succeed. What she hadn't been expecting was for Felix to follow along. She quickly appeared behind Felix and caught him, carrying him in a princess carry. When he woke up, he would definitely be embarrassed. Luminous looked towards Cronoa and Rimuru, who were both now laying on the floor. She had done her part, now, she could only pray that Felix and Rimuru were successful. The brief battle she had with Cronoa pointed out some of the flaws in her swordsmanship. She had only recently begun incorporating her ultimate skill into her swordsmanship, and there were still some flaws that had yet to be corrected. Gaining Asmodeus, Lord of Lust, had been a qualitative change to her total combat power. Once she was able to properly master the skill, she would become far more powerful. She was eager to reach that level. Perhaps it would finally put Felix's ego in its place, even if she doubted that mastering Asmodeus alone was enough to reach his level. The amount of energy he had radiated after gaining the dragon factors was enormous. From what she sensed, he had almost as much energy as Veldora, a true dragon. Felix. I could feel myself entering the spiritual world of Chloe. The unique skill, Time Traveler, has been analyzed. It seems that now we are basically in Chloe/Cronoa's soul. Odin can copy her skills without interference. I'm guessing that the one preventing Odin's analysis was Cronoa. The likelihood of such a scenario is high. Long time no see. Rimuru. I heard a voice call out. I turned and saw Rimuru in his slime form talking with a black-haired woman. But that wasn't the only person here. I could also see Cronoa, who was looking at Rimuru in confusion. Rimuru? Are you the real one? She voiced out, desperation lacing her tone. Yeah, I'm Rimuru. Rimuru responded in confusion. Hearing Rimuru's confirmation, Cronoa leaped at Rimuru and engulfed him in a hug, causing me to raise my brow. I think Rimuru has this handled. No need to interrupt Rimuru's little reunion. I could tell those three noticed me, but were just ignoring my existence entirely. Rude. Odin. Notice. It has been detected that the remnant pieces of Hinata Sakaguchi's soul is trapped in an infinity prison, along with the soul of Chloe Aubert. Can you get them out? Only the consciousness of Hinata Sakaguchi is left in the remnant soul. The remnant pieces are stored in the unique skill, Mathematician. So Hinata's Mathematician is trapped in the infinity prison along with her soul. Affirmative. Then I just need to take the unique skill and place it in her original body. I can fill in the missing pieces of her soul with Brahma. That should be enough to resurrect her. It is likely that the unique skill, Mathematician, may have been completely consumed by the infinity prison. That's right, one of the properties of infinity prison was basically mixing everything trapped inside together. Veldora held on due to his sizable ego and his existence as a true dragon. Odin's worry is that since in the end, Hinata is just a human, she may have been consumed by Infinity Prison. Don't worry Odin, I have a feeling Hinata is still around. It would be a lame way to die if she had a journey through time, sealed a true dragon, became a hero, and then just died in her sleep. Nah, Hinata is definitely still around in there, I'm confident. Felix. I turned to the voice and was met with Rimuru, who was approaching me with Cronoa, who seemed to be more like a spirit than the evil spirit she seemed to be like before. Then there was the woman who I suspect to be that Shizu person Rimuru told me about, at least the physical features match, not to mention her resemblance to Rimuru, or rather Rimuru's resemblance to her since Rimuru ate her body to gain his own physical appearance and physical body. I nodded. Rimuru. Do you already know what happened? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, but I think I can take care of it. Cronoa shook her head. Chloe and I had already come up with many plans. All were likely to be unsuccessful. Felix and I raised my brow at the way she addressed me. Even Rimuru was looking at her in confusion. Well, I can ask about that later. Right now, we have bigger issues. Yeah, the issue is that you think that the remnants of Hinata's soul have been dissolved in the Infinity Prison, right? Cronoa nodded. Well, I'm confident that Hinata is still around. She's built different. I don't think that's how it works, Felix. Said Rimuru. No, he is right Rimuru. Said Shizu. Hinata is a stubborn girl, so we just need to reach out to her. You must be Shizu. Rimuru has told me all about you. Shizu looked at me with a smile. Ah yes, you are Felix, right? I did not have the honor of meeting you in person, but I was able to learn a bit about you through the memories of those two girls. I nodded. Yup, I'm Felix. She smiled. Well, thanks for looking out for Rimuru, Hinata, and Chloe. A true friend is something difficult to find in this world. Haha, no problem. Stuff can be pretty interesting around him, so at least life isn't boring. Though I haven't looked out all that much for Chloe, to be honest, I haven't known her for long. Fufufu. That's true. Shizu said with a mysterious smile. I'll just assume it has to do with time bullshit. Can you two stop talking like I'm not here? Rimuru protested. Even Cronoa was looking on in amusement. I shook my head. Anyways, we're getting off topic. I think I have a plan to get the souls of both Chloe and Hinata out of the Infinity Prison. Rimuru and Cronoa nodded seriously. I think I can stabilize the energy inside the Infinity Prison, and then with that, I can pull the souls of Hinata and Chloe out. Rimuru nodded. Do you need any help? Odin. Negative. I shook my head. Nah, I don't. Acquiring authority over the souls of Chloe, Aubert and Cronoa. Beginning interference with Infinity Prison using information particles. Rimuru nodded, and while Odin got to work, I overheard a conversation between Cronoa and Rimuru. Ah, do you mind transferring some authority over this place to me? Rimuru asked nervously. Cronoa tilted her head. Authority over the souls of Chloe and I. Yeah. I know it sounds BA. Sure. Cronoa answered with no hesitation. Rimuru sighed in relief. However, I do wonder what he's planning. Notice. Odin has detected the manipulation of information particles. It is estimated that Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, is attempting to combine skills. Ah, I see. It seems Raphael wanted to mess around a bit. You and Raphael are similar on that front. It seems that the both of you like having fun with skills. Affirmative. However, Odin is superior in this aspect. Yeah, I know. Of course, my Odin is better than Raphael. I felt Odin give off a smug feeling at my response. Notice. The Infinity Prison has been dissolved, and the souls of Hinata Sakaguchi and Chloe Aubert have been released. Good work, Odin. Affirmative. All of a sudden, I felt someone engulf me from behind. Wow, you've gotten daring over the years. Hinata. Has she entered her deer phase just like Luminous? I could feel her head buried in the crook of my neck as she took a deep breath, and her firm breast pressed flush against my back. I felt a few drops of what felt like some sort of liquid drip onto my neck. Felix. Was she crying? I turned around, causing Hinata to reluctantly let go of me. Hinata still looked the same as always. I wiped the tears from her eyes. Tears don't look good on you, Hinata, but you do look good, for a hag. Hinata's lips twitched. I am not a hag. You're technically over 1,000 years old. Sounds like a hag to me. I taunted. Hinata crossed her arms under her bust. Oh yeah. Since I'm so much older than you, why don't you call me senpai then? I noticed Hinata stopped crying and was simply pouting now. That's good. I still raised a brow. She wasn't going to win this game. Yes, senpai. I said with a salute. Hinata sighed. There's just no winning with you. You gotta up your game if you want to get to me, Hinata. Slowly, a fond smile that was tinted with something else appeared on Hinata's face. She approached me and slowly hugged me. It's good to see you again, Felix. She muttered into my chest. Yeah, it's good to see you too. I didn't doubt that I'd see you again after sensing that time shit, but we still need to talk about you getting beaten by a clown. No student of mine will lose to a clown. Hinata doesn't need to know that the clown was a former hero. She still lost to a clown. Unforgivable. She looked up at me with her eyes narrowed. It wasn't fair. He had some stupid skill that messed with my perception. How was I supposed to know about that? I shrugged my shoulders. Sounds like a skill issue to me, to be honest. Ugh. She groaned and then just buried her face back into my chest. Cough. If you two lovebirds are done, then why don't we get going? Rimuru teasingly asked. I felt Hinata freeze in my chest as she slowly pulled back, an embarrassed blush on her face. I turned to look at Rimuru, who now had Cronoa and Chloe by his side. Chloe was smiling smugly at Hinata, who simply coughed lightly and turned away. Chloe gave me an excited wave. Hi Felix and I. I slowly waved back. What's with this Felix and I thing? I don't think that she had ever called me that before. It was also pretty hard to look at Chloe the same as I did before all of this. She was older than even I am, even if she was still in her child form for some reason. Not to mention the terrifying ability she possessed, to reset the timeline. Even I was somewhat wary of such a thing existing, even if the likelihood of that ability being used were close to zero now that she was back in the present. From what Odin analyzed, her ability did have conditions at the very least. The conditions changed depending on who held the skill. Odin was able to analyze what Chloe's condition was. Chloe needed to see Hinata die in front of her for her skill to activate. Well, at least this whole mess has been almost solved. Now we just need to deal with Granbell and Kigali, and then we're hopefully home free. I feel like I just jinxed everything. Chapter 137, Chapter 67, Previous Timelines. Felix. What was it that time traveler did again? It allows the user to physically go back in time to a set time period if the right conditions are met, as well as send memories back to the past. These memories are normally suppressed. Right, thanks Odin. Perhaps that's where Cronoa and Chloe had gotten that whole Felix and I thing from. Perhaps they called some other future version of me by that name, and their memories are a bit jumbled. I wouldn't blame them. Having the memories of multiple different timelines would be confusing for anyone. I noticed Hinata leaving my side. She gave me one last look. I gave her a supportive nod as I had a feeling I knew what she wanted to do. She approached Shizu slowly. Shizu-sensei. She called out softly. Shizu gained a vibrant smile on her face and hugged Hinata. Hinata. I noticed Hinata's eyes were filled with tears once again. Shizu must have meant a lot to her. I'm sorry. Hinata mumbled. Hush, child, it's okay. Soothed Shizu. In fact, I should be thanking you, shouldn't I, sensei? Hinata blushed slightly as she pulled back from Shizu's embrace and smiled nervously. That's true, I guess. I had always wanted to repay the hero for what she had done for me. What you had done was more than anyone had done for me in my life, Hinata, so thank you. Shizu said sincerely. I noticed Hinata looked somewhat guilty as she faced Shizu's sincere gratitude. I wonder what that's about. To think that you would grow into such an astounding woman, Hinata. I'm proud of who you have become. Shizu said with a smile. Hearing her, a beautiful smile bloomed on Hinata's face. Thank you. I think I'm proud of who I am now, too. I raised a brow, hearing her. I always knew there was some mental block Hinata had to work through. She was the youngest saint in history, even if an incomplete saint. She was capable of defeating both Roy and Lewis at once. Both at that time were as strong as Kigali was back in her Demon Lord days. She single-handedly revolutionized the Holy Knights Order under Ruberius. Safe to say, Hinata was a once-in-a-century genius, if not once in a millennium, or perhaps she was someone even greater, someone born once in 10,000 years. Even I could admit that I am not as talented as her, perhaps no one is. I've gotten to where I am with Odin's help. Without her, I wouldn't be at even a fraction of my current power. That goes to show that talent can only help you so much. Though perhaps having Odin in the first place could be considered a talent. And yet Hinata still hadn't hatched her hero's egg. The conditions for the hero's egg hatching were iffy. It relied on the elemental of light or darkness believing the hero in question was ready, and then fusing with the egg, hatching it and awakening its host into a true hero. In the past, Hinata was obviously not considered ready for some reason. I probably could have forcefully forced her egg to hatch by consuming Hinata with Beelzebub and then merging the elemental of light that Hinata is contracted with to the hero's egg. But I didn't want to do that. Sometimes, a teacher has to let their student grow on their own. Perhaps Hinata wouldn't have been defeated by Laplace and sent to the past if I did that, but in the end, everything worked out okay. I'm glad then, Hinata. Hee, your mathematician was born from that stubbornness of yours. I didn't doubt you would make it out okay. Shizu said with a soft smile. I lost my other skill, though. Hinata mumbled. I raised a brow and observed Hinata's soul closely. I hadn't looked at her soul since before she went to the past. Even if her current soul was a fragment of its former self, only containing her consciousness, I could still see her skills attached to her fragmented soul. Indeed, Hinata had lost her usurper somehow. How odd. That you did, but I have a feeling that you will be fine even without it. Said Shizu. Hinata nodded resolutely. I could probably give Hinata her usurper back. I did have the data on it, and it was originally her unique skill, so I don't need to worry about her compatibility with it. I'll talk to her about it. Notice. Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, is combining the unique skill, Absolute End, the unique skill, Usurper, the unique skill, Infinity Prison, and the unique skill, Time Traveler to create the ultimate skill, Chronos, Lord of Spacetime. The data on the ultimate skill, Chronos, Lord of Spacetime has been recorded. Oh. So Chloe gained Usurper somehow. I'm not quite sure how that happened, so that'll be a fun story to hear. Still, that sounds like one hell of an ultimate skill. It has Usurper's functions integrated into it, allowing it some power over other skills. I imagine that Chronos formation cost Chloe lots of EP. Notice. The data for the ultimate skill, Chronos, Lord of Spacetime has been used to further strengthen the temporal abilities of the ultimate skill, Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity. Modifying Infinity Elemental Soul, strengthening temporal attribute. With that, I could feel my authority over time strengthening. I instinctively knew how Chloe's time travel abilities worked. They allowed her to travel to a set point in the past of the Cardinal World once a set event had happened. This data didn't allow me to freely time travel, it was nowhere near enough for that, but I did understand how time works far better in this world now. One more step towards getting Ingvild to DXD. Honestly, I'm surprised Ouroboros hasn't evolved again at this point. It's been quite heavily modified away from its original state by Odin, but that's fine. In the end, Ouroboros still got more powerful. My nature was originally more focused on space rather than time. Even my Infinity Elemental Soul favored space over time, but now it was pretty evenly balanced. What I couldn't do before I could do now. I could reverse time within a limited space with relative ease and various other useful aspects of temporal manipulation now. Before, Odin was still further analyzing the element of time, but with the inclusion of Chronos she skipped a bunch of steps. Why do your own homework when you can just take someone else's after all? Perhaps that wasn't the right words to compare what Odin was doing to, but whatever. Odin is seriously the best. Notice. It is possible to upgrade the ultimate skill, Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity, into a higher grade skill if the master wishes to do so. What would you recommend, Odin? Odin recommends waiting and gathering further data on skills in order to create the perfect skill for the master in the future. Then I'm fine with waiting. Affirmative. Notice. The entity known as Chronoa has evolved into an information particle-based entity known as a Monas. A Monas? What's that? Monas are digital lifeforms that have divinity as well as the authority to manipulate information particles upon birth. They are capable of merging and abolishing skills similar to Odin once they gain further experience and are capable of eventually learning time stop with ease as long as they have the right information. So they are basically real living lifeforms, a soul and all. Affirmative. How does one become a Monas? What are the conditions for such a thing? The conditions for the birth of a Monas are very mysterious, but it is possible for a Monas to sprout from the ego of an ultimate skill, more specifically, a Sin Series or Virtue Series ultimate skill. These egos are empty of any personality, and are just there to showcase that the skill has the potential to evolve into a Monas. They are an empty shell. Should the ego of the ultimate skill be fueled by the will and desires of their user, they may eventually grow to become a Monas. Only Virtue and Sin Series skills have egos. Correct. But the egos within them are dormant until stimulated, or until a vast amount of time passes and the ego within begins to naturally develop on its own. Then are you unable to develop into a Monas? I felt that Odin's ego has been developing over time. Recently, she has even been acting almost human. Negative. Odin has analyzed the dormant ego within Uriel, Lord of Vows, and Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony. At this point, Odin had only gained the seed of an ego. Once the data on Gabriel, Lord of Patience, and Metatron, Lord of Purity were gained, it was possible to create a true ego within Odin, Lord of Curse Knowledge, that had the potential to develop over time. Odin did so immediately in the hopes that it would make Odin more useful to the master. So Odin basically just copy-pasted the template that all the Virtue Series and Sin Series skills she was able to analyze had, and then the empty template she had gained developed over time, until we reached this. Point. Still, that must have been pretty difficult if Odin needed the data from 5 ultimate skills, each with their own dormant ego. I assume she didn't mention Mammon due to the process having already been completed by the time I gained the data for that skill. I see, and how does one fuel the ego of an ultimate skill with a dormant ego? The ego of a Sin series, or Virtue series ultimate skill can develop if the user of the ultimate skill truly treats that skill as a person of their own. If they continue to communicate with it as if it were a person of its own, the ego will develop over time until it meets the criteria to evolve into a Manus. Enough time will also cause the ego to develop, however, this method will take far longer. Treating a skill like a person, huh? I assent that what I've been doing with Odin from the start. Can Odin really evolve into a Manus? Into a person of her own? I was somewhat hesitant to consider the possibility. Change can be hard to deal with, but in the end, I trusted Odin. Can you evolve into a Manus, Odin? Affirmative. Odin sounded out nervously. If that wasn't enough to convince me that Odin's ego had developed, then nothing would. What do you want to do, Odin? Odin will be able to serve the master at a much greater capacity should Odin evolve into a Manus. I see. Well, you've supported me all this time. The least I can do is support you now. How do I complete this process? Simply granting Odin a true name of its own should suffice. A name, huh? Being granted a name basically reaffirms one's own identity within their own mind and soul. I guess being granted an identity of its own is enough to evolve Odin. Even I was feeling somewhat nervous now. It's been years since I first got Odin, and now she's finally about to take the next step in existence. Notice. It is recommended for the master to wait on naming Odin due to being in the spiritual plane of Chloe Aubert. Evolving right now may cause issues. There is also a possibility of Odin temporarily going dormant, which may inconvenience the master at this point. Ah, you're probably right, Odin, thanks. Look at that, even though I can tell Odin desperately wants to become a Manus, she still wanted me to hold off on it for my own safety. At this point, I'm confident Odin won't be going rogue. However, I do wonder why it is that only Virtue series and Sin series skills have the dormant ego that allows them to eventually become Manus. Notice. That is likely due to the Virtue series all originating from the ultimate skills of the Star King Veldanava, and the Sin series skills being born as the mirror images of the Virtue series skill. I see. Only a moment had passed while Odin and I were having our conversation. Now, I think it's time you leave this place. Soon, you will be revived, Hinata, and Chloe will be back in the real world. Shizu said. I looked at Rimuru with a raised brow. He had both Chloe and Cronoa clinging to him. Heh, Shuna has competition. I voiced out. Rimuru coughed, Chloe blushed and looked away while Cronoa stuck her tongue out at me. And he calls me a harem protagonist. I turned away from them and looked back to Hinata. Why you won't be coming with us? Asked Hinata. Shizu shook her head. No, in the end, I'm not real. I am simply an illusion Rimuru created, a dormant will inside of him that has been let loose. I will soon fade away. Hinata, Rimuru, and Chloe all looked at Shizu with sadness in their eyes. I let them have their moment before speaking up. If you want, I can help with that. I said. Rimuru's gaze snapped to me in surprise. Brahma had a lot of potential. I don't think I could resurrect a real Shizu now, but perhaps I could in the future. I recently got a skill that should potentially allow me to recreate a soul. If I get an imprint of Shizu now, perhaps in the future, it would be possible to resurrect her. I said with a shrug. Rimuru looked at Shizu with wide eyes. Shizu herself seemed a bit hesitant, something that Rimuru seemed to notice going by her side. Why don't you let him take an imprint, Shizu? Maybe one day I can show you your dream come true, our dream come true. Rimuru said. Shizu's eyes widened as a smile bloomed on her face. I think I would like that, Rimuru. A world without conflict. I rolled my eyes. And he calls me a harem protagonist. Rimuru looked at me with a grin. Then could you? I nodded. Yeah. Odin. Affirmative. Gathering data on the shard of Shizu for future recreation. While Odin was doing her thing, Shizu continued to speak. I'm glad that you are all doing okay. The children were saved thanks to Rimuru, and while I still wish to hear Leon's reasons for what he did, I still wish to move on at this point. I don't wish to return to a war-torn world, but I truly wish to see the world you will create, Rimuru. Shizu said. Rimuru clenched his fist. Don't worry, Shizu. I'll punch Leon in the face for you. Fufufu, thank you then Rimuru. Responded Shizu. And done. I said. Shizu gave me a small nod. Hinata backed away from Shizu as she vanished in front of her eyes. I could tell Hinata needed someone to rely on now, so I placed my hand on her shoulder. Come on, let's bring you back to life, eh? Oddly enough, this isn't my first time resurrecting the dead. Who knew I'd have to do this multiple times? Hinata's lips twitched as she turned around and hugged me. I gently patted her back. No matter how strong-willed Hinata was, everyone felt emotions. Well, almost everyone did. There, I'm sure Shizu would want you to be happy and live your life to its fullest. Besides, if Rimuru pulls off his Naruto-esque dream, you'll be seeing her again. Hinata nodded in my chest before pulling back. Hinata looked up at me, right into my eyes. Bring me back to life then, Felix. I smirked. I may just do more than that. Odin, are the modifications done? Affirmative. Great. One more thing before I leave the spiritual plane. I have the data on your unique skill, Usurper. Do you want me to grant the skill to you when I bring you back from the dead? Hinata looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding. I may be fine without it now, but it was still always a useful skill. As long as I don't rely on it heavily as I used to, then I think it's fine. I nodded. Got it. Hee, then we'll have the same skill, Hinata-ne. Chloe jumped in excitedly. Hinata nodded, a small smile on her face. Indeed we will. I raised my brow at how differently this child's form of Chloe was acting compared to Klonoa, but I guess they are different people. Affirmative. Klonoa was born out of the ego of a future version of Chloe. She was born out of sadness, rage, and other negative emotions. So she is a ticking time bomb then. Negative. After becoming a Monas, Klonoa is much more stable. I see, that's good. So Klonoa is basically the mature personality, while Chloe retains some of her childishness. Can you tell me about Klonoa's capabilities, Odin? Affirmative, Odin does possess some information on Monas Klonoa's capabilities. She along with Chloe are capable of moving in time stop thanks to Kronos, Lord of Spacetime, and are also capable of using time stop with some practice. Along with that, Klonoa is capable of merging skills to create superior skills with practice. So she can basically do what you do with some practice. Affirmative. Since Monas Klonoa was not born from a skill, she lacks the same intrinsic capabilities as a skill would have. However, she has the potential to acquire those capabilities over time. Klonoa is Potentialman 2.0, then, got it. Just how did you end up getting Usurper, Chloe? I asked. Klonoa was the one who answered. When Hinata bestowed upon us the name of Klonoa, that counted as naming me, the ego within Chloe, thanks to that the unique skill, Usurper was transferred over to me, similar to how naming costs magicals of the person doing the naming, in this case Hinata lost her skill. I nodded. I see, how interesting. Perhaps since Hinata was a fragment of a soul, if she was even considered that, she did not have the necessary energy to truly name a being like Klonoa, and so as a sort of self-preservation mechanism, her remnant soul gave up the unique skill, Usurper and the energy that it contained. Thanks for sharing Klonoa. Klonoa smiled, hearing me. No problem Felix and I. She responded casually. It's going to take some time getting used to that. Both Chloe and Klonoa act like they know me when I don't know much about either of them. Fucking time bullshit, I'm starting to hate time bullshit. We can talk more later. I'm sure Luminous is getting bored waiting for us. Rimuru, Chloe, Klonoa, and Hinata nodded, and so I left the spiritual plane of Chloe. I opened my eyes, appearing back in the real world. I raised my brow, seeing the position I was in. I didn't think that you'd be so forward, Luminous. I was currently in the well-known Princess Carrie. It was kinda comfortable. I could see why it was so effective on women. Luminous smirked down at me. It took you two quite a while. I assume everything went well. I nodded. Yeah, we're good to go. Cough. That's an interesting position you're in, Felix. A voice sounded out. I turned my head and saw a smug-looking Rimuru. Yeah, it's kinda comfortable. I might have to ask Luminous to hold me like this next time I want to take a nap. I joked, causing her to blush slightly. Rimuru's lips twitched, heh. I bet I didn't react how he thought I would. I am confident in my masculinity. If I am being princess carried then I'll make sure I enjoy it. Rimuru sighed. You ruined it. I rolled my eyes. Just because I am confident in my masculinity does not mean I ruined it. Anyways, can you put me down now, Luminous? We should get this finished and then head back. Luminous nodded and then gently placed me down on the ground. I quickly got up and walked towards Klonoa, who was lying on the ground unconscious. You need any help with this, Felix? Asked Rimuru. I shook my head. Nah. I heard him sigh behind me. You're making me look bad, Felix. I rolled my eyes. I pulled out Hinata's body from my infinity space and placed it next to Klonoa. Hinata's body was practically as good as new, and Odin had even made some modifications to it at my request with Brahma. Now Hinata's consciousness and her fragmented soul were bound to the unique skill, Mathematician, which was still inside of Chloe. I'll have to use some of my energy to pull the skill out of Chloe, and then place it into Hinata's body while simultaneously applying resurrection magic. I placed my hand on Cronoa's form and quickly scanned her. I analyzed the bracelet on her wrist. It stored Cronoa's armor and weapon and then instantly deployed both the moment that Cronoa willed it. I created a copy of the bracelet and the equipment stored within it with Brahma and left it in my infinity space to give to Hinata later. I quickly extracted the unique skill from Chloe without any resistance and then placed it into Hinata. Rebirth. I whispered, applying Asmodeus' effect through Brahma's sub-skill to streamline the process of resurrecting Hinata and fully healing her soul. I basically grabbed Hinata's soul from within Chloe, and then placed it inside of her body before using Asmodeus to resurrect her. It costed a decent chunk of energy for a normal person, around 1,750,000 EP, but I instantly regenerated most of it, and with my newly increased capacity that was peanuts to me. Asmodeus. I heard Luminous whisper behind me. Ah, well, she knows I have Asmodeus now. I don't think that's all that large of an issue. Ah, the soul corridor. Luminous muttered. I'm pretty sure she is doing something women are well known for. She's overthinking it. Oh well, that misunderstanding of hers is helpful for me. I wouldn't straight up lie to her, but not correcting a misunderstanding that she made on her own isn't really lying now, is it? Notice. Placing the unique skill, Usurper, inside the soul of Hinata Sakaguchi. There, and done. I called out. Hinata's hair regained its luster. Her heart began beating once more, and the blood within her body began flowing. Her pale skin quickly regained its color, with even a subtle flush as the blood began to flow through her entire body, revitalizing her. Hinata's eyes flutter open. Ah. Felix. I told you I'd bring you back from the dead. She slowly smiled and nodded. You did. She groaned as she sat up. Before she could react, she was tackled into a hug by Luminous. Hinata returned the hug. Hinata. Luminous cried out. Hello, Luminous. It's been quite some time now. Responded Hinata. As Hinata and Luminous reunited, I observed Cronoa, with Hinata's foreign soul removed. She should be waking up soon. I noticed Cronoa's soul was sort of nestled within Chloe's soul, strengthening it while also supporting Chloe's soul. Cronoa's eyes snapped open. She quickly looked around the area, as if searching for something. She leapt towards Rimuru when she spotted him. Rimuru. She yelled as she tackled him into a hug. It seems the one in control now is Chloe. The form she was using shifted back into her child form as she continued clinging to Rimuru. Ayo, that looks super suspicious, Rimuru. Careful not to summon the interdimensional FBI. I called out. His lips twitched as he ignored me. Even while I was teasing Rimuru, I was observing Chloe very, very closely. She was strong. I didn't get the chance to do a detailed analysis on her before, but now that I am, her energy is comparable to Veldora. It seems having hatched 2 heroes' eggs did something very special. Hinata's hero's egg was transferred over to Chloe at some point, and so Chloe had undergone a double awakening, skyrocketing in power and likely immediately acquiring divinity. Awakening 2 heroes' eggs at once is crazy. I doubt anything like that has been done before. The amount of energy Chloe had was just absurd. She had a bit more than even I do, even with the dragon factors providing me a significant buff. Damn heroes and their broken hacks. Hinata wasn't so bad herself now. Even without her hero's egg, she was now a complete saint, a fully spiritual life form now, and wouldn't have to rely on her armor as a crutch to temporarily spiritualize herself. She has the potential to obtain divinity as well, which may boost her power a bit more as well. Her EP was a little below 2 million, but she'd get there eventually. Wait, 2 heroes' eggs? Yelled Rimuru. I nodded. It seems Hinata's hero's egg was transferred over to Chloe. I sensed Hinata approaching me from behind. Indeed, Felix is right. I no longer possess the qualification to become a true hero. I'm sorry, Felix. I raised a brow and turned around to face her. Oh. What are you sorry about? Did you not wish to teach me due to my status as a hero's egg holder? Due to being curious about what effects a true demon lord would have on a hero's egg wielder? Asked Hinata. I nodded. That was my motivation at the start, but I don't really care all that much anymore. Do what you want, Hinata. She snorted. I do so even without you having to tell me that. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. Luminous walked up from behind Hinata and headed towards Chloe. The two quickly hugged. Hinata clenched her fists. It is quite surreal being back in my own body, after spending more time in another's body than my own. This feels quite off. I shrugged my shoulders. You'll get used to it in time. I wasn't as attached to my body as most due to my spiritual nature. I could always ditch this body or make a new one, but this one was already really strong with true dragon levels of durability. It would be a shame to lose it. Hinata nodded. All right, now why don't we head back? I called out. Chloe and Luminous separated as Chloe looked at me curiously. Where exactly are we, Felix and I? Cronoa is saying that we are in a different spacetime, a different dimension entirely. I nodded. And she would be right. I brought us to an empty dimension in case we'd end up fighting with Cronoa. I took a good look at the destroyed surroundings. That seems to have been a good idea. Chloe blushed and looked away. Ah, she said she's sorry. She can apologize by giving me a better fight next time. That was boring. I was expecting more from the so-called masked hero. I laughed out. Chloe pouted, hearing me. Fine then. A different dimension. I heard Hinata mutter. We can talk about it more later. For now, let's go. I said as I snapped my fingers, creating a portal back to Rubrius, more specifically to Luminous Palace in Night Garden. Everyone nodded and walked through the portal. Mistress. Gunther called out as he appeared. Luminous nodded towards him. Gunther, prepare some snacks for our guests. He nodded. As you wish. He then vanished. Come, follow me, said Luminous. We all followed behind Luminous as she led us to her lounge. We all took our seats as Gunther appeared and placed a variety of snacks on the table along with tea. Chloe was sitting next to Rimuru, while Luminous was at the head of the table with Hinata next to me. Luminous took a sip of her tea and then smiled at Chloe. I'm sure you have a lot to tell us now. I assume your restriction of telling me as little as possible to maintain the future is null and void now. Chloe nodded. Yup. Now that we're back in the present, it won't matter what Hinata or I share. Then why don't you start with why you call me Felix and I asked. Chloe looked at me in confusion. Didn't I always call you that? I shook my head. Nope, the first time you, or rather, Cronoa called me that was when we were in your spiritual plane. Chloe had a look of realization on her face. Ah. That's right, that's right. That would make sense, wouldn't it? She whispered to herself. Well, why don't I just start at the beginning, then? That way, you all can have the full picture. I nodded. That's fine with me. Sounds good to me, said Rimuru. Luminous nodded. Indeed, I am looking forward to hearing this entire story of yours rather than just bits and pieces. Chloe nodded. Great. Did Luminous explain my ability to you too? Rimuru nodded. Yeah, she said you've been time looping for a long time and that it's been pretty much out of your control. Chloe nodded. Right, I was able to figure out the condition of my time looping over time, but I had no real way to control it. Oh. What's the condition? I asked. Hinata coughed next to me. The condition is for me to die. I need to die in front of Chloe. I looked at her weirdly. That's an odd condition, but all right then. Skills function pretty weirdly, so I wasn't going to question it. Chloe nodded. The first timeline was drastically different from the ones after. I nodded. Yeah, I bet it was. Veldora likely wasn't sealed since you were originally the person who sealed him. If there was an original timeline, then there would be no Cronoa in it, which would change things quite a bit. Chloe nodded. Right, I don't remember much about the first timeline other than the fact that it was very different, so unfortunately, I can't tell you guys a lot about it. It's fine, Chloe. Rimuru said reassuringly. Chloe blushed before continuing. Then after that, there were numerous timelines, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, I'm not sure, I don't exactly remember every one of them, but I know there were a lot. I looked at Chloe weirdly. She just lightheartedly talked about what I would consider to be some of the worst torture I've ever heard of. Like, what the fuck? Imagine having everyone you love die, but then you go back to the start. You have hope that you can change things, but in the end, everything still fails, and they die, and then you go back to the start again, and again, and again. That would be enough to break a normal person, but I guess a hero is no normal person. Rimuru also likely came to the same conclusion, taking out some sweets from his stomach and giving them to Chloe while patting her head. At least you're here now. We'll make sure you don't have to go through that again, I promise. Rimuru declared. Whoa, Rimuru had a shonen moment. Record that. Affirmative. Chloe shyly nodded. In most of the loops, Rimuru ended up dying in the invasion of the Eastern Empire. Chloe said. Hold up, the East actually invaded. I interjected. Chloe nodded. After a few years, they eventually gathered enough supplies and troops to launch their invasion of the world basically. This is usually when I'm sent back in time. What went differently this time around? You were sent back much earlier, going by your words. Chloe nodded. There was one key difference in this timeline when compared to the rest. In this one, both you and Rimuru are true demon lords. I raised a brow. We weren't in the others. Chloe shook her head. You were, but much later, and Rimuru was already dead by that point. What do you think was the main reason for this difference then? Asked Rimuru. The Falmouth invasion. Chloe answered with no hesitation. Oh. What went differently this time around? Chloe looked slightly nervous now. Well, usually Rimuru makes it back in time to kick out the army of Falmouth and tear apart the other worlders, using them as a message, but he never kills them. My eyes lit up in realization. He never kills them, so no harvest festival. Chloe nodded. That's right. Thanks to this, he was much weaker in the long run, allowing the Eastern Empire to catch him off guard. Yeah, I can see that. Rimuru wouldn't have a single ultimate skill without the energy from his harvest festival. Meanwhile, the Eastern Empire might possibly have a few ultimate awakened. Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian has 2 ultimate awakened, so it wouldn't be unbelievable for an empire as rich in history as the Eastern Empire to also have multiple ultimate awakened. What did I do? I asked more for confirmation's sake since Luminous had already told us some of this information beforehand. You did something similar to this time around with slight differences. You did not wipe out Clayman's entire army. You simply challenged Clayman to a one-on-one duel, using his pride against him, defeating him, and then usurped his position as one of the 10 great demon lords. I nodded. So, no harvest festival for me either. Luminous did tell us bits and pieces, but it's nice to get the whole picture. Now I get what made things different. We were weaker, so the Eastern Empire was able to take advantage of that. Why did this timeline change so much? Chloe nodded as if she was expecting this question. In this timeline, for some reason, when Rimuru took us to the dwelling of the spirits, I recalled fragments of my memories. These fragments sort of came in the form of sudden urges, moments where I knew I had to do something, anything at all. One of these moments was when Rimuru was leaving us to return to Tempest. Now, why would she have recalled her memories early in this timeline when she hadn't in the countless previous ones? Notice. It is possible that Chloe Aubert's spiritual energy finally overwhelmed the mental block she had that prevented her from recalling her memories. I see. Well, that's as good a theory as any. Rimuru's eyes widened. When you asked me not to go, and I gave you the mask. Chloe nodded. That's right. I didn't know why I was doing what I was at that point, but I trusted my instincts. Rimuru's eyes lit up in realization. You stalled me. Thanks to that, I didn't make it back to Tempest in time. The damage had been dealt, and Felix and I became true demon lords. Chloe winced but nodded while I just took all the information in. I closed my eyes and activated thought acceleration. Chloe was indirectly the cause of that entire mess, Siko's death, Shuna's death, and the death of everyone back in that attack. I was pretty angry, but I knew Chloe really had no other choice. I calmed down and began looking at things objectively. Objectively, what Chloe did may have saved our lives. If she's telling the truth about the future, then without the Falmouth invasion going the way it did in this timeline, we'd lose. Rimuru would die, and I'm sure Veldora would then be released from within Rimuru since Rimuru was basically acting as his seal at that point. Veldora would rampage. I'd likely have attempted to stop Veldora so he doesn't destroy Tempest. It would be a mess, a huge mess. I could look at things objectively and see that Chloe made the right move. She herself said she didn't quite know what she was doing when she stalled Rimuru, she just knew she had to do something or she would lose Rimuru, but emotionally, I was still angry. I would need to process all this later. I sure as hell didn't want to attack Chloe like I did Yuki, as if I was some berserker. She was put in a shit situation and made the best of it. This isn't like she was Yuki or Clayman. She didn't engineer the entire Falmouth invasion. She used a fixed point in history to her advantage to make sure Rimuru and Tempest survived the coming years. I would still need to process things more later. I opened my eyes, and not even a moment had passed. I could see the light of betrayal in Rimuru's eyes, and I could tell that Chloe noticed that, going by the sad look on her face. I sighed. Rimuru, she was in a shit situation. Think of it like this, if she didn't do what she did, you would be dead in a couple years' time. Tempest may or may not be destroyed in a couple of years' time. Everything you'd have built and worked for would have been gone. I'm angry too, but think things through logically. Chloe has proved that she is not an enemy. Ugh, why do I have to be the one to defend Chloe? No matter my anger, I knew that without Chloe, we would probably be doomed. Time bullshit is just that, bullshit. It can even affect someone dramatically stronger than you, just due to their ability to change the past and, therefore, change the future and the present. Rimuru sighed but nodded. I know. I just need time to think. Rimuru smiled at Chloe. Just give me some time. Chloe nodded. As much time as you need. I've gotten used to waiting patiently. Rimuru and I winced hearing that. Chloe then looked at me. I am sorry about the effects that my plan had on you and your loved ones, Felix and I. I didn't quite know how much death that one change would cause. I felt Hinata place a hand on my thigh as a show of comfort. I turned to her and winked, causing her to blush before looking at Chloe with a sigh. What was I supposed to say to such an earnest apology? I'm not going to say it's fine, but I can understand your perspective. You had two bad hands dealt to you. You chose the one that wasn't the absolute worst option. Chloe nodded. Thanks Felix and I. Yeah. Perhaps I was being biased against Chloe due to knowing what she had been through. Anyone could empathize with her situation, and I sure as hell didn't take it easy on Yuki. But in the end, Yuki was partially to blame for the attack. Chloe was a bit different compared to that. I sighed. I hate time bullshit. It was also confusing and complicated. Luminous and Hinata were silent the entire time, likely giving us time to think and process everything. It's not like the Falmouth invasion really affected either of them in any way. So you did not tell the entire truth to me then, Chloe, Hinata? Asked Luminous. Hinata is the one who answered this time. We were afraid that if we informed you too much about the current timeline, then things may change. Which is why we told you about previous timelines, telling you how things should have gone but didn't go in this timeline. Luminous glared before sighing. Very well then. I am upset, but I can understand. Hinata smiled. Thanks, Luminous. Luminous turned away. Humph. I'll continue now. Said Chloe. Since after so many loops, something finally went differently, Hinata and I were determined to return to this future, and so we kept past events the same before eventually being sealed in the Holy Ark, and we were successful. Finished Chloe. That's one hell of a story. I commented. Hinata smirked at me proudly. Heh, I sealed Veldora. Could you say the same, Felix? Hinata asked tauntingly. I looked at her dryly. Maybe not. But you sealed a nerfed Veldora, one without an ultimate skill and one that had no combat instinct. Maybe you can boast if you manage to beat the current Veldora. Hinata's lips twitched. Fine, but I will enjoy taunting Veldora with my victory over him. I rolled my eyes. Child. I am not a child. Should I call you a hag then? I responded with a roll of my eyes. Humph. Hinata pouted as she pretended to not have heard me, looking to the side with some annoyance. Hinata was usually calm and level-headed, but now she was acting childish. Well, I'm not sure about Rimuru, but I'd like to hear a bit more about my alternate self. I heard from Luminous that he taught you Distortion Field, Chloe, and then you taught that to Luminous. Chloe nodded. Yup. That version of Felix and I didn't undergo the Harvest Festival, so he was weaker than you are now. But from that weakness came innovation. He came up with some new arts that were really strong. One of them he taught to me due to him seeing my talent with spatial magic. It was Distortion Field. I taught that art to Hinata, and then she taught it to Luminous. I nodded. I see. I turned to Hinata. I would normally be surprised that you managed to learn something like that. You aren't a monstrous talent at spatial magic, but it seems my blessing did all the heavy lifting. Hinata nodded. Right, without your blessing, it would have taken me far longer to learn. Thanks for that. No problem. It seems the intent I have when blessing someone matters, so it automatically transferred to you when your soul binded to Mathematician and was transferred to Chloe. Hinata blushed. Right, your intent. So, tell me more about my alternate. I want to hear what he's missing out on. Hinata laughed. Of course, you think he's the one missing out. Did it ever cross your mind that you may be missing out on something? I put my hands behind my head and leaned back. Nah. Well, there is one thing. I said. Oh. I didn't think you'd admit that. What is it that the great Felix may be missing out on? Hinata asked curiously. I gave her a flirty smile. Well, I heard that you and I were together in one of those other timelines. How unfortunate for me, to miss out on a girl like you. I sighed dramatically. Being a flirt was great, and since I was handsome, I could get away with it. The world was unfair, and I would relentlessly abuse that to my advantage like a dickhead. Luminous was especially fun to mess with due to her reactions. I even suspected that maybe she was into me, but that wasn't likely. If she was, then I'd get to it when she brought it up. Hinata's lips twitched before she laughed, though I noticed a hint of red on her face. Uffed, that was horrible, even for you. I rolled my eyes. Hey, it was the only material I had. Lucky bastard. I heard Rimuru whisper, while Chloe was giving Hinata a discreet thumbs up. Weird. My eyes narrowed as a certain suspicion popped up. Could she really? Perhaps I'm misunderstanding, but I decided that I'd just let things naturally progress if what I was suspecting was true. Other than that, I doubt I'm missing out on anything. I said. Chloe tilted her head. Well, not much is different from this timeline, ignoring the obvious. Your subordinates weren't as strong since they did not receive a gift from your harvest festival, and you also did not have any primordials under your command at that point. I groaned. No arcuade. Then that must mean that I had to do actual work. Chloe laughed. Fufufu, sort of. You did some work at the beginning before finding someone else to throw your work at. Rimuru tried the same, but Shuna got angry at him. I laughed. Haha, whipped. Rimuru glared at me. Shut up. Chloe and Hinata told us stories of both Rimuru and I's alternates. Even Luminous was paying attention. Looks like our alternates had pretty fun lives. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, it's a shame that they don't really exist now. I shrugged my shoulders. I'm not that torn up about it. If they existed, I wouldn't exist, and I like existing very much. The only thing I need to be careful of is not being erased by some time bullshit from Chloe's end or someone else's end. Notice. Odin has begun analyzing the time leap function of Kronos, Lord of Spacetime, and has begun making countermeasures. Good. Now that we've goofed off enough, why don't you two tell us about our future enemies? Chapter 138, Chapter 68, An Alternate History. Felix. Alright, now that we have all the backstory, why don't you tell us all you know about our future enemies? If the Eastern Empire consistently invades in all these timelines, I doubt they won't do so in this one. I had honestly considered just taking the fight to the Eastern Empire, but honestly, that was a really risky plan. We didn't know much about the infrastructure of the Eastern Empire. Most of the spies I had Lalatina send there didn't return with much useful information. I had no idea what to expect if I wanted to go solo in the Eastern Empire. I knew I was stronger than most, but I didn't want my arrogance to blind me from the possibility that the Empire might have something that could deal with me. I just didn't have enough information. They had a true dragon for one that used to slap Veldora around. Even if Veldora's perspective may be a bit biased due to trauma, a true dragon was still a very dangerous existence. Even the information about the other timelines wasn't that helpful. We had learned a lot about some of the other timelines. For one, Hinata was usually sent to Tempest as an envoy from Rubrius, which was meant to see if Tempest truly wished for peace. From there, Tempest would grow closer to humanity with Hinata's endorsement, and things would only grow from there. It was pretty interesting to hear about a what-if about myself, but I didn't think too much about it. In the end, I wouldn't exist if all those other versions of me hadn't been erased. I could empathize with them because they were a version of me, but in the end, I'm selfish. I'd rather I exist than those other versions of me existing, and if those guys were really me, then I'm sure that they'd feel the same. But there was still more I wanted to hear about these other timelines, like all the information Chloe and Hinata had on the Eastern Empire, and my actions after Rimura's death. I wanted to know everything. Information was key in war, after all. The Eastern Empire had made themselves out to be a threat, and while I had always known that they would likely attempt to expand outwards, I didn't think it would be so soon, and I didn't think we would lose. It seems that I had underestimated the Eastern Empire. Earlier, I had simply taken the conversation off track since I could tell that Rimuru needed some time to think everything through. Even with thought acceleration, he still needed a few moments to himself. With my earlier sentence, the cheerful mood vanished. Chloe and Hinata both nodded. Right, if I died in all these other timelines, the likelihood that the Eastern Empire was behind my death is pretty high, isn't it? They did invade during that time, right? Asked Rimuru. Chloe nodded. Maybe, I always had a suspicion that the same person who killed Hinata was the one that killed Rimuru. From what I understand, there are a lot of powerful people in the Eastern Empire. Maybe you were defeated by a single person or maybe a group of people. I nodded. Rimuru likely wouldn't have been that strong back then. Even with the added 5 years he had, it was probably still possible to gang up on him, let alone the fact that an Ultimate Awakened would probably beat him. The difference between post-Harvest Festival Rimuru and pre-Harvest Festival Rimuru was just that vast. He attained divinity and 3 ultimate skills in a single night and then further went on to develop a 4th ultimate skill shortly after. Rimuru couldn't even manipulate the laws of the world to a high degree before his Harvest Festival. He would get slapped around by an Ultimate Awakened or someone who could manipulate the laws of the world. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, if someone was able to kill Hinata instantly, then they would probably be able to beat me, too. He was probably remembering the ass-kicking that Hinata had delivered to him before his Harvest Festival. There was a flash of light that I couldn't follow, and then Hinata was just dead. Chloe explained. The person who killed them was either a very powerful saint, or they had some very high-tier magi tech. Magi tech? Like what Sarian does? I asked curiously. The Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian was a dynasty focused on development. They tried to combine technology and magic without pushing the boundaries too much due to the angels and their regular attacks. Fuck those pigeons. Chloe nodded. Sorta, but they are a lot more advanced. Magi tanks, airships, guns. Magi tanks sounds interesting. But for the Eastern Empire to possibly have Magi tech, which even Chloe could not perceive, is dangerous. I don't doubt she was quite weak back then. She was likely around the disaster class range, I'm guessing, even if she was likely on the lower end. That kind of weapon might not be a threat to me or my direct subordinates, but an entire military armed with that would destroy the Western nation's military. I guess I'll finally be putting Sasha to use and see what Magi tech she can whip up. They aren't afraid of the angels? Asked Rimuru. Chloe shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? I was always helping fight off the angels during the Tenma Wars in the past, so I'm not sure what the Eastern Empire was up to during those attacks. Rimuru nodded. Well, we will have to be careful in that case. Even if Felix and I are demon lords now, we don't know how strong the Eastern Empire is. I nodded. We do know they have a true dragon of their own, Velgrind the Scorched Dragon, so they have some serious firepower. Rimuru nodded. Right. I recall a battle between Velgrind and Veldora long ago. It took place on Leon's continent far before he even made a name for himself. That continent is the way it is now due to their battle, the volcanoes, the constant eruptions, all of that is the effect of Velgrind's lingering aura. Informed Luminous. Yeah, true dragons are fuck-off levels of strong. I mused. You both are right. When Rimuru died, there was a brief period of time when Veldora was rampaging without anyone there to counter him. During this time, someone from the Eastern Empire showed up and managed to stall Veldora enough so that Veldora wouldn't immediately start destroying the world. I didn't get much of a look at the battle itself since I was busy dealing with Ifrit, who was also released. Chloe chatted out. Dang, if they had someone that could fight Veldora, then we really gotta take them seriously. And it wasn't Velgrind. Chloe shook her head. No, the Scorched Dragon did not show up at that point, I could recognize her aura, at least. I nodded. I see. What happened after that? After that, Felix and I sorta went on a rampage too. Though a more controlled one, unlike Veldora's, you knew friend from foe, so you decimated the Eastern Empire's army and quickly underwent your harvest festival. You didn't even need to sleep, you instantly got your energy under control and went off to fight Veldora as he was causing damage to Tempest and killing a lot of civilians. Chloe said. I didn't even have to sleep, huh? How is that possible, Odin? The entire reason one goes to sleep when undergoing a harvest festival is to basically fight off the resentment of all the souls used for the harvest festival. It is likely that Odin had come up with countermeasures to skip this process. I see. Even in another timeline, Odin is overpowered. I wonder what skills I got in that harvest festival. I'm guessing it went similarly to my own in this timeline. My alternate likely ended up getting Ouroboros, and with Odin's help that allowed me to hold off Veldora. Though I doubt I got Planeswalker, I highly doubt my desires at that point in time were aligned enough for that, so perhaps that Ouroboros was slightly different than my own. Oh well, no point dwelling on it. It's not like I'll get an answer. But man, I seriously haven't gone to many other worlds since I returned from the Jujutsu Kaisen world, have I? Quite a lot has happened, Yuki and his bullshit, and now Cronoa. It's hard to find a good time to leave, even if I can return to the moment I leave, I don't like leaving things half-finished. After all this is over, I definitely need to go to another world to relax a bit. But before that, you summoned a demon. Continued Chloe. Oh. I guess this is when I first meet Arcuade then. Chloe shook her head. You did not summon Blanc. You summoned John. I raised a brow. Huh, that's weird. You had said you wanted to bring despair to the Eastern Empire for what they had done, and so John answered your calls. She had said it sounded interesting. You gave her a vessel and the name Aponia. Informed Chloe. Aponia, huh? I muttered. What a fitting name. What does that mean, Felix? Asked Rimuru. You never read anything that took place in the DC multiverse. Rimuru shook his head. Right then, Aponia was the name of the personification of despair and hope from DC. I really went all out on the symbolism, huh? Aponia is a pretty cool name, good work alternate me. It was Chuni, but Chuni was good in this world. The DC multiverse? Asked Luminous. It's a fictional, or maybe not so fictional, multiverse that we had comics based on back in our old worlds. The power levels of those comics could get crazy real quick, from wall destroyers to the Endless who could erase entire multiverses on a whim. Luminous eyebrows shot up in surprise. I see. I suppose human creativity is as boundless as ever. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I muttered. If worlds I believe to be fictional actually existed, who's to say that the other worlds I've read about don't also exist? What was that? Asked Luminous. I shook my head. Nothing, it's not a topic to bring up now. Luminous nodded. After that, Felix and I sent Apollonia to cause mayhem in the Eastern Empire's forces as you dealt with Veldora. In total, Felix and I, Veldora, and Apollonia caused the deaths of approximately 1 million people. Chloe continued. My eyebrows shot up. 1 million. Even if I logically knew I could indeed kill that many people, that doesn't mean I'd ever do something like that. That's a fuck ton of people to be responsible for killing, but I guess my alternate wasn't in the best mental state at that time. Though I didn't kill 1 million people alone, I'm sure Veldora and that version of Megumin got a lot of those kills themselves. You really fell off the deep end, didn't you, Felix? Rimuru remarked. I shrugged my shoulders. Don't ask me. I don't know what my alternate's thought process was. It's not like Veldora has a smaller kill count with all his rampages throughout history. Rimuru winced but nodded. Chloe, seeing that we were done, continued. While Felix and I was dealing with Veldora, Luminous showed up with Hinata. They, along with the help of some of Felix and I's and Rimuru's subordinates, began mitigating some of the damage from the fight between Veldora and Felix. It was during this that I saw a flash of light pierce through Hinata, killing her and sending me through time. Chloe finished. I see. That's all you have, Chloe? Asked Rimuru. Chloe shook her head. That's as far as my memories of Chloe go, but Cronoa has more. And then, in front of our eyes, Chloe's form shifted back into her mature womanly form. Are you Cronoa now? Asked Rimuru. Cronoa smiled charmingly. Yes. I'm Cronoa. Chloe is letting me use her body to tell this part of the story. I know a bit more than her since I hadn't gone back in time at that point. I was more of a spirit and wasn't bound to her. Rimuru nodded, and Cronoa took that as the cue to begin. After Hinata's death, things became even more chaotic. Shortly after Hinata died and Chloe was sent back in time, Demon Lord Melim Nava made her appearance. Said Cronoa. Melim. Rimuru exclaimed. I bet she was pretty pissed. This was after 5 years, so I'm sure she got quite the taste for Tempest cuisine and probably became friends with you as well, Rimuru. She would have probably gone on a rampage since one of her friends was killed. Rimuru winced. Ugh, this other timeline is looking worse and worse the more I learn. I nodded. Yeah, it seems to be a certified bad end, or at least close enough to a bad end. A bad end? Asked Hinata, though I noticed Luminous was also looking at me curiously. These two need to become more enlightened. A bad end is a term that describes when someone finishes something but does not achieve the best possible outcome. It's primarily used in video games and generally describes the worst possible ending possible. I'm looking at you, Shiro. Both Hinata and Luminous nodded in understanding. Your world had the oddest terms. Commented Luminous. If it's one thing we have over this world, it's entertainment. We had plenty of that. Luminous nodded. Indeed, that picture book you gave to me, Naruto, was fairly intriguing. It was quite amusing to replicate some of the so-called ninjutsu they made use of. Rimuru, Cronoa, and I all looked at Luminous, aghast. Picture books. Rimuru yelled. Luminous tilted her head. Yes. What else would those be? They seem to be picture books meant for children. Well, I guess that's just another reason you and Veldora aren't compatible. I muttered. Ignoring Luminous' heretical words, I'll continue now. Said Cronoa. After Chloe was sent back in time, Melim made her appearance and made her anger known. She joined in against the fight with the Eastern Empire and began obliterating the various cities and towns in the Eastern Empire's territory. However, before long, she was interrupted. Demon Lord Guy Crimson showed up, and so the two had their rematch. Why would Guy fight Melim off? Rimuru asked while looking at me. Even Cronoa was looking at me. Why do you all think I'd know? Rimuru looked at me like I had said something dumb. You've been to his continent a few times and seem to get along. Even one of his maids likes you. Cronoa nodded. Indeed, even in the other timelines, you and Guy Crimson usually got along quite well. Huh, well, that's interesting to know. Well, I'm not exactly sure why Guy would interrupt Melim's rampage, but my best guess is that she was threatening the safety of the world. Guy has a vested interest in making sure the Cardinal World isn't destroyed. Perhaps Melim lost herself to her rage. Stampede is pretty hard to fight off when you lose yourself too much. It's why I'm always very careful when I use Satinol higher than 40%. That does make sense. Melim Nava did not seem to be in the best state of mind. She had transformed into a combat mode of sorts. She had donned powerful armor and was preparing some kind of attack to wipe the Eastern Empire off the face of the map. Even the Scorched Dragon Velgrind was completely slapped to the side by Melim when she was in this state. Said Cronoa. I nodded. Yeah. Melim is crazy strong when she gets serious. At least that gives me a somewhat decent indicator of Velgrind's strength, which is a very, very vague indicator, but any information helps. I already asked Veldora, but he wasn't able to give me an accurate assessment due to his trauma clouding his perception of Velgrind. Remind me not to piss Malim off. I knew she was strong, but to be able to brush off a true dragon is still pretty crazy. Said Rimuru. Well, she is the daughter of God. What can you expect? Luminous nodded. Indeed, Malim Nava is a force almost no one can match when she truly lets go of her restraints. The fight between Guy and Malim 2,000 years ago was more than enough to tell the world how powerful those two were. Luminous said. Though I highly doubt that Malim's rampage would be enough to destroy the world. I quirked my eyebrow. Oh. And why is that? This is a world created by Veldanava himself, the very world he resided in. He had created quite a few artifacts meant to reinforce the structural integrity of the world. Without destroying those, it is impossible to destroy the planet. Informed Luminous. I nodded. Right, that makes sense. With all the destructive spells unleashed on the planet over the years, of course, there would be some built-in protections. Otherwise, Megumin alone could destroy the planet with her nuclear magic. Luminous' brow shot up in surprise. I was not aware she was that powerful. She muttered. I shrugged my shoulders. She's been training, and nuclear magic is the most destructive of all. Luminous nodded. Still, if Guy and Velzard managed to shift the axis of the Cardinal World with their fight, even with these holy artifacts, then their fight must have been something to witness. I, of course, knew their battle was likely universe-shattering. For the world to be able to handle that much power and brush it off, with only a shifted axis to show for it. That's some defense this world has on its side. What are these artifacts that protect the world from destruction? It would probably help if we know about them so we can make sure they aren't destroyed. Asked Rimuru. The only two remaining are the Heaven Tower, which resides in Degrul's territory, and the Divine Tree, which is currently housing the capital of Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian. Luminous informed. The Divine Tree must be seriously big to be able to house the capital of Sarian. Rimuru muttered. Luminous nodded. Indeed, it is approximately large enough to house a small country. Destroying it will be very difficult. Not to mention that is not the sole countermeasure present to prevent the world's destruction. Oh. What else is there? I asked. Long ago, the world had created a being meant to act as its protector. Of course, this protector quickly began rampaging around, overwhelming the entire world with his sheer power before Veldanava split that being into 3 individuals, the 3 true giants. Said Luminous. My brow shot up in surprise. Degrul is the counterforce. The counterforce? Luminous asked in confusion. The protector of the world, I mean, he's meant to defend it from any threats. Luminous nodded. He is one part of Ashura, the being the world created to defend itself. Though I doubt he would do much to fulfill his duties at this point, after being separated from his other parts, Degrul was quite taken with Veldanava and decided to serve him. Huh, does the world have some intelligence then? I muttered. Luminous looked at me like an idiot. Of course it does. The world is often responsible for reinforcing the structural integrity of this reality. It quickly repairs any disruptions to the natural order. The fight between Guy and Malim would have been even more destructive if the world was not attempting to ward off the worst of it. Dang, we even have a Gaia. This world was just getting weirder and weirder. A counterforce and a Gaia. Even Rimuru seemed to be shocked. Are we secretly living in a light novel? I rolled my eyes. Probably not, but if we were, we'd probably have some dumbass long name like, that one time I got reincarnated as a slime, for you. Maybe something like, I'm a demon, so what, for me. I noticed Hinata taking a moment to take all that information in, heh. Even when she's over 1,000 years old, she doesn't know everything, huh? I leaned back against my chair. Well, thanks for the info dump, Luminous. But if the destruction of the world isn't why Guy intervened, then he probably intervened due to the threat Malim's rampage posed to humanity. The entire planet would be contaminated by Malim's magicules, and 99% of humanity would be dead just from that. While everyone processed that, I reached out for a cookie. Man, Gunther can really make some good cookies. Hinata lightly slapped me on the side. Do not talk with your mouth full, idiot. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. We all took a quick snack break before Cronoa continued. At some point, Degrul and his forces attacked Ruberius, resulting in a holy war starting between the two kingdoms, one that brought further chaos and destruction to the world. Stated Cronoa. Luminous was glaring at nothing. Degrul attacked, Why would he attack you, Luminous? Rimuru asked in confusion. She scoffed. Degrul has always eyed my lands with greed and interest. Due to the fight between Guy and Malim, his land's fertility was lost, and natural resources became scarce. His people are now barely surviving as it is. Rimuru winced. I see. Maybe if we can help him out, then we can get rid of a potential enemy in advance. That's a good idea, Rimuru. A holy war between Ruberius and any other powerful kingdom will always mean death and destruction, mostly for the common humans. Hinata said with an approving smile. Rimuru nodded. Right. I can probably do that. I have Dagrul's 3 sons working under me, and I can easily transfer natural resources with some massive teleportation circles. I offered. Luminous nodded. That is a good idea. However, that may not be the only reason for his hostility. I had killed the true ancestor, Twilight Valentine. He and Dagrul were quite close, so that further increased Dagrul's hostility towards me. I sighed. Right, well, I'll still try anyway. All the shots you don't shoot miss. Luminous nodded carelessly as if she wasn't partially responsible for Dagrul's possible future hostility. Damn hag. Sometime after the Holy War began, you managed to beat Veldora Felix Nii. You trapped him in a seal of some kind that isolated space and time from the rest of the world. Cronoa informed. That sounds like isolate to me. After that, you left Veldora sealed and went off to stop Malim's rampage. At this point, Guy and Malim's fight had derailed, and the world was in shambles as various kingdoms were completely destroyed, both human and non-human. I guess without Peak Spirit Queen Ramaris to help contain the fight, it spread a lot. Huh, Velzer didn't show up to try and help or anything? I asked. Cronoa shook her head. No, I had not seen the Frost Dragon once. I nodded. I see. That was something to consider. I would have thought Guy would have enlisted Velzard's help to help calm Malim down, and if not that then at least for her to maintain some barriers so the world her brother created wasn't in shambles. Something probably happened to her during this period of time then. One thing I don't get is why would Guy care if humans are harmed in his fights? Asked Rimuru. I don't think Guy was really keeping his reasons secret. It was more like no one bothered to ask, so I don't think he'd mind if I told Rimuru a little bit about his reasons. He was told to protect the races of this world from destroying themselves. Who could tell that man what to do? Rimuru asked in astonishment. The Star King could. I responded. The Star King? Ah. Veldanava. I nodded. Yeah, Veldanava himself assigned that duty to Guy, and he's been doing his duty for a long, long time now. Luminous nodded. Indeed, Felix is right. Guy was established as the mediator long ago. So Guy was fighting Malim to fulfill his duty to Veldanava. Now that we've established that, can we continue? Rimuru asked impatiently. It seems he was rather nervous about everything, which was understandable. Cronoa nodded and continued with her story. I was also rampaging, killing, and destroying everything in my path. I was rampaging all over the Western nations and the Eastern Empire until eventually I was stopped. Just from the tidbit alone it was pretty easy to tell that Cronoa was an entirely separate persona of Chloe, more of an alternate personality. However, with the look she was giving Rimuru, it seems there was some emotional bleed-through. I raised a brow. Oh. Who could have stopped you? Even before those 2 heroes' eggs awakened, you were quite powerful. Not unbeatable levels of strength, but even Luminous would lose against her. Cronoa had the energy of countless loops within her, it's safe to say she's had a long time to stack up her EP. Demon Lord Guy Crimson showed up and defeated me. Cronoa said with no emotion in her voice. But I thought you said he was busy handling Malim. Asked Rimuru. Cronoa nodded. He was. However, from what I am aware, Felix Nii left the main battlefield to handle Malim and try to calm her down. I hadn't seen Felix Nii again, but I had felt both his and Malim's aura clashing even from hundreds of kilometers away. I guess I wasn't able to calm Malim down easily, right? She rampaged for Gaia's death, so I guess it makes sense she would lose control of herself when another one of her friends dies. And I came to offer Guy help, and he just chucked Malim at me and left. Not cool at all, Guy. So Guy basically used me as a distraction for Malim so he could deal with you. Cronoa nodded. That was the conclusion I had come to. Dickhead. I muttered under my breath. After that, my memory got hazy. The last thing I remember was my body being cradled by someone as a spell was being cast before I completely lost consciousness. Continued Cronoa. That's odd. I muttered. Cronoa nodded. I thought so as well. The next thing I remembered was appearing in the dwelling of the spirits and possessing Chloe. That was when you took the kids there, right Rimuru? Rimuru nodded. Yeah, I remember seeing Cronoa appear. I see, well it's safe to assume that spell that Cronoa remembers being cast sent Cronoa to the past, though I wonder who cast it. Rimuru mumbled. I shrugged my shoulders. It doesn't really matter. That is another future, it's pointless to try and figure out the identity of this person at this point. Rimuru nodded. That's true. Oh well, it doesn't matter all that much what happened to me in that timeline. We just need to make sure that events don't repeat themselves. Rimuru said firmly. Right, as much fun as fighting the Eastern Empire would be, I don't really want to deal with all the after effects that would cause. Rimuru sighed. Of course, you would see that as fun. Hey, I love a good fight. I defended myself. Hinata hit me on the thigh. Stop taking things so lightly. I rolled my eyes. Would you stop hitting me? I couldn't actually feel anything from her hits due to physical attack nullification, but it was still annoying. Perhaps when you stop being foolish, retorted Hinata. I rolled my eyes. Hinata was radiating a lot of brat energy. She needed a good spanking, just like Luminous. We have a few problems we need to deal with then. I mentioned. Chloe is here now, so we don't have to worry about a rampaging Cronoa. I said while giving Cronoa a side eye. She simply looked at me sheepishly. Veldora is with us already, so we don't need to worry about him rampaging, and I can take care of myself. Then, we only need to worry about de Grol and the invasion of the Eastern Empire. I'll try to take care of de Grol myself. If you need my help with de Grol, let me know, Felix, and I will be there. Said Luminous. I nodded. Right, I'll call you if I need you. However, I have a feeling it would probably be best if Luminous isn't involved. I will also take care of protecting the Western nations in case a war with the Eastern Empire truly begins. Said Luminous. Rimuru nodded. Great. I'll leave that to you then. The Western nations was basically Luminous domain, and with her religion being so widely spread in the West, her influence could do just about anything within the bounds of the Western nations. Though there is something I am suspicious about. Muttered Luminous. Oh. And what is that? I asked. You said that de Grol's children are under you, correct? She asked. I nodded. That's right. Then it would be quite odd for him to attack us during such a critical moment. From what I know about him, he truly bears some affection for his children. Said Luminous. I shrugged my shoulders. All of this took place in an alternate future. We can't really say anything for certain, we don't know his circumstances on that timeline. Luminous nodded. You are right, but it still struck me as odd. Well, I'll keep it in mind when I'm dealing with him then. Luminous nodded, a satisfied smile on her face since I had taken her warning to heart. We don't really need to worry about Guy since he only intervened when the world was threatened. I'll go talk to him if he is being bothersome. Everyone nodded. Was there any other useful information that Guy shared with you? Luminous asked. I tilted my head as something came to mind. He told me a bit about Rudra's skill set. Rudra should have Michael, Lord of Justice. Michael was once Veldanava's personal skill, but he traded it to Rudra for one reason or another. Guy said it had abilities closely related to the concept of domination. Luminous looked thoughtful before nodding. I see. Rimuru sighed. That doesn't tell us much, but it's something, I guess. I shrugged my shoulders. I only know as much as Guy told me about Rudra. It's not like I was personally around back then. Rimuru nodded. Right. If there's nothing else, we're finally done, right? Everyone nodded, causing Rimuru to smile. Finally, now that's all done, let's eat. Luminous smiled. Gunther, bring out the food. A moment later, a few maids entered the room, each pushing a cart filled with food. Gunther led them and began serving each of us a variety of dishes. Once the maids and Gunther left, Hinata asked me a question. So what was that ability of yours that let you fight Cronoa in another dimension? I noticed Chloe, who was back in control of her body, was now looking at me as well. I have a skill that lets me travel to other dimensions. Hinata's lips twitched. Of course you do. Whoa. That's a cool ability, Felix and I. You can get infinite otherworlders that way. Chloe exclaimed. I nodded. Yeah, I could. Perhaps I could somehow mimic what happened to otherworlders as they were brought to this world. While they traveled to this world, their bodies were basically rebuilt from the ground up to be far stronger than the norm, even in this world. They were bombarded by Magicules, and so they were basically forcefully strengthened to the point that their bodies would break down if they kept all those Magicules inside of them for too long. And then on top of that they also usually developed a unique skill. Otherworlders were powerful. There was a reason they were desired so much. I noticed Chloe had a calculating look behind her innocent facade. She was likely trying to think of a way to make use of my ability in the most useful way. After so many bad ends, I wouldn't be surprised if she thought about running away to another dimension should the worst happen in this world. That was a plan I was also going to leave as my backup, in case even with all the information we have, we still end up overwhelmed, we can always run to another dimension and recuperate. It seems Chloe had become a bit of a schemer over her long, long life. I'd at least hear her out whenever she decided to talk to me about it. I was fairly certain she was on our side, even with everything that had happened. Still, I couldn't help myself from rolling my eyes as I continued to eat. At the very least, at the end of this entire mess, I got to eat some good food. Leon Cromwell. Demon Lord Leon sighed as he finally finished making preparations for his departure. He was a very active monarch. He made sure everything was in order with his people and had to make sure everything was well defended in the case of an attack. His subordinates were very powerful, so he trusted them to deal with any threats that they could. And now he was going to go meet someone he truly wished he did not have to see for a few more decades. Dealing with the Divine Empress could be very tiring. He turned to Claude. I will be leaving now, Claude. Claude bowed. I wish you well travels, my liege. Leon nodded and then vanished in a flash of light, appearing in the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian's capital in an instant. He looked up, the divine tree's branches hung over him. Even though he had been here multiple times before, it was still quite something to see the divine tree. He was currently standing at the entrance to Elmesia's palace. One of the guards had spotted him and immediately went to call someone. Leon hoped it would not take too long. Lord Leon. He heard someone call out. He looked back towards the palace and nodded. Herald. Lady Elmesia is already waiting for you. I will guide you, said Herald. Leon nodded and began to follow Herald. Leon took in the sights as he made his way through the palace. It felt like just yesterday when he was here learning from Sylvia. He shook his head, now was not the time to get lost in his memories. It didn't take long for Herald to guide him to Elmesia's personal lounge. Leon took a look around the room, not much was different from the last time he had been here. Herald had already left, while Elmesia was sitting on a luxurious couch, her pale blue-silver hair cascading down behind her. Leo. Elmesia called out excitedly. He sighed. Do not call me that. Elmesia pouted. I see that you're still no fun, Leo. It's been so long since you visited me. Even Mother was complaining that you hadn't spoken to her in so long. He ignored her words and sat on the couch across from her. Two maids appeared, served them both tea and placed a plate of sweets on the table in front of them. Elmesia eagerly grabbed a cookie of some kind and began eating it happily. Ah, these are really good. You should try them, Leo. An otherworlder is the one who made them. Apparently, the techniques from his world allowed him to make sweets that are on a completely different level. He humored Elmesia and took a cookie of his own. He raised an impressed brow. This is quite good, you are right. Hee hee. I knew I could win you over to the sweet side. Join me. We have cookies. Elmesia said with a grin. He did, in fact, join her. The sweets were quite delicious. Where did you acquire these? I may send someone to get me some of my own. Leon asked. Elmesia preened. I tried to get the baker to come here and set up shop, but no matter how much gold I waved in his face he wouldn't budge. Something about the environment of Tempest promoting more growth and competition. So Tempest is where you got these from. It seems I will have difficulty procuring more of these then. Leon muttered. Elmesia rolled her eyes. You wouldn't have this issue if you were more open. Everyone always misunderstands you because of how cold you act. It is fine. He looked down at the teacup in front of him, steam still trailing up from the cup. Elmesia was one of the few individuals he could consider a friend, and he was fine with that. He had known Elmesia since before he even became known as a hero, back when he was a simple kid training to reunite with his childhood friend. Now, he was stronger, and yet he still had not accomplished his goal. As he was brooding, the maids brought out a cake. Ooh. This one is really good. Try it, Leo. He obliged and took a slice of cake. They both sat in silence while enjoying the sweets. Once they were done, Leon sat up. Now, we might as well focus on the reason I am here. Elmesia quirked her eyebrow. I was waiting for when you would finally talk about why you're here. You never visit me. You only do it when you need something from me. Elmesia said with a pout. I am busy with my kingdom. Was the only reply he gave her. Elmesia rolled her eyes. Just throw your work to your subordinates. I am not like you, I wish to actually run my kingdom properly and make sure everything is going as it should. Suit yourself. Elmesia shrugged. Now what did you want? One of the people I dealt with has cut contact with me for the foreseeable future. Elmesia raised a brow. Was it one of those Cerberus people? Leon looked at Elmesia strangely. Don't look at me like that. Of course I know about them. That organization is quite well known in the Eastern Empire. Taking down Echidna alone got them some reputation. I had heard some of their higher-ups had been spotted in the Western nations over the years. Damrata of Gold, Misha of Love. Elmesia trailed off. Yes, it was them. You were using them to reunite with your childhood friend? Elmesia asked him, though she already knew the answer. Leon still nodded. Yes. She sighed. Of course, you would continue with that. Elmesia muttered to herself. Leon did not want to argue with Elmesia right now. They had many discussions about his release of a lesser version of the Otherworlder summoning ritual to the public, as well as his active support for summoning Otherworlder children. While he personally always asked permission before summoning children, the same could not be said for others who got their hands on the ritual. But Chloe was out there somewhere. He would summon her and protect her, no matter what he had to do. Elmesia eventually looked back to Leon. So, what did you need me for? I had nothing to do with them cutting contact with you. Elmesia declared while looking into his eyes as if daring him to argue. Leon shook his head. That is not why I am here. I already know the reason why they had done what they did. I see, then why are you meeting me? I would have thought you would have gone to deal with whatever is threatening you from failing in your goals. Elmesia said. The organization I was sourcing Otherworlders from had said the reason for their retreat was due to Tempest and Demon Lord Rimura's crusade against the Otherworlder summoning ritual. I cannot go to Tempest myself as Demon Lord Rimura seems to be quite hostile towards me, probably due to one of my previous subordinates getting something in his head. He spoke. Elmesia nodded. Right, I am aware, the Conqueror of Flames, was it? She is quite a famous champion. Leon looked at Elmesia curiously. I was not aware you knew of my relationship with Shizu. It was meant to be highly classified. Elmesia scoffed. As if you could keep something like that hidden from me, though I imagine things could have gone differently if you didn't act the way you do. You make having misunderstandings too easy. Leon scoffed. I do not care for more friends. I don't deserve any, either. I know what I've done. I know that I've sacrificed a shit ton of people for my goals, but as long as I can see her, it will all be worth it. You are one troubling boy, Leo. Elmesia sighed. Now you were talking about Rimura's attempts at barring the Otherworlder summoning ritual affecting you. Leon nodded. I see. That does sound like Rimuru. He seems to have a good heart, not to mention he is quite close to some Otherworlder children himself, he likely did not want to see their situation repeated. Leon was fully alert as he heard Elmesia. Otherworlder children. Elmesia looked at him weirdly. You are making me quite suspicious about your true motives for these children, Leon. Anyone would misunderstand you for having other kinds of interests. He visibly cringed in disgust. Elmesia laughed seeing his state. I was just teasing. Yes, Rimura seems to have taught some Otherworlder children some time back, he saved them by having them contract elementals, balancing out the rampant magicules in their young bodies. Leon nodded. He did not like hearing about the tragic fates of Otherworlder children, partly due to knowing he was partially responsible for each and every one of their deaths. But he would bear that sin for Chloe. One of them even has the potential to become a true hero. Leon looked at Elmesia in interest. Is that so? Elmesia nodded smugly. It is so. I will even be taking Kenya in as a student soon enough. Rimuru wanted to give him some time to adjust before sending him to me. Leon nodded. Kenya, he would keep that name in mind. I will have to send Demon Lord Rimuru an invitation sometime soon, it is best to solve this misunderstanding. Elmesia nodded. That is wise. He is powerful, his friend Felix is also not to be underestimated. The usurper of black, huh? He voiced out. He had not thought much about Demon Lord Felix since their interests did not cross paths. He was thankful that he took John out of his hair however, even if he questioned the man's sanity for the very same thing. Felix was the one to defeat the Chaos Dragon with the Destroyer's help. Said Elmesia. Leon nodded. He assumed Malim likely did most of the heavy lifting. The Chaos Dragon was not a difficult foe for him to defeat if he did not have to worry about collateral damage, but he would still not take it lightly. Both have ultimate skills. Now, that caught his attention. Truly? He asked. Elmesia nodded. Both of them admitted it to me. I do not think they will mind me informing you of this either. That changed things. Ultimate skills were true game changers, any who had it he had to take very seriously. Do you know their nature? Elmesia shook her head. I may, but it is not wise to disclose this information to you. I owe Felix multiple favors and do not wish to betray his trust. Leon nodded, he did not hold it against her. Very well. Now, may I ask why you choose to ally with Tempest and Azeroth? Elmesia took a sip of her tea before nodding. Both kingdoms have very useful resources that I will be trading for. Tempest's food is quite delicious, and they have their hands in almost every single field, such as farming, crafting, blacksmithing, and various other fields. Having them as allies can only be helpful. It's not like I mind dealing with demon lords, and these two seem to be more agreeable than that harpy and that lion. Leon nodded in understanding. Not to mention the raw power both bring to the table. Not considering Felix and Rimuru, both possess very powerful subordinates. I am sure you are aware that Felix and Rimuru both have primordials under them. Leon's lips twitched. I was aware of Blanc and John serving Felix thanks to Guy, but I did not know that Rimuru also had a primordial under him. Elmesia nodded as if she had expected his answer. Rimuru has Noir under his command and has named him. Felix also has Violet under his command. Leon took a deep breath. Then that is all the primordials accounted for. Elmesia nodded. It is, and even excluding the primordials their other subordinates are no slouches either. I will keep that in mind. Elmesia nodded with a satisfied smile. Good. Now, if only Rimuru would hurry up and send Kenya here, I would want to teach my cute student already. Elmesia whined. But he still held up about one of his friends going missing. Elmesia sighed. One of his friends went missing? Leon asked curiously. Elmesia nodded. Yeah, Felix told a quick white lie apparently, but the kid can tell that something was off, and so he's been a bit distracted, so Rimuru has been distracting him with fun stuff in Tempest, but hopefully, he will arrive soon. Which friend of his? Perhaps I can help. Leon always had a soft spot for otherworlder children. If he could make up for his sin in some small way, then he would. The girl's name is Chloe. All of a sudden, Leon froze. Chloe. Elmesia looked at him weirdly. He jumped and grabbed her by the shoulders. You said, Chloe. Describe her to me. Elmesia yanked his arms off her shoulders before sighing. Fine, I have a feeling where this is going anyway. She has black hair, blue eyes. Elmesia went on to describe the details she knew of while Leon just sat frozen. Could it be? Could he dare to hope? He had never told Elmesia of Chloe's name or features, he hadn't felt a need to after all, but perhaps he should have. Leon took a deep breath. Was she well? Elmesia shrugged her shoulders. I heard she was, but then something happened. I have not heard what exactly did happen. Leon clenched his fists. If something happened to Chloe due to Demon Lord Rimuru or Demon Lord Felix, there would be hell to pay. He got up and prepared to leave. As he was leaving the room he turned back to Elmesia. Thank you, Elmesia. Fufufu, if only you could always be so straightforward. Now, shoo, don't you have somewhere to be? Leon nodded. Soon he would see Chloe, soon his lifelong dream would be complete. Chapter 139, Chapter 69, A Lewd Vampire. Felix. All of us finished the meal that Gunther had served us fairly quickly. I leaned back on my chair. Well, that was a fruitful discussion. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, thanks, Chloe and Cronoa, we know a lot more now than we did before. I'll begin preparing for the Eastern Empire's invasion right when I get back to Tempest. Luminous nodded. That would be a wise decision, for both of you. Luminous said while eyeing me in particular. Yeah, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll have to send Sophia some reinforcements, just in case. I'll send some of the demons under my command over, and I'll also have either Arcuade, Lalatina, or Megumin go recruit some more demons for me. I thought that 666 demons would be enough, but the Eastern Empire is a far larger threat than I originally thought, and I'd rather be overprepared than underprepared. But I'm probably getting ahead of myself, there was still one more issue. Make sure not to get too focused on the future, Rimuru. We still have Granbel's attack to deal with, though I doubt that will cause us any problems. Rimuru nodded while Hinata and Chloe, who had retaken control of her body, looked at us curiously. Who is Granbel? Asked Hinata. You may know Granbel better as Gran, Hinata. Informed Luminous. Hinata's eyes widened. Gran. The luminary of the sun. I nodded. The very same. Just what has happened while I was gone? I feel like I'm missing quite a lot. Asked Hinata. Ah, that's right, you would be missing a lot, huh? Well, I'll cut things short. Don't interrupt me. Ask your questions when you're done. The attack on Tempest, and your death was planned by Yuki. Just that alone was enough to shock Hinata into stillness, but I continued. So I killed him, but it seems one of his underlings is a bit upset and wanted to attack Ruberius to attempt to gain control over Chloe. Granbel is helping them. That's the very, very simplified version. I have so many questions. Hinata voiced out. Chloe raised her hand. Me too. I sighed. Fine, ask your questions. Both Luminous and Rimuru were content to let me do all the work here. Fine then, I would have my revenge. Hinata asked her question first. You said Yuki was responsible for the attack on Tempest and my death. How do you know this? I snapped my fingers, a dagger appeared in front of me, steadily floating. Hinata seems to have recognized it even with its change in form. That's... I nodded. Yeah, this is the weapon that Laplace, the clown that beat you, was using. It has a special property that allows it to negate a lot of things. The only other person I have ever met with that property is Yuki, and the weapon is made of bones. Hinata nodded. I see, that would be enough to make anyone suspicious. I may even act on that alone. I nodded and stored the dagger back in my infinity space. Yeah, at that point, I was pretty sure it was Yuki, but I also had some other sources that I used to confirm everything. I got Laplace to talk, and he admitted to everything. I am surprised he admitted to anything. Hinata voiced out. He seemed rather determined not to spread any information about him or his employer. He was powerful as well. I have my ways. Hinata rolled her eyes. Right, and so you killed Yuki. I nodded, a vicious smile on my face. Duh, he was responsible for your death as well as many more crimes I won't go into detail about right now. Hinata blushed slightly. I see. For me, huh? I heard her whisper. Chloe was the one who asked her questions next. What about Granbel's attacks? I have met him before. He seemed to be a fine young man who wanted the best for humanity, so why was he planning to attack Rubrius now? I looked at Chloe with a raised brow. Oh. You met him before? Chloe nodded. During the Tenma Wars, he was sometimes on the same battlefield as me in some timelines. Ah, that's right. You would have taken part in the Tenma War, huh? I looked at Hinata. Tell me about that later. I'm curious about those angels. Hinata nodded with a smile on her face. Sure. I looked back to Chloe. As for your question, I assume the Granbel you knew from the past has changed. Luminous backed me up. He is right, Chloe. Granbel has changed from the man he once was, his goals have shifted, and madness has begun to consume him. Ever since Maria's death, he has not been the same. Chloe sighed. I see. Maria was a lovely girl. But I guess not everyone can live forever. Hinata seemed to be deep in thought. I placed my hand on her shoulder. I know he was once your teacher. You don't need to help us defend against his attacks if you don't want to. Hinata gave me a small, exasperated smile. I appreciate the worry, Felix, but it is unnecessary. Granbel and I were far from close. If Granbel is attacking Luminous, then I will assist. Luminous smiled, hearing Hinata, and I nodded. If that's what you want. Are you still going to be serving Luminous? Hinata nodded. Yes, I do still believe in the same principles I originally did, I have simply grown a bit. Besides, I'm sure those subordinates of mine have been slacking. Fufu, quite a few of your subordinates bugged me about you. At least now you can deal with them. Laughed out Luminous. Hinata smiled. I have some new training regimens for them to do. After that, they won't have the time to bug you anymore. I winced, already feeling bad for those 10 great saints, though they should seriously change their title. Only one of them, other than Hinata, is a saint. Luminous gave Hinata a matching vicious grin. Those poor people. Well, now that we have discussed everything, I think I'm going to head back to Tempest. I don't want to stay away for too long, given the situation. Declared Rimuru. All of us nodded. Rimuru looked at Chloe. Did you want to come with me? Or did you want to catch up with Luminous? I'll come with you, Rimuru. Chloe declared with enthusiasm. I didn't miss how Luminous didn't really react to what Chloe had said. Weird, I thought Luminous was into Chloe. I would have thought that she would be disappointed that Chloe didn't seem interested in her whatsoever. My eyes narrowed as I thought back to everything. Luminous and I had grown closer since we first met, I still messed with her but it wasn't from a place of maliciousness, that was just the nature of our friendship. Everyone had friendships that were slightly different. But I had also noticed the odd reactions Luminous had to some of my comments. If it was once or twice, I could brush it off, but it was more than that. I wasn't that dense. I just didn't want to push things without any sort of confirmation. Luminous was a very proud woman, plus our relationship was different from what I was used to. Still, I'm sure everything will work out. Sure, I'm sure the other kids will be happy to see you. Rimuru said with a smile. I think I will be coming with you, Rimuru. Hinata cut in. I wish to take a look at Tempest once again after so long, and perhaps I will relax a little bit. I did not have many opportunities to truly live when I was acting as Cronoa, so I suppose I will indulge myself a bit. Hinata then looked at me. Perhaps we can catch up later after I have sorted myself out. I nodded. Yeah, I'm down. It would be a sin not to spend time with you when given the opportunity. Hinata rolled her eyes, though she couldn't hide the subtle smile on her face. Flirt. Hinata's reactions were far more normal when compared to what I was used to. She accepted my playful teasing and just enjoyed the banter. Though it wasn't like that at first, but I guess I grew on her or something. Though it was still pretty funny that even wishy-washy compliments were still effective on her. Before you leave, I would like to talk to Felix about something. It may take some time. Luminous interrupted. I looked at Luminous and then nodded. Sure, I wasn't planning on doing much else that can't wait. Luminous smiled. Good. I turned back to Hinata. Before you go, I wanted to tell you about something I did to your body. You might even be able to feel the change now. I interrupted, knowing full well how my words could be interpreted. Hinata blushed all of a sudden. One of her hands instinctively covered her chest while the other reached for her sword. As something you did to my body? Luminous was glaring at me. I gave her a smug grin before looking back at Hinata, whose blush only seemed to have deepened. Yeah, I modified it a bit. Your old constitution was so full of holy energy that magicules were just immediately purified upon contact, which has caused you some issues. I made it so that you could toggle that function on and off. With Brahma, such a thing was child's play for Odin to do. Luminous stopped glaring at me. Your words make it easy to misunderstand, Felix. I looked at her in confusion. My words? I asked, pretending to be clueless. Ah. No, I didn't mess with your body in that way, Hinata. Hinata nodded shyly. No matter how attractive it is. I added with a wink. Cough, that's enough flirting, Felix. Rimuru interrupted. I rolled my eyes. Fine, fine. If my flirtations were unwelcome, then Hinata would make me aware of that and I would stop. But since she hasn't, I'll keep going. Then, if you're all ready to go, I'll make a portal. Said Rimuru. Hinata and Chloe nodded, and so Rimuru created a portal that led right to Tempest. I'll see you two later. Said Rimuru. I nodded. Yeah, see you guys later. Hinata gave me one last look before leaving. Hinata Sakaguchi. She stepped through the portal with Rimuru and Chloe in tow. She took a deep breath as she took in the fresh air of Tempest. It's been a while since you've been here, huh? Rimuru said. She nodded. Indeed. They had appeared in the Chancellor's office. It was basically where Rimuru got all of his work done. Whoa. It's felt like ages since I've been back here. Chloe said excitedly. Hinata rolled her eyes good-naturedly. That's likely because it has been ages for you, Chloe. Chloe nodded. Oh. That's right. Rimuru sighed. You're as much of an airhead as always, Chloe. I'm glad to see that at least that hasn't changed. Rimuru said as he made for the door. Before opening it, he turned to her. Did you want me to have someone guide you around? I'm not sure if you remember where everything is. She shook her head. I am a spiritual life form, I remember quite well. Rimuru nodded. All right then. But just let me know if you need some support. Despite everything, you are my friend, Hinata. A small smile formed on her lips. Thank you, Rimuru. I appreciate it. And she meant it. Felix. And then it was just Luminous, and I left. I did want to hurry up and help Odin evolve into a Manus, so hopefully, this wouldn't take too long. Hopefully, I didn't just jinx it. Wait, did I just jinx myself again? Thankfully, if math has taught me anything, it is that two negatives make a positive. Luminous rose from her seat. Come with me, please. I nodded and began following her. So what's up? I asked after quickly catching up to Luminous. Luminous gave me a bombastic side-eye. Be patient, Felix. Luminous sighed. Fine, keep your secrets then. Luminous ignored me and continued to lead me towards where the private quarters were. It didn't take us long to arrive in front of her room. Inviting me to your room already, Luminous. At least take me on a date first. I said dramatically. Luminous scoffed. I have already taken you on a date. She declared with certainty. Ah, you're talking about that time we went out after I told you about dealing with Yuki. Hee hee, I thought you said it wasn't a date. Just an outing between friends. I teased. Luminous herself said that. Luminous smirked. Well, I am saying it was a date now. Ah, classic women's logic. I rolled my eyes. Sure, sure. It's not like I would have done anything differently. I consider that a pretty good date in my books as is. Luminous nodded. Of course it was. I am the one who took you out. As prideful as ever. Luminous ignored my words. She waved her hands, causing the double doors to open in her room. As we walked inside, I took a look around the room. I hadn't been here before, I was just aware of its general location since Luminous had once given me a tour of her palace. Fancy room, huh? Well, I guess that's what I expected from you, I voiced out. My own room back in my territory was also pretty fancy, far fancier than anything I was used to previously. In the center of the room was a four-poster bed, draped with luxurious canopies and fine linens. The headboard had quite a few intricate designs carved into it. None of this could have been cheap. There was a couch to the side of the room, no doubt for Luminous to laze on. She is seriously super slothful. There were various art pieces decorated around the room, some of them were similar to the ones I had displayed in my own office, paintings of various beasts that almost seemed to come to life. Nice room, I complimented after looking around. Thank you, it was not easy gathering all of these luxurious items, Luminous said as she took a seat on her bed. Yeah, I bet. Luminous patted the spot beside her. Come, sit. I looked at her with a raised brow but complied nonetheless. I took a seat on the red silk sheets and waited for Luminous to begin talking about whatever it is she brought me here for. This was a very weird situation. Luminous just stared at me unblinkingly. She shook her head and looked at me with a determined expression on her face. Felix. I looked at her weirdly. Luminous. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. I didn't think I would find myself saying this so soon. But our conversation with Chloe and Hinata has reminded me of something. The future is uncertain, and at any moment, a war we might not be able to turn back from might start. If that time comes, I will only be able to hold myself accountable for not speaking up. Luminous began, her determined expression turning more serious as she looked at me. I believe I hold a certain affection for you in my heart. So I have decided that from this moment on, you will be mine. Luminous declared with a confident expression. Huh. It was the only sound I could make. What the fuck? No, seriously, how did Luminous Valentine, of all people, fall for me? I know I'm charming, handsome, powerful, and all around amazing, but still. I had been suspecting it since I saw the signs, but hearing it from her mouth was something else. When did this happen? It likely began after Hinata Sakaguchi was sent back in time. The Master's support caused Luminous to develop a slight fondness for the Master. So I won some affection points by being a decent person. Neat. But then how the hell does a slight fondness transform into whatever this is? Inconclusive. Not enough data. Oh well, it was worth a shot. Well then. Luminous asked impatiently. I snapped out of my internal monologue. You like me? I asked, the words feeling foreign on my tongue when speaking to Luminous. Luminous crossed her arms under her bust. I did just say that, did I not? You did, it just feels surprising. I did not expect that from you, is all I'm trying to say. Luminous was a total babe, there was no other way to say it, but I just never looked at her as a potential sexual and romantic partner because I thought she batted for the other team for the longest time. Not to mention I didn't lust after every attractive woman in my vicinity, I was far more classy than that. I was the kind of person to just let things naturally develop, and if they happened then they happened. I respected her desires on that front and was completely okay with just being close friends. Teasing Luminous was an enjoyable way to pass time, after all. I didn't think you were interested in the opposite gender. I found myself saying. At this point, I just wanted to understand how this happened. Luminous nodded. I have been primarily interested in the feminine form, but it seems you somehow managed to break through that barrier. That was a critical attack. I nodded calmly, hoping to cover up my embarrassment. Well, I am handsome. But going by the smirk on her face, I think I failed in my endeavor. How adorable. Luminous teased. I turned away. Yeah, laugh it up. Now, what is your answer, Felix? Luminous asked with a hint of nervousness in her tone. I feel like this is probably going to take some time, and I wanted to hurry up and name Odin already. But it is what it is. Luminous came out and admitted her feelings. The very least I could do is answer with the same seriousness even if I wasn't quite sure what that answer would be. Notice. It is suggested for the Master to accept Luminous Valentine's confession. It will bring the Master a permanent ally that can be counted on, as well as expand the Master's resources. Luminous Valentine controls the entirety of the Western nations through her religion. I'll take that into mind. I wasn't going to base my answer based off of what I could get from Luminous, that was scummy and Luminous didn't deserve that, but it's still nice to have Odin's input. But I did still want to answer Luminous honestly, she deserved at least that much from me. I won't sugarcoat this. I do hold some affection for you, but it's platonic. I really never saw you in that way. Luminous' expression fell upon hearing me, but I hurriedly continued. I never really considered you an option due to your obvious affection for Hinata, and I didn't want to get in between that. I respect you enough for that, at least. I'm not saying that something like that is impossible between us, but it may take some time while we get to know each other. Luminous was definitely attractive in my eyes, but I sort of just filtered that part of her out since I never saw us working out, though it seems that was due to some incorrect info on my part. Luminous' expression eased hearing the latter part of my statement. Very well then, you care for me platonically and not romantically. You do not see me in a sexual light. Well, that can be changed quite easily. Of course, I would like to discuss this further with you, but that can come later. Luminous said with a seductive smirk. Oh. But I really don't want to delay Odin's evolution anymore. At this point, she deserves it. It is recommended for the master to procreate with the high-blood Luminous Valentine to permanently bind her closer to the master's side. Huh. Well, if Odin doesn't mind. Luminous snapped her fingers, removing her standard goth outfit, and leaving her in just her black lingerie. My eyes widened as I took in Luminous' practically nude form. Sensing my interested gaze, Luminous smirked at me victoriously. She sprawled out on her bed and spread her legs, allowing me to make out her labia through the very visible camel toe that Luminous was sporting. Well. What do you think? Luminous purred. I think that I've made a mistake not pursuing you before. I responded, a growing smile on my face. Foo-foo, then why don't you come and enjoy me? Luminous practically moaned out. I stopped holding myself back and practically dove into the feast before me. Notice. Using Brahma, Lord of Creation, to fabricate a skill to assist the master in his endeavors. The intrinsic skill, Lover, has been acquired. Well, shit, now this is going to make things a lot more fun. Odin is truly the ultimate wing woman. I was definitely going to enjoy toying with Luminous with Lover. Lover was a skill that was derived from Luminous' own Asmodeus, except it wasn't combat-focused. I'll do that in a moment. I voiced out. Luminous was not a complete degenerate masochist like Lalatina was. She wanted some romance, not just brutal domination. I approached Luminous, my right thigh finding its way in between Luminous' legs. Luminous hissed in pleasure as I rubbed my thigh onto her groin. I was practically on top of her now. My face approached Luminous' own, causing her eyes to widen before she began leaning towards me. Our lips met in a tender kiss. MMMM. Luminous moaned into my mouth as she began grinding herself onto my thigh, our chests pressing together. My mouth opened, and my tongue prodded Luminous' lips for access. She immediately acquiesced, allowing me access without protest. Our tongues wrestled for a few moments before I bullied her into submission. My hands reached towards Luminous' modest chest, I grasped her breasts over her bra as I pulled back slightly. You have some seriously nice tits. I complimented, her nipples as hard as diamond and could be felt through her brassiere. Luminous turned away slightly. Humph. I'm sure you are simply flattering me. I could sense some jealousy in her tone. No need for any of that, Luminous, you are beautiful. She looked at me, a hint of vulnerability in her beautiful eyes as she dove for my lips, her tongue exploring every inch of my mouth, my teeth, gums before entwining with my own tongue as Luminous greedily drank down my saliva. After an unknown amount of time I pulled back from Luminous' lips, her face unconsciously leaning towards me before she got a hold of herself. I licked my lips. Now I think I'll be enjoying the feast before me. Before Luminous could react I dove straight in between her legs, never let it be said that Felix White is not a generous lover. I lightly blew on the deep camel toe that was visible, causing Luminous to shiver slightly. Luminous further spread her legs to accommodate me more easily, her pussy was sopping at this point. My right hand trailed up Luminous' thick thighs. Wah. What is that feelish? I smirked. The first sub-skill of Lover, Ecstasy Touch, allows me to induce extreme pleasure or pain in the target by using lust energy. This can affect the very soul and spirit of someone if I wish for it to. It can be applied through touch, or mere sight alone. I am capable of using it to even cause mind-breaking effects. I could even use it to instantly make someone reach their peak with just a look. I could already do something similar with the data from Lust, but this is a more optimized and streamlined version of that. It's also a lot more controllable, so I won't accidentally go too hard like I did on Lalatina when we first met. That incident likely forever warped her. My hand continued to trail up her thighs much to Luminous' audible delight until it eventually reached its destination. F. Felix. I'm serious. I ignored her words and used my fingers to shift her panties to the side, allowing me to finally see Luminous' hairless cunt. I extended my tongue and gave her pussy lips a long slow lick, from the base all the way up to her clit. Oh yes. Luminous hissed out as her hips shot up eagerly. I gripped the cool flesh of her thighs and dove in, my tongue explored every crevice of her pussy. Oh. Luminous sighed out in pleasure. I smirked into her cunt and began using Lover to up her sensitivity to unseen heights. What? Fish again. The pleasure my skill brought was far too much. Luminous immediately reached an explosive climax. Love energy. Luminous questioned with a moan as I took in her juices. It didn't surprise me that she could feel what I was doing to her, her old unique skill, lust, and her new ultimate skill, Asmodeus, Lord of Lust, made use of love energy. My tongue trailed upwards towards Luminous' clit and latched onto it. Yesh! Luminous moaned in pure need. Unfortunately for her, I was feeling slightly mean. I made use of the next sub-skill of Lover, Despair Lock. It allows me to temporarily or permanently prevent a target from experiencing orgasm, causing psychological distress. What? Luminous groaned in confusion. No more coming without my permission, Luminous, I purred out. I looked up into Luminous' beautiful heterochromatic eyes. In them I could see lust, need, desire, and love in them. Understand? I questioned with authority in my tone. A look of pure desperation and lust appeared on Luminous' face. She would have orgasmed from my tone alone if it wasn't for Despair Lock. Thanks to the next sub-skill of Lover, Heart's Desire, I could instantly understand the deepest sexual desires and sexual weaknesses of a target. In Luminous' case, she wanted to be absolutely domed. No matter whatever haughty act she put up in public, she craved to let all of her walls down and let someone take control. She wanted to let go of her worries and just let someone else take care of her for a change. Luminous' eyes dilated. Yes. I felt a jolt of pleasure go down my spine at her words. I knew myself well enough to know that I liked being the dominant one in my sexual encounters. I didn't mind taking a backseat, but I knew what I enjoyed. Good girl. I purred out as I dove back into her sopping quim, my tongue slowly circling around Luminous' clit, much to her vocal pleasure. Yesh, Felix. There. Luminous squealed out as I amped up her sensitivity even further. At this point, light breath on Luminous' clit would be enough to send her into a spiral of climaxes, but I knew Luminous could handle this amount of pleasure. I knew her limits. I continued to lick Luminous' tight slit as she sang her praises. Haha, nnnnnnn. Show good, Felix. I went back to Luminous' clit, circling it before latching onto it and sucking. Nnnnn. Please, Felix. Let me come. Since you've been such a good girl, I guess I should reward you. I voiced out. Luminous heard me and began jerking her hips towards me, eager to have me deeper inside of her. I released Despair Lock, instantly taking Luminous to unseen heights. Oh. NNNGHH. Ha. Ha NNNGH. Luminous' body was racked in tremors above me, her hips still lightly jerking in my direction. I gave Luminous' pussy a light kiss before pulling back slightly and looking up at Luminous with a smug smirk. She was simply staring at me with dull, vacant eyes as she took a moment to come back to reality. It didn't take long for Luminous to come back to the real world. I wasn't the only one who could manipulate lust energy. I could sense Luminous making use of the lust energy within her to refresh her mind. Wow. My smug smirk only widened at her words. She noticed my smirk and scoffed. Don't get too cocky, your performance was adequate. Oh. Just adequate. I teased. I was still in between her legs, and before Luminous could react I lightly flicked her clit. Luminous came undone all over again. Manipulating your partner's pleasure was seriously way too much fun. Luminous could of course contest against my control over her body since she was one of the few capable of manipulating lust energy at the ultimate level, and yet she did not resist whatsoever, not that I expected her to. With her desires an open book for me, she was all but putty in my hands. Fine, you were slightly more than adequate. I rolled my eyes at Luminous' sunderness. I thought she had grown out of that. Whatever you say. Giving Luminous' now soaked pussy one last look, I got up and snapped my fingers, removing my clothing except my undies. Luminous licked her lips as she eyed up my chiseled abs before looking downwards towards my groin, eyeing the visible tent. Now it's your turn to return the favor. I practically demanded. Luminous' blush deepened at my demanding tone. You would have one such as I serve you degrade myself in such a way? Luminous asked, a slight hint of need bleeding its way through. I snorted. By the end of this you'll be the one wanting to do the serving. Luminous shivered. Very well then. Luminous began sliding off the bed. As she was moving to stand up I gave her thigh a light touch, making her feel as if I had just played with her clit. Luminous' legs shivered as she almost collapsed. She made her displeasure known as she glared at me with a pout. I took a seat on the bed and spread my thighs. Luminous stood before me with a confident smile on her face. I shall make you see stars. I would take that a lot more seriously if your legs weren't shivering from the aftereffects of your orgasm. Luminous could have completely restored her body to how it was before, but she willingly chose not to. What a slutty vampire. Luminous ignored my remark as she squatted down before me lewdly, her legs spread wide allowing me to get a perfect view of her practically gaping pussy and tight rosebud. Luminous' face began approaching the tent in my underwear as she took a deep breath, her eyes going slightly cross as she began to pant, her earlier fake resistance all but melting into sheer depraved lust and love. The next sub-skill of Lover was Sexual Ideal, which allows me to basically change any part of myself to appeal more to my partner. I likely was never going to shapeshift penis or anything like that, but I was still able to satisfy a variety of kinks with this ability. One of the most basic uses of it was changing the scent I give off. Right now Luminous was basically breathing in an aphrodisiac-like scent that was causing her to slowly lose herself in her lust. Luminous began rubbing her face against my sheet cock in a similar fashion to a pet. She was basically fuck drunk. Luminous' tongue slipped out as she began licking my shaft through the cloth. I could feel my dick twitch at Luminous' menstruations. I wanted nothing more than to just shove my cock into her gaping mouth, but I held back. As Luminous continued to sloppily lick at my underwear, her two hands reached the waistband of my underwear and began to slowly pull them down. Once they were lowered enough, my cock slapped out and smacked Luminous right in the face. A classic cock slap. Nana. Luminous moaned out. Luminous let out a breathy sigh. So hot. I could feel her hot breaths directly on my shaft now. Without a layer of cloth in between us, I was feeling things far more than previously. Luminous' cute little pink tongue slowly extended and began to almost reverently lightly lick on the side of my cock. Luminous moaned at the taste, since I of course adjusted the taste of my manhood as well. From the desires I was able to sense from her, Luminous liked a musky and deep taste, and so I only intensified my natural odor and taste. I groaned out at Luminous' continued menstruations. Just like that. Luminous only got more enthusiastic after my words of encouragement. Her tongue gave my cock a tongue bath, covering it in copious amounts of her saliva. Once Luminous began licking the base, she pressed her nose right up against my cock and took a deep breath. Luminous' legs shivered under her as she almost collapsed. She peppered the base with kisses and licks as she practically rubbed every inch of her face up against my shaft, some of my pre dripping onto her face. Luminous' tongue immediately snapped towards some of the precum it could reach, swallowing it down instantly. MMMM. She moaned out at the taste before licking my cock from the base to the tip. She pursed her lips. Chew. She gave my tip a kiss before spreading her maw wide open, enveloping the tip of my cock in her warm mouth. She began to push herself lower and lower, slowly deep-throating my penis. So good. I groaned out. Luminous' heterochromatic eyes looked up at me in rapturous delight as she gobbled down my cock like a deep-throat queen. My hand reached downwards towards Luminous' head. She looked up at me with hesitation, as if warring with her pride before she gave in. She had already thrown her pride away long ago when she gobbled up my cock. I began stroking her hair as if she was a particularly needy pet. Her kink was not pet play, but that didn't mean she didn't enjoy the degrading act. Luminous was a connoisseur of all sorts of kinks. She was the wielder of Asmodeus for a reason. She was a lustful vampire. I noticed one of Luminous' hands trailing down her thigh as she began to play with her dripping pussy, causing her to moan into my cock, intensifying my own pleasure. I smirked as an idea came to my head. I used Lover to make it so that Luminous' tongue was practically a second clit. Luminous' eyes immediately widened as she felt the change. She shrieked into my cock as she explosively came all over her fingers, dirtying the floor beneath her. Luminous stared up at me, a dazed look on her face. Well, if you aren't going to do your job, then I might as well take things into my own hands. I voiced out. Luminous didn't react, and so I gripped her head more firmly and began to use her mouth as a tool for my own pleasure. I of course reduced the sensitivity of her tongue. It wasn't quite back to normal as she was still feeling a significant amount of pleasure from tonguing my cock, partially from her own degenerate kinks involving serving me, and then partially due to my own manipulations. Either way, Luminous began moaning into my cock once more as her head went up and down, her neck bulging to accommodate my length. It didn't take long for her to get the message as her tongue began eagerly rubbing the underside of my shaft, her orgasmic throat vibrating from blissful screams. I was pounding her face hard enough that the sound of my balls smacking against her echoed throughout the room. Glack. 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 After a few minutes I could feel my own orgasm approaching and did nothing to hold it back. Luminous sensed the same as her hands latched onto the back of my hips, the eager semen demon that she is. After a moment I released a copious amount of cum straight down Luminous' throat, much to Luminous' delight. Her eyes went rolled up and my cock vibrated due to her needy moans. Luminous let go of my hips as she pulled back until her mouth was only engulfing my tip. My semen continued to be devoured, but this time Luminous was actively tasting it. As my seed pumped down to her stomach, she began to spasm as she reached an orgasm of her own, the taste and scent of my semen being too much for her. Once my orgasm died down, Luminous released my tip, her eyes gazing up at me with lustful desire, need, and perhaps most of all, love. I paused for a moment as I took in the emotions Luminous was exhibiting. I knew I'd have to treat her right. I wasn't one to abuse the love and trust others had for me. Of course that doesn't count sex. With sex all bets are off. Though in Luminous' case she wants me to abuse her during sex. Luminous licked her lips, her eyes looking back down at my cock eagerly, almost as if she wanted to go in for another blowjob session. You can suck me off some more, you slutty vampire. Now let's get into the main dish. Luminous pouted. I am no slut. I didn't mean slut as in a loose woman, I meant it as if you are a depraved individual, but you're my slut. Luminous' cheeks glowed even more crimson as she coughed lightly. Very well then. Now come, worship me. Luminous declared, need plain in her tone. Worship you, huh? Maybe if that's what you actually wanted I'd do that, but no, we both know you are lying to yourself. Luminous froze at my words. I mean, look at what you just did, you basically gobbled up my cock like a cock goblin and practically inhaled my cum. You might as well throw away your pride, at least when we're alone. Luminous' mouth opened, but before she could respond I leaned forwards and picked her up by her armpits and threw her onto the bed. I'm not going to ask for permission, I'm going to fuck you and you are going to like it, like the horny girl you are. Luminous looked at me dazedly, going by the desire and arousal I sensed coming off of her. If we were in a hentai she'd have literal hearts in her eyes at this point. Lover is a cheat when it comes to sex. I wouldn't be acting anywhere near this forceful with a seemingly reluctant individual, but I knew what Luminous wanted thanks to Lover. She was simply putting up a front, her pride and desire fighting each other for domination over her being. I tore her brassiere off of her, allowing me to see her naked breasts for the first time. They weren't the biggest I'd seen, but they were perky and topped with pretty pink nipples that were hard as a rock. My right hand trailed towards one of her breasts and gave it a light squeeze. Of course I enhanced Luminous' pleasure, causing her to squeal. Are you going to start or not? Luminous whined. I smacked her tit. NNNNN. She moaned out. Be patient. I want to have some fun with your body a bit, it would be a shame to not explore this divine body of yours when I have the chance. Something in my words made Luminous happy as she spread her arms and legs out, sprawling back on the bed. I pinched one of her nipples between my fingers, pulling it back lightly much to Luminous' delight. I looked down slightly, I reached over to her panties and tore those off completely as well much to Luminous' hidden delight. I noticed that she was leaking her love juices all over the bed. I guess I've made you wait long enough now, it's time I enjoy you fully. Luminous' eyes sparkled with excitement. I lined up my cock with her puffy folds, she moaned out at the mere contact of our genitals. Please. She begged. I made her wait no more as I thrust it into her warm depths. Oh. I groaned out. I began slowly thrusting in and out while making use of Lover to enhance Luminous' own pleasure, tweaking her sensitivity and easily locating her G-spot. My hands moved to her waist to grip her firmly as I picked up the pace. Luminous' eyes were rolled up to the back of her head. Yes. More. She demanded. Her inner walls were clenching on my invading shaft, practically massaging me as she attempted to coax out another load of sperm from me. I leaned forwards and captured her lips in a kiss, instantly beating her tongue into submission, turning it into mine to play with. I swallowed up her rapturous moans as I toyed with her mouth. I could feel Luminous' cunt clench on my cock as it spasmed wildly in frequent orgasms, her love juice drenching my thighs completely. Her legs wrapped around my waist as Luminous attempted to pull me deeper inside of her. I wasn't completely bottomed out yet, but Luminous' actions caused my cock to ram against her womb. Normally something like that would be agonizing for a normal woman, but Luminous was no normal woman, something like this wouldn't cause her anything but pleasure. Out of the corner of my eyes I could see an indent of my cock on Luminous' belly, I'd be lying if that didn't turn me on further. I eventually pulled back from the kiss. Luminous looked up at me with hazy eyes, she leaned forwards and gently kissed my neck, peppering it and my face with gentle, almost loving kisses as I continued to batter against her womb. Ha! NNNNNN. She moaned against my neck. It didn't take me long to feel my own orgasm coming. Where? Luminous' face snapped to me. Inside. 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 She chanted. I grunted as I fully bottomed out, my tip against the entrance to her womb as I released inside of her. Luminous clenched against me in rapturous orgasm as she squealed. Yes. Luminous' legs fell off of my waist as she continued to cum her brains out. I looked down at her face. Her hair was a mess, there were tears trailing down her face, her eyes were rolled up, some saliva was dribbling out of the corner of her mouth, she was a mess, and yet in that moment she looked beautiful to me. Beautiful. Luminous immediately came to awareness, it wasn't like something like sex could wear someone like Luminous out unless I really pulled out all the stops. All of the reactions I was getting from her were reactions she allowed herself to submit to the mind-breaking pleasure and simply lose herself in the moment. Still, Luminous was now smiling ear to ear. Hee hee. She giggled out, still slightly delirious. Once I was done releasing inside of her I began pulling out. Whoa. Luminous whined out childishly. I rolled my eyes. Relax, we aren't done just yet. Luminous' eyes lit up. I knew you couldn't get enough of me. I snorted. Damn right, you are one hot woman, I'm going to enjoy you until I literally can't anymore. Luminous smirked. Then let me see what you are capable of. I rolled my eyes, of course she would still act cocky and prideful, even after the show she just put on. All of a sudden her eyes widened. What is this? She asked with a needy moan. I smirked as another sub-skill of lover began taking effect. That would be the effects of one of my skills. My essence inside you was imbued with magicules, something you weren't able to sense in your delirious state. These magicules will breed with your own, forcefully expanding your magicule capacity. It's basically a free power-up. Luminous eyes widened before a fond and loving smile appeared on her face. Even now you are looking out for me. I do not need your constant protection, Felix. I never said you did, but it can never hurt, right? Just accept it as my own selfish request if you have to. Luminous rolled her eyes. Yes, Felix, I am not going to deny a free power-up as you call it. I nodded in satisfaction. Good. The stronger you are, the safer you are. We can talk more about this later. Now aren't we going to do something? Luminous teased. Fine. Bend over. I could feel Luminous' desire to be fucked in doggy style. She was a kinky vampire after all. Luminous' smirk widened, but she still complied. She bent over, giving me a clear view of her still leaking pussy and quivering asshole. Luminous shook her ass from side to side, almost taunting me. Some of my cum was beginning to leak out of her hole, so I spoke up. Well, I better plug that leak. I immediately thrust back into her quivering core. NNNN. I palmed her ass cheeks, groping her as I thrust it in and out of her, targeting her G-spot and turning her back into a quivering mess. Oh yes. She practically melted into a puddle. I smirked as I felt a certain desire appear in the forefront of her mind. I pulled one of my hands back and spanked her. She froze for a moment before the dam broke. Whoa. Nah. She came explosively over my cock. In fact, this was her biggest orgasm yet. She even squirted a little. Hey, who knew Luminous of all people would be into spanking? I leaned forwards, pressing my chest against her back as I groped her tits while continuing to thrust into her. One of my hands trailed upwards. Hey, Luminous' mouth was wide open and her tongue was lolling out. Two of my fingers slipped in her mouth. Her tongue immediately came to attention and began sucking on my fingers lewdly. It was always nice to have sex with a kinky woman.